The moss in the cracks of the bluestone slabs was a dark penetrating green. Lin Chen stood in the middle of the queue staring down at his left shoe. The sole was nearly worn through. His mother had patched it with coarse cloth of the same color, the stitches fine and tight, yet the patch still stood out glaringly in the sunlight. He shifted his foot, hiding the worn shoe behind his right one. The queue was like a dead sluggish serpent moving forward barely an inch after a long while. At the foot of Qinglan Mountain the crowd was buzzing with noise. The early spring morning mist had yet to fully dissipate and the winding mountain path was packed with people who had come from all directions. Farmers in ragged clothes, wealthy youths in brocade robes, wanderers carrying packs. Men and women old and young formed an endless dragon-like queue. All eyes were fixed on the mountain gate shrouded in mist and clouds. The Qingyun sect's Xianxia recruitment ceremony. Lin Chen stood in the middle of the queue, his coarse short tunic dampened by the morning dew. He stood on tiptoe to look ahead but could only see the towering stone pillars of the mountain gate in the distance, carved with 4 vigorous characters seeking the Tao of immortality. "Stop staring, it'll be at least 2 hours before your turn," a familiar voice came from behind. Lin Chen turned around. It was Wang Hu from the neighboring village. The lad was a year younger than Lin Chen, yet half a head taller, dressed in newly made cotton clothes with barely concealed smugness on his face. "Did your father really buy you the meridian opening pill?" Lin Chen asked in a low voice. Wang Hu chuckled, pulled out a small wooden box from his bosom and lifted the lid a crack. A faint herbal fragrance wafted out. Inside lay a milky white pill with fine patterns on its surface. 10 taels of silver. Wang Hu lowered his voice but couldn't hide his boastfulness. "Zhang Banxian in town said that my physiognomy shows spiritual light. After taking the meridian opening pill he'll at least test out as mid-grade spiritual root." Lin Chen pressed his lips together and didn't respond. 10 taels of silver, enough to feed his family for over half a year. After his father passed away his mother spun yarn day and night, earning only 3 mace of silver a month. The queue crawled forward slowly. From the front came various sounds, children's cries, parents' admonitions and cheers or sighs following the announcement of test results. Lu Family Village, Lu Fugue no spiritual root. Next, Li Family Village, Li Xiua low grade with spiritual root. Passed. Every announcement stirred the hearts of the entire queue. Lin Chen clenched his fists. The palms, hardened by years of splitting firewood and hunting for his mother, were covered in thick calluses. When his father was alive he often said, "Chainer, the Lin family has hard bones. No matter where you go, never let others look down on you." But can hard bones prevail over fate? His father was the best hunter in the village, able to take down a black bear alone. But 3 years ago he went into the mountains and never returned. When the villagers found him, all that remained was a mangled skeleton gnawed by beasts. His mother cried for 3 days, then dried her tears and single-handedly held the family together. "We've reached the mountain gate," someone up ahead shouted. Lin Chen looked up and finally saw the scene inside the gate. A wide bluestone plaza, and in the very center stood a white stone stele about 10 feet high. The steel's surface was as smooth as a mirror, its top carved with intricate cloud patterns. This was the spirit testing stone, capable of detecting whether a person possessed a spiritual root and its grade. Before the stele stood 3 Qingyun sect cultivators. The leading one was a middle-aged man in his 40s, clad in a green Taoist robe with silver thread cloud patterns embroidered on the cuffs. He was expressionless, holding a jade slip recording each person tested. The other 2 were younger, tasked with maintaining order. "Place your hand on the stone, close your eyes and concentrate your mind." The middle-aged cultivator's voice was flat and emotionless, having repeated it hundreds of times. A thin small boy nervously stepped forward and pressed his trembling hand onto the stele. 3 breaths. 5 breaths. The stele showed no reaction. No spiritual root. Next. The middle-aged cultivator didn't even lift his eyelids. The boy burst into tears and was dragged away by his family. Lin Chen watched this scene, cold sweat seeping from his palms. The sun climbed higher, the queue grew shorter. Wang Hu was 3 places ahead of Lin Chen. When it was the lad's turn he took a deep breath, strode forward, gave an awkward bow to the middle-aged cultivator and then pressed his hand onto the stele. 1 breath. 2 breaths. A faint white glow emerged at the base of the stele, like the tail light of a firefly, so pale it was almost invisible. Wang Hu low-grade earth spiritual root. The middle-aged cultivator made a mark on the jade slip. "Stand to the left." "Low grade." "Just low grade." Wang Hu was stunned, his face full of disbelief. "Zhang Banxian said I would be at least mid-grade." "Next." The middle-aged cultivator's tone remained flat. Wang Hu opened his mouth to say something more but was silenced by a glare from the young cultivator beside him. He trudged dejectedly to the queue of those who passed on the left, still muttering 10 taels of silver. 10 taels. Lin Chen's heart sank. Even Wang Hu, who had taken the meridian opening pill, only had a low-grade spiritual root. What about himself? Name, the middle-aged cultivator asked. Lin Chen. Lin as in 2 trees, Chen as in dust. Press it. Lin Chen extended his hand. His hand was steady, honed by years of drawing a bow. The moment his palm touched the steely, an icy cold sensation spread. Close his eyes. Concentrate his mind. He could feel his heartbeat 1-2. Blood flowing through his arm, a slight tingling in his fingertips. He prayed inwardly. No, he never prayed. His father had said, if you want something, reach out and take it yourself. But this time his hand was on the steely and he didn't know what to take. Time ticked away. The square fell silent. Everyone stared at the steel. 5 breaths. 10 breaths. 20 breaths. The steel remained utterly still, not a glimmer of light, not the slightest reaction, as if he were pressing on an ordinary rock. The middle-aged cultivator finally looked up at Lin Chen, his gaze indifferent, as if looking at a stone or a blade of grass. Lin Chen, no spiritual root. The voice was not loud, yet it echoed clearly across the entire square. Next. Lin Chen's hand still rested on the steely, his fingertips white from pressure. He stared at the smooth surface of the steely, which reflected his hazy face, a 17-year-old mountain village youth, thick eyebrows, thin lips, with a stubborn look in his eyes. No spiritual root. Mortal flesh. No chance for the immortal path in this life. These 3 sentences echoed in his mind like 3 hammers pounding his heart again and again. Hey, don't block the way. Someone behind shoved him. Lin Chen staggered a step, releasing his hand. He turned around and saw Wang Hu standing in the line of those who passed, grinning at him. There was no malice in that smile, only a sense of superiority. I'm better than you. Brother Lin Chen, go back to hunting properly, Wang Hu said loudly, afraid others might not hear. That's your fate. Low laughter rippled around. Lin Chen said nothing. He walked out of the mountain gate, step by step down the bluestone steps into the mountain path. His back was straight as his father had taught. Even if you lose, you must never bend your spine. As he reached the mountainside, the sky darkened. Leaden clouds rolled in from the northwest, blotting out the sun. The mountain wind turned cold, rustling the pine forest along the path. When the first raindrop fell, Lin Chen was passing a dilapidated mountain god temple. The temple was tiny, with only half a tiled room left. The statue had long lost its head and the broken neck was covered in cobwebs. Yet the statue still held a stone sword in its hand. The blade was broken in the middle, leaving only the hilt and half the blade. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, then slipped into the temple. The rain soon intensified, pelting loudly against the tiles and leaking through the holes, forming puddles on the ground. Lin Chen sat against the wall and took out a dry flatbread from his pocket. The bread was hard, made by his mother before dawn, mixed with wild herbs and a little salt. He nibbled slowly, gazing at the curtain of rain outside the door. No spiritual root. He had long suspected it. When he was 7, a wandering Taoist came to the village claiming he could read bone structure. The Taoist felt his skull and wrist, then shook his head. This child's bones are too heavy, spiritual energy cannot enter. His mother's face turned pale. She gave the Taoist 3 eggs, begging for a solution. The Taoist accepted the eggs and left a cryptic verse: deep in the mountains hides rusted iron, only fire can forge it into steel. Then he drifted away. His mother remembered those words for 10 years, repeating them from time to time. Lin Chen, however, thought the Taoist was probably just after the eggs. But today the spiritisting stone would not lie. The bread was finished, the rain still hadn't stopped. Lin Chen gazed at the headless statue and the broken sword in its hand. The stone sword was crudely made, with simple lines on the blade blurred by years of wind and rain. Somehow it reminded him of his father. His father also had a sword handed down from ancestors. It wasn't stone but iron, rusty all over. His father never used it for hunting, only called it a keepsake and kept it in a wooden box under the bed. After his father passed away, his mother buried the wooden box, saying it saddened her to see the sword. If the path of immortality is blocked. Lin Chen murmured to himself. On his deathbed his father held his hand and said a few words. He was too young then to remember more than a few characters. Later his mother told him the complete words: Chainer, remember. If the immortal path is blocked, dig 3 feet down beneath the west wall of the ancestral house. There is. There is our Lin families. What? His mother didn't finish, just wept. The rain gradually let up. Lin Chen stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes. He cast one last look at the broken sword statue, then turned and walked into the drizzle. The mountain path was muddy, each step sinking deep. As he neared the foot of the mountain, he heard clamor behind him. It was the people who had passed the test coming down. Wang Hu's voice was the loudest, bragging about how he would enter Qinyan sect. Once I learn the sword flight art, I'll fly back first. Then he'll treat the whole village to a feast, no one leaves sober. Laughter echoed through the rain-washed mountains. Lin Chen didn't look back, quickening his pace. When he returned to the village, dusk had fallen. The Lin family's small yard was at the westernmost end of the village, 3 mud brick rooms surrounded by a fence. In the corner grew 2 vegetable plots and firewood was stacked against the wall. Dried game meat and chili peppers hung under the eaves, from the last wild boar his father had hunted alive. His mother was cooking by the stove. Seeing Lin Chen return, she looked up. In the dim firelight her eyes brightened for a moment, then dimmed again. She didn't ask about the test result, just said, wash your hands and eat. The meal was simple: a pot of wild vegetable soup, 2 cornmeal buns and a small dish of pickles. They sat opposite each other, eating in silence. Lin Chen bit into a bun. It was dense. His mother had added extra flour on purpose. Chewing, he suddenly thought of Wang Hu's tentacle opening meridian pill, the cold touch of the spiritusting stone, and those words, no spiritual root. Mother, he said, his voice dry. She looked up at him. That last words, father left. Lin Chen put down the bun. Under the west wall of the ancestral house, dig 3 feet down. What is there? His mother's face changed. Not surprise, but a complex expression: fear, sorrow, hesitation, and a deep-seated resolve. She lowered her head and stirred the soup with a ladle for a long time. Your father told me not to say, she said in a low voice. He said that thing is ominous. Ominous. It was passed down from great-great-grandfather's generation, she said even quieter, as if afraid to be overheard. It is said that an ancestor obtained a sword. That sword touched something unclean. Later, every generation of our family who touched that sword came to a bad end. Did father touch it? His mother stopped talking, just kept stirring the soup. A tear fell into the bowl. Lin Chen asked no more. After the meal, he grabbed the dishes to wash. She didn't argue, just sat on the threshold looking at the western sky. The last glow of sunset was fading and night spread up like ink. After washing the dishes, Lin Chen returned to his room. The room was tiny: a bed, a desk, a cabinet. On the desk lay a wooden bow head made as a child. On the wall hung his father's hunting knife. He pulled a small wooden box from under the bed and opened it. Inside were odds and ends, a few copper coins, a whetstone, a faded red string. At the very bottom lay a yellowed piece of paper. It was his father's handwriting, crooked, just one line under the west wall. 3 feet down there is an iron box. Open it only after Chainer turns 18 if he truly wants to walk that path. Lin Chen stared at the line for a long time. Outside the window the moon had risen. The night was deep. Lin Chen lay in bed, his eyes wide open. The rafters cast slanting shadows under the moonlight like rows of prison bars. No spiritual route. Barred from the path of immortality. Wang Hu's smirking face. His mother's tear-filled eyes. His father's crooked handwriting. These images flashed through his mind, finally settling on the headless statue in the dilapidated temple, the broken sword in its hand glowing with a dull stony sheen in the rainlight. Rusty iron. He suddenly recalled the wandering Taoist's words: deep in the mountains lies rusty iron which becomes steel only when tempered by fire. Fire. What fire? He turned over, facing the wall. The rammed earth wall was thick, warm in winter and cool in summer. He knew that beyond it was the western wall, and 3 feet beneath that wall lay an iron casket. What was in the casket? A sword. A rusted, ominous sword. His father had said, if you truly wish to walk that path. Which path was that? Not the immortal path, then what path? Lin Chen closed his eyes. He remembered his father teaching him archery. Chainer: when the bow is drawn to its full, the arrow must be released. A hesitant man will never hit the bullseye. He now stood on the bowstring of his life. The door to the immortal path was shut. Another path lay 3 feet beneath the wall. Open it or not? From outside the window came the hoot of an owl, long and desolate. In the distance a dog barked, then all fell silent again. Lin Chen opened his eyes and sat up. Moonlight seeped through the window paper, spreading a patch of silver on the floor. He put on his shoes and gently pushed the door open. In the main room his mother's door was closed with no light showing through the crack. He walked into the yard. The night wind was cool, carrying the scent of earth and grass. The western wall cast a long shadow in the moonlight. At its base grew a clump of wild chrysanthemums in full bloom. Lin Chen walked to the wall and crouched down. The ground was hard, packed down by years of treading. He fetched a spade from beside the woodpile, aimed it at the base of the wall and hesitated for a moment. Then he dug in. As the first shovelful of earth was pried loose, he heard an extremely soft footstep behind him. Turning around, he saw his mother draped in an outer robe standing under the eaves, watching him silently. Moonlight fell on her face, a face worn by years of labor, looking especially aged yet also extraordinarily calm. "Mother." "Dig," she said, her voice soft but remarkably firm. "Your father waited half his life but never dared to dig. I've guarded it for 10 years and never dared to let you dig either. But today, when you came back, your back was especially straight." She paused, tears glistening in her eyes along with an indescribable light. "Just like your father when he was young." Lin Chen gripped the spade tightly. He turned back and continued digging. 1 shovel, 2 shovels, 3. The earth was turned over, revealing the deeper layers beneath. When the spade struck something hard, a crisp clang rang out. The sound was especially clear in the silent night. It was as if something that had slumbered for ages had finally found the one to awaken it. Lin Chen threw down the spade and cleared the surrounding earth with his hands. Under the moonlight, a pitch-black iron casket gradually revealed itself, 3 feet long, 1 foot wide, its surface covered with rust, its edges reinforced with copper nails. On the lid was carved a faint pattern. It resembled a sword, yet not quite. Lin Chen's hand hovered over the lid, his fingertips touching the icy rust. He looked up at his mother. She nodded. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen forcefully lifted the lid. Moonlight poured in. Inside the casket there was no golden light, no strange phenomenon, only a single sword. A broad-bladed ancient sword covered in dark red rust, lying silently on a faded piece of red cloth. Beside the sword lay a roll of animal hide. Lin Chen reached out. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the hilt, he suddenly stopped. Because he heard a voice. Not with his ears but directly within his mind, low, hoarse, as if coming from the deepest abyss or traveling across a millennium. "You have finally come." Lin Chen's entire body stiffened. The rusty sword in the iron casket trembled faintly beneath the moonlight. After that sound rang out, there was no further movement. Lin Chen knelt by the pit, staring at the sword within the iron casket. Under the moonlight the blade was still covered in a layer of dark rust. The earlier tremor seemed like an illusion. "Chainer." His mother's voice came from behind. Lin Chen turned to see her standing under the eaves, one hand on the doorframe, the moonlight etching every wrinkle on her face with stark clarity. "Mother. Did you hear that?" His throat was dry. "Hear what?" "A voice speaking inside my head." His mother shook her head and walked over slowly. She crouched by the pit, her eyes fixed on the sword in the casket, watching for a long time. Then she reached out, not to touch the sword but to feel the rust along the casket's edge. "This casket," she said, her voice so soft it seemed afraid of waking something, "has been passed down since your grandfather's grandfather's time. Your father said the thing inside must never see the light." "Why?" His mother fell silent. She withdrew her hand, wiped it on her apron and stood up. "Since you've dug it up, keep it safe. Don't let anyone see it." She turned and walked back inside, her steps light. Lin Chen watched her gaunt silhouette disappear behind the door before turning his gaze back to the iron casket in the pit. Under the moonlight the casket was pitch black, like a small coffin. He reached in and pulled out the sword. Heavy. Much heavier than he had imagined. The hilt was wrapped in thick rust, rough and abrasive in his grip. He tried to swing it, the blade cut through the air with a heavy whoosh like wielding a solid iron rod. At the thickest part of the blade the rust had caked into scabs, patchy and dark like dried blood. Lin Chen stared at those rust scabs for a moment, then placed the sword back into the casket, picked it up and carried it inside. The sword was too long to stand upright, so he laid it horizontally under the bed. As he slid it in, the blade struck the bed board with a dull thud. Lying back down he stared at the ceiling with open eyes. Was that voice real? Had he misheard? But the sensation was too vivid, as if someone had whispered directly into his ear. "You have finally come." The voice had said. "Come." Who was waiting? He turned over facing the wall. Beyond that wall was the western wall, the site of the freshly filled pit. The soil was still fresh, carrying the scent of dampness. If you truly wish to walk that path. His father's words echoed in his mind. That path, what path was it? If not the path of immortality, then what else could it be? As he pondered, his eyelids grew heavier. He had walked too much today and been drenched in the rain. His body was utterly weary. In a daze he heard the voice again, this time softer, as if drifting from a great distance. Waited. Too long. Lin Chen woke before dawn had fully broken. He hadn't woken on his own, it was the burning sensation on his chest. He sat up abruptly, pulled open his collar and looked down. At the center of his chest dark red lines were surfacing from beneath his skin, extending from his dantian all the way to his collarbone like a dormant blood serpent. The patterns were deeper and more ferocious than the mark on his palm. He sat up and heard movement in the yard. Pushing open the door, it was still dark, but his mother was already drawing water from the well. She struggled with the task. When she lifted the bucket her body swayed and she nearly fell. Mother. Lin Chen hurried over. It's nothing. His mother waved a hand, her voice weak. Just a little dizzy. Lin Chen helped her sit on a stool. The moment his hand touched her arm he froze. His mother's body was cold. Not an ordinary chill, but a bone-deep deathly cold radiating from within. And the cold was familiar, identical to the icy sensation that had burrowed into his bones when he gripped the sword's hilt. Mother, are you? Lin Chen's voice trembled. His mother shook her head and managed a faint smile. An old ailment. It'll be fine after a rest. But Lin Chen knew it was no old ailment. He looked down at his own hand. The mark on his palm was now glowing faintly, a dark red light pulsing like a breath. When the light flared, the chill in his mother deepened. When it dimmed, the chill receded. This mark. Was it draining something from his mother? Lin Chen jerked his hand back as if burned. Chainer. At that moment a desperate cry came from the village entrance. It was Hunter Wang's voice. Demon Tiger. The demon tiger is attacking the village. Lin Chen sprang to his feet. At the village entrance a massive black tiger was slowly approaching. The beast was a full size larger than an ordinary tiger, its fur bristling, foam dripping from its jaws, its eyes bloodshot. Most horrifying of all was a festering wound on its left foreleg oozing yellow-green pus. It's the Black Wind Demon Tiger, an elder cried out. The one that killed Lin Dashan 3 years ago. Lin Chen shuddered. 3 years ago. Father. The demon tiger had already charged into the village. With one swipe of its claw it demolished Wang Laoqi's pig pen, with another it sent Wang Laoqi flying as he rushed out. The old man crashed against a wall and slid down limply, his chest caved in, clearly beyond saving. Fight it. Several young hunters raised their bows. The arrows struck the tiger's hide but bounced off as if hitting thick leather. The demon tiger let out a furious roar and lunged at the crowd. Screams and cries erupted in an instant. Lin Chen stood in the yard watching the scene, his hands trembling. Not from fear. The dark red patterns on his chest were now burning like a branding iron. A savage force rampaged through his body, urging him, go kill it. Go devour. Grow stronger. Chainer, don't go out. His mother grabbed his arm. Lin Chen looked at her pale face, the fear in her eyes, then back at the rampaging demon tiger at the village entrance. He thought of his father. Of the mutilated corpse gnawed beyond recognition. Of the words, the Lin family has hard bones. He pried his mother's hand away, walked to the woodpile, pushed aside the dry branches and retrieved the iron casket. He opened it. Gripped the sword's hilt. The chill surged instantly, but this time he didn't feel cold. Instead it felt just right. Just enough to suppress the scorching heat in his chest. Just enough to give him strength. Sword in hand he walked out of the yard. The demon tiger lowered its head, tearing at a corpse. Hearing footsteps it looked up, its blood-red eyes fixed on Lin Chen. There was no beastly ferocity in that gaze, only a certain madness. Or rather something deeper, something not of the beast. Lin Chen tightened his grip on the sword hilt. The blade was heavy but he held it steady. The markings on his chest no longer burned, instead they turned cold. A glacial force seeped from the sword hilt, creeping up his arm, across his shoulder, through his chest until it clashed with the scorching energy in his dantian. Cold and heat intertwined. Like ice and fire merging. An unprecedented sensation exploded within his body. Roar. The demon tiger let out a low growl, abandoned the corpse and lunged at Lin Chen. Its speed was astonishing. Lin Chen didn't even have time to think, his body reacted instinctively, sidestepping, raising the sword, blocking horizontally. Clang! The deafening clash of metal rang out, making his eardrums ache. The demon tiger's claw struck the blade, the immense force sending him flying backward, crashing heavily into the earthen wall. The wall cracked like a spiderweb, dust raining down. Cough, cough. Lin Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, propping himself up with the sword. The blade was unharmed. Not only that, but where the tiger's claw had struck, a small patch of rust flaked off, revealing a metal as dark as blood beneath. That metal surface now glowed with a faint red light. As if breathing. The demon tiger seemed stunned too. It looked down at its own claw, the tip had broken off and black blood oozed from the wound. The blood dripped onto the ground, hissing and corroding small pits. Sha! Chi! A voice sounded in Lin Chen's mind. It was the voice from the sword. But this time it was much clearer, still hoarse, yet carrying a certain excitement. This tiger has been corroded by Sha Qi. The voice said. Kill it. Devour its Sha Qi. And you can. Enter the gate. Enter the gate. What gate? Lin Chen had no time to ponder, for the demon tiger lunged again. Faster this time, more ferocious. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chen gripped the sword with both hands, stepped forward instead of retreating, and swung it down at the tiger's head. No technique, no skill. Just the simplest chopping motion. But the moment he swung, he felt all the interwoven ice and fire power in his body surge into the blade. The rust on the blade flaked off in large pieces. The dark red sword revealed its true form under the moonlight, entirely crimson like congealed blood, covered in dense runes that now glowed faintly. The blade struck the tiger's head. There was no sound of bone splitting. Only a faint hiss, like a hot knife cutting through butter. The blade sliced through without resistance, from skull to neck to chest. All the way down until it emerged from the tail. The demon tiger's movements froze. It looked down at its body, cleaved into a flicker of confusion in its blood-red eyes. Then it crashed to the ground. The two halves of the corpse fell, black blood gushing like a spring, instantly staining a large patch of ground. Lin Chen stood still, panting heavily. The sword was still in his hand, its red glow slowly fading. The fallen rust crept back from the hilt, gradually covering the blade again. But this time the rust had changed color. It was no longer dark red, but deep crimson. Like dried blood. Devour. Devour. The voice urged. Lin Chen looked down at the demon tiger's corpse. It was undergoing a bizarre transformation, the flesh rapidly withered and shriveled as if something was draining it dry. Strands of black qi drifted from the corpse, swirling in the air before surging toward Lin Chen. No, toward the sword in his hand. The moment the black qi touched the blade, it was sucked in. The rust on the sword deepened by a shade. And Lin Chen felt a glacial force flow from the hilt into his body, merging with the scorching energy in his dantian. At the instant the two forces converged deep in his abdomen, at the dantian, a tremor occurred. A black crystal the size of a grain of rice slowly condensed into form. The crystal rotated slowly in his dantian, releasing wisps of icy breath with each turn, flowing through his entire body. The fatigue from the battle dissipated instantly. In its place came a sense of fullness. Like someone who had been starving for a long time finally eating a satisfying meal. This is... Lin Chen murmured. Sha Qi. Sword Yuan. The voice said. You have entered the gate. Just then footsteps sounded behind him. Lin Chen spun around. It was his mother. She stood at the courtyard gate, her face pale as paper, her eyes fixed on the sword in his hand, then on the withered corpse of the demon tiger. Chainer. Her voice trembled. You touched that sword. Lin Chen opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But his mother had already rushed over, snatched the sword from his hand and flung it to the ground. You can't touch it. You can't, she cried. Your father died because he touched it. You'll die too. You'll die. She hugged him tightly, her whole body shaking. Lin Chen felt her cold body, heard her desperate sobs, and looked down at the sword on the ground. The sword lay quietly covered in rust like a piece of scrap metal. But the power of that strike. That force. And the black crystal in his dantian. Mother, he said, his voice calm. I want die. His mother looked up at him, eyes blurred with tears. I don't know how father died back then, Lin Chen said. But I know that if I hadn't had this sword today, more people in the village would have died. He bent down and picked up the sword from the ground. The blade was icy cold in his hand, but this time he didn't let go. This is the path I've chosen, he said. For better or worse, I'll walk it myself. His mother looked at him for a long time, then finally released her grip and stepped back. Tears streamed down her face, but she said no more. She just turned and walked silently back into the house. Lin Chen stood in the courtyard watching his mother's retreating figure, then looked down at the sword in his hand. Under the moonlight, the rust on the blade glowed with a dark red luster. Like blood. Like something. Just beginning. In the distance, villagers' exclamations rang out. The demon tiger is dead. The demon tiger is dead. It was Lin Chen who killed it. Lin Chen with that sword. The crowd surged over, surrounding the withered corpse, then turning their gazes to the sword in Lin Chen's hand. Their eyes were complex. Gratitude, awe, but more than that. Fear. Fear of that sword. Fear of Lin Chen. Wang Hu stepped out from the crowd. He had come back today specifically to flaunt his admission into the Qingyun sect, never expecting to encounter this. He looked at the sword in Lin Chen's hand, then at the demon tiger's corpse, his expression shifting. Brother Lin Chen, he said, his voice dry. Where did you get this sword? Lin Chen didn't answer. He just looked at the sword in his hand, then raised his head to gaze at the western sky. There the mountain gate of Qingyun sect was hidden in the clouds. The icy cold touch of the testing stone seemed to linger in his palm. No spiritual root. He murmured the 3 words, then smiled. His smile was cold. The path of immortality is closed. He tightened his grip on the hilt. Then I'll walk my own path. The sword trembled slightly as if in response. In the distance, from the direction of Qingyun sect, a sword light soared into the sky, tearing through the night. Like an omen. When the villagers dragged away the demon tiger's corpse, dawn was already breaking. Lin Chen stood in the yard staring at the pool of dark red blood on the ground. The blood glistened with an eerie sheen in the morning light, like some living thing slowly seeping into the earth. He looked down at his hand. The dark red mark on his palm was faintly glowing. It was no longer the mild warmth from before, but a stinging sensation as if needles were piercing his flesh. Worse still, the dark red patterns on his chest, the blood serpent extending from his dantian to his collarbone, were pulsing violently. Each pulse brought a wave of burning heat. It was as if someone had lit a fire inside him, the flames racing through his meridians, searing his organs until they convulsed. Chainer. His mother's voice came from behind. Lin Chen turned to speak, but as he opened his mouth, a wave of metallic sweetness surged into his throat. He spat out a mouthful of blood. It was dark red, and as it fell to the ground it mixed with the demon tiger's blood, hissing and corroding a small pit into the earth. His mother's face turned pale instantly. You. What's wrong? Lin Chen shook his head, trying to speak, but the burning sensation in his chest suddenly intensified. His legs gave way and he collapsed to his knees. Chainer. His mother rushed to support him, but the moment her hand touched his arm she recoiled as if burned. So hot. Why is your body so hot? Lin Chen could no longer hear her clearly. His consciousness was rapidly fading. Everything before his eyes began to spin, the yard, his mother, the distant mountains, the sky. Until it all turned into a single dark red hue. Like blood. He felt himself falling into a sea of blood. The dark red liquid enveloped him, seeping into his skin, his flesh, his bones. No, not seeping. It was corroding. Like countless ants gnawing at his body. From the outside and inch by inch. The pain was indescribable. 100 times more agonizing than the rattan switch his father used when he caught him slacking off, 1,000 times worse than the frostbite from falling into an ice hole in winter. It was a pain that radiated from the very marrow of his bones. It felt as if something was trying to burst out from within him. Help. Me. He tried to scream, but no sound came out. All he could do was sink and float in this sea of blood, letting that power rampage through his body. He didn't know how long passed. Perhaps an instant, perhaps 10,000 years. A voice echoed from the deepest recesses of his consciousness. Too weak. It was hoarse and deep, like 2 pieces of rusted iron grinding together. It was the voice from the sword. Can't even handle this much baleful qi. And you want to walk this path? Lin Chen tried to speak, but his mouth wouldn't open. But. You're a bit better than the others. At least. You didn't die instantly. The voice paused. Want to live? Lin Chen nodded with all his might within his consciousness. Yes. Then. Listen to me. The voice began to chant something. It wasn't words but something more ancient like an incantation. Each syllable hammered into Lin Chen's mind. It pounded his head until it felt like it would split. But strangely as those syllables rang out, the power rampaging through his body began to find order. Like a raging flood channeled into a riverbed. Though still turbulent, it no longer overflowed everywhere. The pain also subsided somewhat. Follow me. The voice said. Lin Chen chanted along. Haltingly, fragmentarily. With each syllable he uttered, the power within him grew a little more docile. In the end all that violent energy converged into his dantian, gathering around a tiny grain-sized black crystal. The crystal began to spin. Faster and faster. With each rotation it absorbed a strand of power. With each rotation it grew a little larger. He chanted for what felt like an eternity. When the final syllable faded, Lin Chen's eyes snapped open. It was broad daylight. He was lying in his own bed covered with a blanket. His mother sat by the bedside, her eyes red and swollen from crying. Chainer. Her voice was hoarse. You're awake. Lin Chen tried to sit up but his whole body felt weak. What happened? You were unconscious for a day and a night, his mother said. Your body was burning like hot coals and you kept talking nonsense. She paused, her voice trembling. You were saying things I couldn't understand. Lin Chen looked down at himself. The dark red patterns on his chest had faded. But beneath his skin faint traces could still be seen like scars. The mark on his palm no longer glowed. But in his dantian. He looked inward. The black crystal had grown, from the size of a grain of rice to that of a soybean. The surface of the crystal shimmered with a dark red luster, rotating slowly. With each turn it released a thread of icy cool energy that flowed through his entire body. This is, he murmured. Sword essence. That voice rang out in his mind again. But this time it was much clearer. No longer coming from a vast distance but right beside his ear. No, not his ear. It was inside his head. Refining baleful chi. Condensing it into essence. This is the first level of the sword prison baleful refining art. The voice paused. You have entered the gate. Lin Chen was stunned. Sword prison baleful refining art. A technique I created. The voice said. The body as a prison. Imprisoning baleful chi to forge the sword. That thing in your dantian is the first wisp of sword essence. Lin Chen processed this information. Then, how do I cultivate? Devour. The voice said. Baleful chi is everywhere. The killing aura of battlefields. The resentment of the dead. The malice of heaven and earth. All of it is baleful chi. Devour it. Refine it into sword essence. The more sword essence, the stronger you become. Lin Chen recalled the black mist rising from the demon tiger's corpse. So that was baleful chi. Then. Earlier you were too greedy. The voice sneered. Devouring that much on your first try. It's pure luck you didn't explode and die. Lin Chen felt a chill of fear. Then. From now on. Take it slowly. The voice said. Start with the faintest traces. Let your body adapt first. Then. Before it could finish, the voice suddenly cut off. As if it had run out of power. Lin Chen waited a long time but the voice didn't return. He sat up and stretched his limbs. Though weak, at least the pain was gone. Moreover, he could feel that power inside him, faint but undeniably real. It was a world of difference from the hollow emptiness he had felt before. Chainer, his mother, brought him a bowl of porridge. Eat something. The porridge was hot and Lin Chen drank it in small sips. But his eyes were fixed on the window. Under the western wall the pit had been filled in. But the sword. Mother, he spoke up. That sword. His mother's expression shifted. I put it away, she said. It's hidden in the woodpile. She paused, her voice trembling. Chainer, listen to your mother. That sword. You really can't touch it. Your father back then. Mother Lin Chen interrupted her. Did father go through this too? His mother was stunned. Did he faint? Cough up blood? Anne. Stop it. His mother covered her face, her shoulders beginning to shake. Please. Stop talking. Lin Chen looked at her and found his answer. So his father had walked this path too. Had endured this same agony. Then why? Why did his father still die in the end? What lay at the end of this road? Lin Chen didn't know. But he knew one thing, there was no turning back. From the moment he had dug up that sword, from the moment he had condensed the first wisp of sword essence in his dantian, there was no going back. The path of immortals was closed. So he would walk this path instead. No matter if it led to a mountain of blades or an abyss of fire. He had to keep going. Mother, he set down the bowl. Fine. His mother looked up at him, eyes blurred with tears. Really? Really? Lin Chen smiled. Just a bit hungry. His mother's tears turned to a smile and she ladled him another bowl of porridge. As Lin Chen ate, his gaze drifted back to the window. He stared in the direction of the western wall. There lay his past. And there too lay his future. For the next 3 days Lin Chen lay in bed. The pain in his body gradually subsided, but the weakness lingered. Each day, aside from eating, he would close his eyes and gaze inward at his dantian, a black crystal the size of a soybean slowly rotating, releasing strands of chilling cold. His mother stayed by the bedside without leaving. Her complexion grew worse, the dark circles under her eyes as thick as ink. Lin Chen knew she hadn't slept at all during the night, constantly touching his forehead and checking his breath. Mother, Lin Chen finally managed to sit up on the morning of the 4th day. Go rest for a while. His mother shook her head, her hand trembling as she held the bowl of porridge. Mother isn't tired. But the bloodshot eyes betrayed her. Lin Chen took the bowl and drank slowly by himself. The porridge was warm, but it had little taste in his mouth. He could sense that the chill emanating from his mother was heavier than before. That coldness seemed to be draining her vitality. And the source was him. It was the sword essence within his body, the sword itself, this damnable path. Chainer, his mother suddenly spoke. Do you want to hear about your father? Lin Chen looked up. Your father, he wasn't actually an ordinary hunter, his mother said softly, as if telling a secret. Your grandfather's generation were cultivators. Lin Chen was stunned. But later the family declined and the inheritance was lost. His mother continued, by your father's generation only that sword remained, an ancestral instruction. What instruction? Every male of the Lin family upon turning 18 must attempt to awaken the remnant soul within the sword, his mother said. If awakened they could walk the path of cultivation. If not. She paused. If not, then live quietly as a mortal and never touch that sword again. Lin Chen recalled his father's dying words, if Chainer truly wishes to walk that path after 18 then open it. So that was it. Then father, did he awaken it? He did. His mother's gaze turned hollow. But he failed. How did he fail? I don't know. His mother shook her head. That night he took the sword into the mountains, saying he would undergo the sword soul trial. He returned 3 days later a completely changed man. Changed how? His eyes were red. His mother's voice trembled. On his body, there were markings like yours. He said he succeeded, that he had gained power. But she covered her face. But from that day on his body deteriorated day by day. As if something was draining his life. 3 years, he only lasted 3 years. The room fell into dead silence. Only the gurgling sound of boiling water from the stove could be heard. Lin Chen watched his mother's trembling shoulders, a chill surging in his heart. So his father had died like this. Drained of life by the sword. Then what about him now? Mother, he spoke, that thing inside me. Don't say any more. His mother interrupted him. Chainer, listen to mother, bury that sword back. Let's pretend none of this ever happened. Just you and me living well together, all right. Lin Chen looked at the plea in her eyes, his throat feeling blocked. He wanted to say, yes. But he knew he couldn't. The sword essence in his dantian was rotating, reminding him, there was no turning back. From the moment this sword chose him, there was no turning back. Mother, he took a deep breath, I promise you I will be careful. His mother's tears fell. She knew this was Lin Chen's answer. He wouldn't give up. Just like his father back then. Stubborn, obstinate, once he set his mind on something not even 9 oxen could pull him back. In the evening Lin Chen finally managed to get out of bed and walk. He went to the yard where the sunlight fell on him warm and pleasant. But the coldness inside his body clashed with this warmth as if, 2 different worlds. He walked to the woodpile and pushed aside the dry firewood. The sword was still there lying quietly. Rusted and covered in spots like a piece of scrap metal. But Lin Chen knew it wasn't. He reached out and grasped the hilt. An icy sensation crawled up his arm, but this time he didn't let go. "Come out," he said in his heart. No response. "I know you're in there," Lin Chen continued. "Come out, let's talk." Still no response. Lin Chen frowned. Could the voice he heard that day have been an illusion? Just as he was about to let go, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Talk about what? Hoarse, low, laced with impatience. It was that voice. "Who are you?" Lin Chen asked in his mind. "Sword Soul." "Name?" "Gutsang." "Gutsang." Lin Chen committed the name to memory. "My father back then, did he also meet you?" "He did." "How did he die?" "Too greedy." Gutsang's voice carried a hint of mockery. "The first time, he tried to devour an entire fiend beast. Fiend chi backlash, vitality drained." Lin Chen thought of the demonic tiger. So that thing was called a fiend beast. "Then You were lucky." Gutsang said. "That fiend beast had just taken form, its fiend chi was impure. Plus, I taught you, the sword prison fiend refining art. So, you didn't die. Just didn't die." But he was not far from death. A chill ran down Lin Chen's spine. "Then how should I cultivate?" "Step by step." Gutsang said. "Start with the faintest fiend chi, gradually adapt. When the sword essence is stable, then what? Then go find more fiend chi." Gutsang paused. "In this world, fiend chi is everywhere. Battlefield ruins, ancient battlegrounds, graveyards, cursed lands. All are sources of fiend chi." Lin Chen digested these words. "Then the sword prison fiend refining art, what kind of cultivation method is it?" "I created it myself." For once a trace of emotion crept into Gutsang's voice. "Like, pride. Using the body as a prison, to imprison fiend chi. Refining the sword with fiend chi, severing the Tao with the sword. This is, the sword prison fiend refining art." Lin Chen recalled the black crystal in his dantian. Was that the sword essence? "How many levels are there?" 9 levels. Gutsang said. "You are now, at the first level, the essence condensation realm. Condensing sword essence, stabilizing the foundation. When the sword essence is full, you can break through, to the second level, the fiend transformation realm. Fiend transformation realm. Transforming fiend chi into swords, projecting sword energy outward." Gutsang's voice carried a hint of longing. "By then, you will be considered, truly initiated." Lin Chen's heartbeat quickened. Projecting sword energy outward. That was, the way of immortals. "How long will it take me?" "It depends on you." Gutsang said. "Talent, opportunity, perseverance. Most importantly, fiend chi. The more fiend chi, the faster the cultivation." Lin Chen understood. This was a path, of devouring. Devouring fiend chi to strengthen oneself. But what was the price? His father's fate was the price. "Are there any side effects?" Gutsang was silent for a long time. "Yes. Fiend chi entering the body, will erode the mind. Killing intent, brutality, madness. Practice deeply, you might lose yourself. Become a mindless killing monster." Lin Chen's back was completely soaked. "Then, how to avoid it?" "Heart and nature." Gutsang said. "Guard your original heart, discern good from evil. Remember why you hold the sword." "Why do I hold the sword?" Lin Chen looked at the sword in his hand. "To survive. To become strong. Or, for something else." He didn't know. "My father back then, why did he fail?" "Insufficient heart and nature." Gutsang's voice carried a trace of regret. He was seduced by power, forgot his original intention. In the end, was consumed by fiend qi. Lin Chen gripped the sword hilt tightly. The icy sensation kept him clear-headed. I won't, he said in his heart. I hope so. Gu Tsang's voice gradually faded. Remember, the sword prison fiend refining art, can only rely on yourself. What I can teach, I have taught. The remaining path, you must walk yourself. The voice vanished completely. Lin Chen stood in the yard holding the sword unmoving for a long time. The setting sun cast his shadow long and stretched out. Like a sword. Planted into the ground. Planted into this land where he had lived for 17 years. 3 more days passed and Lin Chen's body had fully recovered. Not only had he healed but he even felt stronger than before. It wasn't the kind of strength that came from increased muscle power, it was something more intrinsic. His 5 senses were sharper, his reactions quicker, his body lighter and more agile. It was as if he had shed a heavy constricting shell. He knew it was the effect of the sword essence. That black crystal the size of a soybean was subtly and steadily transforming his body. But the price was that he was becoming increasingly hungry. Not a hunger in his stomach. It was a hunger from the power within him, a craving for baleful qi, for devouring, for growth. Lin Chen had tried to suppress it. It was useless. That craving was like wild grass, it could not be burned out and it grew back with the wind. By the morning of the 7th day he could no longer endure it. Mother, he said, I'm going into the mountains. His mother was mending clothes, her hand paused. What for? To check the traps. Lin Chen added N. To gather some herbs. The last part was true. He wanted to see if there was anything that could suppress the baleful qi. His mother looked at him for a long time, then finally nodded. Come back early. Lin Chen shouldered his bamboo basket, picked up his woodcutter's knife and walked out of the yard. When he reached the village entrance he saw a crowd gathered at Wang Hu's doorstep. Wang Hu, dressed in a brand new disciple uniform of the Qingyun sect, was bidding farewell to the villagers. His father Hunter Wang stood beside him, beaming so hard his eyes were nearly lost in the wrinkles. Hooer has made it. At Qingyun sect train hard. When you become a great immortal master don't forget our village. Wang Hu held his head high, brimming with pride. When he saw Lin Chen his eyes lit up. Brother Lin Chen. He walked over and lowered his voice. You're really not going to Qingyun sect? I heard they're still recruiting menial laborers. Lin Chen shook his head. No. What a pity. Wang Hu patted him on the shoulder. But don't be discouraged. Being a hunter isn't bad. It's a peaceful, stable life. How nice is that? As he said this, a flicker of pity passed through his eyes. Lin Chen said nothing in reply, just nodded and continued on his way. He left the village and ascended the mountain path. The forest was still the same forest, but in his eyes it had changed. He could see far more details, the veins on the leaves, the trails of crawling insects, and even the faint wispy strands of black qi floating in the air. So that was baleful qi. It was very faint, almost invisible. But it was indeed there. Especially in dark, damp places near rotting grass and wood and around the carcasses of certain animals. Lin Chen crouched down, looking at a dead hare. The hare had been dead for 2 days and had begun to rot. Around the carcass a few extremely faint threads of black qi drifted. He reached out his hand. The dark red mark on his palm glowed faintly. The black qi, as if drawn by an attraction, drifted slowly over and seeped into his palm. A faint icy sensation crawled up his arm and finally gathered in his dantian. The rotation speed of the sword essence increased by a hair. It was faint but real. Lin Chen now had a foundation. So, this was truly how one cultivated. By devouring the baleful qi of the dead. Though the amount was small, it was safe. He stood up and continued deeper into the mountains. Along the way, whenever he saw a dead thing he would stop and absorb it for a while. A bird, a snake, even a nest of ants. The baleful qi was very faint, but many a little makes a mickle. By noon he felt that the sword essence in his dantian had grown a size larger. It had gone from the size of a soybean to that of a broad bean. Its rotation speed had also increased significantly. The chilling sensation it released was more intense. Lin Chen found a rock to sit on and took out some dry rations from his basket. Just as he was about to eat, he suddenly heard a commotion in the distance. It was the howling of wolves. But not just one, a whole pack. And the sound was strange. It wasn't the long drawn-out howl of an ordinary wolf, it was sharp, piercing and mournful, like the scraping of iron sheets against bone. Lin Chen stood up and tightened his grip on the woodcutter's knife. The sound came from the direction of the valley. He hesitated for a moment, then walked toward it. It wasn't out of curiosity. It was because the sword essence inside him was urging him on. It had sensed a richer concentration of baleful qi. When he reached the mouth of the valley, Lin Chen stopped. Inside the valley lay the corpses of over a dozen wolves. They hadn't been killed by hunters, the bodies were intact, but their eyes were blood-red and black blood dripped from the corners of their mouths. The most eerie thing was that thick black qi swirled around their carcasses. It was 10 times more concentrated than the baleful qi from the dead creatures he had encountered before. And in the center of the wolf corpses stood a man. An old man. He wore a tattered Taoist robe, his hair was grizzled and his back was turned. In his hand he held a black banner inscribed with bizarre runes. The black qi from the wolf carcasses was drifting thread by thread toward the black banner. The old man seemed to sense something and slowly turned around. Lin Chen saw his face clearly. Pale, gaunt, with deeply sunken eyes. But the most terrifying thing was his eyes, they were blood-red too. Hee hee. The old man laughed, his voice like a screech owl. Another one has come. Lin Chen took a step back. Who are you? This old man is Zhao the Taoist. The old man looked him up and down. Little boy. You have a very special smell about you. Lin Chen's heart tightened. What smell? The smell of baleful qi. Zhao the Taoist licked his lips. Though it's faint. It's very pure. He took a step forward. Little boy, what cultivation art are you practicing? Lin Chen didn't answer, just tightened his grip on the knife. Not talking. Zhao the Taoist laughed. It doesn't matter if you don't talk. Anyway. You're about to die. He raised his black banner. The runes on the banner began to glow. The black qi in the valley instantly erupted, coalescing into countless black tentacles that lunged at Lin Chen. Lin Chen tried to dodge, but his body felt pinned down, unable to move. Just as the black qi was about to touch him, the sword essence in his dantian suddenly vibrated violently. A surge of icy power erupted from the sword essence and flooded his entire body in an instant. Lin Chen felt his body become light and he regained control. Without time to think, he swung the woodcutter's knife on instinct. It wasn't aimed at the black qi. It was aimed at Zhao the Taoist. This strike used all of his strength. And more than that, it used the power of the sword essence. The knife sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. Zhao the Taoist's expression changed and he quickly raised his banner to block. Clang! The knife struck the black banner with a thunderous metallic clash. The runes on the black banner dimmed for an instant. Zhao the Taoist retreated 3 steps, his face full of shock. You! Who the hell are you? Lin Chen said nothing and struck again with another chop. This time a faint dark red light swirled along the blade. It was the power of the sword essence. Zhao the Taoist didn't dare to take it heeded and dodged aside. The blade's light grazed the ground, leaving a scorched black mark. A sword cultivator. Zhao the Taoist exclaimed in shock. No. That's not sword qi. This is. He stared intently at Lin Chen, greed flickering in his eyes. Baleful qi. You cultivate with baleful qi. Lin Chen's heart sank. He had been recognized. Little boy, Zhao the Taoist said with a sinister grin, hand over the cultivation art you practice and this old man might spare your life. Lin Chen's answer was a third strike. This one was faster, fiercer. The dark red glow on the blade was even richer. Zhao the Taoist raised his banner to block again. Clang! This time the runes on the black banner went completely dark. A crack appeared on the banner's surface. You're asking for death. Zhao the Taoist flew into a rage. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood onto the banner. The black banner lit up again, but this time with a blood-red light. All the black qi in the valley surged toward the black banner, condensing into a massive black python that lunged at Lin Chen. There was no escape. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chen channeled all the power of his sword essence into the woodcutter's knife. He swung with all his might. The dark red blade light collided with the black python. Boom! The shockwave exploded, sending Lin Chen flying. He crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. But the black python was also cleaved in two, dissolving back into black chi that scattered in all directions. Zhao the Taoist's face was pale, clearly injured as well. Good. Very good. He stared at Lin Chen, murderous intent boiling in his eyes. Let's see how long you can hold out. Just as he was about to activate the black banner again, his expression changed. Footsteps came from the distance. Many footsteps. It was the village hunters. They had heard the commotion and were rushing over. Zhao the Taoist looked at Lin Chen, then at the distant hunters, and gritted his teeth. Kid, you're lucky today. He put away the black banner, turned and disappeared into the forest in a few leaps. Lin Chen lay on the ground gasping for breath. His chest was painfully tight and his throat was full of the taste of blood. But he was still alive. And he looked inward at his dantian. The broadbean-sized sword essence was now spinning wildly. The black chi drifting in the valley, the baleful chi from the wolf corpses and the remnants left from Zhao the Taoist's broken banner, was flowing toward him in wisps, devoured by the sword essence. The sword essence was visibly growing. From the size of a broad bean it had become the size of a walnut. Its rotation speed was even faster. The chilling sensation it released was even more intense. Lin Chen felt the power within him surging. But with it came an even stronger hunger. He still craved to devour more. He propped himself up and looked in the direction where Zhao the Taoist had vanished. A glint of dark red light flickered in his eyes. When the hunters arrived at the valley, all they saw were wolf carcasses and Lin Chen sitting on the ground gasping for breath. Lin Chen. Hunter Wang rushed over first. Are you all right? Lin Chen shook his head, trying to stand, but his legs gave way. Hunter Wang steadied him, his eyes sweeping over the wolf carcasses before fixing on the distant direction where old Taoist Zhao had vanished. Was there someone here just now? Lin Chen hesitated, then nodded. An old man, he said. Wearing a tattered Taoist robe with red eyes. Hunter Wang's face turned pale. The other hunters gathered around, and upon hearing red eyes, their expressions twisted with fear. The blood-eyed Taoist. Someone muttered. Is he that demonic priest haunting the nearby villages? I heard he specializes in killing livestock and drinking their blood essence. But these wolves. Hunter Wang crouched down to examine a wolf carcass. He pried open the wolf's eyes. The pupils were already dilated, but dark red blood vessels still lingered on the whites. These aren't ordinary wolves, Hunter Wang said in a low voice. They're rabid wolves. Rabid wolves. Beasts corrupted by baleful energy, Hunter Wang explained. We had an outbreak a few years back. They killed people. The village organized a culling and things settled down. He turned to Lin Chen. How did you get tangled up with these things? Lin Chen gave a bitter smile. I didn't provoke them. They provoked me. He briefly recounted the incident, omitting the part about cultivating baleful energy, only saying that the old man tried to silence him. The hunters exchanged bewildered glances after hearing his story. Lin Chen, Hunter Wang stared at him. How did you survive just now? It was a question on everyone's mind. A 17-year-old youth facing over a dozen rabid wolves and a demonic priest wielding black arts. And he had survived. Lin Chen had his story ready. My father taught me some survival tricks, he said. Plus I got lucky. Hunter Wang was clearly skeptical but didn't press further. He patted Lin Chen's shoulder. Surviving is what matters. From now on, try not to go into the mountains alone. The hunters began processing the wolf carcasses. By custom, whoever killed the prey claimed it. Although the circumstances were bizarre, these wolves were indeed Lin Chen's kill and thus his spoils. Lin Chen, Hunter Wang said, what do you plan to do with these wolf hides and bones? Lin Chen thought for a moment. Divide the hides among yourselves. As for the meat and bones, bury them. Bury them, as someone asked in confusion. Wolf meat is tough, but it's still edible. You can't eat it, Lin Chen shook his head. There's something wrong with these wolves. The hunters looked at the black blood at the corners of the wolves' mouths and fell silent. In the end, they worked together to drag the carcasses to a remote hollow and buried them. While burying them, Lin Chen did something in secret. As he bent over, he pressed his hand against a wolf carcass. The dark red mark on his palm glowed faintly. The residual baleful energy within the wolf carcasses, though old Taoist Zhao had taken most of it, some remained, seeped into his palm in wisps and strands. An icy sensation crept up his arm and converged into his dantian. The sword essence grew a fraction stronger. It was slight but better than nothing. After the burial the group descended the mountain to return to the village. On the way the hunters discussed the events. Where did that demonic priest come from? I heard he's a rogue cultivator practicing dark arts. Don't the authorities do anything? How can they? He comes and goes like a ghost, impossible to catch. Then going into the mountains from now on. Try not to go alone, Hunter Wang concluded. Best to go in groups and bring dogs. Lin Chen listened in silence, saying nothing. He knew in his heart that old Taoist Zhao wouldn't let this go. The old man had looked at him like he was a precious treasure. With greed and fervor. By the time they returned to the village dusk was falling. A crowd had gathered at the village entrance waiting for news. They swarmed the hunters upon their return. How did it go? Did you find Lin Chen? What about those wolves? Hunter Wang gave a brief account. At the mention of blood-eyed Taoist, a stir ran through the crowd. It really is that demonic priest. He's back. What are we going to do? Panic spread through the crowd. Lin Chen stood at the edge of the crowd watching silently. He could feel many eyes on him. Their gazes were complicated, curiosity, scrutiny, and fear. Especially the elders, if they looked at him as if he were some ill omen. He knew why. Because he had come back alive. He had come back alive from the blood-eyed Taoist. It defied logic. Lin Chen. An aged voice called out. It was old man Li from the village over 80, the village's eldest. Lin Chen walked over. Grandpa Li. Old man Li stared at him for a long time. Your father encountered something like this too back then. He began slowly. Lin Chen's heart jumped. When? Before you were born, old man Li said. Back then your father was a reckless young man just like you, afraid of nothing. He paused, his gaze growing distant. One day he went hunting in the mountains and didn't come back. When the villagers found him, he was lying in a ravine surrounded by animal carcasses. And then he woke up, old man Li said. As if nothing had happened, and he dragged those carcasses back to share. But his body was covered in wounds, old man Li nodded. Many wounds. But he never said how he got them, only that he fell. The old man looked at Lin Chen. You now are exactly like your father back then. Lin Chen fell silent. Grandpa Li, he asked, what do you think my father encountered back then? Old man Li shook his head. I don't know. But it definitely wasn't an ordinary beast. He paused, lowering his voice. The village elders say these mountains are unclean. What do you mean? Evil spirits ran rampant in the early years, old man Li said. We had to invite Taoist priests to perform rites to quell them. But some things were never fully cleansed. Lin Chen thought of the sword. Of Gutsong within it. Of his father's dying words. Chainer, old man Li grasped his hand tightly. Listen to your grandpa from now on. Don't go into the mountains anymore. Lin Chen saw the worry in the old man's eyes and felt a warmth in his heart. I understand, Grandpa Li. But he knew he couldn't comply. Back home his mother had already prepared dinner. She visibly relaxed when she saw him return. I heard you ran into that demonic priest. Are you hurt? No. His mother carefully examined him, and only when she was sure he was unharmed did she set her mind at ease. They ate in silence. But Lin Chen could feel his mother stealing glances at him. Her eyes held worry, fear, and something he couldn't quite read. After dinner his mother washed the dishes. Lin Chen sat in the courtyard gazing at the moon. It was the 15th of the month, the night of the full moon. The moon was large and bright, but looking at it stirred an inexplicable restlessness in his heart. The sword essence within him pulsed violently. As if excited. Gutsong, he called out in his mind. There was no response. Since the battle in the valley, Gutsong had not reappeared. As if in slumber. Lin Chen didn't know. All he knew was that the hunger of the sword essence was growing stronger. So strong he could barely control it. He wanted to devour, to kill, to turn every living thing he saw into baleful energy. No. Lin Chen shook his head violently, suppressing the thought. He knew it was the influence of the baleful energy. Gutsong had said it would erode one's mind. He must guard his heart. Chainer. His mother's voice came from behind. Lin Chen turned around. His mother set a bowl of soup on the stone table. Drink this, she said. It will calm your nerves. The soup was brown with a medicinal scent. Lin Chen asked nothing and drank it. It was bitter, but after drinking it the restlessness in his heart did ease somewhat. Mother, he set down the bowl, what kind of soup is this? Just some calming herbs, his mother said. You haven't been sleeping well lately. Lin Chen was taken aback. He had indeed been sleeping poorly. His dreams were always filled with blood and countless hands reaching for him trying to drag him into an abyss. How did you know? Your mother. His mother sat down across from him. You talk in your sleep at night. I've heard you. Lin Chen's heart tightened. What did I say? I couldn't make it out clearly, she shook her head. But it sounded painful. She looked at him, her eyes glistening. Chainer, tell your mother, what exactly are you cultivating? Lin Chen opened his mouth wanting to say nothing. But seeing the tears in his mother's eyes he couldn't bring himself to lie. Mother, he took a deep breath, if I told you that the path I'm walking is the same as father's, would you blame me? His mother's hand trembled. You truly chose that path? Yes. She fell silent. After a long while she spoke, her voice very soft. Your father asked me the same question back then. And then I said I wouldn't blame him, his mother said. Because I knew I couldn't stop him. She looked up at Lin Chen. But your father died in the end. Lin Chen clenched his fists. I won't. How can you be sure? His mother's voice trembled. Your father said the same thing back then. Lin Chen didn't know how to answer. He truly didn't know. He didn't know where this path led, whether to life or death. All he knew was that he had to walk it. Mother, he said, if one day I really... Don't say it. His mother covered his mouth, tears streaming down. Don't say things like that. She held him tightly. Your mother just wants you to live. To live well. Lin Chen felt his shoulder grow wet. They were his mother's tears. Warm, scalding. Like a blade piercing his heart. That night Lin Chen dreamed again. It was the same sea of blood. But this time he wasn't alone in it. His father was there. His father stood in the center of the blood sea, his back to Lin Chen. Father. Lin Chen tried to call out, but no sound came. His father slowly turned around. Lin Chen saw his face clearly. Pale, gaunt, with sunken eyes. Most horrifying of all were his eyes, blood red. Like old Taoist Jiao. No, even redder. Red as if they would drip blood. Chainer. His father spoke, his voice hoarse as sandpaper. Go. Run. Father, how are you? This path. You can't take. His father's voice trembled. It's a trap. A curse. His body began to melt. Like a candle dissolving into the sea of blood. Remember. The sword is the key. And also the lock. Find the truth. Destroy it. Then. Escape. Escape far away. With the final word his father vanished completely. The sea of blood surged, engulfing Lin Chen. He snapped his eyes open. Dawn had not yet broken. Outside the window the moon still hung in the sky. Big and round. White as a dead man's face. Lin Chen sat up, gasping for breath. Cold sweat had soaked his underclothes. He looked down at his hand. The dark red mark on his palm glowed faintly in the darkness. Like an eye. Watching him. The next day Lin Chen fell ill. It was not an injury but a fever. His body was scorching hot, his consciousness blurred, and he kept muttering deliriously. His mother stayed by his bedside, repeatedly wiping his forehead with a damp cloth, but his temperature would not go down. The village barefoot doctor came to see him, felt his pulse and shook his head. The pulse is very chaotic, as if two forces are fighting inside him. Can it be cured? They'll prescribe a few doses of medicine to try, but it might not work. The doctor wrote a prescription and his mother went to town to get the medicine. The round trip would take a day. Before leaving his mother asked Aunt Li to look after him. I entrust Chainer to your care. Don't worry, you'll keep an eye on him. After his mother left, Aunt Li sat by the bed, looked at the unconscious Lin Chen and sighed. This child. His fate is bitter. She changed his towel and tucked in the corner of his quilt. In his coma Lin Chen felt himself falling into a very deep dream. In the dream he returned to his childhood. He was about 4 or 5 years old sitting in the yard playing with mud. His father was chopping firewood nearby and his mother was cooking by the stove. The sunlight was beautiful and warm. Chainer, his father put down the axe and came over. Do you want to learn how to hunt? Yes. Then he'll teach you. His father taught him how to draw a bow, how to recognize animal tracks and how to set traps. Back then his father was strong and loved to laugh. His eyes were bright like stars. But at some point his father changed. He became silent, became gaunt, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Until one day his father went into the mountains and never returned. In the dream Lin Chen saw his mother holding his father's remains, crying for 3 days and 3 nights. He saw her wipe away her tears and hang his father's hunting knife on the wall. He saw her spinning yarn day and night, single-handedly supporting the family. He saw her secretly hiding a box. Lin Chen had seen that box before. It was placed at the very bottom of his mother's cabinet, wrapped in red cloth. His mother never let him touch it. In the dream the box opened. Inside there were no gold, silver or jewels, only a few items. A letter. A jade pendant. And a talisman. Lin Chen tried to see what was written on the letter, but the handwriting was very blurry. He could only vaguely make out a few words. Lin family. Curse. Generations. Sword awakens. Debt repaid. If there is a glimmer of hope. Go to Qingyun. Qingyun. Qingyun sect. Lin Chen's heart trembled. Just then the dream suddenly broke. He felt someone pushing him. Lin Chen. Lin Chen. It was Aunt Li's voice. Lin Chen struggled to open his eyes. It was already dark. An oil lamp was lit in the room and Aunt Li sat by the bed, her face full of worry. You're awake. How do you feel? Lin Chen tried to speak, but his throat was as dry as if it were on fire. Aunt Li brought water and fed him a few sips. Your mother hasn't returned yet, probably won't be back until tomorrow. Are you hungry? Aunt Li said, let me heat up some porridge for you. No. No need. Lin Chen's voice was hoarse. Aunt Li. I want to ask you something. What is it? Do you know how my father really died? Aunt Li's expression changed. Your mother didn't tell you. She did, Lin Chen said. But I feel she didn't finish. Aunt Li fell silent. After a long time she spoke, her voice very soft. Some things your mother doesn't tell you for your own good. But I need to know. Aunt Li looked at Lin Chen, a struggle in her eyes. Finally she sighed. Your father wasn't killed by a wild beast. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. Then he was killed by someone. Who? I don't know, Aunt Li shook her head. That day when the villagers found him, besides the animal bites on his body, there were also sword wounds. Sword wounds. Those 2 words struck Lin Chen's heart like a hammer. Sword wounds. Yes, Aunt Li said. Very strange sword wounds. The wounds were black as if corroded by something. She paused. The village elders said back then that it was a demonic sword. Demonic sword. Lin Chen thought of the rusty sword. He thought of the baleful aura on the sword. What else? Aunt Li hesitated. When your father died, in his hand he was holding something. What was it? A piece of jade, Aunt Li said. Green jade engraved with cloud patterns. The emblem of the Qingyun sect. Lin Chen's breathing quickened. That jade. Where is it now? Your mother put it away, Aunt Li said. She won't let anyone see it, even I don't know where she hid it. Silence fell in the room. The flame of the oil lamp flickered, casting shadows on the wall that swayed back and forth. Like ghosts. Aunt Li, Lin Chen spoke, is there anything else you know? Aunt Li shook her head. That's all I know. She stood up. Get some rest. Don't think too much. Some things it's better not to know. She walked out of the room, gently closing the door behind her. Lin Chen lay in bed staring at the ceiling. His mind was in a turmoil. Sword wounds. Demonic sword. The jade pendant of the Qingyun sect. His father's death was indeed not simple. And his mother? How much did she know? Why was she hiding it? And that dream. In the dream the letter in the box said, if there is a glimmer of hope, go to Qingyun. Qingyun sect. The place that had judged him as having no spiritual root. The place that might be connected to his father's death. Lin Chen felt the dark red markings on his chest start to burn again. As if reminding him of something. In the latter part of the night his mother returned. She was exhausted but visibly relieved when she saw Lin Chen was awake. "Chainer, how do you feel?" "Much better," Lin Chen said. "Mother, did you get the medicine?" "I got it." His mother pulled out several medicine packets from her bosom. "I'll go decoct it now." "No hurry." Lin Chen sat up. "Mother, I want to talk to you." His mother was startled and sat down by his bed. "About what?" "About father." His mother's face instantly turned pale. You already know." "Aunt Li told me some things," Lin Chen said. "But I want to hear it from you." His mother lowered her head, her hands trembling. After a long time she spoke, her voice sounding as if it came from far away. "Your father was killed by a sword." "Whose sword?" "I don't know," his mother shook her head. "But it was definitely not an ordinary sword." She looked up, tears in her eyes. "That day when I changed his clothes I saw a mark on his chest." "What mark?" His mother reached out and traced in the air. "Like a sword and again like a rune." Lin Chen thought of the mark on his palm. Was it dark red? His mother's whole body trembled. How do you know?" Lin Chen spread his left hand. In his palm the dark red mark glowed faintly in the oil lamplight. His mother's eyes instantly widened. You have it too?" "Yes," Lin Chen said. "It appeared ever since I dug up that sword." His mother covered her mouth, tears falling. So that's it." "Mother," Lin Chen grabbed her hand, "did you already know?" His mother nodded through her tears. "Your father back then also had this mark. He said it was a sword contract, the sign that the sword had chosen him." "Sword contract." Lin Chen memorized the word. "Then why did father?" "He said it was a path," his mother said. "A path from which there is no turning back." "Did he finish it?" "No," his mother shook her head. "He died halfway." She wiped her tears and continued. "Before your father died he told me many things. He said that sword didn't belong to the Lin family. It was taken by the Lin family's ancestor from someone else." "Taken from whom?" "A very terrifying person." His mother's voice trembled. "Your father said that person had red eyes like a ghost." "Red eyes? The old Taoist Zhao? Or someone else?" "After taking the sword the Lin family was cursed," his mother said. "Every generation of male heirs had to undergo the sword trial. If you pass you can walk the path of cultivation. If you don't, it means death." "Did father pass?" "He passed," his mother said. "But he discovered this path was a dead end." "Why?" "Because that sword drains people," his mother's voice was filled with fear. "It drains your vitality, your lifespan, until it sucks you dry." Lin Chen thought of his father's withered corpse. He thought of the feeling of being devoured when he was unconscious. So that was it. Then why did he have to walk it? "Because you can't stop," his mother said. "Once you start you can't stop. Either you reach the end or you die on the way." She looked at Lin Chen, her eyes full of despair. "Chaina, you can't stop now either." Lin Chen was silent. He knew his mother was telling the truth. From the moment the sword essence had condensed he could not stop. "Mother," he asked, "did father ever say what was at the end of this path?" His mother shook her head. "He said he didn't know either. But he suspected. This path wasn't a path of cultivation at all." "Then what was it?" "It was a sacrifice." His mother's voice was very soft, like a whisper. "A sacrifice of the Lin family's male heirs to nourish that sword." Lin Chen's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Sacrifice. Those two words pierced his heart like an icy blade. But he thought of Gutsong, that voice in the sword. There's a voice in the sword. His mother exclaimed. Yes, Lin Chen said. He said his name is Gutsong and he taught me how to cultivate. His mother's expression turned extremely ugly. Gutsong. Gutsong. She murmured the name, then suddenly grabbed Lin Chen's hand. Your father back then also heard a voice. What? But the one he heard wasn't Gutsong, his mother said. It was another name. What name? Qing. Qinjianzi. Qinjianzi. Lin Chen was thunderstruck. The founding patriarch of the Qingyun sect was named Qinjianzi. Are you sure? Positive, his mother said. Before your father died he kept muttering that name. He said. Qinjianzi was the sword's true master. The sword's true master. The Lin family ancestor had stolen Qinjianzi's sword. So the Lin family was cursed. So his father was killed. So now people from the Qingyun sect had come to take back the sword. A chain of questions exploded in Lin Chen's mind. Mother, his voice trembled, is there anything else you know? His mother pulled something out from her bosom. It was a jade pendant. Green jade engraved with cloud patterns. Exactly the same as the one in the dream. Your father was holding this when he died, his mother said. I suspect it was left by the murderer. Lin Chen took the jade pendant. The jade was cold, but when held in the hand it had a trace of warmth. A very faint warmth, like a heartbeat. He looked closely and found a line of small characters engraved on the back of the pendant. The handwriting was blurry but barely legible. Qingyun token. Seeing this token is like seeing me. Bearer of this token may enter Qingyun. Qingyun token. Enter Qingyun. Lin Chen remembered the letter in the dream, if there is a glimmer of hope. Go to Qingyun. So that was it. Chainer, his mother grabbed his hand, your father left you two choices. What choices? First, bury the sword, destroy the pendant and live peacefully as immortal. And the second? Second, his mother looked at him, take the sword, bring the pendant and go to the Qingyun sect. To do what? To find out the truth, his mother said. To find out what debt the Lin family owes, to find out why your father really died, to find out where this path truly leads. She paused. And then destroy it. Destroy it. Destroy this sword, destroy this path of curses. Destroy the fate the Lin family had borne for generations. Lin Chen looked at the jade pendant in his hand, then looked out the window. Outside the window the moon had already set. On the horizon the sky was turning a pale fishbelly white. A new day was beginning. And he stood at a crossroads in his life. On one side was a peaceful mortal life. On the other was an unknown, potentially fatal path of cultivation. How should he choose? He didn't know. But he knew one thing, there were some truths he had to know. There were some debts he had to repay. There were some paths he had to walk. Mother, he spoke, his voice very calm, I choose the second. His mother's tears fell again. But she did not try to dissuade him. She just held Lin Chen tightly. She held him for a very, very long time. The mountain path was muddy and difficult to traverse after the rain. Lin Chen trudged along the trail carrying a rusted sword wrapped in coarse cloth. The figure of his mother was already lost from sight at the village entrance, and only the heavy pouch of copper coins at his waist reminded him, this was the last remnant of the Lin family's wealth, and it was all he had to enter that unfamiliar world. 3 days later, when the silhouette of the distant city walls appeared in his view, Lin Chen had already taken on the appearance of a true vagabond. Qingstone Town. This small town located on the edge of the Qingyun mountain range was the only gathering place for cultivators within 100 miles. Although they were called cultivators, most were nothing more than low-level practitioners of the first or second level of qi refinement, unable to even manipulate objects. Yet even so, everything felt alien and caution-inducing for Lin Chen, who had just stepped onto this path. The town was livelier than he had imagined. The streets paved with bluestone were lined with shops. Some sold talismans, others sold pills, and there was even a fortune-telling stall with a sign saying writing family letters and calculating good and bad fortune. The air was filled with the bitter scent of herbs mixed with the aroma of wine wafting from an unknown tavern. Lin Chen tightened the cloth bundle on his back, the rusted sword inside it silent as if it were truly a piece of scrap metal. According to his mother's instructions, he needed to obtain some real spirit stones, the hard currency among cultivators. The pouch of copper coins from the Lin family couldn't even buy half a low-quality fasting pill here. Wang's pawn shop. The golden characters on the sign were already faded, but the shop's facade was quite impressive for this street. Lin Chen paused at the entrance, took a deep breath and lifted the door curtain. The interior of the shop was dimly lit. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged man in a silk shirt focused on manipulating a yellowed abacus. Noticing Lin Chen's footsteps, he did not look up and asked, "Pawn or redeem?" "Pawn." Lin Chen's voice was somewhat dry. He walked to the counter, unfastened the cloth bundle from his back and placed it on the table. Only then did the shopkeeper lift his head. He had sharp eyes that scanned Lin Chen, coarse clothing, muddy shoes, a youthful face that bore an unusual composure for his age. He was a stranger. "What do you have?" the shopkeeper asked slowly. Lin Chen unwrapped the cloth bundle. The rusted sword emerged. Its blade was dull and lifeless, and the deep red rust under the dim light resembled dried blood. The shopkeeper's expression froze for a moment. He set down the abacus, retrieved a pair of glass lenses from beneath the counter, leaned forward and examined the sword closely. His fingers hovered just an inch away from the sword's blade but did not dare to touch it. Time ticked by. Lin Chen could hear the sound of his own heartbeat. Before setting off, the ancient song had fallen into a deep sleep, saying that the malevolent energy he absorbed required time to refine, and at this moment the sword remained silent. "Young brother." The shopkeeper finally spoke, his voice lowered. "Where did you get this?" "A family heirloom." "A family heirloom." The shopkeeper smiled, a smile filled with an indescribable meaning. "Then didn't your family tell you what this is?" Lin Chen's heart tightened, but he remained impassive on the surface. "Do you recognize this sword, shopkeeper?" "I don't recognize it," the shopkeeper replied, quickly removing the glass lenses and sitting back in his chair, "but I recognize what is on it." His finger hovered above the rust stains. "This is not iron rust. This is the residue of condensed malevolent energy." The shopkeeper stared into Lin Chen's eyes, "And it is the kind that is extremely fierce and dangerous." "Young brother, your family members are probably not ordinary people, are they?" Lin Chen did not answer. The shopkeeper did not press further, merely shaking his head. "I cannot accept this." "Why not?" Lin Chen instinctively asked. "Firstly, it stands out too much." The shopkeeper raised a finger. "Any cultivator with a little discernment can tell that this sword is extraordinary. If I accept it, I would be inviting trouble for myself." Secondly, he raised a second finger. "It is worthless, at least on the surface it is worthless. There's no spiritual aura, no runes, it just looks like a piece of rusted iron. If I appraise it as scrap metal, you certainly won't agree. If I appraise it as a treasure, I dare not accept it." Thirdly, as the third finger was raised, the shopkeeper's voice dropped lower. "This thing should not appear in a pawn shop. It should go to someone who understands it." Lin Chen fell silent for a moment, rewrapping the rusted sword. "Do you know where I can find someone who understands it?" The shopkeeper did not answer immediately. He stood up, walked to the shop door, peeked outside, then returned and closed the door. The shop became even dimmer, with only a faint light filtering through the paper windows. "Young brother, you seem young and are a stranger here. Let me give you a piece of advice." The shopkeeper returned to the counter, his voice barely a whisper. "Qingstone Town has its own rules. The shops on the surface sell only surface-level goods. But some people, some things can only be traded underneath. Underneath. On the 1st and 15th of each month at the third watch." The shopkeeper said, "Under the third old locust tree at the western graveyard someone will be waiting. You can bring the sword and naturally someone will guide you." Lin Chen stared at him. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because I don't want to attract trouble," the shopkeeper said calmly. "If you keep this sword in hand, it will inevitably lead to trouble. If that trouble traces back to you coming here, it's better I point you to the right way. As for whether it brings fortune or disaster afterward, that depends on your own fate," he said as he took a dark wooden token from the drawer and pushed it towards Lin Chen. The token was roughly the size of a palm, with no patterns on it, only a crooked number etched on it, 17. "What is this?" "A ticket for entry," the shopkeeper said. "Without this you can't even touch the door of the black market. Keep it safe, if you lose it there are no replacements." Lin Chen picked up the wooden token. It felt cold to the touch, with a faint aura of yin energy. "Thank you." He tucked the token into his chest. "But I have one more question." "Speak. Is that place safe?" Hearing this, the shopkeeper chuckled as if he had heard something amusing. "Safe? Young brother, is there anywhere in this world that is absolutely safe? I can only tell you that as long as you follow the rules and have strength, you can survive there. If you don't follow the rules," He did not finish, but the implication was clear. Lin Chen nodded, shouldered his bundle and turned to walk towards the door. "Wait." The shopkeeper suddenly called out to him. Lin Chen turned back. "I almost forgot." The shopkeeper pulled out a small cloth bag from beneath the counter and tossed it over. "That pouch of copper coins is useless here. Inside is 3 low-grade spirit stones. Consider them a loan from me. When you come out of the black market, if you're still alive, remember to pay me back tenfold." Lin Chen caught the bag. It felt heavy in his hand, and through the coarse cloth he could sense the faint spiritual energy contained within. "Why lend this to me?" "Investment. I like to invest in interesting people. You've managed to stay alive with that sword, which is already quite interesting. Hurry and go, don't delay my business." The door curtain lifted and fell again. Lin Chen stood on the street outside the pawn shop, the afternoon sun glaring. He held the bag of spirit stones and turned to glance at the sign of Wang's pawn shop. This shopkeeper was not simple. But at that moment Lin Chen had no time to ponder. He carefully secured the bag of spirit stones, raised his head to determine the direction, and walked westward towards the town. There were 2 days left until the 15th. He needed to find a place to rest, but more importantly he needed to familiarize himself with this unfamiliar town, especially the underneath that only opened at night. The streets remained bustling. Vendors selling talismans shouted their wares, and several cultivators in Taoist robes staggered out from a tavern. A small boy squatted in a corner with a few wilted herbs laid out in front of him. Everything appeared so ordinary. Yet Lin Chen could sense that beneath this calm facade something was stirring. Like hidden currents beneath a placid surface, invisible yet felt, there was a chilling sensation. He tightened his grip on the sword on his back and stepped into the flow of people. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the pawnshop, behind a half-open window, the shopkeeper quietly watched Lin Chen's retreating figure playing with a copper coin in his hand. The coin flipped between his fingers, and in the sunlight its edge glinted with an unusual dark red hue. The malevolent sword reappears. He murmured, his voice low enough for only himself to hear. This river and lake will not be peaceful again. He flicked the coin up and caught it again. Opening his palm, the coin faced up, and instead of the usual Tongbao inscription it bore a twisted, eerie symbol, as if countless tendrils were entangled together. "Well then." The shopkeeper closed his palm and turned to walk back inside. "I shall watch this play unfold." The window gently closed. On the street Lin Chen's figure had vanished around the corner. He did not know where he was heading, nor did he know that the wooden token inscribed with 17 had another name in the eyes of some: entry ticket. A ticket to the deepest, darkest part of Qingstone town. And at this moment the rusted sword in his arms seemed to tremble slightly. As if sensing something, or perhaps awakening. As if sensing something, or perhaps awakening. At the hour of Z on the 15th night the streets of Xianxia town lay utterly deserted. The night watchman's clapper sounded from afar, and after 3 strikes even that faint noise faded into complete silence. Lin Chen crouched behind a withered tree on the outskirts of the graveyard, having waited for nearly an hour. The night wind howled eerily as it swept through the tombstones among the burial mounds. The moonlight was pallid, casting the crooked grave markers as monstrous shapes lurking in the shadows. The air was thick with the scent of decayed earth and an indescribable rancidness, not the smell of blood but something aged steeped in yin energy. The third old locust tree stood 30 paces ahead. It must have been over a century old, its trunk so thick that 3 men could barely encircle it, yet its branches were sparse as if something had drained its vitality. Beneath the tree stood a figure cloaked in black, motionless as if it were a part of the graveyard itself. Lin Chen took a deep breath, pulled out the wooden token marked 17 from his chest and gripped it tightly. It was time to go. He rose and treaded lightly toward the old locust tree, the dry twigs and leaves beneath his feet crackling softly, the sound piercingly clear in the silent night. The cloaked figure sensed his approach and slowly turned its head. Beneath the hood was a ghastly white mask painted with 2 curved black lines that resembled eyes or a mocking grin. Without a word the masked figure extended a hand, equally pale, palm upward. Lin Chen handed over the wooden token. The figure took it, fingers tracing the number 17 for a moment, then nodded. It stepped aside, revealing an inconspicuous hollow in the tree trunk, a pitch-black opening just large enough for one person to squeeze through. "Go down." The figure's voice was raspy like sandpaper scraping. "Keep walking, don't look back. When you see light you've arrived." Lin Chen glanced at the hollow, hesitated no longer and bent down to crawl inside. The passage was deeper than he had imagined. It slanted downward rather than dropping vertically, and the walls were damp and slippery, coated with moss. Lin Chen had to stoop as he fumbled through the darkness. After about the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, a faint glimmer of light finally appeared ahead. The exit. He quickened his pace, and when he emerged from the hole, the sight before him stole his breath. It was a vast underground chamber. The ceiling soared at least 10 zhang high, studded with countless glowing stones that cast a cold white radiance. The space was circular, roughly 100 zhang in diameter, with a stone platform at the center and stalls densely packed around it. Figures moved amid the shadows. Cultivators in various robes wove through the stalls, their haggling voices murmured conversations and the occasional clash of artifacts blending into a stifling cacophony. The air carried the bitterness of medicinal herbs, the tang of metal, and a faint scent of blood. The lighting here was peculiar. The glowing stones illuminated only limited areas, leaving the spaces between stalls and the corners steeped in thick shadows. And within those shadows Lin Chen could sense many gazes, appraising, greedy, malicious. He tightened the cloth bundle on his back and stepped into the underground black market. The first stall sold bones. Skeletons of various animals, some still bearing flesh, were neatly arranged on animal hides. The vendor, a one-eyed old man, was meticulously scraping the sinew off a leg bone with a small knife. When he noticed Lin Chen looking, he grinned, revealing yellowed teeth. Young friend, fresh black wind tiger bones, top grade for body refinement or medicine. Interested? Lin Chen shook his head and moved on. The following stalls were a motley assortment. There were talismans, but their paper was an unnatural dark red and the runes twisted grotesquely. There were pills in transparent glass bottles, their surfaces coated with a strange greasy sheen. There were artifacts, mostly blades, but their edges bore dark red rust, not unlike the rust on Lin Chen's own sword. Lin Chen stopped at a stall selling maps. 7 or 8 sheepskin maps were spread out, depicting mountains and rivers with certain locations marked by peculiar symbols. One of them showed the southern Qingyun mountain range with a red circle around an area called Blood Maple Forest. How much for this map? Lin Chen asked. The vendor was a middle-aged woman with a veil covering her face, leaving only a pair of narrow eyes visible. She sized Lin Chen up and raised 3 fingers. 3 spirit stones. Too expensive, Lin Chen frowned. Expensive? The woman chuckled. First time here, I take it. The places marked on my map are all good spots. Deep in Blood Maple Forest, an ancient cultivator's cave dwelling was discovered last month. The restrictions are damaged and there might still be treasures untouched. 3 spirit stones for a path to fortune, tell me, is that expensive? Lin Chen paused, then pulled out the pouch of spirit stones manager Wang had given him, poured out 3 and handed them over. The woman took the stones and lightly touched the map with her finger. A faint glow emanated from the red circle, lasting for 3 breaths before fading. The restriction mark lasts only 3 months, she said. Follow the map within that time and you'll find the entrance. After 3 months the light goes out, the cave's restrictions reseal, and whether you can find it again is up to fate. Lin Chen rolled up the map and was about to leave when the woman spoke again. One more piece of advice, young friend, she lowered her voice. In the black market, see little, ask little, and mind your own business. Especially, don't stare at others' belongings for too long. Lin Chen's heart stirred and he followed her gaze to a diagonal stall. There a gaunt old man in a grey robe was staring intently at him, or more precisely at the rusted sword wrapped in cloth on his back. The old man's eyes were small but unervingly bright, like 2 ghostly flames. The moment their eyes met he grinned, revealing a row of jagged blackened teeth. Then he turned and slowly disappeared into the crowd. Old Taoist Zhao, the woman murmured. He deals in Yin items, black-heart and ruthless. You've caught his eye. Good luck to you. Lin Chen nodded silently and merged back into the flow of people. Over the next while he deliberately slowed his pace, weaving through the stalls but always keeping a peripheral watch. Sure enough, the grey-robed figure flickered in and out of sight, trailing him at a distance of 3 to 5 stalls, unhurriedly following. He was being tailed. Lin Chen remained composed and pressed on. He needed to learn more about this black market, its rules, and how to survive here. He saw someone exchange a pouch of spirit stones for a bottle of crimson liquid, after which both parties quickly parted as if they had never met. He saw 2 cultivators arguing over the price of a piece of ore when one suddenly lashed out, striking at the other's neck with a knife hand, but the blade stopped an inch from the skin as a hand covered in scales emerged from the shadows and seized the attacker's wrist. No private fights in the black market. A deep voice came from the shadows. The owner of the hand stepped out slowly, a towering man 8 feet tall, wearing the same ghastly white mask as the one at the entrance, except the black lines on his mask were straight and downward, exuding a murderous aura. The attacking cultivator turned pale, apologized profusely, dropped his spirit stones and fled. The giant scanned the crowd, his gaze pausing on Lin Chen for a moment before he retreated back into the shadows. Rules. Lin Chen took mental note. This was not a lawless place if there were enforcers, or at least those who maintained order. As long as he didn't break the rules, he was safe, at least on the surface. He stopped at a stall selling ancient texts and flipped through a few incomplete cultivation manuals. The vendor, a young man dressed like a scholar, was absorbed in a book and paid Lin Chen no attention. Lin Chen's eyes fell on a thin pamphlet. Discussions on Xianxia. He picked it up and leafed through it. It recorded the types and properties of yin energy and baleful qi along with simple countermeasures. Though basic, it might be useful for his current situation. How much for this? The scholar looked up and adjusted his spectacles. The lenses were ground crystal framed in copper. 2 spirit stones, the scholar said. But it's an incomplete copy, only the first 3 chapters. Lin Chen paid and tucked the pamphlet into his robe. As he was about to leave, the scholar suddenly added, "You have baleful qi on you." Lin Chen froze. "Don't be alarmed," the scholar smiled. "I'm just sensitive to it. In this black market many carry baleful qi, but someone like you, with it coiled inside yet undispersed, is rare." He paused and lowered his voice. "A word of advice: it's best not to let anyone know you possess a special cultivation method or constitution. Especially don't catch the eye of the herbalists." Herbalists. They're cultivators who hunt special constitutions to refine pills, forge artifacts, or sell as materials. The scholar's smile turned cold. "Old Taoist Zhao is one of them. You're already marked." Lin Chen was silent for a moment, then asked, "How do I shake him off?" "2 ways, the scholar held up 2 fingers. "First, leave now, flee Xianxia town before he makes a move and you might have a chance. Second." He pointed toward the center of the black market where the stone platform lay. "Go there and take a mission. The black market's rule: anyone who accepts a blood token mission is under its protection for the duration. No one may attack them, at least not openly. Blood token missions. 3 blood-red wooden tokens are posted on the platform daily, issued by the black market's authorities. Complete any one and you get protection plus a hefty reward. Of course, the price is. Those missions usually demand lives." Lin Chen looked toward the central platform. Indeed, a wooden pole stood at the platform's edge bearing 3 dark red tokens that seemed to drip blood under the cold light. "Thank you." Lin Chen nodded to the scholar and turned toward the platform. He could feel the gaze behind him growing hotter. Old Taoist Zhao was still following. Pushing through the crowded flow, Lin Chen reached the platform. It was about half a man's height, its surface etched with dense runes that glowed faintly. The 3 blood-red tokens hung on the pole, swaying gently in the breeze. He reached out and took down the first token. The token was cold to the touch, inscribed with small black characters, "Blood token Ding No. 17 target reanimated corpse at an abandoned funeral parlor 30 li outside Xianxia town. Requirement: eliminate all reanimated corpses, retrieve the core yin bone. Reward: 50 low-grade spirit stones. Black market protection token. 7 days solo mission. Cultivation recommended at least mid-chi refining stage. A funeral parlor. Reanimated corpses." Clutching the token, Lin Chen's gaze turned toward the black market's exit. At that moment the rusted sword in his bundle trembled ever so slightly, as if in excitement or perhaps hunger. The blood-red wooden token in Lin Chen's hand emanated a faint chill. 50 spirit stones along with 7 days of protection. This reward is quite generous in the black market, but the words "recommended for those at mid-foundation establishment or above" also indicate the danger of the task. Lin Chen did not hesitate. He clutched the token and walked towards a figure in a black robe wearing a faceless mask beside the stone platform. That was the registration point for accepting tasks. The black-robed figure raised his head, the empty eye sockets of the mask staring at Lin Chen. "Dingzi No. 17. Lin Chen handed over the token. The black-robed man took it, using a long needle of indiscernible material to carve a mark on the back of the token. The mark flashed and disappeared into the token. "Before the hour of the rat, return with the yin bone to report." The voice of the black-robed man was like 2 stones rubbing together. "No exceptions for lateness if the task will be voided." Lin Chen nodded, tucking the token into his bosom, and turned to walk towards the exit. He could sense that a gaze like a maggot in his bones momentarily paused when it heard the words "blood order." But it only paused for an instant before reattaching itself, even more fervent and greedy. Zhao Laodao had no intention of giving up. Or rather, a single blood order was not enough to make him relent. Lin Chen remained unperturbed, his step steady as he passed through the crowded stalls. He deliberately took a few detours, lingering briefly at several stalls selling magical artifacts, pretending to browse, but his peripheral vision remained locked on the shadow in gray behind him. The old man was very cunning. He never followed closely, always maintaining a distance of 3 to 5 stalls or blending into the crowd. Yet every time Lin Chen thought he had shaken him off, a glance back would reveal those two ghostly eyes in some shadow. It felt like being targeted by a venomous snake. Lin Chen no longer delayed and headed straight for the exit. The black market had multiple exits. Aside from the tree hole he came through, there were several concealed passages on the other side of the space. He chose the nearest one. It was an upward stone staircase leading to a slightly ajar wooden door. Pushing the door open, the night breeze rushed in. This was the southwestern corner of Xianxia town, in the backyard of an abandoned residence. Half the courtyard wall had collapsed and wild grass grew rampant. Lin Chen confirmed his direction and stepped out towards the town. The streets were silent. The hour of the rat had passed and the entire town was immersed in slumber. Only the occasional barking of dogs or the distant sound of the watchman's clapper reminded that there were still traces of humanity. Lin Chen's footsteps echoed on the bluestone pavement. 1 step, 2 steps. He could hear his own heartbeat, the night wind wailing through the alley, and also, the nearly imperceptible footsteps about 20 paces behind him that seemed to merge with the sound of the wind. The other party had no intention of hiding. Or rather, outside the black market in this desolate place there was no need to conceal anymore. Lin Chen quickened his pace. At the end of this alley was the western gate of the town. Beyond the western gate was the official road leading to the abandoned charity house. On either side of the official road were dense woods which were perfect for killing and also perfect for being killed. The footsteps behind him also quickened. The distance was closing in. 15 steps, 10 steps, 8 steps. Lin Chen suddenly turned around, the rusty sword drawn from his back held firmly in his hand. The sword was still dull, but in the moonlight the dark red rust seemed to flow slowly. The grey-robed old man stopped 5 steps away. He hunched, his back hands gathered in his sleeves, wearing a sinister smile. "Not bad for a little brat, your speed isn't slow." Zhao Laudio's voice was hoarse, "But your vigilance is lacking. I followed you all this way and you only just realized." Lin Chen remained silent, merely tightening his grip on the sword. The malevolent energy within him circulated slowly, flowing through his meridians into his arms and then seeping into the sword. He could feel the rusty sword warming slightly, as if some dormant force was awakening. "Hand over the sword on your back." Zhao Laodao licked his lips. "And the cultivation technique you practice? I am very interested in the technique capable of wielding such a malevolent weapon. Hand it over and I will leave you with your whole corpse." Lin Chen still remained silent. He was calculating the distance, observing the surrounding environment, recalling the combat points that the senior Gu Tsang had mentioned. When facing an opponent of unknown cultivation, the first priority was to probe. So he made his move. Not a charge but a sidestep. His foot pivoted on the ground and his body slipped out at an angle. The rusty sword raised its tip, aimed at Zhao Laudio's left rib. This sword strike was very slow, very steady, without any fancy moves, just the simplest direct thrust. But dark energy coiled around the blade. Zhao Laudio's smile faded. His hand shot out from his sleeve, dry and shriveled like a chicken's claw, yet the nails were pitch black and 3 inches long. He drew his fingers like a blade, slashing at the incoming sword. Nails clashed with the sword's edge. The sound of metal clashing erupted, piercing Lin Chen's eardrums painfully. A tremendous force transmitted from the sword, jolting his hands and nearly causing him to lose grip of the sword. Mid-foundation establishment, no late stage. Lin Chen's heart sank, leveraging the force to retreat and create distance. The opponent's strength and speed far surpassed his own. To clash head-on was utterly hopeless. Ha! Zhao Laodao looked at his pitch-black nails. There was a small crack from which black liquid seeped out. A glint of surprise flashed in his eyes, quickly replaced by a deeper greed. Good sword. Good malevolent energy. He cackled, "This old man will claim it." Before his voice faded he moved. In that moment his hunched form erupted with terrifying speed, like a gray shadow instantly closing in on Lin Chen. The pitch-black claws tore through the air, creating a stench-laden gust directly aiming for Lin Chen's face. Too fast. Lin Chen barely had time to think, instinctively leaning back while slashing the rusty sword towards the opponent's wrist. Zhao Laodao flipped his wrist, transforming his grasp into a slap, hitting the sword's body. Clang! Lin Chen felt an irresistible force surge, propelling him backward, his back crashing heavily into the dirt wall of the alley. The dirt wall collapsed with a loud roar, dust swirling around. A sweetness rose in his throat as blood surged upward. But he bit back the urge, rolling to his feet the moment he landed, the rusty sword crossed before his chest, staring intently at the blurry gray figure amidst the dust. The dust settled. Zhao Laodao stood where Lin Chen had just been, his hands slowly emerging completely from his sleeves. Those hands no longer resembled human hands, nails had grown to half a foot long, glossy black, and the skin on the back of the hands was covered with strange dark blue-black patterns like blood vessels or some kind of runes. You managed to survive 2 of my strikes, little brat, not bad. Zhao Laodao approached step by step, his nails scraping across the ground, producing a nauseating creaking sound. Unfortunately, this is where it ends. He raised his hand, fingers spread wide. 5 streams of dark energy shot from the tips of his nails like 5 venomous snakes, twisting and lunging towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen's pupils constricted. He could feel that the dark energy contained a venomous dead aura more filthy and repulsive than the malevolent energy. Must not touch it, touching it means certain death. He kicked off the broken wall behind him, using the force to leap sideways. The 5 streams of dark energy brushed past the edge of his clothes, striking the half-collapsed dirt wall. Hiss! The bricks and stones seemed to be corroded by strong acid, instantly billowing thick smoke and turning into a pool of black water. Cold sweat beaded on Lin Chen's forehead. This could not continue. The opponent's cultivation experience and methods completely overwhelmed him. Escape. There was no escape. Fight. He couldn't win. Then, there was only the option of risking his life. He took a deep breath, no longer suppressing the malevolent energy within him. In his dantian, that mass of black sword essence began to whirl violently. The malevolent energy flowing through his meridians surged towards his right hand, flowing into the rusty sword. The rusty sword began to tremble. The dark red rust upon it seemed to come alive at that moment, slowly writhing, emanating a dim red glow. At the blade a faint black sword aura flickered uncertainly. Zhao Laodio's eyes sparkled. Yes. Just like that. Let me see how much power your malevolent sword truly possesses. He laughed maniacally, swinging both hands, 10 streams of dark energy crisscrossing, cutting off all of Lin Chen's escape routes. There was nowhere left to hide. Lin Chen closed his eyes. It wasn't surrender, rather in that instant he cast aside all distractions. In his mind only a phrase from Senior Guzan remained in the way of the sword: the foremost importance is the killing intent. With a heart full of killing intent, the sword can kill. Killing intent. The fear of death, the dread of a formidable enemy, the unwillingness towards this world, the anger at his own weakness, all these emotions coiled into one at that moment. Pure, cold and raw, killing intent. He opened his eyes. There was no longer a trace of emotion, only a chilling silence. Then he moved. Not to evade, not to block, but to confront. Confronting those 10 streams of dark energy facing that lethal strike, he stepped forward, the rusty sword held high, piercing straight out. The simplest of actions, the fastest speed, the most resolute intent. The dark energy closed in. Lin Chen did not dodge or evade, but poured all his malevolent energy into the sword. The dark red glow on the rusty sword suddenly surged, the writhing rust seeming to come alive, forming a twisted, grotesque phantom on the sword's body. The sword tip collided with the dark energy. There was no sound. The 10 streams of dark energy upon contact with the rusty sword melted away like ice meeting fire, emitting a hissing sound. Then they vanished into thin air. Zhao Laodio's smile froze on his face. He saw that the rusted speckled sword had already pierced into his chest. He wanted to retreat, but his body felt as if it was pinned down by some invisible force, unable to move. He wanted to block, but as his hands raised halfway, he found the dark energy on his nails dissipating as well. He could only watch helplessly as that sword pierced into his chest. It didn't hurt. It was just cold. Then there was endless darkness. Lin Chen withdrew the sword. Blood gushed forth, splattering all over him. The warm metallic liquid brought him slightly back from that icy killing intent. Zhao Laodio's corpse slowly fell, his eyes wide open, filled with disbelief. He was dead. Lin Chen gripped the sword, standing in place, gasping for breath. His palm was torn, blood flowing down the sword handle. The malevolent energy in him had been consumed nearly halfway, and his meridians throbbed painfully. But he was still alive. He had killed a person. His first kill. There was no disgust as he had imagined, no fear as he had anticipated. Only a cold, hollow calm and exhaustion from surviving a disaster. He looked down at Zhao Laodio's corpse. There was a fist-sized hole in the old man's chest, transparent from front to back. The edges of the wound displayed a strange charred color as if burned by flames or corroded by something. Malevolent energy. Lin Chen could feel the remaining malevolent energy at the wound was frantically devouring the corpse's vitality. In just a few breaths the corpse began to shrivel, turning black, eventually transforming into a puddle of black water seeping into the soil. Not even bones remained. Only a gray robe, a pair of shoes and a palm-sized black cloth bag were left behind. Lin Chen bent down to pick up the cloth bag. It felt heavy in his hand, embroidered with a twisted pattern resembling countless faces entangled together. He tried to probe inside with his divine sense but was blocked by a layer of restriction. A cultivator's storage bag. He tucked the cloth bag into his bosom, then checked the gray robe. The inner side of the robe was embroidered with a few small characters like some kind of mark, but Lin Chen could not understand them. Finally he looked at the pair of shoes. The soles were caked with mud, and in the mud were a few dark red items resembling maple leaves. Lin Chen squatted down, pinching up one of the leaves. It was already dried up, but the shape was quite unique, 3 lobes with fine serrated edges, the veins dark red, glinting with a strange metallic sheen under the moonlight. This is blood maple leaf. A specialty of the blood maple forest 30 miles outside Xianxia town. Zhao Laodao had been to the blood maple forest. Or rather, he had recently visited. Lin Chen stood up, looking towards the town's exterior. The abandoned charity house was in that direction. And the blood maple forest was also in that direction. Was it a coincidence? He tightened his grip on the rusty sword, the dark red rust on the blade seeming to breathe under the moonlight. The night wind swept through the alley, carrying the distant barking of dogs. When Lin Chen returned to the abandoned courtyard, the eastern sky was already tinged with the pale light of dawn. He removed his blood-stained robe, stuffed it into a withered well in the corner, and took out another set of clean coarse cloth garments from his bundle to change into. Drawing half a bucket of water from the icy well, he meticulously washed his face and hands, then wiped the rusted sword clean. The bloodstains on the blade came off easily, but the dark red rust seemed even more vivid than before. After finishing all this, Lin Chen took out the black cloth pouch left by old Taoist Zhao from his bosom. The pouch was no larger than a palm, yet it felt heavy. The embroidered pattern of twisted faces on it appeared even more eerie in the morning light. Those contorted visages seemed to be crying and laughing at once. He sat down cross-legged, placing the pouch on his palm. His spiritual sense extended once more, cautiously probing the seal at the pouch's opening. That barrier was tenacious, like an invisible wall blocking his spiritual sense. Lin Chen frowned. At his current stage, merely at the initial level of qi refining, his spiritual sense was still feeble. It was nearly impossible to forcibly break the seal left by a cultivator at the later stage of qi refining. But leaving it untouched was not an option either. Who knew if the pouch contained tracking marks or something else? As he hesitated, the rusted sword in his bosom suddenly trembled lightly. A faint stream of consciousness traveled through the sword's hilt into his palm and surged into his sea of consciousness. Release your spiritual sense, let me handle it. It was the voice of the ancient elder Gutsang. Though still weak, it had apparently recovered slightly from its slumber. Lin Chen's heart steadied as he immediately relaxed his mind, ceding control of his spiritual sense to that foreign consciousness. The next moment he saw it. Not with his eyes, but through a more profound perception. A dark red sword, intent finer than a strand of hair, emerged from between his brows and gently tapped the seal on the pouch. There was no collision, no impact. The seal, upon contact with the sword intent, melted and dissipated silently like snow meeting a blazing sun. The entire process lasted less than a breath, so fast that Lin Chen didn't even see what happened. The mouth of the pouch loosened. The rest, handle it yourself. Gu Tsang's voice faded again, clearly drained by that effort. Lin Chen withdrew his mind, took a deep breath and extended his spiritual sense into the pouch. The space inside was larger than he had imagined. Roughly the size of half a room, it was filled with a jumble of items. The most abundant were dark red ores, each the size of a fist, covered in honeycomb-like pores and exuding a faint bloody scent. These were blood marrow ores, common materials for crafting demonic artifacts. Besides the ores, there were over a dozen bottles of pills. The bottles had no labels, and Lin Chen dared not open them recklessly. In the corner lay a few stained dharma robes, several oddly shaped daggers, and over a dozen low-grade spirit stones. Lin Chen took out the spirit stones and roughly counted them, 37 in total. Adding the 3 given by shopkeeper Wang, he now had a fortune of 40 low-grade spirit stones. Yet he felt no joy. For at the very bottom of the pouch he discovered a stack of papers. They were not ordinary paper, but parchment made from animal hide, yellowed at the edges, clearly aged. The parchment was tied with a thin hemp cord covered in dense script written in dark red ink. Lin Chen took out the parchment and unrolled it. The first sheet was a map. It was crudely drawn but recognizable as the terrain of Greenstone Town and its surroundings. A red circle was marked at the town's southwest corner with 2 characters beside it, entrance. The second sheet was a list. It bore over a dozen names, each followed by age, birth date and time, and a check or cross mark. Lin Chen scanned it quickly, his heartbeat suddenly quickening. He recognized 3 names on the list. All were residents of Greenstone Town, the youngest son of Butcher Wong, the sickly boy of Widow Li, and the young waiter at the East Street Tea House. Behind each of these 3 names was a vivid red cross. The last name had no mark beside it, it was blank. That name was Lin Xianxia. Her birth data indicated she was 7 years old. The third parchment was a fragment of a cultivation technique. Lin Chen felt a chill creeping up his spine after reading just a few lines. This cultivation manual detailed the crafting of a sinister pill called the Blood Infant Pill, using living souls as a guide and the essence blood of virgin boys and girls as a medium. Consuming this pill could forcibly break through the bottleneck of Foundation establishment, but the cost was being eternally haunted by the lingering souls within the pill, gradually losing one's sanity and ultimately degenerating into a mindless killing machine. The fourth sheet was a portrait. It depicted a figure in a black robe, face hidden by a hood, features obscured. Beside the portrait was a line of small text: every 15th at midnight, the usual place. The usual place. Lin Chen jerked his head up. Today was the 15th. Last night at midnight he had entered the black market at the mass grave. An old Taoist Zhao had also set his sights on him at that time. Coincidence? No. Lin Chen refolded the parchment, his fingers whitening from the pressure. These fragments pieced together pointed to a truth that sent chills down one's spine: the monthly disappearances in Xianxia town were no accident. They were organized, calculated. Sacrifices. Old Taoist Zhao was one of the executors, or rather one of the herbalists. His task was to scout for suitable materials, children with special birth dates and times or unique constitutions. And all those who vanished went to the same place. The abandoned funeral parlor. Or rather the underground beneath it. What do you plan to do? Gu Tsang's voice sounded again, even weaker than before. Lin Chen was silent. His first instinct was to leave. Leave Xianxia town immediately, far from this trouble. He had already obtained the blood token mission, completing it would grant him 7 days of sanctuary. 7 days was enough to flee 1,000 miles away. But he looked down at the list. The 3 characters Lin Xiaoya stabbed into his eyes like needles. 7 years old. The same age as his sister when she died. If I don't intervene? Lin Chen asked quietly, as if asking Gu Tsang or himself what will happen to her. Gu Tsang did not answer immediately. After a long while the faint voice finally spoke slowly. The refining of the blood infant pill requires 14 consecutive days. Extracting living souls and essence blood with secret arts. The process is worse than death. Finally. Soul scattering. Not even a chance for reincarnation. Lin Chen closed his eyes. He could feel something churning in his chest, burning so hot it seemed to sear through his reason. Was it anger? Was it pity? Or was it something more complex he couldn't quite name? I saw it. He opened his eyes, his voice terrifyingly calm. I saw Butcher Wong crying at the street corner holding his son's clothes. I saw Widow Li going to the city god temple every day to burn incense, praying to the Bodhisattva for her son's safety. I saw the young waiter at the tea house smiling as he told me he'd go back to marry the girl in the next village once he saved enough money. He paused. They know nothing. They are just ordinary people. Gu Tsang was silent. Senior. Lin Chen said, teach me the soul search art. What? Old Taoist Zhao's body has dissolved, but his remnant soul should still be nearby. Lin Chen looked into the depths of the alley. Teach me the soul search art. I need to know where their base is, how many there are, and when the next sacrifice is. Gu Tsang was silent even longer this time. The art of soul searching defies the heavens and damages the caster's mind. And what about standing by? Lin Chen asked. Watching a 7-year-old child be refined into a pill, doesn't that defy the heavens? Gu Tsang fell silent. Enough. After a long time the voice spoke again, tinged with weariness. "I'll teach you. From the sword prison demon refining art. There is a soul-guiding sword seal. It can pull remnant souls. Read memory fragments. But remember. Do not indulge. Do not use it excessively." An obscure incantation accompanied by several energy circulation diagrams surged into Lin Chen's sea of consciousness. Lin Chen sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to comprehend. This technique was not complex, its core was using demonic energy as a guide to condense a sword seal within the sea of consciousness, using the seal's power to forcibly pull and suppress remnant souls reading their memory fragments. But as Gutsong said, this art was perilous. One misstep could lead to backlash from the resentment and obsession within the remnant souls, resulting in mental damage at best or a demonic deviation at worst. Yet he had no choice. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Lin Chen opened his eyes. He bit his index finger and drew a twisted sigil on his palm with his blood. The moment the sigil was complete, the surrounding temperature plummeted and a faint visible gray-black mist permeated the air. That was the remnant soul fragments. Old Taoist Zhao had died too quickly, his soul hadn't fully dissipated before being eroded by the demonic energy, shattering into countless fragments scattered around. Lin Chen aimed the sigil on his palm at the mist. "Guide." As he uttered the single word, the mist suddenly surged, transforming into a thin stream that flowed into the sigil on his palm. Countless fragmented images, sounds and emotions like a burst dam flooded into his sea of consciousness. A dim cellar walls hung with torture instruments. The wails of children so piercing they made one's scalp tingle. A black-robed figure back turned to him, voice hoarse, "The materials this time are good, the master will be pleased." A blood-colored formation slowly rotating on a stone platform. A map unfurled, marked with over a dozen red dots. Xianxia town was just one of them. Finally a sentence like a curse or the activation code for a ritual. "With blood as the guide, with soul as the offering, humbly invite the sacred infant to descend." Lin Chen grunted, his face instantly turning deathly pale. The resentment, fear and despair contained in those memory fragments were like dull blades churning wildly in his sea of consciousness. He felt nauseous, wanted to vomit, his head felt like it was splitting. But he held on stubbornly. Only when the last wisp of mist was absorbed into the sigil did he collapse to the ground, gasping for air, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He had seen it. Beneath the abandoned funeral parlor lay a vast underground palace. That was their base and the site of the sacrifices. The next sacrifice was tonight at midnight. The sacrifice target was Lin Xiaoya. And presiding over the sacrifice was a black-robed figure, the master in old Taoist Zhao's memories, whose cultivation was at least at the foundation establishment stage. Foundation establishment. After qi refining came foundation establishment. A foundation establishment cultivator could easily crush 10 later-stage qi refining cultivators. The gap was too vast. Lin Chen lay on the ground, watching the sky gradually brighten. Morning light streamed through the dilapidated eaves, falling on his face warm in a way that felt unreal. He could choose to leave. Leave now without looking back. No one would blame him, no one would even know he had been here. But some things once seen could never be unseen. Like when he saw his sister's body. Like when he saw that 7-year-old name on the list. Lin Chen slowly sat up, stowing the parchment in storage pouch. He picked up the rusty sword, wiping the blade with his sleeve. The sword was cold. But his heart was colder. "Senior," he said. "I want to try." Gutsong didn't ask what he wanted to try, but was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "This journey is a path of no return. I know. You might die. I know. Even so. You still go." Lin Chen gripped the sword hilt and stood up. The morning light fell upon him, casting a long shadow that stretched into the darkness at the end of the alley. "Someone has to do it," he said. "If I dare not even try, then this sword is truly just a piece of scrap metal." He said no more. He just walked step by step, carrying the sword on his back, heading out of town. Behind him the abandoned dwelling gradually faded into the morning mist. And the road ahead was still long. And very dark. 30 miles outside of Xianxia town, an abandoned benevolent hall. Though called a benevolent hall, it is actually a graveyard that has been deserted for countless years. The crumbling walls have collapsed more than half, revealing the crooked graves and a few leaning tiled houses inside. In the center of the yard stands a dead old locust tree with a slanted wooden sign nailed to its trunk. The writing on it has become indistinct, only the outlines of the characters benevolent and hall can barely be recognized. It is dusk and the afterglow of the setting sun dyes the entire graveyard a sickly bloodred. Lin Chen squats in a patch of wild grass 100 steps away from the benevolent hall, having observed for an hour. There is no movement. No birds chirping, no insects buzzing, and even the wind seems to have avoided this area. The silence is terrifying, eerily abnormal. He looks down at the map in his hand. This is the map from Zhao Laudio's storage bag, which details the internal structure of the benevolent hall. The front yard is where the corpses are stored. The backyard contains a few tiled houses for the gravekeeper, and beneath the houses lies a secret passage leading to an underground palace. The entrance to the secret passage is in the dry well in the backyard. Lin Chen puts away the map and takes a deep breath. The killing intent flows slowly within him, suppressing his body temperature and breath to the lowest point. This is a little technique he has gleaned from the sword prison refining killing art these past few days. The killing intent inherently possesses the qualities of devouring and obliterating, making it remarkably effective for concealing one's presence. He stands up like a shadow, silently approaching the benevolent hall. He climbs over the collapsed wall and lands inside the yard. A strong foul odor mixed with mold wafts toward him. Lin Chen furrows his brow, his gaze sweeping around. Scattered in the yard are several dilapidated coffins, some already rotting, exposing the white bones within. More grave mounds are overgrown with grass taller than a person, swaying in the evening breeze as if something is writhing within. Lin Chen grips the hilt of his sword and walks toward the backyard. Beneath his feet lies a thick layer of fallen leaves and dry branches crackling underfoot. He walks carefully, slowly, with his ears perked, catching any hint of unusual sounds. But there is nothing. Too quiet. Unnaturally quiet. According to Zhao Laudio's memory, there should at least be a night watchman or patrolling corpse puppets here. Yet along the way he hasn't seen a single ghostly figure. Until he approaches the few tiled houses in the backyard. When he is about 10 steps away from the nearest house, Lin Chen stops. He sees it. Beneath the eaves of the tiled house in the shadows stands a figure. No, that is not a human. The creature is dressed in tattered black clothing, its body stiff like a wooden stake with a grayish-blue face, and its eye sockets devoid of eyeballs, only two flickering green flames dancing within. Its hands hang at its sides with long black nails stained with dried blood. A corpse puppet. A failed product of refinement, devoid of intelligence, attacking living beings solely on instinct. But this one clearly bears some kind of restriction, remaining motionless at the moment as if in suspended animation. Lin Chen holds his breath and slowly retreats. He plans to bypass it. But just as his left foot lifts, preparing to retreat, the corpse puppet beneath the eaves suddenly turns its head sharply. Those two flickering green flames lock onto him. Roar, a low growl that does not sound human rolls out from the corpse puppet's throat. In the next moment it moves. Astonishingly fast. The distance of 10 steps is covered in an instant. The dark claws tear through the air, aiming straight for Lin Chen's face. Lin Chen's pupils contract sharply, his body instinctively leaning back. He swings the rusty sword, slashing toward the wrist of the corpse puppet. Clang! Claws collide with the sword edge, sparking a shower of sparks. So hard. Lin Chen feels a numbness in his arm, his whole body shaken back 3 steps. The corpse puppet, however, merely sways and then pounces again. This time it strikes with both hands, 10 claws resembling daggers enveloping all vital points of Lin Chen's upper body. He cannot take it heeding. Lin Chen sidesteps, his body sliding to narrowly evade this grasp. The claws brush past his clothing, tearing a few threads. He counters with a sword, striking the back of the corpse puppet. Hiss, the sword tip penetrates 3 inches into flesh, but it feels as though he has struck damp leather with immense resistance. Even more bizarrely, no blood flows from the wound, only a strong nauseating stench of decay. The corpse puppet in pain lets out an angry roar, suddenly turning around and sweeping a claw. Lin Chen withdraws his sword in a hurry, but he is still a moment too late. The claws graze his left arm, leaving 3 bloody gashes. As blood splatters, the green flames in the corpse puppet's eyes surge violently. It seems to have been provoked, moving faster, more ferociously and more wildly. Its claws swirled in a dense flurry, forcing Lin Chen to retreat continuously, narrowly avoiding danger. This cannot go on. The corpse puppet feels no pain, no fatigue, and if this drags on, it will surely be him who dies. He must end this swiftly. A glint of determination flashes in Lin Chen's eyes as he stops dodging and confronts the dual claws of the corpse puppet with a thrust of his sword. The sword tip targets the heart of the claw. With a soft thud, the rusty sword pierces through the corpse puppet's palm, emerging from the back of its hand. But the corpse puppet seems unfazed as the other claw has already grasped Lin Chen's chest. Instead of retreating, Lin Chen lunges forward, crashing into the corpse puppet's embrace. Pooh! The other hand of the corpse puppet drives its 5 fingers deep into Lin Chen's left shoulder. A sharp pain shoots through him and Lin Chen lets out a muffled groan, yet he grits his teeth, gripping the sword tightly, twisting fiercely within the corpse puppet's body. The killing intent erupts. The black killing intent surges along the sword blade into the body of the corpse puppet as if scalding hot magma poured into ice water. The corpse puppet emits a soul-piercing shriek, its body convulsing violently, the green flames in its eyes flickering erratically. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen withdraws the rusty sword and slashes backward. With a crunch, the corpse puppet's head flies off, rolling into the grass. The headless body stands rigid for a moment, convulses a few times, and then collapses to the ground with a crash. From the wound, black liquid oozes out, sizzling as it corroded the ground. Lin Chen staggers back, leaning against a withered tree, gasping for breath. The wound on his left shoulder is deep, with 5 blood holes oozing blood. He tears off a piece of his clothing, hastily bandaging himself, then pulls out a healing pill from his pocket. This was found in Zhao Laudio's storage bag. He dares not take more and only holds half of it in his mouth. The pill dissolves instantly, a cool medicinal power spreads, temporarily suppressing the pain. But Lin Chen's complexion does not improve. Because just during the brief moment of battle he saw it. Under the eaves of the tiled houses in the backyard, shadows flicker with 2 more green flames. Then a third pair, a fourth pair. A total of 5 corpse puppets emerge from the shadows surrounding him. Their movements are synchronized, the green flames in their eye sockets flickering, fixating on Lin Chen, or rather on the blood seeping from his left shoulder wound. This is troublesome. Lin Chen smiles bitterly. 1 corpse puppet he can manage despite his injuries. 5. He tightens his grip on the sword and the killing intent flows once more. But this time the flow slows significantly. The previous battle has drained too much. The 5 corpse puppets move simultaneously. They do not roar or make unnecessary movements, only advancing with stiff yet swift steps, charging from 5 different directions. 10 dark claws seal off all avenues of escape for Lin Chen. A dead end. Lin Chen takes a deep breath, his eyes suddenly turning cold. Then. He will break through. He moves. Not retreating but charging forward. Rushing towards the corpse puppet directly ahead, the rusty sword held horizontally, black energy swirling around the blade, resembling a black lightning bolt. Clang. The sword claws collide, sending sparks flying. Lin Chen's hand cracks, blood flowing down the sword handle. But he disregards it, leveraging the rebound force, twisting his body, the sword edge sweeping sideways, slashing at the neck of the corpse puppet lunging from the left. Crunch, another head flies off. But at the same time the claws of the other 3 corpse puppets have reached his back. There is no avoiding it. Lin Chen grits his teeth, preparing to take it heed. Just then, hum. The rusty sword in his hand suddenly begins to tremble violently. The dark red rust seems to come alive at this moment, writhing madly on the blade. A chilling, violent killing intent, as if it seeks to devour everything, surges from the sword. The killing intent, as if tangible, transforms into a circle of dark red ripples spreading outwards, with Lin Chen at its center. The ripples sweep across. The 3 corpse puppets that had rushed forward suddenly freeze in their movements. The green flames in their eyes flicker wildly, as if encountering a natural enemy filled with fear. The next second the 3 corpse puppets leap backward in unison, their speed contrasting sharply with their previous rigidity. They are afraid. Lin Chen is taken aback. He looks down at the rusty sword in his hand. The rust on the blade is now glowing with a dark red hue. The light ebbs and flows as if breathing. And more strangely, the rust seems to be a bit more vibrant. As if it is absorbing something. Lin Chen suddenly understands. It is the killing intent. No, not entirely the killing intent. It is the yin energy, dead energy and resentment energy from these corpse puppets. All the energies related to death and negativity are the sword's nourishment. It can devour these things. Just like before in the black market it devoured Zhao Laudio's dark energy. No, it's different. Against Zhao Laudao it merely suppressed. Against these corpse puppets it is longing. Lin Chen can distinctly feel a kind of almost greedy thrum emanating from the sword. It is hungry. It wants to consume these corpse puppets, to devour the yin energy and dead energy within them. Interesting. Gu Tsang's weak voice resonates in his mind. It seems your understanding of it is still too limited. Lin Chen has no time to ponder further. Because those three corpse puppets, after a brief moment of fear, the green flames in their eyes stabilize once more. They seem to realize that this human, although holding something terrifying, is very weak. Thus they charge forward again. But this time Lin Chen does not dodge. He raises his sword. Not to stab, not to slash, but to hold it horizontally in front of him, the sword tip angled toward the ground. Then he channels all the killing intent within him. The black killing intent flows along his meridians into the sword, merging with the dark red killing intent within the blade. The rusty sword begins to tremble violently, emitting a deep resonant hum as if it originates from ancient times. The humming grows louder and sharper. Finally it transforms into an invisible ripple violently spreading outward from Lin Chen. The ripple sweeps across. The three charging corpse puppets freeze once more. Then the green flames in their eye sockets begin to extinguish. Like candles blown out by the wind, they dim little by little. As the green flames extinguish, their bodies seem to have all their strength drained, collapsing limply to the ground, transforming into 3 puddles of foul black water. Along with the previous 2 headless corpse puppets, a total of 5 puddles of black water hiss under the moonlight, seeping into the earth. The yard returns to silence. Lin Chen leans on his sword, kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath. That last sword strike drained all the killing intent from his body and his strength. He currently lacks the strength to stand, barely propping himself up with the sword to avoid collapsing. But he is still alive. He has won. Though the victory is inexplicable and fortunate, it is still a victory. He raises his head, gazing at the dark well in the backyard. The well's opening is pitch black, like a giant mouth waiting to devour. And he knows that the real danger lies beneath. Rest. For a stick of incense. Gu Tsang's voice grows even weaker. There's something more troublesome below. Lin Chen nods, sitting cross-legged to begin regulating his breathing. The night wind sweeps through the desolate graves, causing the withered grass to rustle. Under the moonlight, the rusty sword lies quietly on his knee, the dark red rust on the blade seeming to flow slowly in the night. As if breathing. As if anticipating something. After a stick of incense, Lin Chen opened his eyes. The malevolent energy within him had recovered by 30%, and the wound on his left shoulder had stopped bleeding due to the dual effects of the medicinal pill and the malevolent energy, yet it still throbbed with a piercing pain. He tore off a relatively clean piece of his garment to tightly bandage the wound again, then shoved the remaining half of the medicinal pill into his mouth. Only after doing all this did he stand up and look towards the dry well in the backyard. The well's mouth was partially covered by several stone slabs with dark green moss growing around the edges. Lin Chen walked over and pried open the stone slabs with the tip of his sword, and a stronger stench rushed out, accompanied by the unique cold damp air from the depths of the earth. He leaned over to look down. The well was deep with no bottom in sight, only a thick darkness. Several rusty nails were hammered into the well wall, with a piece of old hemp rope hanging from them, dangling deep into the darkness. This was the entrance. Lin Chen did not hesitate, he grabbed the hemp rope and jumped into the well. His body slid down the rope, scraping against the rough stones of the well wall. In the darkness there was only the sound of the rope scraping against the well wall and the increasingly heavy beating of his heart. After descending for about 10 zhang, his feet suddenly landed on solid ground. He let go of the rope and stood on the damp ground. This was a natural cave, not very spacious, barely able to accommodate 4 or 5 people standing. The cave walls were wet, dripping with water droplets, and a rich smell of blood pervaded the air. He raised his head and looked ahead. At the end of the cave there was a stone door. The door was dark green, seemingly carved from a single block of stone, and its surface was covered with dense, intricate runes. Those runes were dark red, glowing faintly in the darkness as if written in blood, exuding an eerie aura. The door was not locked, but Lin Chen could feel a powerful restriction affixed to it. He stepped forward and placed his hand on the stone door. It felt icy and piercing, as if he were pressing against a block of ice. The runes on the stone door seemed to sense the presence of a living person, suddenly lighting up, the red glow swirling, and a repelling force surged forth, attempting to force his hand away. Lin Chen did not force his way through. He closed his eyes and recalled the method of opening the door used by the figure in black robes from the fragments of Zhao Laodio's memories. Then he bit his left hand's index finger, using blood as ink, and drew several twisted symbols at specific locations on the stone door. As the last symbol was drawn, the red light on the stone door suddenly extinguished. With a soft click, the stone door slid open slightly. Behind the door was a staircase leading downward. The staircase was steep, extending deep into the earth. Every 10 steps along the walls on both sides there was a torch, but the flames burning were not normal, instead they were a ghostly green fire that did not flicker, casting an eerie light throughout the passage. Lin Chen gripped his sword tightly and stepped onto the staircase. The sound of his footsteps echoed in the narrow passage, hollow and disquieting. He descended step by step, and the smell of blood grew stronger the further down he went, thick enough to almost solidify, invading his nostrils and lungs. The passage was long, taking half a stick of incense before it finally opened up before him. This was a vast underground palace. The dome was 5 or 6 zhang high, half-circular and painted with dark red pigment depicting twisted patterns, countless grimacing ghost faces in tangled tentacles, and some utterly incomprehensible bizarre symbols. In the center of the underground palace was a circular stone platform about 3 zhang square with a massive intricate formation carved into its surface. The formation was blood-colored. It was not paint but real, still fresh blood. The blood flowed slowly within the grooves of the formation like a living thing, emitting a strong stench and spiritual energy. Lin Chen's pupils suddenly constricted, because he saw that at each corner of the stone platform knelt a child. 2 boys and 2 girls, the oldest no more than 10 years old and the youngest only 6 or 7. They wore thin coarse clothing, their hands tied behind their backs, rags stuffed in their mouths, their faces streaked with tears and fear. But they did not struggle or move, merely kneeling there like puppets, their eyes vacant as if their souls had been drawn out. In the very center of the stone platform a girl was bound. She wore a red jacket, her hair styled into 2 pigtails with red ribbons, her small face pale, her eyes wide open without tears, only an almost numb tranquility. Lin Xianxia. The last name on the list. She was still alive. But worse than death. Because Lin Chen saw that on her wrists were cuts, blood dripping down from the wounds, each drop falling into a groove in the center of the stone platform. That groove connected to the entire formation. Her blood was the catalyst that maintained the formation's operation. And in each corner of the underground palace sat a figure in black robes, meditating. They were motionless like statues, but Lin Chen could feel the aura emanating from them, an aura of latest qi, refining, even stronger than Zhao Laodao. It was very quiet in the underground palace. Only the drip of blood falling and the subtle crackling sound of the torches burning could be heard. Lin Chen hid in the shadows at the entrance of the passage, completely still. He was waiting. Waiting for the master to appear. According to Zhao Laodao's memory, the sacrifice must begin at midnight, and the one presiding over the sacrifice must be the black-robed figure in the foundation establishment stage. There was still a quarter of an hour until midnight. Time passed second by second. The smell of blood in the underground palace grew stronger, and the formation on the stone platform brightened. The 4 black-robed figures remained motionless, and the 5 children on the stone platform were also still, as if time had frozen here. Until, dong. A dull bell toll rang out from an unknown source, echoing in the underground palace. Midnight had arrived. At the end of the underground palace a stone door slid open silently. A figure in a large black robe slowly walked in. He moved slowly and steadily, each step seeming to fall in a specific rhythm. The hood of the black robe was pulled low, obscuring most of his face, revealing only a gaunt chin and a few strands of gray-white beard. He walked up to the stone platform and stopped. Then he raised his head. Beneath the hood was an aged face. The wrinkles were deep as if carved by a knife, but those eyes were frighteningly bright, like 2 points of ghost fire radiating a non-human icy light in the dim green glow. The time has come. His voice was hoarse like sandpaper rubbing together, echoing in the underground palace. I invite the Holy Infant to partake of the blood feast. With that he raised both hands, forming a bizarre hand seal. The formation on the stone platform suddenly erupted with blinding red light. The 4 black-robed figures simultaneously rose, chanting in unison, each unleashing a stream of black energy into the formation. The operation of the formation accelerated, and the blood in the grooves flowed violently, making a whoosh sound. In the center of the stone platform, Lin Xiaoya's wound on her wrist suddenly expanded, blood gushing out like a stream falling into the groove. Her body trembled violently, her small face turning pale from blood loss, but her eyes remained wide open, fixed on the twisted patterns on the dome. As if waiting for something. Or perhaps, welcoming something. Lin Chen knew he could not wait any longer. He took a deep breath and stepped out of the shadows. The sound of his footsteps was particularly clear in the silent underground palace. The 4 black-robed figures turned their heads simultaneously, 4 cold gazes locking onto him. The master in front of the stone platform also slowly turned around, his ghostly fire-like eyes meeting Lin Chen's across a distance of 10 zhang. Who goes there? The master's voice was emotionless, as if asking something trivial. Just passing through, Lin Chen replied. Passing through. The master laughed, the sound dry like the rustling of withered leaves. Those who pass through here are all dead. Perhaps today will be different. Lin Chen tightened his grip on the sword. The master said nothing further. He merely waved his hand lightly. The four black-robed figures moved simultaneously. They did not waste words or test him. Their first move was a killing strike. Four streams of black energy shot from four directions, intertwining in midair to form a massive net descending upon Lin Chen. Instead of retreating, Lin Chen advanced. He took a step forward, swinging his rusty sword. The black malevolent energy surged from the sword, transforming into a crescent-shaped sword light meeting the black energy net. Sizzle, the sword light collided with the net, producing a sound like fabric tearing. The black energy net was cut open, but its momentum did not diminish as it continued to descend toward Lin Chen. Lin Chen crouched down, slipping through the gap beneath the net while simultaneously thrusting the sword at the nearest black-robed figure. That figure did not dodge or evade, raising a hand to strike. The wind from the strike reeked of death, carrying a strong aura of malice. The sword and palm collided. With a muffled bang, Lin Chen was knocked back 3 steps, his palm splitting, blood flowing freely. The black-robed figure merely swayed slightly, a shallow cut appearing on his palm. Early stage of chi refining. A glimmer of surprise flashed in the black-robed figure's eyes, followed by a thick mockery. With this level of cultivation, you dare to come here to seek death? Lin Chen said nothing, only raised his sword again. He knew he could not win. He struggled against one latest-stage chi refining practitioner, and against 4, there was simply no chance of victory. But he had not come to win. He had come to buy time. He looked towards the stone platform. The formation was still operating, the red light growing ever brighter. Lin Xiaoya's face had turned as white as paper, her breathing weak to the point of being barely perceptible. If this continued, within no time she would bleed to death. And the formation on the stone platform seemed to have reached a critical moment. The blood in the grooves began to boil, bubbling up, blood bubbles. The bubbles burst, releasing a thick fog of blood that coalesced above the underground palace, gradually forming a vague outline of a baby. The outline was writhing, growing. It was absorbing the blood mist, the spiritual energy from the formation, and the lives of the 5 children. Do not let it take shape. Gu Tsang's voice echoed in his mind, unusually urgent. That is the prototype of the blood infant. Once it takes shape, below the foundation establishment stage, no one can stop it. Lin Chen gritted his teeth. He no longer held back, pouring all the malevolent energy in his body into the sword. The rusty sword began to tremble violently, the dark red rust writhing frantically, and unprecedented dark red light burst forth from the sword. The brilliance was so intense that it even overshadowed the red light emitted by the formation, casting the entire underground palace in an eerie dark red hue. The expressions of the 4 black-robed figures changed simultaneously. That sword, one of them exclaimed. It's a cursed weapon. Another's eyes gleamed with greed. Master, this sword, capture it. The master spoke indifferently, his voice finally carrying a hint of fluctuation. I want both the living and the sword. The 4 black-robed figures no longer held back, attacking all at once. This time they did not use black energy for long-range attacks, but closed in for melee combat. 8 pitch-black claws reached for Lin Chen from 4 directions, sealing off all his escape routes. Desperate situation. But Lin Chen smiled. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He no longer dodged or blocked, instead he condensed all his strength, all his malevolent energy, and all his killing intent into the tip of his sword. Then he thrust the sword towards the formation on the stone platform. Not toward the black-robed figures, not toward the master, but toward the outline of the blood infant that was about to take shape. Seeking death. The master's expression finally changed. He could no longer care about wanting the living. Raising both hands, 2 streams of pitch-black energy rushed forth, crashing towards Lin Chen's back. But it was already too late. The tip of the rusty sword had already pierced into the blood mist. The dark red sword light collided with the crimson blood mist. There was no sound. Only a strange, almost world-tearing zzz sound. The blood mist surged wildly, and the blood infant's outline let out a sharp, inhuman shriek. That shriek was filled with pain, filled with anger, filled with a primal fear. It was afraid of this sword. In the next moment the dark red sword light exploded violently. Like a demonic flower blooming in the darkness, ripples of dark red spread outward in a ring, instantly engulfing the entire underground palace. Wherever the ripples went, the blood mist dissolved, the formation dimmed, and the blood in the groove ceased to flow. The red light on the stone platform extinguished. Lin Xiaoya's wound on her wrist stopped bleeding. The underground palace was eerily silent. The 4 black-robed figures froze mid-attack, suspended in midair. Their eyes widened in disbelief, their faces filled with incredulity. The master stood still, and for the first time a look of emotion appeared on his hooded face, shock, anger, and a hint of fear that even he had not noticed. Lin Chen leaned on the sword, kneeling on one knee on the stone platform. He was covered in blood, his left shoulder wound bursting open again, blood staining half of his body. The malevolent energy within him had been completely depleted, and he barely had the strength to hold the sword. But he was still standing. No, he was kneeling. But he was still alive. He raised his head to look at the master, smiled weakly, revealing a blood-stained grin. The formation seems to be broken. The master said nothing. He slowly raised his hand and removed his hood, revealing a pale, gaunt, wrinkled face and those eyes, now burning with furious flames like ghost fire. "You are good," he said slowly. "I will let you know what it means, to wish you were dead." The voice of the master echoed in the crypt, cold as if it came from the depths of the underworld. The four figures in black robes snapped back to reality, their astonishment rapidly transforming into fury. They had been outmaneuvered by a mere junior in the early stages of chi refinement who had brazenly broken the blood sacrifice formation that the master had spent months setting up. This was a humiliation. Blood must be used to cleanse this disgrace. "Kill him!" One of the black-robed figures shouted angrily, charging forward first. His speed was faster than before, with black energy swirling around his hands, and his nails had grown to half a foot long, aiming directly for Lin Chen's throat. The other three also attacked simultaneously, sealing off all escape routes for Lin Chen from 3 directions. A dead end within a dead end. Yet Lin Chen knelt on the stone platform, unmoving. He merely lowered his head, gazing at the rusted sword in his hand. The dark red rust on the blade was now visibly writhing and spreading. The rust seemed to come alive, creeping along the hilt up to his hand and wrist. Cold. Piercingly cold. Then came the excruciating pain. It felt like countless needles piercing through the places where the rust had crawled, stabbing into his skin, his flesh, his bones. Lin Chen let out a muffled groan, veins bulging on his forehead. But he did not loosen his grip. Instead he tightened it further. "Senior!" he roared in his heart. "What is happening?" "It is." Recognizing its master. Gu Tsung's voice came through in intermittent bursts, weak as if it could vanish at any moment. "The evil energy is depleted. The sword spirit is instinctively rebelling. Either you devour it, or it devours you." "Devour? How does one devour?" Lin Chen had no time to ponder further, as the claws of the black-robed figures were already before him. Instinctively he raised the sword to block. Clang! The nails collided with the sword, sparking a dazzling shower of sparks. Lin Chen was jolted back 3 feet, his back crashing against the edge of the stone platform, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet at that moment the sword in his hand suddenly radiated light. Not the dim red glow from before, but a bizarre pure black, as if it could devour all light. It was deep, pure black, black enough to send chills down one's spine. The rust on the sword came alive in that instant. They were no longer mere rust spots, but had transformed into countless delicate twisted black lines spreading from the sword to Lin Chen's right hand, then his arm, shoulder and chest. Like black vines traversing beneath his skin. Lin Chen could feel something surging through those lines from the sword into his body. It was not the evil energy. It was something older, more violent, more pure. It was the will of the sword itself. Kill. Annihilate everything before him. Devour. Devour all life, all spiritual energy, all existence. Lin Chen's eyes began to turn red. Not from blood vessels, but from the depths of his pupils a dark red light was slowly igniting. "Ah!" He threw back his head and roared, his voice no longer sounding human but more like the cry of a wounded beast. Then he moved. Not retreating, not dodging, but lunging forward. Charging at the nearest black-robed figure. His speed had more than doubled. The black-robed figure didn't even see Lin Chen's movement clearly, he just felt a blur, a dark shadow had already appeared before him. Instinctively he lifted his hand to block, but this time. Puff. It was not the sound of metal clashing. It was the sound of a sharp blade slicing through flesh. The black-robed figure dumbly looked down at his chest. There was a fist-sized hole. It was transparent from front to back. The edges of the hole showed a bizarre charred color, as if it had been burned by flames or corroded by something. And at the center of the hole was a sword. A rusted sword now entwined with countless black lines. The other end of the sword was held in the hands of that young man. The boy's eyes were red, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, yet his face bore no expression. Only a cold, indifferent gaze, as if he were looking at a dead thing. You. The black-robed figure opened his mouth, trying to say something. But Lin Chen had already withdrawn the sword. Blood gushed out, splattering across his face. He did not wipe it away, but turned to face the other three black-robed figures. The three had already halted in their tracks. They stared at the hole in their comrade's chest, at the black lines on the boy's face, sword and body, at those eerily red eyes. An instinctual fear surged from the depths of their hearts. This was not the early stage of chi refinement. It did not even resemble a human. Altogether. He used secret techniques. He can't hold on for long. One of them shrieked. The three exchanged glances and attacked simultaneously. This time they held nothing back. One formed hand seals, and the ground suddenly cracked open, several bony hands bursting forth to grasp at Lin Chen's ankles. Another opened his mouth to spew forth dark smoke, which transformed into countless tiny wriggling insects, overwhelming him. The last one lunged directly, nails growing long, bringing with it a foul wind, aiming straight for Lin Chen's head. They attacked from three sides. But Lin Chen simply stood there motionless. Until the bony hands were about to grasp his ankle, he lifted his foot and stepped down. Bang! The ground trembled. The bony hands shattered beneath his foot, turning to dust. Then he raised his head, gazing at the swarm of insects charging toward him. He opened his mouth and exhaled. There was no sound. But a dark wave, as if it could devour light, erupted from his mouth, crashing into the swarm of insects. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The swarm of insects twisted and struggled as if they had encountered a natural enemy, then swiftly dissolved and disappeared within the wave, leaving not a single ash. Finally he looked at the black-robed figure that had lunged toward him. He raised his hand and swung his sword. A very simple stroke. No flourish, no variation, just a straight thrust. Yet with that one stroke the black-robed figure found that he could not evade. Clearly the sword was slow, the trajectory was clear to see, yet he simply could not avoid it. It was as if the space around him had solidified. He was pinned in place, helplessly watching as that sword slowly pierced into his throat. Ugh! A raspy sound escaped his throat as he desperately clutched at the sword, trying to pull it out. But the black lines on the sword had already spread into his body through the wound. Then he felt it. Something was ravenously devouring his vitality, his spiritual energy, everything about him. In just 3 breaths his hand that clutched the sword loosened. He collapsed like a desiccated corpse, transforming into a pool of black liquid. In the crypt there was a deathly silence. The remaining 2 black-robed figures had retreated to the edge of the stone platform, their faces as pale as paper. They were afraid. Truly afraid. This was not a battle, this was a massacre. The master stood at the center, his face beneath the hood shifting between expressions. He watched Lin Chen, the sword and those black lines, his eyes finally revealing a serious expression. The sword spirit is rebelling. He murmured, it really is the sword spirit rebelling. Where on earth did this kid obtain this sword? Lin Chen did not look at him. He lowered his head, gazing at the sword in his hand. The black lines on the sword had now spread to his neck. He could feel that those lines were frantically extracting his vitality as the cost of recognizing its master. He could not hold on much longer. At most 30 breaths. Within 30 breaths he had to end the battle. Otherwise he would be drained by the sword before anyone could kill him. He raised his head, looking at the 2 remaining black-robed figures, and then smiled. That smile was cold and sinister, coupled with those eerily red eyes, causing the 2 black-robed figures to instinctively take a step back. It's your turn now. Lin Chen spoke, his voice hoarse like sandpaper rubbing together. Before he finished speaking he had vanished from his spot. When he reappeared he was already behind one of the black-robed figures. He swung his sword horizontally. The black-robed figure reacted extremely quickly, lunging forward just in time to narrowly avoid the sword. But the robe on his back was torn open by the sword's wind, revealing the pale skin beneath. On the skin black lines were spreading. Not the kind from Lin Chen's sword, but another kind. Like some strange runes, dense and covering his entire back. Lin Chen's expression hardened. He recalled the list from Zhao Laudio's storage bag, remembering the records in the blood sacrifice record about blood slaves, people who were turned into puppets through special secret techniques driven by blood infants, temporarily increasing their cultivation but at the cost of their souls never attaining reincarnation. These 2 were no longer human. They were blood slaves. Roar, the black-robed figure with the torn back let out a roar that was inhuman, suddenly turning around, his eyes having transformed into pure black devoid of pupils or whites, only a thick all-consuming darkness. His aura surged at that moment. From the late stage of chi refinement it soared to the peak of chi refinement. It even faintly approached the threshold of foundation establishment. The other black-robed figure also roared, his eyes turning pure black, his aura surging as well. 2 peak chi refinement cultivators. And Lin Chen had less than 20 breaths left. This is troublesome. Blood slaves feel no pain. No fear. Only the instinct to kill. And the power of the blood infant within them will continuously regenerate. Gu Tsang's weary voice echoed in his mind. Lin Chen had no time to respond. Because the 2 blood slaves had already pounced on him. They were faster, stronger and more merciless. Lin Chen raised his sword to block. Clang. 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 The sounds of metal clashing erupted, sparks flying. With each collision Lin Chen was jolted back a step, the wounds on his palms tearing wider, blood flowing down the sword. The black lines were also frantically drawing his vitality to replenish the expended evil energy. But he held firm. Not a single step back. Because behind him was the stone platform. On the stone platform were 5 children tied up. He could not retreat. 15 breaths. 1 blood slave clawed at Lin Chen's face and Lin Chen tilted his head to evade, countering with a sword thrust toward the slave's side. The blood slave did not dodge, allowing the sword to pierce in while its other hand aimed straight for Lin Chen's heart. Trading injury for a kill. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, pulling the sword back in a hurry, but it was still a step too late. His chest was slashed open with 3 bloody gashes deep enough to see his bones. 10 breaths. Another blood slave lunged from the side, both hands striking out 10 nails like daggers, targeting all the vital points on Lin Chen's upper body. Lin Chen had no time to block, could only fall backward while kicking toward the blood slave's abdomen. Bang! The blood slave was pushed back 2 steps, but Lin Chen was also jolted, his blood surging, and he spat out another mouthful. 5 breaths. The 2 blood slaves lunged again, one from the left and one from the right, sealing off all of Lin Chen's escape routes. A certain death. Lin Chen looked at the 2 blood slaves charging at him, at the pure cold killing intent in their eyes and at the surging auras around them. Then he closed his eyes. Not in surrender. But in that moment he plunged all his consciousness, all his will, all his unwillingness deep into his dantian. Sinking into that dim black sword essence. The sword essence began to rotate. Faster and faster. Then it suddenly exploded. Not an explosion. But rather burning. Using vitality as fuel, using evil energy as a catalyst, igniting the sword essence, igniting the meridians, igniting everything that could be ignited. Ah! Lin Chen threw back his head and roared, the black lines on his body erupting with an unprecedented radiance. It was neither dark red nor pure black, but a kind of darkness that seemed to come from the depths of hell. That darkness surged from his body, transforming into 2 black chains that instantly ensnared the 2 lunging blood slaves. The blood slaves struggled frantically, but the chains tightened around them, digging deeply into their flesh and bones. Then Lin Chen raised his sword. Not to stab. Not to slash. But merely a gentle swipe. Like tearing a piece of paper. Where the sword tip passed, the space seemed to be cut open, revealing the pure void-like darkness behind. That dark crevice extended along the sword's edge, reaching the 2 blood slaves. Then silently and without a trace. They were swallowed up. No sound, no light, no remnants. As if they had never existed. The crevice slowly closed. The crypt returned to silence. Lin Chen leaned on the sword, kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath. The black lines on his body were rapidly fading and the red light in his eyes was dissipating. Yet his complexion was as pale as a corpse, his breath so weak it was almost imperceptible. 30 breaths had passed. He raised his head to look at the master in front of the stone platform. The master was also looking at him. In those ghostly fiery eyes there was no longer anger, no killing intent, only a kind of nearly fanatical greed. What a sword! He murmured, what a sword spirit! If only I could refine it into a blood infant. Not to mention foundation establishment. Even golden core. He stepped closer, his footsteps echoing in the crypt. Lin Chen wanted to raise the sword, but his arm felt as heavy as lead, lacking even the strength to lift it. He could only watch helplessly as that pale wrinkled hand slowly reached for his throat. Had it come to an end? He closed his eyes. But just as that hand was about to touch his skin, on the stone platform a faint almost inaudible sobbing suddenly echoed. That icy hand stopped a mere inch from Lin Chen's throat. It halted not out of mercy or hesitation but because the master abruptly turned his head toward the stone platform. On the stone platform the little girl in the red jacket Lin Xiaoya had opened her eyes at some unknown moment. Her eyes were large and dark and at this moment they were fixed unblinkingly on the master. There were no tears in her eyes, no fear, only a hollow almost numb calmness. Yet she was indeed crying. There was no sound, no expression, only tears trickling down her pale little face drop by drop. The tears were transparent but under the eerie green firelight they glimmered with a faint almost imperceptible golden hue. This is... The master was stunned. He stared intently at the golden teardrops falling to the ground, his greed instantly surging to a peak, even overshadowing his desire for the rusty sword. Heavenine physique. It's actually the Heavenine physique. His voice trembled with excitement. Legends say that when a Heavenine physique is on the verge of death it sheds Heavenine tears. That is a supreme treasure for refining the Heavenine pill. A single Heavenine pill is enough to allow a foundation establishment cultivator to ascend directly to the golden core stage with no side effects. He no longer cared for Lin Chen. He stepped onto the platform in one stride and reached out to catch the falling teardrops. But just as his fingers were about to touch the teardrop, a beam of sword light without any warning stabbed out from beneath the stone platform. The sword light was swift, incredibly swift. So swift that before the master could even react the tip of the sword had already reached his lower abdomen. The master's expression drastically changed. Without a second thought he threw his body backward while clapping his hands together, sending two streams of pitch-black energy hurtling toward the source of the sword light. Boom! A large hole blasted open in the stone platform, sending debris flying. A figure flew backward out of the hole, flipped midair and landed steadily on the ground. It was a woman. She appeared to be around 30 years old, dressed in a faded blue outfit, her hair simply pinned up with a wooden hairpin. A black cloth covered her face, revealing only a pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle's. In her hand she held a sword. It was a very ordinary sword, the kind sold for 3 silver taels at a blacksmith's shop, its blade even bearing a few small nicks. Yet it was with such a sword that she had nearly pierced the master's dantian. "Who are you?" the master demanded, steadying himself and glaring at this suddenly appearing woman. The woman did not answer. She merely turned her head, glanced at the unconscious Lin Xiaoya on the platform, then at Lin Chen, who was kneeling by the platform and on the verge of losing consciousness. Then she frowned. "A chi refining initial stage cultivator with 5 children managed to push you to this point," the woman spoke, her voice cold and calm. "Black robe, you've regressed." Black robe, that was the master's alias in the black market. Black robe's face darkened as if it could drip water. Blue garment. He gritted his teeth, the rain listening pavilion is overreaching. Overreaching. The woman called Blue Garment chuckled softly. "That's nothing compared to your blood infant sect. How dare you touch a Heavenine physique? Aren't you afraid her family will come knocking?" Black Robe's pupils constricted. "You know her background?" "No," Blue Garment shook her head bluntly. "But those who birth a Heavenine physique are hardly ordinary folks. Your blood infant sect has been hiding all these years, barely managing to take root in Greenstone Town. Aren't you afraid of being completely uprooted because of a single child?" Black Robe was silent. Of course he was afraid. But the temptation of the Heavenine tier was too great. Great enough for him to bet everything on it. "Step aside." He slowly raised his hands, black chi swirling around them. "In taking this child today. If you dare to block me, I'll kill you too." "Oh." Blue Garment raised an eyebrow. "An initial foundation establishment cultivator, but you have quite the big mouth." Before her words faded she moved. Not forward but backward. In one step she retreated to Lin Chen's side. With her left hand she grabbed his collar, lifting him like a chick, while her right hand pointed her long sword at the ground, a faint blue glow beginning to shimmer on the blade. "I'll take him away first," Blue Garment said. "As for this child, if you have the skill, come to the rain listening pavilion to demand her return." With that she turned to leave. "Trying to leave?" Black Robe laughed in fury. He waved both hands and 2 pitch-black palm prints slammed out, sealing off all of Blue Garment's escape routes. Where the palm prints passed, the air hissed with a corrosive sound, even gouging 2 deep furrows into the ground. The full-force strike of a Foundation establishment cultivator was terrifyingly so. But Blue Garment didn't even turn her head. She merely swung her sword backhandedly. The sword light was very faint, very soft, like a wisp of gentle breeze. Yet the moment this breeze collided with the two pitch-black palm prints, a soft puff sound was heard. The palm prints shattered. Like a piece of glass gently tapped, they broke into countless tiny black specks of light and dissipated into the air. Black Robe's expression completely changed. You're not at the chi refining stage. When did I ever say I was at the chi refining stage? Blue Garment turned her head, glanced at him, a trace of mockery in her eyes. Black Robe, you've been stuck in this backwater green stone town for too long. Do you think all cultivators under heaven are on the same level as you? Black Robe said nothing. He just stared fixedly at Blue Garment, at the ordinary iron sword in her hand, at the faint blue glow on the blade. That wasn't spiritual energy. It was sword chi. True sword chi, which could only be condensed by reaching the sword chi materialization realm of swordsmanship. And sword chi materialization required at least mid-foundation establishment cultivation, along with being a prodigy of the sword. This Blue Garment was at the mid-foundation establishment stage, or even the late stage. Trouble. Black Robe's heart sank. But he did not retreat. Because the Heaven tier was something he was determined to obtain. Blue Garment, are you truly set on being an enemy of my blood infant sect? He spoke slowly, a hint of threat in his voice. You should know that although our sect is in decline, there are still a few elders. So what? Blue Garment cut him off. If they have the guts, tell them to come find me. The Rain Listening Pavilion welcomes them anytime. Having said that, she wasted no more words. Holding Lin Chen, she leaped, transforming into a streak of blue light that shot toward the exit of the underground palace. Stay! Black Robe roared. Both hands shot out, his 10 fingers flicking rapidly. Dozens of streaks of pitch-black finger force broke through the air like a net of death, covering Blue Garment's back. But Blue Garment merely swung her sword back once. The sword light was like a silk ribbon tracing a graceful arc behind her. Where the arc passed, all the finger forces were completely annihilated. And Blue Garment's figure had already vanished at the end of the passage. Black Robe stood rooted to the spot, his face terrifyingly dark. He did not give chase. Because he knew that even if he did, he couldn't stop her. A mid-foundation establishment sword cultivator truly intent on leaving was something he couldn't block. But he was unwilling to accept it. The Heaven physique, the Heaven tier, and that eerie rusty sword. They should all have been his. Master. A Black Robe minion, the one Lin Chen had gravely wounded earlier and who was still barely alive, struggled to his feet, his voice weak. What do we do now? Black Robe turned to look at him. Then he looked at the unconscious Lin Xiaoya on the platform and the other 4 unconscious children. A flash of ruthlessness passed through his eyes. Though the blood sacrifice was interrupted, the formation's foundation is still intact. He walked slowly to the center of the platform, crouched down, dipped his finger into some not yet dried blood in the grooves and brought it to his nose to sniff. The blood of a Heaven physique is indeed different. Greed rekindled in his eyes. Since I can't get the Heaven tier, I'll use her blood to forcefully complete the blood sacrifice. Though the effect will be diminished, refining a blood fiend corpse puppet will still be enough for me to break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. But the minion hesitated, that Blue Garment woman and that kid. Blue Garment won't come back. Black Robe said coldly. It's the Rain Listening Pavilion's rule, once they accept a mission they only protect the target, they don't meddle in other matters. Since she took that kid away, she won't come back to save these children. As for that kid. He paused, killing intent surging in his eyes. He won't live long. The backlash from the sword spirit coupled with him forcibly burning his life force. Even if Blue Garment can save him, he's crippled. Once the blood fiend corpse puppet is refined, I will personally go to the Rain Listening Pavilion, take his life and seize his sword. As he spoke, his hands formed seals again. The formation on the stone platform lit up once more. This time it was a pure black light. And at the center of the formation, the wound on Lin Xiaoya's wrist began to bleed again. But this time the blood flowing out was no longer crimson but a dark gold. With the blood of Heaven refine the blood fiend puppet. Black Robe chanted lowly, his voice filled with fanaticism. Let it be done. In the underground palace the black light surged. At that moment, outside the underground palace, Blue garment carrying Lin Chen had made several leaps and bounds, already rushing out of the dry well and landing in the backyard of the funeral home. The night wind was cold. The moonlight was bright. Blue garment placed Lin Chen on the ground, crouched down, reached out and placed her fingers on his wrist. After a moment she frowned. Meridians completely shattered. Dantian withered sword spirit backlash, and he even burned his life force. She muttered to herself. It's already a miracle he's still alive. She took a jade bottle from her bosom, poured out a jade green pill and forced it into Lin Chen's mouth. The pill dissolved upon entering, transforming into a warm medicinal force that surged into his body, barely protecting his last thread of vitality. But it was only barely. Whether you live or die depends on your own fate. Blue garment stood up, glanced towards the dry well, then towards Greenstone Town. Then she sighed. That old fox shopkeeper Wang owes me a huge favor this time. She bent down, picked up Lin Chen again, and with a leap vanished into the night. Deep within the underground palace, the black light on the platform grew ever brighter. Lin Xiaoya's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Her breathing had almost stopped. Only her eyes were still slightly open, staring at the twisted patterns on the dome, at the ferocious ghost faces. As if watching a nightmare from which she would never wake. Consciousness drifted like a sinking vessel in the depths of the sea. At times it surfaced, brushing against fragmented visions, a blazing formation, a blood-dripping wrist, the icy eyes of a black-robed figure, and a pair of hollow tear-streaked eyes. At other times it plunged into boundless darkness, rust spreading across a sword's blade, black patterns crawling over his entire body, something gnawing at his marrow and life draining away like sand in an hourglass. Pain. An omnipresent agony. His meridians felt as if they were being crushed into dust, as Dantian hollow as a dried-up well. Every breath tugged at his lungs, and each heartbeat brought a deeper sense of exhaustion. Yet the greatest pain was not physical. It was the sword. It was devouring him. Those black patterns, those living things spreading from the blade, were creeping through his meridians, burrowing into his dantian, invading his sea of consciousness, greedily consuming the last vestiges of his vitality. He wanted to cast it away, to snap it in two, to hurl it into the deepest earth fire and reduce it to ashes. But he could not. Because the sword had already grown into him. Or rather, he and the sword had become one. Lin Chen. Someone was calling him. The voice was distant, muffled, as if separated by a thick layer of ice. Lin Chen. The voice drew nearer. Wake up. He struggled to open his eyes. His vision was blurred, filled only with indistinct light. Within the light there was a figure, clad in blue hair coiled with a wooden hairpin, face veiled in black cloth. Blue robe. He tried to speak, but no sound came forth, only the hiss of air passing through his parched throat. Don't speak. The blue-robed figure pressed a hand on his shoulder. You are gravely wounded. The sword spirit has rebelled and you forcibly burned your life force. It is a miracle you survived. Now listen to me. Her voice was calm yet carried an unyielding authority. 70% of your meridians are severed, your dantian is depleted, and the sword spirit is eroding your soul. I administered meridian restoration pills and soul-nourishing powder to temporarily preserve your life. But how much you recover depends on your own fortune. For the next 7 days I will use sword chi to regulate your meridians and suppress the sword spirit. But this process will be agonizing, worse than death. If you cannot endure, your soul will be utterly consumed by the sword spirit, turning you into a mindless killing machine. Now tell me, will you endure? Lin Chen looked at her. His vision was still hazy, but he could sense the earnestness in her eyes and a faint trace of pity. He closed his eyes and nodded. Then the agony began. Day 1. The blue-robed figure's sword chi pierced into his meridians like countless red-hot needles, forcibly reconnecting the severed channels inch by inch. With every inch reconnected, a pain like being torn apart alive exploded from the depths of his marrow. Lin Chen ground his molars to pieces, his fingernails digging into his palms until blood flowed freely. Yet he made no sound. Day 2. The backlash of the sword spirit arrived. Those black patterns writhed like living vipers within his body, struggling and biting frantically to break free from the suppression of the blue-robed figure's sword chi. Each struggle brought the excruciating pain of a soul being torn asunder. Lin Chen began to convulse, vomiting blood, letting out unconscious roars. The blue-robed figure did not relent. Her sword chi grew colder, sharper, like icy blades, pinning those black patterns firmly in place. Day 3. Lin Chen's consciousness began to waver. He saw many faces: his deceased father, his weeping mother, the mocking expressions at the Qingyun sex testing stone, old Taoist Zhao's wide-eyed stare before death, and those tearful eyes on the stone platform. Those faces swirled before him, merging until they became a single sword, a rusted blood-stained blade. "Give up," the sword spoke, its voice his own. "It hurts, doesn't it? Let go and the pain will cease. Sleep and you will find release." Lin Chen gazed at the sword for a long time. Then he reached out and grasped its hilt. Not to cast it away but to hold it tight. "No," he said. Day 4. The fiercest pain had passed. What remained was a bone-deep exhaustion, as if he had been hollowed out, leaving only an empty shell. Even breathing became a burden, each inhalation tugging at the unhealed wounds within his chest. But Lin Chen could feel those severed meridians slowly, gradually reconnecting. Though fragile as spider silk, they were at last linked. The blue-robed figure's sword chi also changed from icy suppression to a warm nourishment. Threads of cool energy coursed through his meridians, mending the damaged areas, soothing the wounds left by the sword spirit's gnawing. Day 5. For the first time Lin Chen actively cultivated the sword prison demon refining art. It was slow, arduous. The black sword essence in his dantian had dimmed like a candle flame in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. He cautiously drew a wisp of baleful energy, guiding it through the newly reconnected meridians in a slow circulation. Pain surged, but it was no longer unbearable. Instead it was a sour, aching pain, like parched earth finally receiving rain. He completed a second cycle, then a third, until he could no longer hold on and collapsed into unconsciousness. Day 6. He awoke not from pain but from hunger. A fire blazed in his stomach, burning so fiercely that stars danced before his eyes, driving him to crave even the stones beneath him. The blue-robed figure tossed him an oil paper package containing 3 cold hard steamed buns and a piece of salted meat. Lin Chen grabbed the buns and stuffed them into his mouth, choking and rolling his eyes, yet unable to stop. He ate ravenously as if he had never tasted food in his life. The blue-robed figure sat on a stone at the cave entrance, watching the drizzling rain outside without turning back. "Slow down, no one's fighting you for it." Lin Chen ignored her, continuing to devour the food. After finishing the last bun, he finally caught his breath, leaning against the cave wall and gazing at her silhouette. "Why did you save me?" he asked, his voice still hoarse but now audible. The blue-robed figure turned and glanced at him. "Shopkeeper Wang asked me to," she said. "He owed me a favor and he used it this time." "Shopkeeper Wang?" Lin Chen was taken aback. "The pawnbroker." Who is he really?" "A businessman," she replied, turning back to watch the rain. "A very shrewd one." Lin Chen fell silent for a moment, then asked, "What about those children?" "Dead." Her voice was calm, brutally calm. The black-robed figure forcibly completed the blood sacrifice, using that girl with the Yin constitution to refine a blood-fiend corpse puppet. The other 4 children became offerings. Lin Chen closed his eyes. He could feel something surging within his chest, burning so fiercely it seemed to sear his throat. Yet he made no sound, only gritting his teeth until the taste of blood filled his mouth. "And the black-robed figure?" When he spoke again, his voice was cold as ice. "He fled," the blue-robed figure said. "After refining the blood-fiend corpse puppet, he left Bluestone Town immediately. That puppet possesses the strength of an early Foundation establishment cultivator, and with his own cultivation I couldn't guarantee stopping him." "So you let him go?" "What else is?" she retorted, turning to face him. "Chase him and fight to the death. Even if I could kill him, it would come at a cost. The rules of Rain Listening Pavilion forbid unprofitable deals." Lin Chen stared at her, at those eyes hidden behind the black cloth. "So those children died for nothing?" "What else is?" she repeated, her voice devoid of emotion. "People die every day in this world. Some deserve it, some are innocent, but dead is dead. What you need to do is not question me here, but think hard about whether you'll have the power to change the outcome when you face such a situation again." Lin Chen fell silent. He lowered his head, looking at his hands, thin, pale, covered in fine scars. But now he could feel a faint current of energy flowing through his meridians. It was baleful energy. Though weak, it was still there. Day 7. The rain stopped. Sunlight streamed through the crevices of the cave, casting mottled patches of light on the ground. Lin Chen sat cross-legged in the light, eyes closed, regulating his breath. The sword essence in his dantian had recondensed, no larger than a grain of rice but no longer a flickering candle flame. His meridians were barely open, fragile yet sufficient for circulating his cultivation art. He opened his eyes and looked outside the cave. The mountain forest was lush, birds chirping melodiously. Everything seemed so peaceful, so beautiful, as if the life and death battle 7 days ago, the blood sacrifice, the dead children, all were just a nightmare. But he knew they were not. The blood was real, the pain was real, and the helplessness was real. He stood up and walked to the cave entrance. The blue-robed figure was not there. Over the past few days she had come and gone unpredictably, sometimes vanishing for an entire day, sometimes appearing suddenly to toss him food or pills. Lin Chen gazed at the mountain forest for a long time. Then he drew his sword. The rusted blade felt heavier than before. The rust spots, those dark red patches, seemed more vivid, more alive. He could sense something breathing within the sword. It was the sword spirit, or rather a fragment of it. It remained fused with his baleful energy, his meridians, his dantian. It could no longer be shaken off. Lin Chen raised the sword toward the sunlight. The light filtered through the rust on the blade, casting mottled dark red shadows on the ground. "Senior Gutsang," he called softly in his mind. There was no response. Since that day in the underground palace, Gutsang's voice had vanished entirely. Perhaps it was due to excessive consumption, or the backlash of the sword spirit, or something else. But Lin Chen could feel that the sword was still there. Silent, cold, like a true piece of rusted iron. Yet Lin Chen knew it was not. Gripping the sword, he slowly assumed a starting stance. It was not a technique from the sword prison demon refining art, nor the crude swordsmanship he had used before. It was something he had devised himself, a simple movement. Both hands on the hilt raised the sword above the head, then slashed downward. No variations, no flourishes, just the purest downward slash. Yet in the moment of the slash, the baleful energy within him surged into the blade, and the rust on the sword glowed faintly. Then where the sword edge passed, the air let out a soft hiss as if it had been cut open. Lin Chen lowered the sword and examined the blade. He knew this strike was not enough. Far from enough. But at least he had one strike. He sheathed the sword on his back and turned back into the cave. Inside, the blue-robed figure had already returned, sitting on a stone and wiping her ordinary iron sword with a cloth. "Recovered?" she asked without looking up. 30%, Lin Chen replied. "That's enough," she said, putting away her sword and standing. "Let's go." "Where to?" "Back to Bluestone Town," she said, looking at him. The black-robed figure fled, but he left several underlings in the town. "Shopkeeper Wang wants you to clean them up." Lin Chen was silent for a moment, then asked, "Why me?" "Because this is your karma," the blue-robed figure said. "You killed the man, the sword is yours and the vendetta is yours. Rain Listening Pavilion can help you once, but not for a lifetime." Lin Chen nodded. "All right." He asked no more questions, simply strapped on his sword and followed her out of the cave. The sunlight was blinding. He squinted, gazing toward Bluestone Town. 7 days. He had crawled back from hell. Now it was time to return. Lin Chen nodded. "All right." He asked no more questions, simply strapped on his sword and followed her out of the cave. The sunlight was blinding. He squinted, gazing toward Bluestone Town. 7 days. He had crawled back from hell. Now it was time to return. Lin Chen nodded. "All right." He asked no more questions, simply strapped on his sword and followed her out of the cave. The sunlight was blinding. He squinted, gazing toward Bluestone Town. 7 days. He had crawled back from hell. Now it was time to return. Lin Chen nodded. "All right." He asked no more questions, simply strapped on his sword and followed her out of the cave. The sunlight was blinding. He squinted, gazing toward Bluestone Town. 7 days. He had crawled back from hell. Now it was time to return. Lin Chen nodded. "All right." He asked no more questions, simply strapped on his sword and followed her out of the cave. The sunlight was blinding. He squinted, gazing toward Bluestone Town. 7 days. He had crawled back from hell. Now it was time to return. Lin Chen nodded. "All right." He asked no more questions, simply strapped on his sword and followed her out of the cave. The sunlight was blinding. He squinted, gazing toward Bluestone Town. 7 days. He had crawled back from hell. Now it was time to return. Lin Chen nodded. "All right." He asked no more questions, simply strapped on his sword and followed her out of the cave. The sunlight was blinding. He squinted, gazing toward Bluestone Town. 7 days. He had crawled back from hell. Now it was time to return. Lin Chen nodded. All right. He asked no more questions, simply strapped on his sword and followed her out of the cave. The sunlight was blinding. He squinted, gazing toward Bluestone Town. 7 days. He had crawled back from hell. Now it was time to return. Lin Chen nodded. All right. He asked no more questions, simply strapped on his sword and followed her out of the cave. The sunlight was blinding. He squinted, gazing toward Bluestone Town. 7 days. He had crawled back from hell. Now it was time to return. Lin Chen nodded. All right. He asked no more questions, simply strapped on his sword and followed her out of the cave. The sunlight was blinding. He squinted, gazing toward Bluestone Town. 7 days. He had crawled back from hell. Now it was time to return. Lin Chen nodded. All right. He asked no more questions, simply strapped on his sword and followed her out of the cave. The sunlight was blinding. He squinted, gazing toward Bluestone Town. 7 days. He had crawled back from hell. Now it was time to return. Lin Chen nodded. All right. He asked no more questions, simply strapped on his sword and followed her out of the cave. The sunlight was blinding. He squinted, gazing toward Bluestone Town. 7 days. He had crawled back from hell. Now it was time to return. Lin Chen nodded. All right. He asked no more questions, simply strapped on his sword and followed her out of the cave. The sunlight was blinding. He squinted, gazing toward Bluestone Town. 7 days. He had crawled back from hell. Now it was time to return. Lin Chen nodded. All right. He asked no more questions, simply strapped on his sword and followed her out of the cave. The sunlight was blinding. He squinted, gazing toward Bluestone Town. 7 days. He had crawled back from hell. Now it was time to return. Lin Chen nodded. All right. He asked no more questions, simply strapped on his sword and followed her out of the cave. The sunlight was blinding. He squinted, gazing toward Bluestone Town. 7 days. He had crawled back from hell. Now it was time to return. Lin Chen nodded. All right. He asked no more questions, simply strapped on his sword and followed her out of the cave. The sunlight was blinding. He squinted, gazing toward Bluestone Town. 7 days. He had crawled back from hell. Now it was time to return. Lin Chen nodded. All right. He asked no more questions, simply strapped on his sword and followed her out of the cave. The sunlight was blinding. He squinted, gazing toward Bluestone Town. 7 days. He had crawled back from hell. Now it was time to return. Lin Chen nodded. All right. He asked no more questions, simply strapped on his sword and followed her out of the cave. The sunlight was blinding. He squinted, gazing toward Bluestone Town. 7 days. He had crawled back from hell. Now it was time to return. Lin Chen nodded. All right. He asked no more questions, simply strapped on his sword and followed her out of the cave. The sunlight was blinding. He squinted, gazing toward Bluestone Town. 7 days. He had crawled back from hell. Now it was time to return. Lin Chen nodded. All right. He asked no more questions, simply strapped on his sword and followed her out of the cave. The sunlight was blinding. He squinted, gazing toward Bluestone Town. 7 days. He had crawled back from hell. Now it was time to return. Lin Chen nodded. All right. He asked no more questions, simply strapped on his sword and followed her out of the cave. The sunlight was blinding. He squinted, gazing toward Bluestone Town. 7 days. He had crawled back from hell. Now it was time to return. The morning in Xianxia town was no different from usual. A breakfast vendor pushed his cart, setting up his stall at the street corner, white steam billowing from the steaming baskets. A vegetable peddler carried his load, the shoulder pole creaking rhythmically, fresh produce still adorned with dewdrops. A few early-rising elderly men sat at the entrance of the tea house, holding their tea bowls, engaging in idle desultory chatter. Everything was so tranquil, so mundane. As if the bloody massacre that occurred 7 days ago in the funeral parlor outside the town was merely an inconsequential nightmare. Lin Chen walked along the street, his footsteps light. He had changed into a clean set of coarse cloth garments given to him by Blue Garment. The clothes were a bit large with the cuffs and pant legs rolled up several times, but at least they were no longer the tattered rags stained with blood and filth. The rusted sword was rewrapped in coarse cloth and slung across his back, making him appear like an ordinary youth on a long journey. But he knew he was no longer the same. The baleful chi flowing through his meridians, though faint, was denser than before. The grain-sized sword essence in his dantian rotated slowly each revolution, bringing a trace of icy power that seemed capable of piercing through anything. More importantly, there was that sword. It had become heavier and also more quiet. Those dark red rust stains no longer writhed, they merely adhered to the blade like genuine rust. But Lin Chen could sense something slumbering within the sword. Or rather waiting. Waiting for the next unsheathing, waiting for the next taste of blood. We're here. Blue Garment stopped in front of a residence. The house was very ordinary, with green bricks and gray tiles, a two-courtyard compound, and a wooden plaque hanging above the lintel inscribed with the characters Li Mansion. The door was open, and from within came the faint sound of a woman weeping mingled with the low voices of several men. This is Widow Li's home. Blue Garment said 7 days ago her son became a blood sacrifice victim in the funeral parlor underground. The black robe fled, but one of his stewards, a man named Lu San, is still in town handling these aftermaths. She paused, then added, Lu San is only at the 3rd layer of chi refining. You can handle him. But don't kill him, just cripple him. Shopkeeper Wang wants him alive to extract some information. Lin Chen nodded and stepped into the courtyard. Several people were standing inside. A middle-aged fat man in a silk robe with a protruding belly was rubbing his hands together, speaking to Widow Li, who knelt on the ground weeping bitterly. Sister Li, please accept my condolences. The dead cannot be brought back. This 50 taels of silver is a small token from our master. Take it and live well. Widow Li, disheveled, clutched a bundle in her arms. It contained the clothes her son had worn in life. She seemed not to hear the fat man's words, only crying, each sob making one's heart tremble. Behind the fat man stood 2 burly men, arms crossed, their faces etched with impatience. Steward Lu, one of the men, muttered, why waste words with her? Just leave the silver and go. This crying is bad luck. The fat man, Lu San, waved his hand signaling him to be quiet. Then he bent down, trying to force the silver ingot into Widow Li's hand. Just then he noticed Lin Chen entering the courtyard. Lu San was taken aback, then frowned. Who are you? The Li family is holding a funeral. No outsiders allowed. Can't you see? Lin Chen ignored him. He walked over to Widow Li, crouched down and gazed at the bundle in her arms for a long time. Then he looked up at Lu San. How did her son die? Lin Chen asked, his voice calm. Lu San's face darkened. None of your damn business, kid. I advise you to mind your own affairs and get lost. Lin Chen stood up, dusting off the dirt from his knees. The black robe fled, did you know? He asked. Lu San's expression shifted instantly. He stepped back, staring intently at Lin Chen. You. Who are you? My name is Lin Chen, Lin Chen said. 7 days ago in the funeral parlor underground I killed old Daoist Zhao and broke the blood sacrifice formation. The black robe escaped with his blood corpse puppet, but his stewards haven't had time to run. Cold sweat beaded on Lu San's forehead. Of course he knew what had happened 7 days ago. Before leaving, the black robe had only taken a few core subordinates. Stewards like him who handled miscellaneous affairs were left behind. The black robe simply told them to keep things stable and wait for the storm to pass before contacting them. But he hadn't expected that before the storm had passed the very person involved would come knocking. You. What do you want? Lu San's voice trembled. Nothing much, Lin Chen said. Tell me everything you know about the Black Robe, the Blood Infant sect, and who else from your group is in this town. Then turn yourself in to the authorities. Lu San's face turned pale, then red. Turn himself in. Was he joking? He had more than one life on his hands. If he entered the Yamen, 10 heads wouldn't be enough to chop. Kid, you're asking for death. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Lu San's eyes. He suddenly pulled a dagger from his bosom and thrust it straight at Lin Chen's heart. His movements were swift, his cultivation at the 3rd layer of chi refining fully unleashed. A faint black aura coated the dagger, clearly poisoned. But Lin Chen was faster. Just as the dagger was about to pierce his chest, Lin Chen sidestepped, dodging the blade, and his right hand shot out like lightning, grabbing Lu San's wrist. A crisp crack sounded. The wrist bone was broken. Lu San let out a scream and the dagger clattered to the ground. He tried to struggle but Lin Chen's hand was like an iron vice gripping his wrist immovably. You. Lu San's face twisted in pain. Let me go. Lord Black Robe's man. If you dare touch me he won't let you off. The Black Robe. Lin Chen looked at him, his eyes devoid of emotion. He's already fled. And even if he were here I would still kill you. Before his words faded, Lin Chen's left-hand fingers together like a sword struck several points on Lu San's chest. With each strike a wisp of baleful qi burrowed into Lu San's body, sealing his meridians and shattering his dantian. Lu San screamed again, collapsing to the ground like a limp pile of mud, unable to move. You've crippled my cultivation. His eyes were filled with venom. Lord Black Robe will surely turn you into a corpse puppet, condemning you to eternal damnation. Lin Chen ignored him. He turned to look at the two men Lu San had brought. They had been terrified since Lin Chen broke Lu San's wrist. Now as Lin Chen's gaze fell upon them, their legs gave way and they fell to their knees with a thud, kowtowing repeatedly. Spare us, young hero. Spare us. We're just errand boys. We don't know anything. Lin Chen glanced at them without a word. He walked over to Widow Li, pulled a cloth pouch from his bosom. It was old Daoist Zhao's storage pouch, which still contained over 20 spirit stones. He placed the pouch before Widow Li. Take these, he said. Leave Xianxia town. Go somewhere else and live well. Widow Li looked up, her eyes blurred with tears, staring at him and then at the pouch on the ground. Her lips moved as if to say something but no words came out. Lin Chen did not linger. He turned and walked out of the courtyard. Blue Garment was waiting for him outside. All settled? She asked. Lin Chen nodded. Lu San is crippled. The other two are just ordinary men scared out of their wits. They won't dare to do evil again. Widow Li. I gave her some spirit stones, enough for the rest of her life. Blue Garment glanced at him, offered no comment and simply said, next one. That day Lin Chen visited 7 households. Every single one was a victim of the blood sacrifice 7 days ago. Some had their children sacrificed, others had family members turned into corpse puppets, and still others had their entire homes seized and oppressed by the Black Robe's men. Lin Chen went from house to house dealing with each situation. He crippled those who needed crippling, killed those who needed killing, and compensated those who needed compensation. He showed no mercy, nor did he soften his heart. He simply did with great calm what he believed needed to be done. By the time the sun set and he emerged from the last house, a small patch of the coarse cloth bundle on his back had been soaked through with blood. It wasn't his blood. It was the blood of those who deserved to die. The setting sun cast his shadow long, stretching to the end of the street. Blue Garment followed behind him, always maintaining a distance of 3 steps, silent, non-interfering, merely watching. Finally they stopped in front of a tea house at the western end of the town. The tea house had already closed. The proprietor, an old man in his 60s, sat on a small stool by the door smoking a long-stemmed pipe. Seeing Lin Chen approach, he paused, then stood up, a complex glimmer flashing in his cloudy eyes. Young hero. The old man's voice was hoarse. I've heard about what happened in town today. You stood up for those poor souls. This old man thanks you on their behalf. As he spoke he began to kneel. Lin Chen reached out and supported him. No need, Lin Chen said. I only did what I had to do. The old man looked at him for a long time, then sighed. Young hero, where will you go next? I don't know, Lin Chen said. Perhaps I'll leave Xianxia town and see other places. The old man nodded, hesitated, then asked, young hero, this old man is bold to ask. That sword on your back, it seems unusual. Does it have a name? Lin Chen was startled. He turned his head to look at the coarse cloth bundle on his back. The sword was very quiet, very silent, as if it were truly just a piece of rusted iron. But Lin Chen knew it wasn't. It had tasted blood, slain evil, broken formations, and nearly claimed his life. It had no name. Or rather, its name had been worn away by the long passage of time, leaving only a body of rust and a shroud of silence. Lin Chen turned back to the old man and shook his head. This sword is still nameless. The old man was taken aback, then seemed to understand something. He nodded and asked no more. Lin Chen cupped his hands in a salute and turned to leave. Blue Garment caught up and walked beside him on the sunlit street. What are your plans now? She asked. I don't know, Lin Chen said. Perhaps he'll continue south to find the next sword mark. Sword mark. Lin Chen nodded. Senior Gutsong said this sword has 9 sword marks scattered across various places. For each one I find the sword spirit can recover a fraction and I can grow stronger. You want to become strong? Yes, Lin Chen said. Only by becoming strong can I kill those who deserve death and protect those who deserve protection. Only by becoming strong can I avoid being powerless again like 7 days ago watching those children die. Blue Garment was silent for a moment then asked, then what do you think strength is? Lin Chen paused in his steps. He looked up at the sun sinking behind the mountains on the horizon. The sunset was very red like blood. I don't know, he said honestly. But I know that I am not strong enough yet. So I must keep walking, keep searching, keep practicing my sword. Until one day. He paused, not finishing his sentence. But Blue Garment understood. She smiled a faint smile that quickly faded into the twilight. Then let's go, she said. The Jianghu is vast and the road is long. Lin Chen nodded and stepped forward. The setting sun cast their shadows on the bluestone pavement, one long and one short, gradually merging into the deepening night. And inside the coarse cloth bundle on his back, that nameless rusted sword in the unseen darkness trembled ever so slightly. As if in response. As if. Setting forth. On the 7th day after leaving Xianxia town, Lin Chen stood atop a mountain ridge. Before him lay a wide valley filled with clustered buildings, upturned eaves, carved brackets, green tiles and white walls stretching in an unbroken expanse. At the valley's entrance stood a 3-hang-tall stone stele on which 3 bold characters were carved in cinnabar Luyan Fang. The characters glowed with a dark red light under the afternoon sun, as if written in blood or perhaps as a warning. The valley buzzed with the clamor of voices. From where Lin Chen stood he could see crisscrossing streets densely lined with stalls on both sides. Cultivators in all manner of attire weaved through the stalls. The sounds of haggling, the clashing of magical instruments and the occasional roars of unknown beasts mingled together, carried upward by the mountain breeze. The air carried the bitter scent of herbs, the metallic tang of iron and a faint elusive trace of spiritual energy. Far richer than in Xianxia town. This is Luyan Marketplace, the woman in blue said, stopping beside him, her voice calm. The largest gathering place for rogue cultivators at the southern foot of the Qingyun mountain range, controlled by 3 minor sects behind the scenes. The marketplace has inns, shops, auction houses and a black market, though the black market here is far more formal and far more dangerous than the one in Xianxia town. Lin Chen gazed silently. This was his first time seeing a true large-scale gathering of cultivators. The petty skirmishes of Xianxia town were like children's games compared to this valley. You'll be staying here for a while, the woman in blue continued. Shopkeeper Wang has an acquaintance here who runs an inn. You can lodge there. Also. She paused, pulled a wooden token from her bosom and tossed it to Lin Chen. The token was black palm-sized with a flowing cloud carved on the front and a number on the back, 327. This is a temporary residence token for Luyan Marketplace, the woman in blue said. With this you can stay in the marketplace for 3 months. After 3 months either renew or leave. The marketplace has its rules: no private duels, no killing. Violators will be hunted by the enforcement squad. But once you leave the marketplace's bounds no one cares. Lin Chen took the token, it was cold to the touch. What about you, he asked. Me? The woman in blue smiled. I have my own matters. Remember, in the marketplace talk less and observe more. Don't trust anyone easily and don't provoke anyone easily. The cultivators here, late Qi refinement stage is everywhere and foundation establishment isn't uncommon. You're only at early Qi refinement. Best to keep a low profile. Lin Chen nodded. He knew she spoke the truth. In Xianxia town late Qi refinement was considered a master, but here. It was likely just the bottom rung. Oh, and one more thing, the woman in blue added as if recalling something. At the east end of the marketplace there's a pavilion of 100 tidings that sells intelligence. If you want clues about the next sword scar you can check there. But their prices aren't cheap. With that she didn't linger, turning and walking down the mountain. After a few steps she looked back at Lin Chen. Take care. Then with a few leaps her figure vanished into the depths of the forest. Lin Chen clutched the wooden token, standing still for a moment, then strode toward the valley. The marketplace entrance was guarded by 2 men in grey attire, swords at their waists, their auras robust, both at mid-Qi refinement. Seeing Lin Chen approach, one raised a hand to stop him. Temporary residence token. Lin Chen handed over the wooden token. The man took it, glanced at it, then sized Lin Chen up, coarse cloth clothes, a long cloth-wrapped bundle on his back, a youthful face, and a very weak aura, likely early chi refinement. First time here? The man asked. Yes. Read the marketplace rules clearly. The man pointed to a wooden sign beside the entrance engraved with over a dozen clauses. The three most important: no private duels, no killing, and no use of large-scale destructive spells within the marketplace. Violators will be killed without mercy. Lin Chen nodded. Understood. The man returned the token and waved his hand. Go on in. Remember, the temporary residence token only allows 3 months. Before it expires, either renew at the administration hall or leave on your own. Overstaying will get you expelled and in severe cases executed on the spot. Lin Chen said no more and stepped into the marketplace. As soon as he entered the valley, the noise swelled as if he had stepped from a tranquil forest into a boiling market. The streets were wide enough for 3 carriages to pass side by side. The ground was paved with smooth polished bluestone slabs. Most buildings on either side were only 2 or 3 stories high, but varied in style: pavilions with upturned eaves, courtyards with green tiles and white walls, and crude sheds of wood and thatch. The most numerous were the stalls densely lining both sides of the streets. Some spread a cloth on the ground displaying various herbs, ores, and beast bones, others pushed carts hung with talismans and magical instruments, still others simply stood holding signs that read, Alchemy Commission, Custom Magical Instruments, or Basic Cultivation Techniques Taught. Cultivators weaved through the stalls, the sounds of haggling rising and falling. This blood ginseng herb. 3 spirit stones at most, I want take more. Fellow Taoist, your diamond talisman is too crudely drawn, its effect is probably halved right. Make way, make way. My wind chaser beast has a bad temper, don't get kicked. Lin Chen walked slowly through the crowd, his gaze sweeping over the stalls. He watched and he listened. Have you heard? The Heavenly Sword Secret Realm is opening next month. This time Luyun Sword Sect is releasing 10 slots even for rogue cultivators, but the registration fee is 50 spirit stones. 50 spirit stones. That's robbery. But if you can get into the secret realm, even a little loot would be worth it. Worth it, my ass. Don't you know how dangerous the secret realm is? Last year 20 went in and less than half came out alive. If you ask me, with those 50 spirit stones you'd be better off buying some pills and cultivating steadily. Hey, you don't know this, do you? I heard that in this secret realm a sword soul stone might appear. A sword soul stone. Really? Who knows? But the rumors are pretty detailed. Sword soul stone. Lin Chen's heart stirred. Senior Gutsan had once mentioned that the sword soul stone was a supreme treasure for sword cultivators, containing pure sword intent that could aid in comprehending the sword path and also repair and nourish sword instruments. If he could obtain one, it would be of great use to him and his rusted sword. But he quickly suppressed that thought. The 50 spirit stone registration fee, his entire fortune now amounted to just 40. Besides, the secret realm was dangerous. As an early chi refinement cultivator, entering would be suicide. He should first secure a foothold. He continued walking, following the address the woman in blue had given him, searching for the inn. The inn was at the west end of the marketplace in a somewhat remote spot. It was a 2-story building with a worn facade, most of the paint on its sign peeling away, barely readable as Peaceful Rest Inn. Lin Chen pushed the door open. The lobby was dim, lit only by an oil lamp on the counter. A scrawny old man was dozing on the counter. Hearing the noise, he raised his head and squinted at Lin Chen. Staying? Yes, Lin Chen said. Shopkeeper Wang sent me. At the name, Shopkeeper Wang, the old man's eyes sharpened slightly. He sat up straight, looked Lin Chen up and down, then pulled a yellowed ledger from under the counter and opened it. Name: Lin Chen. Temporary residence token. Lin Chen handed over the wooden token. The old man glanced at it, nodded, jotted something in the ledger, then took a copper key from the wall and tossed it to Lin Chen. Second floor, room A3. 1 low-grade spirit stone per day, includes breakfast. Hot water costs extra. Meals are at the restaurant next door, we don't serve them here. 1 rule: no fighting in the rooms. If you break anything you pay 10 times the cost. Lin Chen took the key, pulled 3 spirit stones from his pocket and placed them on the counter. 3 days for now. The old man accepted the spirit stones, ignored him and slumped back onto the counter to continue his nap. Lin Chen turned and went upstairs. The room was tiny, with only a bed, a table and a chair. The window was small, its paper pane yellowed, letting in dim light. But at least it was clean and the bedding had no strange smell. He undid the bundle on his back, set it on the table and pushed open the window. Outside was the inn's backyard with a few locust trees and a stone well beneath them. Further beyond was the marketplace wall, and beyond that the endless mountain forest. It was quiet. A world apart from the clamor of the streets. Lin Chen stood by the window for a moment, then closed it, sat on the edge of the bed and pulled out the black cloth pouch. Zhao Laudio's storage pouch. He emptied its contents: 23 low-grade spirit stones, several bottles of pills, a jumble of miscellaneous materials, and those few sheets of parchment. Lin Chen spread the parchments out one by one and examined them again. A map, a list, a fragment of a cultivation technique, and a portrait of a man in black robes. Finally his gaze fell on the small line of text beside the portrait: every 15th at midnight, the usual place. Today was the 8th. There were still 7 days until the 15th. Lin Chen put away the parchments and picked up the book, Miscellaneous Talks on Nether Chi, opening it. He had leafed through this book many times in recent days. Though its records on Nether Chi were shallow, they were still very useful to a novice just stepping onto the path of cultivation. For instance, Nether Chi came in many types. There was the Earth Nether and Heaven Nether, born from nature; the Battle Nether, accumulated from battlefield slaughter; the Heart Nether, produced by cultivators succumbing to inner demons; and the Sword Nether he had inherited from the ancient sword. Different Nether Chi had different properties and required different cultivation methods. The Sword Prison Nether, refining art, specifically refined Sword Nether. It used the body as a prison and the sword as a lock, trapping Nether Chi within and refining it for one's own use. This method was perilous, but its power far surpassed ordinary techniques. Lin Chen read very carefully. Unbeknownst to him, the sky darkened. Lamps lit up in the marketplace. From the window the distant street sparkled like a river of stars on the ground. The noise had lessened but hadn't entirely subsided, replaced by the sounds of string instruments and laughter, as if some nightlife had begun. Lin Chen closed the book, stood up and stretched his limbs. Then he drew his rusted sword. The blade remained dull and lusterless in the dim room. Those dark red rust spots under the faint light of the oil lamp looked like clotted blood. Lin Chen gripped the sword and slowly assumed the simplest starting stance. Both hands holding the sword raised above the head, then a downward slash. Very slow, very steady. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. He repeated the motion over and over. Without infusing Nether Chi, without using sword essence, it was pure muscle memory practice. The sword edge cut through the air, making a faint shushing sound. Sweat trickled down his forehead, dripping onto the floor, leaving small dark stains. But he didn't stop. He knew he was still weak. So weak that he couldn't even protect a few children, so weak that he couldn't even defeat a single evil cultivator at early Foundation establishment. So he had to grow stronger. Little by little, slash by slash, grow stronger. The lights outside the window went out one by one and the marketplace finally fell completely silent. Only from this small second-floor room came the monotonous, repetitive sound of sword swings continuing on. Until the moon passed its zenith. Lin Chen sheathed his sword and panted. The wound on his left shoulder began to ache again, but he ignored it. He wiped the sweat from his face, thrust the sword back onto his back, then sat cross-legged and began to regulate his breathing. The Sword Prison Nether refining art slowly cycled. The grain-sized sword essence in his dantian rotated slowly, each rotation drawing a faint wisp of Nether Chi from his meridians, becoming more condensed. The night was very still. So still that he could hear his own heartbeat, the rustling of wind through the locust trees outside the window, and also, from a distant direction, an extremely faint tremor like the hum of a sword. Lin Chen's eyes snapped open. He stood up, walked to the window, pushed it open and looked in that direction. It was the east end of the marketplace. The direction of the Pavilion of 100 Tidings. At that moment the rusted sword on his back suddenly began to tremble faintly. Those dark red rust spots seemed to breathe under the moonlight. As if responding. As if yearning for something. Early the next morning Lin Chen pushed open the inn's door. The Luoyuan market under the morning light seemed a world apart from the previous night. The streets were sparsely populated, with most shops yet to open. Only a few breakfast vendors had set up stalls at the street corners, their steamers billowing with white misty steam. The air carried the savory scent of meat buns, the bean fragrance of soy milk, and a faint elusive trace of blood. Lin Chen cast a glance in the direction of the bloody smell. Lying at the mouth of an alley across the street was a man. Dressed in grey martial attire, a wound deep enough to reveal bone marred his chest. The blood had already congealed, a dark crimson stain spreading across the bluestone pavement. A few early rising cultivators stood at a distance pointing and murmuring among themselves, yet none dared to approach. See that? The Black Tiger Gang and the Green Serpent Society clashed again last night. That's a minor leader from the Black Tiger Gang at the 4th layer of Chi refinement. He was stabbed to death by the Green Serpent Society's second-in-command with a single blow. Tisk, how many does this make? Isn't private fighting banned in the market? Don't the enforcers care? Care? How could they? Both factions have Foundation establishment cultivators backing them. The enforcers only bully rogue cultivators. When it comes to these local powers, they just turn a blind eye. True. In this world without some backing, it's tough everywhere. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze and looked no further. He approached a stall selling meat buns, ordered 2 buns and a bowl of soy milk, then sat on a crude wooden stool to eat slowly. The buns had thin skins and generous fillings rich with meat juice. The soy milk was freshly ground, still steaming, and drinking it warmed him, dispelling the morning chill. He ate unhurriedly, listening to the nearby cultivators' gossip. Have you heard? Registration for the Heavenly Sword Secret Realm has already begun. It's at the Luyun Pavilion in the market center. You'd better go early. I hear the slots are fiercely contested. Luyun Pavilion. Isn't that the Luyun Sword Sect's territory? Is the registration fee really 50 spirit stones? Absolutely true. And I heard that sword soul stones might emerge in this secret realm, so several sword cultivating sects are keeping a close watch. It'll be tough for rogue cultivators to get a share. Sword soul stones. Tisk, if I could get one, I'd never worry again. Dream on. Even if they exist, they won't be for us rogue cultivators. I say just stick to taking tasks, earn some spirit stones, and buy pills to cultivate. Tasks. Lin Chen's mind stirred. He set down his bowl, approached the cultivator who had just spoken, and cupped his hands in greeting. Fellow Taoist, may I ask where in the market one can accept tasks? The cultivator was a man in his 40s wearing a faded Taoist robe, looking like a down-and-out rogue cultivator. He sized up Lin Chen, noting his youth and weak aura, and a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Still he pointed to the west end of the market. Over there, the task hall. Go straight from here past 2 intersections, turn left. There's a wooden sign hanging at the door. But young friend, I advise you, tasks in the hall aren't so easy to take. Even the lowest Ding grade tasks require at least mid-stage Chi refinement to complete. At your early Chi refinement, it's a wasted trip. Lin Chen nodded. Thank you. He said no more, paid for the buns, and headed toward the west end of the market. The task hall was more imposing than he had imagined. It was a 3-story pavilion with green tiles and flying eaves. 2 stone lions stood at the entrance, their paws resting on embroidered balls, lifelike in their detail. Above the door hung a black plaque with gold characters bearing 3 large words, Task Hall. Many cultivators were coming and going, most with hurried steps and serious expressions. Lin Chen stepped inside. The main hall was spacious, with walls covered in wooden plaques. The plaques came in 4 colors: white, cyan, blue, and red. Each color was further divided into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower, ranging from Ding lower to Jia upper. There were thousands of them, dense and numerous. Every plaque bore the task details, requirements, and rewards. In the center of the hall stood several long tables, behind which sat cultivators in gray uniforms, registering and issuing vouchers to those taking tasks. Lin Chen walked to a wall covered in white plaques and looked up. Ding lower 375, harvest 10 crimson blood grass. Requirement: the grass must be over 3 years old with intact roots. Reward: 3 low-grade spirit stones. Recommended cultivation: 3rd layer of Chi refinement or above. Ding lower 412, hunt an ironback wolf and bring back 2 fangs. Requirement: fangs must be intact without damage. Reward: 5 low-grade spirit stones. Recommended cultivation: 4th layer of Chi refinement or above. Ding lower 539, escort a merchant caravan to Blackwater town. Requirement: must handle potential bandits and demon beasts along the way. Reward: 10 low-grade spirit stones. Recommended cultivation: 5th layer of Chi refinement or above. Lin Chen read on, his brow furrowing deeper. As the rogue cultivator had said, even the lowest Ding lower tasks required at least the 3rd layer of Chi refinement. And he was merely at the early stage. Even if his actual combat strength far exceeded his cultivation level, the task hall only recognized cultivation, not strength. Without the 3rd layer of Chi refinement, he couldn't even register. He turned to leave. Just then a sarcastic voice came from beside him. Oh, isn't this the kid who just arrived yesterday? What an early chi refinement brat wants to take tasks. Don't you know your place? Lin Chen turned. The speaker was a young man in his 20s dressed in a brocade robe, a jade pendant at his waist and a folding fan in his hand, exuding the air of a spoiled rich youth. He was flanked by 2 lackeys, both at mid-stage chi refinement, standing with arms crossed and arrogant expressions. Many cultivators in the hall turned to look, some shaking their heads, others sneering, and some relishing the scene. It's the 3rd young master of the Zhou family, Zhou Peng. He's bullying a newcomer again. The Zhou family is a local power in Luyan market with a foundation establishment cultivator backing them. Zhou Peng is only at the 4th layer of chi refinement, but he relies on his family to bully the weak and act tyrannically. That kid's in trouble. Zhou Peng loves picking on rogue cultivators without backing. At best he humiliates them, at worst he beats them crippled or kills them, and no one dares to intervene. Lin Chen looked at Zhou Peng, saying nothing. Seeing his silence, Zhou Peng took it for fear and grew even more smug. Fanning himself, he stepped up to Lin Chen and looked him over. Kid, I think I saw you at the inn entrance yesterday. Carrying a rusty sword, dressed like a beggar, and you dare to come to Luyan market. Do you even know what kind of place this is? He reached out to pat Lin Chen's face. But his hand stopped midair. Because Lin Chen raised his eyes. That gaze was calm, utterly tranquil, as if looking at a stone, a blade of grass. A dead man. Zhou Peng felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart, his extended hand frozen. But he quickly recovered, feeling his face had been lost and his expression darkened. He changed his hand from a pat to a point, jabbing a finger at Lin Chen's nose. Kid, who are you staring at? You think I want gouge out your eyes? Lin Chen still said nothing. He simply raised his hand slowly and grasped the hilt of the sword on his back. Slowly, steadily. But that very motion made Zhou Peng's 2 lackeys exchange glances and step forward, simultaneously shielding Zhou Peng. Young master, be careful, one whispered. This kid. Something's off. Zhou Peng felt it too. From Lin Chen he sensed an extremely faint yet spine-chilling aura. It wasn't the pressure of cultivation, but something purer, colder. Killing intent. Though faint, it was unmistakably killing intent. Zhou Peng's face shifted, but he forced himself to stay composed, sneering, What, you want to fight? Don't you know private fighting is forbidden in the market? If you dare make a move, the enforcers will immediately seize you and refine your soul. Lin Chen looked at him, then released his grip on the sword. He turned and walked toward the hall's exit. From start to finish he didn't utter a single word. Zhou Peng stood frozen, only snapping back to reality when Lin Chen's figure vanished through the doorway. His face flushed crimson. Damn it. An early chi refinement trash dares to give me attitude, he gritted out. Go find out where that kid's staying and what his background is. It'll make him understand what happens when you offend me, Zhou Peng, in Luyan market. The 2 lackeys exchanged glances. One of them said in a low voice, Young master, that kid just now wasn't simple. He has a baleful aura, and that sword. What about the sword? Zhou Peng glared. That sword. I think it's a weapon of slaughter, the lackey said, his voice even lower. Only a sword that has killed and drunk blood carries that kind of aura. This kid might not be someone to mess with. Zhou Peng's expression flickered between uncertainty and anger, but in the end his spoiled nature prevailed. A weapon of slaughter, so what? An early chi refinement brat, can he turn the world upside down? He snorted coldly. Go investigate. I want to see just how fierce he can be. Lin Chen walked out of the task hall and stood on the street silent for a moment. Then he turned and headed toward the east end of the market. The 100 Gossip Tower was located at the east end in a remote spot deep within a narrow alley. The building was only 2 stories tall, very old, with much of its plaster peeled away, revealing the dark green bricks beneath. The door was open, the interior dim. All he could see was a counter behind which sat an old man dozing off. He bore a striking resemblance to the old man at the Peace Inn, 7 or 8 parts similar. Lin Chen stepped inside. Buying or selling information? The old man asked without lifting his head, his voice hoarse. Buying, Lin Chen said. What do you want to know? Sword, soul, stone. The old man raised his head. His face was utterly ordinary, deeply lined with small eyes, but those eyes were sharp, as bright as 2 blades, capable of cutting through a person and seeing them inside out. He stared at Lin Chen for a full 3 breaths, then slowly spoke. Sword, soul, stone, a supreme treasure for sword cultivators, containing pure sword intent. It is produced deep within the heavenly sword secret realm in the sword grave. The last time it emerged was 30 years ago, claimed by the Luyun sword sect's Grand Elder. He refined it into his life-bound flying sword and broke through to midstage golden core in one go. The heavenly sword secret realm opens once every decade. Each time sword soul stones may accompany the sword intense emergence in the sword grave. The quantity varies, at most 3 to 5, at least none at all. For this opening there are indeed disturbances in the sword grave with a probability of sword soul stones appearing at over 70%. The old man paused, looking at Lin Chen. This is public information. 10 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Chen pulled 10 spirit stones from his pocket and placed them on the counter. The old man took the stones and continued, "What you really want to know is how to obtain a sword soul stone." Lin Chen nodded. "Difficult," the old man uttered a single word. "First you need a slot to enter the secret realm. The Luyun sword sect has released 10 slots for rogue cultivators with a registration fee of 50 spirit stones. But in reality no more than 5 will actually get in, the other 5 will be replaced by people planted by the major factions. Second, even if you get in, the sword grave lies at the deepest part of the secret realm. Along the way you'll face numerous demon beasts, prohibitions and other cultivators. With your early chi refinement cultivation your chances of surviving to reach the sword grave are less than 10%. Third, even if you reach the sword grave the sword soul stones are not easily claimed. The sword grave is filled with rampant sword intent. If your cultivation is insufficient you'll be torn apart by it. Moreover, at least 3 foundation establishment cultivators will be present. As an early chi refinement cultivator, how will you compete with them? Lin Chen was silent. The old man's words were all true. So my advice, the old man said, leaning back in his chair unhurried, is to give up. Instead of chasing that elusive sword soul stone, take a few tasks, earn some spirit stones, buy some pills and cultivate diligently. Wait until your cultivation improves before thinking about such things. Lin Chen looked at him and suddenly asked, "What if I insist on going?" The old man narrowed his eyes. "Then you'll need more detailed information," he said. "A map of the sword grave, the distribution of prohibitions, the types of demon beasts, and detailed profiles of those foundation establishment cultivators. This is exclusive intelligence and it doesn't come cheap." "How much?" 500 low-grade spirit stones, the old man said, "or something of equivalent value." 500. Lin Chen's entire wealth amounted to only 40. He shook his head. "I can't afford it." "Then there's another way," the old man said. "The 100 Gossip Tower occasionally issues special tasks with rewards in spirit stones or information. If you can complete one you can use the reward to exchange for the intelligence you want." "What task?" The old man reached under the counter and pulled out a black wooden plaque, tossing it to Lin Chen. The plaque was heavy in his hand. On the front was engraved the character Jia, and on the back the task details, Jia 17, investigate the source of anomalies in the Blackwater Swamp. Requirement: bring back conclusive evidence. Reward negotiable. Recommended cultivation foundation establishment or above. Lin Chen looked at the plaque, saying nothing. The Blackwater Swamp was a perilous region 300 li south of Luyun Market, perpetually shrouded in toxic miasma and infested with demon beasts, its danger comparable to the Heavenly Sword secret realm. The recommended cultivation of foundation establishment or above meant that for chi refinement cultivators it was certain death. "I can't take this." He placed the plaque back on the counter. The old man wasn't surprised. He put the plaque away, slumped back behind the counter and closed his eyes. "Then there's no way around it, kid. Take my advice, some things are beyond your reach. Living well is better than anything else." Lin Chen turned and walked out. At the door he stopped and looked back to ask, "What if I want to trace the origin of a sword?" The old man cracked open an eye. "What kind of sword?" "A rusted sword," Lin Chen said. "Very old, very heavy, with dark red rust marks that look like blood." The old man fell silent. After a long while he spoke slowly, "You'd better throw that sword away." "Why?" "Because it will bring you disaster," the old man said, his voice so low that only Lin Chen could hear. "Many years ago someone came to Luyun Market carrying a sword like that. Later he died. The one who killed him was a golden core cultivator." Lin Chen's pupils contracted. "Who was he?" "A sword cultivator," the old man said. "A very powerful, very mad sword cultivator. When he died that sword broke and its fragments scattered everywhere. Some people collected those fragments and reforged them into new swords. But those swords all carry the original owner's curse. The wielder shall come to no good end." He paused, looking at Lin Chen. The one in your hand is probably reforged from one of those fragments. I don't know how you got it, but I advise you to get rid of it as soon as possible. Otherwise you'll end up like that man, dying a miserable death. Lin Chen was silent for a long time. Then he asked what was that man's name. The old man stared at him for a long while, then slowly uttered two words, Gucang. Lin Chen's heart jolted violently. But his face showed no expression. He merely nodded. Thank you. With that he turned and walked out of the 100 Gossip Tower. The sunlight outside was blinding. He stood in the alley, raised his head and looked at the sky. The sky was a deep blue, the clouds pure white. Everything was so serene. But Lin Chen knew that something had already changed. Senior Gucang. Who was he? And that sword? What exactly was it? At that moment the rusted sword on his back began to tremble faintly. As if responding to his questions. As if. Awakening. At that moment the rusted sword on his back began to tremble faintly. As if responding to his questions. As if. Awakening. At that moment the rusted sword on his back began to tremble faintly. As if responding to his questions. As if. Awakening. At that moment the rusted sword on his back began to tremble faintly. As if responding to his questions. As if. Awakening. At that moment the rusted sword on his back began to tremble faintly. As if responding to his questions. As if. Awakening. At that moment the rusted sword on his back began to tremble faintly. As if responding to his questions. As if. Awakening. At that moment the rusted sword on his back began to tremble faintly. As if responding to his questions. As if. Awakening. At that moment the rusted sword on his back began to tremble faintly. As if responding to his questions. As if. Awakening. At that moment the rusted sword on his back began to tremble faintly. As if responding to his questions. As if. Awakening. At that moment the rusted sword on his back began to tremble faintly. As if responding to his questions. As if. Awakening. At that moment the rusted sword on his back began to tremble faintly. As if responding to his questions. As if. Awakening. At that moment the rusted sword on his back began to tremble faintly. As if responding to his questions. As if. Awakening. At that moment the rusted sword on his back began to tremble faintly. As if responding to his questions. As if. Awakening. At that moment the rusted sword on his back began to tremble faintly. As if responding to his questions. As if. Awakening. At that moment the rusted sword on his back began to tremble faintly. As if responding to his questions. As if. Awakening. At that moment the rusted sword on his back began to tremble faintly. As if responding to his questions. As if. Awakening. At that moment the rusted sword on his back began to tremble faintly. As if responding to his questions. As if. Awakening. At that moment the rusted sword on his back began to tremble faintly. As if responding to his questions. As if. Awakening. At that moment the rusted sword on his back began to tremble faintly. As if responding to his questions. As if. Awakening. At that moment the rusted sword on his back began to tremble faintly. As if responding to his questions. As if. Awakening. At that moment the rusted sword on his back began to tremble faintly. As if responding to his questions. As if. Awakening. At that moment the rusted sword on his back began to tremble faintly. As if responding to his questions. As if. Awakening. At that moment the rusted sword on his back began to tremble faintly. As if responding to his questions. As if. Awakening. At that moment the rusted sword on his back began to tremble faintly. As if responding to his questions. As if. Awakening. At that moment the rusted sword on his back began to tremble faintly. As if responding to his questions. As if. Awakening. Stepping out of the Baishao Tower, it was already close to noon. The street outside the alley had returned to its bustling state, with crowds flowing like a river, shouts, bargaining voices, and the sound of wheels rolling over the cobblestones blending together, creating a cacophony. Lin Chen stood at the mouth of the alley watching the people on the street for a long time. Gucang. The remnant soul sleeping within the sword, the senior who passed on the sword prison, refining evil technique to him, the one whose name might even be a false identity, perhaps a person from the past. The old man at the Baishao Tower said that many years ago a sword cultivator named Gutsang came to the Luoyuan market with a rusty sword. Later he died. The one who killed him was a golden core cultivator. Shattered, reforged, cursed, never to end well. Each word struck Lin Chen's heart like a hammer. But he did not move. He simply stood quietly, allowing those words to roll around in his mind, settling, ultimately sinking into his heart, transforming into a cold stone. Then he took a step forward and merged into the crowd. He did not return to the inn but instead walked east along the street. Luoyuan Market was vast, 3 miles long from east to west and 2 miles wide from north to south, with more than 3,000 resident cultivators and with transient scattered cultivators and merchant caravans perhaps totaling 5,000. This would be insignificant in a mortal town, but in a gathering place for cultivators it was already considerable. Lin Chen walked slowly, his gaze sweeping over the shop stalls and pedestrians on both sides. He was observing, learning, adapting. Adapting to a world that was vastly different from Qing Stone Town, larger, more complex and more dangerous. At the end of the east street stood a stone bridge. Beneath it flowed a small river that passed through the market, its waters crystal clear, revealing the pebbles and swimming fish at the bottom. The bridge was wide enough for 4 horse-drawn carriages to pass side by side, constructed from blue stone with cloud patterns engraved on the railings appearing somewhat aged. At the bridge's entrance stood a stone tablet inscribed with 3 characters, Luoyuan Bridge. But at this moment the bridge was blocked. It was not obstructed by people but by objects. Over a dozen thick iron chains stretched from one end of the bridge to the other, cutting the bridge in half. The iron chains were as thick as a man's arm, glistening black and shining coldly under the sun. In front of the chains stood 2 cultivators dressed in blue uniforms, swords at their waists, with stern expressions and breaths that were above the refining chi stage. Behind them stood a wooden sign that read, "The Luoyuan Sword Sect requisitions this bridge, unauthorized personnel must not enter." At the other end of the bridge 2 similarly dressed cultivators were also standing. At both ends of the bridge over a dozen cultivators were blocked outside the iron chains, some anxiously gazing, others quietly complaining, but nobody dared to force their way through. Lin Chen approached and overheard the discussions of several cultivators nearby. "This is the 3rd day. What exactly is the Luoyuan Sword Sect doing? Why block a perfectly good bridge? It takes an extra half an hour to detour. Who knows? They say they are setting up some sword formation to welcome the opening of the Heavenly Sword Secret Realm next month. But the Secret Realm doesn't open for over half a month. Closing the bridge now is too tyrannical, isn't it?" "Tyrannical? They are the Luoyuan Sword Sect. This market is theirs. What's wrong with blocking the bridge? If you have the ability, don't leave." "Sigh, that's true. You can't twist an arm against a thigh. Let's go, let's take the detour." Several cultivators shook their heads and turned to leave. Lin Chen did not leave. He stood among the crowd staring at those iron chains for a long time. The chains were thick and heavy, each one dozens of yards long, stretched taut from one end of the bridge to the other. The iron chains were inscribed with intricate runes, dark red in color, flickering in and out of sight under the sunlight, exuding an aura of murderous intent. Sword formation. Lin Chen did not understand formations, but he could feel that those iron chains contained a sharp, cold energy, as if they could cut through everything. That was the aura of a sword. Or rather, sword chi. "What are you looking at?" One of the bridge guards noticed Lin Chen's gaze and shouted coldly, "The Luoyuan Sword Sect is conducting business. Unauthorized personnel, clear the area. If you dare to pry, you'll be treated as a spy." Lin Chen retracted his gaze and turned to leave. But he did not go far, instead finding a tea house near the bridge, going up to the 2nd floor, choosing a window seat and ordering the cheapest clear tea. From this angle he could see the entire bridge and the iron chains upon it. He sat down, poured tea, drank tea, but his gaze remained fixed on the bridge. He was waiting. Waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity to verify certain matters. Time passed slowly. The sun gradually set in the west and the guards at the bridge changed shifts. The 2 new arriving cultivators had higher cultivation levels, both at the late stage of refining chi, and their expressions were more arrogant as they shouted at the scattered cultivators, blocked, showing no courtesy. Lin Chen's tea was refilled 3 times. Just as he was about to get up to leave, a commotion suddenly erupted from the other end of the bridge. An old Taoist priest in tattered robes with graying hair stumbled towards the iron chains, kneeling with a thud on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head towards the opposite side of the bridge. "Immortal Master, please have mercy. My granddaughter is ill and urgently needs crimson blood grass to save her." The crimson blood grass only grows on the Qian mountain across the river. I beg you please let me pass. If I don't hurry it will be too late. The old Taoist cried hoarsely, his forehead knocking on the cobblestones producing a thudding sound, quickly drawing blood. The cultivators at this end of the bridge frowned. One of them shouted, "Get lost. The Luyun sword sect has sealed the bridge, no one is allowed to cross. Your granddaughter's illness has nothing to do with us. If you dare to make a fuss here it'll break your legs." The old Taoist did not listen and continued to kneel and plead. The cultivator grew impatient and raised his foot to kick. At this moment a clear voice came from the other side of the bridge. "Stop." The voice was not loud, but it clearly spread across the entire bridge. Everyone turned their heads to look towards the other side of the bridge. A woman in white was walking slowly from that end. She appeared to be in her early 20s with features like a painting, an icy demeanor and a long sword at her waist, its sheath white engraved with cloud patterns. She walked slowly, but each step seemed measured, precise. The iron chains automatically parted before her, creating a passage. "It's senior sister Yunsu of the Luyun sword sect. Why is she here? Wasn't she supposed to be in seclusion preparing for the secret realm? Who knows? But senior sister Yunsu is known for her kindness, she might let the old Taoist pass." The two bridge guards bowed respectfully upon seeing the woman senior sister Yunsu. Yunsu nodded, approached the old Taoist and bent down to help him up. "Old man, what happened to your granddaughter?" Her voice was gentle, a stark contrast to her earlier coldness. The old Taoist grasped this lifeline, choking on his tears. "She is sick. She's had a high fever for 3 days and the doctor said only crimson blood grass can save her. But that grass is only on Qian mountain across the river and this bridge. It can't be crossed. Immortal master, I beg you please let me pass. My granddaughter is only 7, she can't die." Yunsu fell silent for a moment, then turned to the bridge guard saying, "Let him pass." "This." The guard hesitated. "Senior sister, this. Sealing the bridge is an order from the elders saying to set up the Luyun lock sword formation, it must not be disturbed. Letting him pass, what if it interferes with the formation setup? The formation is set beneath the bridge, unrelated to pedestrians above." Yunsu said lightly, "Let him pass, I will take responsibility for all consequences." The guard hesitated for a moment but finally nodded, gesturing to his companion to untie the iron chains. The chains rattled as a gap opened just wide enough for one person to pass. The old Taoist thanked her profusely, scrambling across the bridge heading towards the direction of Qian mountain. Yunsu watched his retreating figure, a flicker of reluctance in her eyes, but soon returned to her icy demeanor. She turned to leave but suddenly paused, glancing back towards the bridge's entrance. Her gaze fell upon the window of the tea house on the second floor. Upon Lin Chen. Their eyes met. Lin Chen felt a chill run through him. He could sense that the woman's gaze was sharp, like two swords piercing through him. But what startled him even more was that the rusty sword on his back trembled lightly at this moment. Very faintly, only he could feel it. Yet it was indeed trembling. It felt like it was excited, or perhaps on guard. Yunsu looked at Lin Chen for 3 breaths, then withdrew her gaze and turned to leave. The iron chains closed again and the bridge returned to silence. Yet Lin Chen's heart could not calm down. He put down his teacup, took out 2 copper coins from his pocket, placed them on the table and got up to leave. As he stepped out of the tea house, the sky had already darkened. The market lit up with lamps and the number of pedestrians on the street dwindled, only the night market stalls still in operation, their shouts and laughter drifting in the night. Lin Chen did not return to the inn but walked slowly along the street. He was pondering that earlier scene. The woman in white named Yunsu was a disciple of the Luyun sword sect with at least foundation establishment cultivation. The sword at her waist exuded a pure, fierce aura representing orthodox swordsmanship. Yet the rusty sword on his back trembled upon seeing her. Why? Was it because they were both swords resonating with each other? Or was it something else? Lin Chen did not know. But he understood that the rusty sword, or rather the ancient gutsong within it, must know that Yunsu. Or rather it recognized that sword. He walked into a secluded alley and stopped. The alley was deep, devoid of light, with only the moonlight spilling through the gaps of the eaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Lin Chen turned around, looking towards the mouth of the alley. Have you been following me the whole way? Aren't you tired? There was no one at the alley's entrance. Only the night wind blew past, stirring up a few fallen leaves. Lin Chen waited for 3 breaths, then said again, since you left the tea house you have been following me. 3 of you, 1 at the 5th level of refining qi and 2 at the 4th level. It must be Zhou Peng who sent you, right? There was still silence at the alley's entrance. But Lin Chen could sense those three auras lurking in the shadows outside the alley. He stopped wasting words and drew his sword. The sound of the rusty sword unsheathing was very soft, but in the silent alley it was exceptionally clear. The sword body remained dull, yet under the moonlight the dark red rust seemed to flow slowly. At the alley's entrance there finally was movement. Three figures stepped out from the shadows. They were precisely the two lackeys who had been following Zhou Peng at the task hall during the day, along with a stranger, a one-eyed man with a scar running diagonally from his forehead to his chin, looking fierce and terrifying. His cultivation level was the highest at the 5th level of refining chi. Kid, your perception is pretty good. The one-eyed man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, but unfortunately no matter how good your perception is, it won't save your life. Together. The one-eyed man shouted, lowly, taking the lead in attacking. He wielded a ghostly-headed knife, heavy and radiating a dark sheen, clearly poisoned. With a single slash it produced a piercing wind sound directly aimed at Lin Chen's head. The other two also attacked simultaneously, one with a sword, the sword light resembling a viper's tongue, stabbing at Lin Chen's back, the other with iron claws, the claw wind fierce, aiming for Lin Chen's legs. They surrounded him from three sides, cutting off all escape routes. Lin Chen did not retreat. He moved. Not backwards or evasively, but forward. He charged towards the one-eyed man and his ghostly-headed knife. The blade was descending upon him. Lin Chen raised his sword and slashed upwards. Clang! The sword and knife clashed, sparks flying. The one-eyed man felt a tremendous force surge through him, numbing his tiger's mouth, and the ghostly-headed knife nearly slipped from his grip. He was horrified. This kid was clearly only at the early stage of refining chi. How could he possess such strength? But he had no time to think, as Lin Chen's second strike was already upon him. Very simple, very quick. Still a downward slash. But this time a wisp of black evil energy coiled around the sword body. The one-eyed man raised his knife to block. Crack. The ghostly-headed knife shattered. It was not cleaved in two, but rather eroded by that black evil energy, the blade aging thousands of years in an instant, rusting and decaying, then breaking apart. The sword's force did not diminish, cleaving towards the one-eyed man's face. The one-eyed man felt his soul leave his body, not even thinking, he hurriedly retreated. But while he retreated quickly, the sword was even faster. The sword tip grazed his chest, leaving a wound deep enough to see bone. The wound did not bleed, but rapidly turned black, rotting and emitting a nauseating stench. The one-eyed man let out a miserable scream, clutching his chest as he fell to the ground, rolling and wailing. The other two, seeing this, were terrified and turned to flee. But Lin Chen had already turned around, the sword light rising again. One sword pierced through the throat of the one wielding the sword. A reverse cut severed the wrist of the one using the iron claws. Both fell to the ground, one dead and the other heavily injured. The alley returned to silence. Only the one-eyed man's wailing echoed in the night, gradually fading. Lin Chen sheathed his sword, looking at the three corpses on the ground, two dead, one mortally wounded. His face bore no expression. There was no fear after killing, no joy after victory, only a chilling calm. As if he had done something very ordinary. He bent down, rummaging through the three bodies, retrieving three storage bags, then picked up the broken ghostly-headed knife and iron claws, glanced at them and tossed them aside. Then he stood up, looking towards the alley's mouth. At the entrance a figure had appeared, unknown to him. A woman in white. Yun Su. She stood under the moonlight, quietly watching Lin Chen, the corpses on the ground and the still dripping rusty sword. She gazed for a long time. Then she spoke, her voice still cold but tinged with curiosity. What sword technique did you use? Then she spoke, her voice still cold but tinged with curiosity. What sword technique did you use? Then she spoke, her voice still cold but tinged with curiosity. What sword technique did you use? Then she spoke, her voice still cold but tinged with curiosity. What sword technique did you use? The stench of blood was thick in the alley. It overpowered the herbal scent brought by the night wind, so heavy that it made one feel nauseous. Yet Yun Su stood quietly, her white robes untainted in the moonlight, as if the blood and death had nothing to do with her. She looked at Lin Chen, at the sword, at the dark red rust on the blade that seemed to flow slowly under the moonlight. What sword technique are you using? She asked again, her voice revealing no emotion. Lin Chen remained silent. He simply tightened his grip on the sword, its tip angled toward the ground, blood droplets trickling down, splattering small pools of crimson on the bluestone tiles. He was waiting. Waiting for Yun Su's next move. Waiting for her sword to be drawn. But Yun Su did not draw her sword. She didn't even move, merely standing there, her gaze shifting from Lin Chen to the rusty sword. This sword. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before, she slowly began. Lin Chen's heart tightened. Many years ago. Yun Su continued as if reminiscing, in my master's sword chamber there was a broken sword. Its blade bore the same rust and the same aura. She paused, looking into Lin Chen's eyes. That sword was reforged from fragments of yours, wasn't it? Lin Chen remained silent. He didn't know what to say. Admit it. Deny it. Or counter-question. Any of these could expose more. So he chose silence. Yun Su didn't mind, merely nodding. Even if you don't say, I can guess. The malevolence of this sword is quite special, so special that I can feel it from 3 streets away. She raised her hand, pointing to the sword on Lin Chen's back. It trembled just now because of my flowing cloud sword at my waist. The flowing cloud sword was forged 300 years ago by the founder of my flowing cloud sword sect using heavenly flowing cloud iron. On the day it was completed, clouds swirled around for 3 days, hence the name flowing cloud. And the sword on your back. She paused, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. If I'm not mistaken, its former name should be Slay Immortal. Slay Immortal. The 2 words struck Lin Chen's heart like 2 hammers. He recalled the words spoken by the remnant soul of Gutsang when it awakened. He thought of the old man from Baishao Tower who spoke of the sword cultivator who met an untimely end, and remembered the trembling of this sword when it drank blood as if it could swallow everything with its malevolence. Slay Immortal. Such a grand name. And such great karma. The Slay Immortal sword was wielded by a sword cultivator named Gutsang 1,000 years ago. Yun Su's voice was soft yet particularly clear in the quiet alley. Gutsang was extraordinarily talented with a swordsmanship that shone throughout the ages. But he walked the path of slaughter using malevolence in his sword, proving his Tao through killing. He wielded the Slay Immortal sword to slay demons, monsters and evil, and also immortals. She looked at Lin Chen. In the end he died. The Slay Immortal sword was also broken, its fragments scattered across the lands. Some collected the fragments and reforged them into new swords, but those swords carried the curse of their original master. Whoever wields the sword shall not end well. Lin Chen finally spoke. Why are you telling me all this? Because I want to know, Yun Su said. I want to know how a chi refining beginner like you can wield this sword. I want to know why there is such heavy malevolence on you yet you haven't fallen into madness. I want to know what your relation to Gutsang is. Lin Chen fell silent for a moment and asked, what if I don't say? Then I will have to test it myself, Yun Su said, slowly raising her hand to rest on the hilt of her sword at her waist. The flowing cloud sword had yet to be drawn, but a chilling sword intent had already spread, enveloping the entire alley. The temperature in the alley suddenly dropped and the blood on the ground began to form tiny ice crystals. The sword intent of the foundation establishment stage. Lin Chen's hand gripping the sword turned pale. He knew he couldn't win. The gap was too great. The difference between chi refinement and foundation establishment was like that between an ant and an elephant, with no chance of victory. But he did not retreat. Because he knew that retreat also meant death. So he took a step forward. With that step the malevolence within him erupted. Black malevolence surged from his body, wrapping around the rusty sword. The dark red rust seemed to come alive under the stimulation of the malevolence, slowly writhing on the blade, emitting a deep beast-like roar. Yun Su's eyes brightened for a moment. Interesting, she said. The manifestation of malevolence at the chi refining stage can achieve this step. Your talent is not inferior to that of Gutsang back then. She drew her sword. The flowing cloud sword emerged, its blade shimmering like autumn waters, casting a faint blue light under the moonlight. As the sword's edge pointed, the air emitted a soft hiss sound as if it were being sliced. Receive my sword strike, Yun Su said. If you can withstand it, I will let you go. If you cannot. She left her sentence unfinished, but her meaning was already clear. Lin Chen took a deep breath and poured all his malevolence into the sword. The rusty sword began to tremble violently, the black patterns on the blade spreading wildly from the hilt to his arm, shoulder and chest. His eyes began to turn red, and deep within his pupils a faint dark red light was burning. Then he raised the sword and swung down. Just like before, the simplest of actions. But this time where the sword edge passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, revealing a thin pitch-black crack. The crack was as thin as a hair, yet it emanated a chilling aura, pure void-like darkness that seemed capable of swallowing everything. Yun Su's expression changed for the first time. She initially intended to use only 30% of her strength to gauge Lin Chen's depth and then pull back. But this sword compelled her to take it seriously. The flowing cloud sword was raised, its tip gently touching that crack. There was no sound. No collision. The crack shattered and dissipated like foam beneath the tip of the flowing cloud sword. But Yun Su's sword also halted. She looked at Lin Chen, at his reddened eyes, at the black patterns crawling over his body, watching for a long time. Then she sheathed her sword. "That's enough," she said. Lin Chen swayed, nearly collapsing. That last strike had drained all his malevolence and all his strength. He could barely stand, relying on the sword to keep himself from falling. Yun Su walked up to him, took out a jade bottle from her bosom, poured out a greenish pill and handed it to him. "Take it," she said. "It can restore some of your vitality." Lin Chen did not take it. He only looked at her, his eyes filled with vigilance. Yun Su smiled faintly, that smile ephemeral, quickly vanishing into the moonlight. "If I wanted to kill you, that last strike would have sufficed. No need for poison," she said. "Just take it. I mean you no harm. At least not right now." Lin Chen remained silent for a moment, took the pill and swallowed it. As soon as the pill entered, it dissolved into a warm stream that surged through his limbs. His withered dantian felt like it was quenched after a long drought, greedily absorbing the medicinal power, and the tiny sword essence began to rotate slowly once more. "Thank you," he said. "No need," Yun Su shook her head. "I am merely curious. Curious how a chi-refining beginner like you can wield the fragments of the Slay Immortal sword. Curious why the malevolence on you is so pure yet so tamed." She paused, then asked, "Is Gutsong's remnant soul within you?" Lin Chen's heart jolted, but his face revealed no expression. "I don't understand what you're saying." Yun Su stared at him for 3 breaths, then nodded. "If you don't say, I won't press you. But I must remind you, there is more than one fragment of the Slay Immortal sword. There are also more than one reforged swords. Each sword will attract covetous eyes and bring about pursuit. Because..." She turned, gazing at the night sky outside the alley. "Because it is said that gathering all fragments and reforging the complete Slay Immortal sword will grant one Gutsong's legacy his lifetime of insights into swordsmanship and perhaps the secret behind his slaying of immortals." Lin Chen's breathing quickened slightly. But Yun Su did not look back, continuing, "Therefore possessing this sword is both an opportunity and a calamity for you. Your current cultivation is too low, too low, too low. Low enough that any foundation establishment cultivator could easily crush you. Low enough that you cannot even unleash 1/10th of this sword's power." She turned to look at Lin Chen again. "If you wish to live, if you want to truly wield this sword, you have only one choice." "What choice?" "Join the Flowing Cloud Sword sect," Yun Su said. The Flowing Cloud Sword sect is an orthodox sword cultivator sect with a complete legacy of swordsmanship, guiding elders and fellow disciples for sparring. More importantly, the Flowing Cloud Sword sect can protect you. At least within the sect no one would dare to openly seize your sword. Lin Chen fell silent. He knew Yun Su was speaking the truth. Right now he was like a child walking through a busy market, holding a gold brick open to anyone who might snatch it away. A sect like the Flowing Cloud Sword sect could indeed provide protection. "But why?" he asked. "Why help me?" Yun Su smiled. This time her smile held a hint of an unexplainable emotion. "Because many years ago my master had a brief encounter with Gutsong," she said. "My master said that Gutsong's sword was the purest sword in the world. He did not cultivate spiritual power nor comprehend the heavenly Tao, only honing one sword. That sword could slay immortals, demons, and sever all shackles in the world." She paused, her voice lowering. "My master always wanted to see that sword with his own eyes, but he never fulfilled that wish before he died. So I thought if I help him see it, it would count as fulfilling a wish for him." Lin Chen looked at her for a long time. Then he shook his head. "I cannot join the Flowing Cloud Sword sect." Yun Su raised an eyebrow. "Why not?" "Because," Lin Chen slowly replied, "my swordsmanship differs from yours. You cultivate the heavenly Tao following rules and regulations. But what I cultivate is the path of killing, of cutting, of breaking before establishing." Yun Su fell silent. She looked at Lin Chen, at the stubborn, uncompromising light burning in his eyes, and suddenly understood something. "You are very much like him," she said. "Not in appearance but in your gaze. That kind of would rather stand and die than kneel and live gaze." She sheathed her sword and turned to walk toward the alley's entrance. After taking a few steps she paused and turned back. If you change your mind you can come to the Flowing Cloud Sword Sect to find me at any time. My cave is behind the Flowing Cloud Peak called Tingyu Pavilion. After speaking her figure flickered and disappeared into the night. In the alley only Lin Chen remained along with the 3 gradually cooling corpses on the ground. The night wind blew through the alley bringing the distant clamor of the market along with a faint almost imperceptible scent of osmanthus. Lin Chen stood in place motionless for a long time. He was thinking about Yun Su's words about the slay immortal sword about Gutsong about his own path. Then he bent down and began to search the corpses. 3 storage bags contained more than 50 low-grade spirit stones, some pills, a few rudimentary cultivation techniques and several low-tier magical artifacts. It was a good haul. But Lin Chen felt no joy. He gathered the items, glanced again at the corpses on the ground, then turned and walked deeper into the alley. He did not return to the inn. Because Zhou Peng would not let it go. With 3 subordinates dead, one of whom was at the 5th layer of qi refinement, Zhou Peng would definitely retaliate. The inn was no longer safe and the Flowing Cloud Market was also unsafe. He needed a place, a temporary refuge where he could quietly cultivate and digest what he had gained today. He recalled what Lan Yi had said before leaving. Manager Wang has an acquaintance in the market who runs an inn. He could no longer stay at the peaceful inn. But perhaps Manager Wang's acquaintance. Lin Chen stopped, pulling out a black wooden token inscribed with Flowing Cloud and some numbers. Temporary residence token number 327. He held the token, staring at the number on it for a long time. Then he turned and walked in the opposite direction of the market. That direction led to Baishao Tower. He thought that perhaps Manager Wang's acquaintance had something to do with Baishao Tower. The night was still long. The road was also very long. As dawn broke, the stone road at the eastern end of the market was still coated with the night's dew. Lin Chen stood at the street corner opposite the Lu Yun Pavilion, leaning against the cool wall, gazing at the 3-story building. The pavilion was grand with green tiles and flying eaves, intricately carved beams and painted rafters. At the entrance stood 2 white jade stone lions, majestic and fierce, with embroidered balls under their paws. A plaque hung above the door, black with golden characters inscribed with 3 large words, Lu Yun Pavilion. The characters were carved with a sword, each stroke radiating sharpness. Staring too long would make one's eyes ache. This was the stronghold of the Lu Yun Sword Sect in the market and the registration point for the upcoming Heavenly Sword Secret Realm for loose cultivators. The pavilion doors had not yet opened, but a long queue had already formed outside. The line was long, stretching from the pavilion entrance all the way to the end of the street, likely numbering over 100 people. The queue was filled with cultivators of various appearances, some dressed in luxurious brocade robes, others in tattered clothes, some with muscular builds and others exuding a chilling sinister aura. Yet without exception all had cultivation levels above the mid-stage of qi refinement, with nearly half at the late stage and even a few with thick auras faintly touching the threshold of foundation establishment. Lin Chen stood outside the crowd for a while, then turned and walked into a nearby breakfast shop. The shop was small with only 4 tables, all of which were already occupied. Lin Chen bought 2 steamed buns and a bowl of soy milk at the counter, then walked outside, squatted down against the wall, eating while continuing to observe. The buns were filled with cabbage and pork, though the meat was scarce they were fragrant. The soy milk was freshly ground and still hot. He sipped it slowly, the warmth sliding down his throat, dispelling the morning chill. Have you heard? This time the Lu Yun Sword Sect is only releasing 10 slots for loose cultivators, but over 300 have already signed up. 300. Isn't that a fight to the death? Not just a fight. I heard that some families and small sects have already privately secured several slots. Really? For us backgroundless loose cultivators, having even 3 would be good. 3. Isn't that asking for our lives? I went to the 100 Wisdom Tower yesterday to inquire if there are indeed signs of the Sword Soul Stone emerging in the Sword Tomb. If I could get my hands on one, I'd never have to worry again. I'll fight tooth and nail for a slot. Fight? Ha, what do you have to fight with? Did you see that guy in black ahead? He's Du Chong, the Black Shaman Hand, at the 9th level of Qi refinement with over 20 lives on his hands. He's notorious among us loose cultivators. And that guy in white by Ziyu, the Jade-Faced Scholar, at the 8th level of Qi refinement, masters the Lu Yun sword technique to perfection, rumored to have fought a foundation establishment cultivator without defeat. Against them, how many lives do you have? Well, I can't just give up, right? What about the 50 spirit stones for the registration fee? 50 spirit stones. What does that matter? As long as you can enter the secret realm, you'll gain more than that. But speaking of which, the registration fee is just a threshold. Of the real challenge lies in the subsequent trial. Trial? What trial? You don't know yet. The Lu Yun Sword sect announced that due to the excessive number of applicants and limited slots there will be an additional trial. The specifics haven't been announced, but it's definitely not simple, I heard. It could be deadly. Deadly? What else? What kind of place is the Heavenly Sword Secret Realm? It's a trial ground left by ancient sword cultivators filled with dangers. Those at the Qi refinement stage entering have a 9 out of 10 chance of death. The Lu Yun Sword sect letting loose cultivators in is merely to use us as cannon fodder to explore the way. If they don't filter out a weak batch first and everyone dies in there, they'd look bad too. This is too ruthless. Ruthless. That's just how it is. No background, no strength, and you still want to gain benefits. Dream on. The two lowered their voices, but Lin Chen was close enough to hear everything clearly. After finishing the last sip of soy milk, he placed the bowl in the corner, stood up and walked toward Lu Yun Pavilion. The queue moved forward a bit, but there were still dozens of people in front of him. Lin Chen stopped at the end of the line, closed his eyes and began to adjust his breathing. The sword prison refining evil technique slowly operated, and the sword essence the size of a grain of rice in his dantian began to rotate, slowly growing a bit stronger with each turn. Though the growth was slow, it was indeed happening. He could sense many gazes falling upon him from around. Some were curious, some scrutinizing, some contemptuous, and others malicious. As a beginner in Qi refinement, standing in this line felt like a sheep entering a wolf's den. It was too conspicuous. But he didn't care. He simply stood quietly like a piece of dead wood or a stone. Until a sarcastic voice rang out nearby, "Oh, isn't this the kid who was showing off in the alley yesterday? What does a beginner in Qi refinement think he can sign up? Doesn't he even check himself in the mirror? Does he think he's worthy?" Lin Chen opened his eyes. The speaker was a young man in a brocade robe. It was Zhou Peng. He was accompanied by 3 others, 2 at the mid-stage of Qi refinement and 1 at the late stage, all with crossed arms looking at Lin Chen with disdain. The crowd in line instantly stirred. Many turned their heads to look this way. It's Zhou Peng, the 3rd young master of the Zhou family. That kid is in trouble. Yesterday 3 of Zhou Peng's subordinates died, reportedly killed by this kid. Zhou Peng is here for revenge. Revenge? At the entrance of Lu Yun Pavilion. Isn't he afraid of the Lu Yun Sword sect's retaliation? What's there to fear? The Zhou family has a foundation establishment cultivator overseeing them. If the Lu Yun Sword sect has to give them some face. Besides, as long as no one dies, the Lu Yun Sword sect can't be bothered with these trivial matters. Zhou Peng walked up to Lin Chen, sizing him up, his eyes filled with malice. "Kid, you killed 3 of my men yesterday, and today you still dare to swagger in to sign up. Do you really think I, Zhou Peng, am made of clay?" Lin Chen looked at him, remaining silent. Zhou Peng grew angrier, reaching out to grab Lin Chen's collar. "I'm talking to you, are you deaf?" His hand stopped halfway. Because Lin Chen had raised his gaze. That gaze was very calm, so calm that it showed no ripples, yet Zhou Peng saw in it a chilling indifference, as if he were looking at a lifeless object. He recalled the agonizing screams of the one-eyed man before he died, the terrifying sight of the rusty sword slicing across his chest, causing the wound to blacken and rot in an instant. His hand froze in midair. "Young master, be careful," whispered the latest Qi refinement cultivator behind him. "This kid is sinister, don't confront him, Heaton. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him once we enter the secret realm." Zhou Peng gritted his teeth, withdrew his hand, but the malice in his eyes intensified. "Kid, just you wait." He enunciated each word. "Once we're in the secret realm, I'll make you wish you were dead." After saying that, he glared fiercely at Lin Chen and turned to leave with his group. The crowd began to murmur again. Zhou Peng actually backed down. That's not like him at all. Did you not see that kid's gaze? Like a wolf's. No matter how bratty Zhou Peng is, he's not stupid. If it really comes to blows, who will live or die is still uncertain. Tisk tisk, this is going to be entertaining. In the secret realm, Zhou Peng will definitely not let him off. That's if he can even get in. A beginner in Qi refinement dreaming of passing the trial. Lin Chen closed his eyes again, continuing to adjust his breathing as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. The sun rose higher and the market became bustling. Finally the doors of Lu Yun Pavilion opened. An elderly man in a green Taoist robe with a goatee stepped out and stood on the steps, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, clearing his throat. Silence. His voice was not loud but clearly reached everyone's ears, carrying a faint pressure. A foundation establishment cultivator. The crowd instantly fell silent. The elder nodded in satisfaction and slowly stated, "I am surnamed Chen, an outer sect steward of the Lu Yun Sword sect, responsible for the initial screening of this secret realm registration. The registration requirements should be well known: under 30 years of age, cultivation level above midstage of Qi refinement, and a registration fee of 50 low-grade spirit stones. However, due to an overwhelming number of applicants, the slots are limited. Therefore the sect has decided to add a trial. The trial is quite simple." He raised his hand, pointing to an empty area on the left side of the pavilion. In the center of that area stood a stone pillar. The stone pillar was 2 people tall, a foot square, entirely black and as smooth as a mirror, its material indiscernible. At the top of the pillar a sword was inserted. The sword was made of stone gray and dull, appearing to be carved from ordinary mountain rock, with cracks all over the blade as if it could shatter at any moment. "This sword is called the Trial Sword Stone," Steward Chen said. "It was left by the founding ancestor of the Lu Yun Sword sect. Within the sword lies a trace of the ancestor's sword intent, which, though diminished over the millennia, still possesses lingering power. The content of the trial is to strike the Trial Sword Stone with your sword. Those who can leave a mark on the stone will pass the initial screening. Those who cannot leave a mark will be eliminated." The crowd erupted in chatter. "Leave a mark? Is it really that simple?" "Simple. You can try and see. I've heard about this Trial Sword Stone. It was used by the Lu Yun ancestor to hone his disciples. It's incredibly hard. The regular flying sword won't leave even a white mark on it." "Then what should we do? Doesn't that mean most people can't pass?" "Most? Haha, I bet 90% won't make it. Unless one is a true genius of the sword path, or their cultivation reaches the late stage of Qi refinement with exceptionally pure spiritual energy, can they barely leave a mark." Steward Chen waited for the crowd's chatter to subside before continuing. "Those who pass the initial screening may enter Lu Yun Pavilion to register formally. After registration, further assessments will be conducted to ultimately select 10 individuals who will qualify to enter the secret realm. The trial starts now. Form a line one by one." The queue began to move. The first to step up was a robust man in black at the 7th level of Qi refinement, carrying a heavy sword the size of a door plank. He approached the Trial Sword Stone, took a deep breath, drew his heavy sword, roared, and slashed down. Clang! The heavy sword struck the Trial Sword Stone, sparking. The burly man was jolted back 3 steps, his palms splitting, and he almost dropped the heavy sword. He looked down at the Trial Sword Stone. On its surface there was only a faint, nearly invisible white mark. "Passed," Steward Chen said calmly. The man breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, sheathed his heavy sword, and walked into Lu Yun Pavilion. The second was a young scholar in white at the 8th level of Qi refinement, wielding a slender sword. He walked up to the Trial Sword Stone, did not draw his sword immediately, but closed his eyes to concentrate. After a while he opened his eyes and lunged with his sword. The sword light flashed like lightning, striking the Trial Sword Stone. With a soft ding, a pit the size of a grain of rice appeared on the stone surface. Passed. The 3rd, 4th, 5th. A total of more than 10 people stepped up, with only 7 passing. The rest either left with only a shallow mark on the stone or none at all, leaving dejected. "This is too difficult. This Trial Sword Stone is too hard. My flying sword is already dull. Well, of course, can something left by the Lu Yun ancestor be easy?" The queue slowly moved forward. Zhou Peng and his group also went up. He wielded a magnificent long sword embedded with gems, its blade shimmering with colors, clearly not an ordinary item. He approached the Trial Sword Stone, did not draw his sword right away, but took out a talisman from his pocket and pressed it onto the sword. The talisman transformed into a golden light, merging into the long sword, causing its brilliance to surge. "That's the sharp gold talisman. It can temporarily enhance the sharpness of a flying sword. Hey, that's cheating. Cheating. The rules didn't say you can't use talismans. Besides, he has spirit stones. Who can stop him?" Zhou Peng sneered, swung his sword down. Swish, the sword sliced through the Trial Sword Stone, leaving a deep mark an inch long. "Passed." Steward Chen glanced at him, saying no more. Zhou Peng smugly sheathed his sword, leading his group into Lu Yun Pavilion. Before entering he glanced back at Lin Chen with a provocative look. Lin Chen ignored him. The queue continued to advance. By the time it was Lin Chen's turn, the sun was already overhead. Of the more than 100 people in front of him, only about 40 had passed, with a pass rate of less than 40%. Those who didn't pass either left dejectedly or stood at a distance, unwilling to give up, hoping to see if the next ones could succeed. Lin Chen approached the Trial Sword Stone. All gazes turned to him at once. A beginner in chi refinement. He dares to step up. He's probably just here to join the fun. A beginner in chi refinement leaving a mark. That's a dream. Not necessarily. This kid killed 3 of Zhou Peng's subordinates yesterday. This kid is quite sinister. No matter how sinister his cultivation speaks for itself. As a beginner in chi refinement, how pure can his spiritual energy be? How high can his sword path be? Lin Chen disregarded the murmurs. He simply stared at the trial sword stone before him. The black stone pillar smooth reflected his blurred shadow. At the top the stone sword dull and cracked, yet for some reason Lin Chen felt that within the sword something was breathing. A trace of sword intent. Though faint and incomplete, it was indeed sword intent. A sword intent that had not dissipated for a millennium. He slowly drew out the rusty sword on his back. The sword was dull, covered in rust, unremarkable under the sunlight, even somewhat shabby. Laughter erupted around him. Just this. A piece of rusty iron. I thought it was some divine weapon, but it turns out to be scrap metal. Let's disperse, it's hopeless. Lin Chen tightened his grip on the sword hilt. The sword essence in his dantian began to spin faster. A wisp of black malevolence surged into the sword through his meridians. The dark red rust stimulated by the malevolence seemed to come alive, slowly writhing on the sword body. He did not use any sword techniques or skills. He merely held the sword with both hands, raised it above his head, and then brought it down. It was the same action he had repeated countless times in the inn, in the alley, and in the mountains. The simplest, the most direct, and the purest. The sword edge fell, striking toward the trial sword stone and also striking toward the ancient sword intent within the stone. Buzz, the moment the rusty sword made contact with the trial sword stone, the entire stone pillar suddenly shook violently. It was not shaking from being struck. But rather, as if something had been awakened, it was excited, resonating. The cracks at the top of the stone sword suddenly brightened, emitting a faint milky white light. In the light a blurry figure could be vaguely seen, standing with hands behind its back, gazing up at the sky. The figure was faint, ethereal, as if it could dissipate at any moment. Yet from it emanated a soaring sword intent. That sword intent was pure and fierce, as if it could sever all shackles in the world, cutting through all fog, pointing directly to the heart. Lin Chen's rusty sword stopped at the surface of the trial sword stone. The sword edge did not penetrate. It did not even leave a mark. Yet the stone pillar was glowing. The stone sword was resonating. Steward Chen's eyes suddenly widened. He stared at the blurry figure atop the stone pillar, his lips trembling as if he wanted to say something but could not utter a single word. The crowd in line also fell silent. Everyone stared at the glowing stone pillar, at the resonating stone sword, at the blurry figure within the stone sword, dumbfounded. This is the sword intent of the Lu Yun ancestor. Manifesting. My heavens. It's been 1,000 years ever since the ancestor passed away. This trial sword stone has never manifested sword intent. And yet today. It's that rusty sword. It was that sword that awakened the ancestor's sword intent. What on earth is that sword? Lin Chen retracted his sword. The glow of the stone pillar began to fade. The figure within the stone sword also slowly dissipated, as if it had never appeared. Yet on the trial sword stone there was an additional mark. It was not a sword mark, but a single character. A character etched with sword intent, bold and ironclad, as if it were about to break free from the stone, Ku. The word Ku on the trial sword stone was glaringly clear. Stone chips fell away, revealing deeper, seemingly naturally formed patterns beneath. It was not a mark carved by a sword's edge, but something deeper, as if the sword intent had been directly imprinted onto it. The surroundings were eerily silent. Even the wind had ceased. All eyes were fixated on that word, on Lin Chen, and on the inconspicuous rusted sword in his hand. Elder Chen was the first to react. He dashed to the trial sword stone, extended his hand, and trembled as he brushed over the word Ku. The rough stone surface felt as if it carried a certain warmth, vibrating as if it were alive. It was real. It was not an illusion. The sword intent of Master Lu Yun had truly manifested. Moreover, the reason for this manifestation was because this young man in the early stages of chi refining along with his rusty sword. Elder Chen suddenly turned to Lin Chen. His eyes were complex, filled with shock, confusion, reverence, and a hint of indescribable fervor. You. What is your name? His voice was a bit hoarse. Lin Chen. Lin Chen. Elder Chen murmured, repeating the name, and then asked, who is your master? What sword technique do you use? I learned it on my own. Lin Chen replied. The sword technique has no name. Elder Chen stared at him for a long time before slowly nodding. Well, what a remarkable self-taught unnamed sword technique. He took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult in his heart, stepped aside and gestured. Lin Chen, young friend, please enter the pavilion. His attitude was completely different from before. Lin Chen did not move. He looked at the word on the trial sword stone again, then at the rusted sword in his hand, and finally turned to Elder Chen. Does this mean I passed? Elder Chen smiled. The smile was somewhat forced and stiff, but it was indeed a smile. Yes, of course it counts. To have prompted the manifestation of the ancestral master's sword intent, leaving an imprint of sword intent, it is not just a matter of passing the preliminary test. Even directly granting you a place in the secret realm would not be out of the question. A wave of gasps echoed around. Directly granting a spot. When did the Luyun sword sect become so generous? But no one dared to question it. Because everyone had witnessed that moment. The stone pillar glowed, the stone sword resonated, the sword intent manifested, leaving its mark. This was no longer a matter of passing or not passing. This was a phenomenon not seen in 1,000 years. Lin Chen nodded, sheathed his sword and stepped towards the Luyun pavilion. As he passed by Elder Chen, he heard the latter say in a very low voice, young friend, please wait in the side hall. After entering the pavilion, I have some matters I wish to discuss with you privately. Lin Chen paused, did not speak, merely nodded slightly, and then walked into the Luyun pavilion. Inside it appeared more spacious than it looked from the outside. The first floor was a hall furnished with a dozen redwood tables and chairs already occupied by several people. All were cultivators who had passed the preliminary test, gathered in small groups whispering. Upon seeing Lin Chen enter, all eyes turned toward him. Curious, probing, envious, jealous, and hostile. Lin Chen ignored them and walked straight to an empty table in the corner, closing his eyes to rest. How should I address you, fellow Taoist? A gentle voice sounded from across the table. Lin Chen opened his eyes. Sitting across from him was a scholar in white, the same jade-faced scholar by Ziyu who had previously left a dent in the trial sword stone with a slender sword. He had a gentle smile on his face, making it easy for others to feel favor towards him. Lin Chen. So it is Lin Taoist by Ziyu clasped his hands. What you did earlier to evoke the manifestation of sword intent was truly breathtaking. I wonder who is your master and what sword technique do you use? Again the same question. Lin Chen shook his head. I learned it on my own. The sword technique has no name. Bai Ziyu's eyes flashed with surprise, but he quickly returned to normal, smiling. You are being too modest. To evoke Master Luyun's sword intent is not something an ordinary sword technique can compare to. I am Bai Ziyu, a casual cultivator, and I enjoy studying swordsmanship in my spare time. Today, having witnessed your divine skill, I am truly itching to ask for guidance on a few points. He said this very courteously, but the implication of his words was clear. He wanted to probe Lin Chen's bottom line. Lin Chen glanced at him but said nothing. Bai Ziyu, undeterred, continued. Do you know that the trial sword stone of the Luyun pavilion has not manifested sword intent for 1,000 years? The last time sword intent manifested was when Master Luyun was alive, personally demonstrating sword techniques to his disciples. What you did today can be said to be astonishing. It won't be long before your name spreads throughout the entire Luyun market. Lin Chen remained silent. Bai Ziyu waited for a moment, seeing that Lin Chen had no intention of responding, smiled and changed the subject. By the way, do you know what other opportunities are there in this secret realm trial besides the sword spirit stone? Lin Chen finally spoke. I do not know. As far as I know, the Heavenly Sword secret realm is a trial ground left by the ancient sword cultivator Heavenly Sword real person, which not only contains the sword spirit stone but also the inheritance of swordsmanship and alchemical pills left by the Heavenly Sword real person, and possibly fragments of his sword from back then. Bai Ziyu lowered his voice. The Heavenly Sword real person was a nascent soul powerhouse, and even a fragment of his sword would be enough to drive Foundation establishment cultivators mad. Lin Chen's heart stirred. Fragments of the sword. He thought of Gutsong and the Xianxia sword. Would the Heavenly Sword real person's sword fragments also contain some kind of inheritance like the Xianxia sword? However, obtaining these opportunities is not easy. Bai Ziyu shifted his tone. The secret realm is fraught with danger, with beasts everywhere and countless restrictions. What's more troublesome are the other cultivators. You should have seen it outside. Zhou Peng harbors a deep-seated grudge against you. Once in the secret realm, he will surely find an opportunity for revenge. He looked at Lin Chen, his tone sincere. Although your sword technique is divine, your cultivation is still shallow. In the secret realm, crises abound. Fighting alone could lead to trouble. Why not? We travel together and look out for each other. How about it? Lin Chen did not answer immediately. He was thinking. Thinking about Bai Ziyu's words, Zhou Peng's threat, the dangers in the secret realm, and also what he needed. He needed to grow stronger. He needed resources, he needed techniques, he needed guidance in swordsmanship. The secret realm was an opportunity. An opportunity to grow stronger quickly. But the risks were also significant. Let me think about it, Lin Chen said. Bai Ziyu nodded, not pressing further, and took out a jade slip from his pocket, placing it on the table. This is a communication jade slip. If you decide, you can contact me at any time. Before the secret realm opens, I will be staying at Listening to Rain Pavilion at the east end of the market. Listening to Rain Pavilion. Lin Chen thought of Yun Su. She also stayed at Listening to Rain Pavilion. Is it a coincidence, or? Listening to Rain Pavilion is senior sister Yun Su's cave residence. Bai Ziyu seemed to have seen through his confusion and explained senior sister Yun Su is an inner disciple of the Luyun sword sect in the mid-foundation establishment stage with extremely high swordsmanship talent, and she also has a business in the market. Her Listening to Rain Pavilion rents out quiet rooms at a high price, but it is rich in spiritual energy suitable for cultivation. Lin Chen nodded, not asking further. Bai Ziyu chatted a few more sentences before getting up to leave. After he left, a few more people approached for a chat. Some wanted to befriend him, some wanted to probe him, and some were simply curious. Lin Chen handled them all one by one, saying little but not completely shutting them out. Until a person in a black robe and hat sat down in front of him. This person had been sitting in the most remote corner of the hall, not speaking a word throughout, and nobody had noticed him. But as soon as he sat down, Lin Chen felt it, a faint yet sharp sword intent. It was not the cold ethereal sword intent of the Luyun sword sect, but a more pure, direct and lethal sword intent. Your sword is quite interesting. The black-robed man spoke, his voice hoarse like sandpaper scraping. Lin Chen looked at him. The hat was pulled low, covering most of his face. He could only see a thin chin and a few fine scars on it. Yours too, Lin Chen replied. The black-robed man laughed. The laugh was dry and unpleasant. I practice the sword of killing, he said. When the sword is drawn, blood must be shed. If there's no bloodshed, the sword is not sheathed. Lin Chen said nothing. The black-robed man did not need him to respond, continuing, your sword carries a heavy aura of slaughter and your intent to kill is strong. But your sword technique is too crude. It is full of killing intent but lacks structure, like a child wielding a big knife, haphazardly wounding 1,000 enemies while hurting oneself 800. He spoke without reservation. But Lin Chen listened very earnestly. Because he knew that the other party was speaking the truth. His sword technique was indeed crude. Aside from a few basic sword techniques recorded in the sword prison refining killing technique, the rest were all things he had improvised. Surviving until now was not due to sword technique but rather his relentless ferocity and the peculiar nature of the rusted sword itself. Do you want to learn? The black-robed man suddenly asked. Lin Chen was taken aback. Learn what? Learn the true sword of killing. The black-robed man said, no need for spiritual energy, no need for flair, just seek to kill with a single sword, to kill the strongest enemy at the lowest possible cost. Lin Chen looked at him staring for a long time, then asked, why teach me? Because your sword is worthy of my sword technique. The black-robed man continued, and because I do not wish to see a good seedling wasted simply because he hasn't met a good teacher. He paused, adding, of course it's not for free. In the secret realm you need to help me with something. What is it? You will know when the time comes. The black-robed man stood up, when you decide, come find me at the blacksmith shop. At the west end of the market, at the entrance, hanging a broken sword. After speaking he turned and left, quickly disappearing into the crowd. Lin Chen sat in place silent for a long time. Bai Ziyu wanted to team up with him to look out for each other. The black-robed man wanted to teach him sword techniques in exchange for help with something. Both had their purposes. This was very normal. In this world there are no good deeds without reason nor evils without cause. The exchange of benefits, each taking what they need. He needed to grow stronger, needed resources, needed sword techniques. And they needed his sword, needed his abilities. It was quite fair. Just as he was thinking, a disciple wearing the Luyun sword sect's attire approached him, cupping his hands and saying, Lin Daoist Elder Chen requests your presence. Lin Chen stood up and followed the disciple to the second floor. The second floor had partitions and was much quieter than the first. The disciple led him to the innermost room, knocked on the door and then left. Come in. Elder Chen's voice came from inside. Lin Chen pushed the door open and entered. The room was small, simply furnished with only a table, 2 chairs and a landscape painting on the wall. Elder Chen sat behind the table with a pot of tea and 2 cups on the table. Sit. Elder Chen pointed to the chair opposite him. Lin Chen sat down. Elder Chen poured him a cup of tea. The tea was emerald green with a fragrant aroma wafting. Try this. It's cloud mist tea from Luyan Peak, only produced 3 pounds a year and it can't be found outside. Lin Chen picked up the teacup and took a sip. The tea was fragrant, slightly bitter at first but sweet in the aftertaste, a warm current sliding down his throat, refreshing him. Good tea, he said. Elder Chen smiled, also lifting his cup, sipping slowly. The two did not speak and the only sound in the room was the slight noise of tea flowing down their throats. After finishing a cup of tea, Elder Chen set the cup down and looked at Lin Chen. Lin, young friend, I will be straightforward. He said what you did today to evoke the manifestation of the ancestral master's sword intent is no small matter. I have messaged back to the sect and it won't be long before we receive a reply. Lin Chen listened quietly. The Luyan sword sect has been established for 1,000 years based on the inheritance of swordsmanship. The ancestral master left this trial sword stone with the intention of selecting disciples with swordsmanship talent. Elder Chen said slowly, in the past 1,000 years including you, only 3 people have evoked the manifestation of sword intent. The first 2 later became the pillars of our Luyan sword sect. One is the current sect master and the other is a supreme elder. He looked at Lin Chen. Therefore I want to ask you, are you willing to join our Luyan sword sect to be taken in by the sect master as a personal disciple? Lin Chen did not answer immediately. He picked up the teacup, took another sip, then set it down. I appreciate Elder Chen's kindness. But for now I do not plan to join the sect. Elder Chen was taken aback, clearly not expecting him to refuse. Why? He frowned. The Luyan sword sect is one of the 4 great sword sects of the Qingyun mountain range and the sect master is a golden core real person. If you can join him you will have access to techniques, resources and guidance, everything you need. With your swordsmanship talent you would surely establish your foundation within 10 years and possibly even reach the golden core. Such an opportunity is something countless people seek. Why would you reject it? Lin Chen was silent for a moment, then said, my swordsmanship is quite different from that of the Luyan sword sect. Different? Elder Chen was puzzled. There are many paths in swordsmanship, all leading to the same goal. What is different? The sword of the Luyan sword sect is based on the Tao of heaven, on rules on the flow of clouds and the gentle movement of water. Lin Chen said slowly, but my sword is based on the path of killing, on severance, on blood, rain and wind, on life and death. Elder Chen was taken aback. He looked at Lin Chen, observing his calm eyes without a hint of fluctuation, and suddenly understood something. You have killed. I have. Lin Chen nodded. More than one. Why? Because they deserve to die. Elder Chen fell silent. He picked up the teacup, wanting to drink, but then set it down, finally sighing. I understand, he said. Your sword is a killing sword. The sword of the Luyan sword sect is a sword of cultivation. Different paths cannot conspire together. Lin Chen nodded. But do you know, Elder Chen looked at him, that a killing sword does not lead to longevity? Too much killing intent weighs heavily on the heart and you will eventually fall into the path of demons, unable to return. I know, Lin Chen said, but I have no choice. Elder Chen fell silent. The room fell into silence once more. After a long time he finally spoke again. In that case I will not force you. But the spot in the secret realm is still available to you. However, it will not be as a disciple of the Luyan sword sect but as a casual cultivator. He took out a white jade token from his pocket and placed it on the table. The jade token was white with a cloud carved on one side and the character Ling on the other. This is the token for the secret realm, Elder Chen said. With this token you can enter the heavenly sword secret realm. But once inside you are responsible for your own life and death. The Luyan sword sect will not provide any protection. Do you agree? Lin Chen picked up the jade token, feeling its warmth and the faint flow of spiritual energy. I agree, he said. Elder Chen nodded and took out a thin booklet from his pocket, sliding it in front of him. This is the map of the secret realm along with some notes. Take a look and remember to destroy it after reading. Do not share it. Lin Chen accepted the booklet, stood up and cupped his hands. Thank you, Elder Chen. Elder Chen waved his hand, his tone somewhat complex. No need to thank me. Giving you the token is the sect's rule. Giving you the map is my personal wish. I cannot understand your sword path, but I hope that you can walk out of the secret realm alive. He paused, then added, also be careful of the Zhou family. Zhou Peng's brother Zhou Long is an inner disciple in the early foundation establishment stage and he has already declared he wants to make things difficult for you. Once inside the secret realm he will definitely come after you. Lin Chen nodded. I understand. He turned to leave. As he reached the door, Elder Chen suddenly called out to him again. Lin, young friend. Lin Chen turned back. Elder Chen looked at him for a long time before slowly saying, your sword carries too much killing intent. Killing intent harms others and also harms oneself. If you have the opportunity, go take a look at the sword grave. The sword intent there may help you. Sword grave. Lin Chen's heart stirred, but he didn't ask further, merely nodded and pushed the door to leave. The room fell quiet once more. Elder Chen sat in a chair staring at the closed door for a long time, finally sighing. With killing intent in the sword and the heart of killing. After 1,000 years another such person has emerged. I wonder if it is a blessing or a curse. At the western end of Luyun Market there was an inconspicuous alley. Flanked by towering walls draped in withered vines, the alley's corners were cluttered with broken bamboo baskets, shattered tiles and piles of moldering garbage. The alley stretched deep, culminating in a low tiled house whose roof had largely crumbled, exposing the blackened rafters beneath. Hanging by the door of the tiled house was a wooden sign so decayed that only the faint outline of the words blacksmith shop remained discernible. Beside the sign hung a sword, a broken sword. Its blade was severed in the middle, the jagged fracture suggesting it had been brutally snapped by some immense force. The blade was covered in dark rust, bearing a striking resemblance to the rust on Lin Chen's own corroded sword. Lin Chen stood at the alley's entrance gazing at the broken sword for a long time. Then he stepped into the alley. It was so quiet that he could hear his own footsteps. The ground was muddy and pitted, filled with rainwater from days past, exuding an earthy scent. He stopped before the blacksmith shop's door. It was ajar, revealing only darkness within. He reached out and pushed it open. The door hinges screeched a jarring sound in the silent alley. Beyond the door lay a small courtyard. The courtyard, no more than 50 or 60 feet square, was paved with bluestone slabs, their crevices overgrown with weeds. At the center stood a long-extinguished furnace, its hearth filled with ash. Scattered around it were several rusted hammers, tongs and unidentifiable scraps of iron. On the other side of the yard was an open workshop. A rough wooden table held a sword, its blade already polished, awaiting only the final sharpening. Behind the table sat a figure, the same black-robed man who had worn a bamboo hat at Luyun Pavilion yesterday. He was bowed, meticulously honing the blade's edge with a whetstone. The stone against the blade produced a soft rhythmic hiss in the silent yard. Lin Chen remained silent, simply watching. The black-robed man did not look up, continuing his focused work. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, he paused, raised the sword and examined it against the light. The gleaming blade reflected a blurred face beneath the bamboo hat. You're here. He rasped. Lin Chen nodded. Have you decided? I have. The black-robed man set down the sword and finally looked up at Lin Chen. Beneath the hat was an utterly ordinary face. A man in his 40s with dark skin, deep crow's feet at the corners of his eyes and fine scars on his chin that looked like centipedes crawling over his skin in the sunlight. But his eyes were strikingly bright, bright like two blades tempered in fire. Why do you want to learn? He asked. Because I need to, Lin Chen replied. I need to kill and I need to survive. The black-robed man stared at him for 3 breaths, then nodded. A very practical reason, he said. Far better than those who prattle on about righteousness and the truth of the sword. He stood and walked to the center of the yard, pointing at the cold furnace. What is a sword? He asked. Lin Chen thought for a moment. A weapon. Wrong, the man shook his head. A sword is a tool. Like this hammer, this tongs, a tool. The only difference is that the hammer is for forging iron, the tongs for gripping iron, and the sword is for killing. He walked to the furnace, bent down and picked up a rusted hammer, weighing it in his hand. Many people practice swordsmanship their entire lives, mastering flashy techniques and sweeping sword chi, yet they forget the most fundamental thing: a sword is for killing. Not for show, not for sparring, and certainly not for discussing philosophy. He tossed the hammer back to the ground with a dull clang. Killing doesn't need flashiness. It doesn't need spiritual energy, sword chi, or even high cultivation. It only needs 2 things: speed and precision. He looked at Lin Chen. Your sword carries heavy killing intent and malevolence. But your speed is lacking and your precision is off. Yesterday at Luyun Pavilion's entrance you killed Zhou Peng's 3 men with 3 strikes. The first cut the saber, the second pierced a throat, the third severed a wrist. He paused. Do you know the problem? Lin Chen was silent for a moment. The first strike should have targeted the man, not the saber. The second strike piercing the throat was enough. I wasted killing intent. The third. I should have aimed for the neck, not the wrist. The black-robed man's eyes gleamed. Not bad, he said. You're not entirely dull. Killing demands a single lethal blow. Any superfluous movement or wasted energy is courting death, especially in a life-or-death struggle. He walked up to Lin Chen and extended his hand. Your sword. Lin Chen drew his rusted blade and handed it over. The man weighed it, then flicked the blade with his finger. A dull hum emanated like a slumbering beast stirred awake. A fine sword, he said. Though rusted, its innate ferocity remains. This kind of sword is perfect for killing. He returned it to Lin Chen, then took a wooden sword from the workshop and tossed it to him. Use this to spar with me. No spiritual energy, no killing intent. Only the most basic sword moves. I attack, you defend. If you can withstand 10 strikes, you pass for today. Lin Chen caught the wooden sword. It was light, carved from ordinary hardwood, rough with a few splinters. It felt feathery in his hand, a stark contrast to his heavy rusted blade. The black-robed man also picked up a wooden sword and stood opposite him. Ready. Lin Chen took a deep breath, gripped the sword with both hands and assumed his most familiar starting stance. Come. Before the word faded, the man moved. No charge, no thrust, just a single step forward and a diagonal slash. Slow, ordinary, like the most basic move any novice would use. But Lin Chen's expression shifted. He realized he couldn't dodge. The strike wasn't fast, its trajectory was clear, yet he was rooted to the spot. It felt as if the space around him was sealed, pinning him in place, forcing him to watch the wooden blade descend toward his shoulder. He could only raise his sword to block. A sharp crack echoed as the wooden swords met. A tremendous force jolted through Lin Chen's arm, numbing it, nearly wrenching the sword from his grasp. He stumbled back 3 steps before regaining his balance. First strike, the man said calmly, withdrawing his sword. What was the problem? Lin Chen gritted his teeth. I blocked too hastily without deflecting the force. Meeting it head-on was a disadvantage. I shouldn't have retreated. Retreating lost the initiative. Wrong, the man shook his head. Your biggest problem isn't the block or the retreat. It's that you should never have let me make that strike in the first place. Lin Chen was taken aback. Killing is about striking first, the man said slowly. The moment you sensed my hostility, you should have attacked. The instant I raised my hand, you should have thrust at my throat. Not waited for my move and then thought about how to block or retreat. He looked at Lin Chen. Remember, in a true life-or-death fight there are no probes, no mercy, only you or me. The one who strikes first holds 70% of the advantage. The one who hesitates dies. Lin Chen took a deep breath and nodded. I understand. Again. The man struck once more. It was another diagonal slash. But this time Lin Chen didn't wait. The instant the man raised his hand, he moved, not back, not to block, but forward. Meeting the trajectory of the slash, he stepped in and thrust his wooden sword straight at the man's throat. Simple and fast. A flicker of surprise crossed the man's eyes, but his motion continued, changing the slash into a sweep aimed at Lin Chen's midsection. Lin Chen didn't flinch, his thrust remaining true. Trading a wound for a kill. The man's sword struck his midsection first with a dull thud. Lin Chen was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the bluestone, his torso burning with pain as if ribs were broken. But his wooden sword stopped an inch from the man's throat. Second strike, the man said, withdrawing. Trading a wound for a kill is the dumbest tactic. You never know if your opponent will take the trade. If he's willing to be wounded to kill you, you're dead. Lin Chen rose, wiping blood from his mouth. But if I didn't trade, I'd still die. The man was silent for a moment, then nodded. You're right. Sometimes there's no choice. He paused. But remember, trading wounds is the last resort. Before that, try everything: ambushes, hidden weapons, poison traps. Any means to kill is acceptable. The sword is just one of them. Lin Chen nodded. I'll remember. Again. The third, fourth, fifth strikes. The man used only the most basic forms. Diagonal slashes, straight thrusts, horizontal sweeps, upward cuts. No flourish, no variation, yet each strike left Lin Chen battered and perilously close to defeat. He fell 7 times, spat blood thrice, and broke at least 2 ribs. But he endured. 10 strikes, all blocked. Barely clumsily, but he did it. 10th strike. The man sheathed his sword and stood still gazing at Lin Chen, who lay on the ground barely able to rise for a long time. Then he nodded. Not bad, he said. Clumsy but ruthless and reckless. That's the kind of person suited for the killing sword. He took a porcelain bottle from his robe and tossed it to Lin Chen. Take it internally for internal injuries. Apply externally for wounds. Come back at this time tomorrow. Lin Chen caught the bottle, struggled to his feet, clasped his hands in thanks and turned to leave. When he reached the alley's entrance, the man called out again. By the way, what's your name? Lin Chen looked back. Lin Chen. Lin Chen. The man repeated. Tai Chi. I was a blacksmith once and later an assassin. Lin Chen nodded silently and walked out of the alley. Outside the sun was shining brightly. Holding his midsection, he limped down the street, each step jarring his broken ribs and sending cold sweat streaming down his face. Yet a faint smile played on his lips. Because today he had learned something truly useful. By the time he returned to the peace in dusk had fallen. The old innkeeper was still dozing on the counter. Hearing the noise, he glanced up, then lowered his head and continued sleeping. Lin Chen went upstairs to his room, closed the door and took 2 pills from the bottle, one to swallow and one dissolved in water to apply to his wounded midsection. The pills were highly effective. The ingested one turned into a warm current flowing through his limbs, slowly healing his broken ribs. The ointment was cool and quickly soothed the pain. He sat cross-legged on the bed and began to regulate his breathing. The sword prison demon refining art circulated slowly, the sword energy in his dantian spinning faster than before. The black killing intent flowed through his meridians, repairing damage and subtly enhancing his cultivation. Though faint, it was indeed growing. He opened his eyes, took out the pamphlet Elder Chen had given him and flipped it open. It was thin, only about a dozen pages. The first few pages contained a rough map of the secret realm, marking key locations: the entrance, the sword grave, the herb garden, the trial platform and the exit. Annotations beside the map noted dangerous areas and potential treasure sites. The middle pages listed precautions for the realm. 1. The secret realm opens for 30 days. After 30 days the exit closes. Those who fail to leave in time will be trapped forever. 2. The realm is filled with restrictions and rampant demonic beasts. The sword grave in particular is saturated with sword intent. Those with insufficient cultivation should proceed with caution. 3. Teleportation talismans and artifacts are forbidden within the realm. Violators may trigger spatial turbulence and be annihilated. For treasures and opportunities are to be obtained by one's own means. Life and death are one's own responsibility. The final pages held several portraits, each with a name and brief description. Zhou Long, inner disciple of Luyun Sword Sect Foundation establishment, early stage, skilled in Luyun sword art, vengeful. Beware. Bai Ziyu, a rogue cultivator, Qi refining, 8th layer, skilled in drizzle sword art, outwardly gentle but deeply scheming. Do not trust easily. Du Chong, rogue cultivator, Qi refining, 9th layer, alias Black Killer Hand, ruthless and murderous. Best avoided. Yun Su, inner disciple of Luyun Sword Sect Foundation establishment, mid-stage, aloof and averse to conflict but extremely powerful. Do not provoke. Lin Chen turned the pages, committing the names, faces and traits to memory. Then he reached the last page. The last page bore only a single line. Deep in the sword grave lie fragments of the ancient sword Tian Qi. If fate allows, claim them. Tian Qi. Lin Chen's heart stirred. He recalled Gu Tsong's immortal slaying sword, the old man from the 100 Knowledge Pavilion's words, and the broken sword hanging outside Tai Chi's shop. Could this Tian Qi also be a fragment of an ancient sword? He closed the pamphlet, shut his eyes and began recalling everything Tai Chi had taught him that day. Speed, precision, striking first, trading wounds for a kill. Each word churned in his mind, settling and transforming into instinct. He needed to grow stronger. Faster, more accurate, more ruthless. He needed enough strength before the secret realm opened to face the dangers, compete for opportunities and survive. The night deepened. The market's clamor gradually faded. Only the distant night watchman's clapper and occasional dog barks drifted through the darkness. Lin Chen opened his eyes, drew his rusted sword and began repeating the simplest motion in his room. A downward slash. Once, twice, thrice. No sound, no flash. Only the soft hiss of the blade cutting through air and his own increasingly steady breathing. Outside the window the moon had risen. Moonlight streamed through the paper window casting light on him and the rusted sword. The dark rust on the blade seemed to flow slowly in the moonlight. As if awakening. As if waiting. On the third day at the blacksmith's forge, Lin Chen could already withstand 20 moves under Tai Chi's assault. The price was a dislocated left arm, a cracked right leg bone, and 3 sword wounds on his chest so deep they nearly reached the bone. Though inflicted by wooden blades, Tai Chi struck with ruthless precision, each blow landing solidly on flesh, sending searing pain through his body. Today I'll teach you how to kill with a scabbard. Tai Chi tossed Lin Chen a worn-out scabbard, its black leather abraded to reveal the wood beneath with a missing chunk at the opening exposing rusted metal lining. A scabbard. Lin Chen grasped the light wooden sword, puzzled. Yes, a scabbard, Tai Chi replied, pulling another even more battered scabbard from the shed and hanging it at his waist. Many think a scabbard is just for holding a sword. Wrong. In true life and death combat, a scabbard can be more useful than the sword itself. He unhooked it, weighed it in his hand, and gave it a light toss. First, a scabbard can parry. He suddenly raised it, swinging horizontally toward Lin Chen's face. Instinctively Lin Chen lifted his sword to block. Clang. The wooden sword and scabbard collided with a dull thud. The solid scabbard, heavier than the wooden blade, jolted Lin Chen's tiger's mouth numb, forcing him back 2 steps. See? Tai Chi withdrew the scabbard. A scabbard is heavier, more stable for blocking. And as a blunt weapon it strikes harder than a sword, more likely to cripple an opponent. Second, a scabbard can be used for a sneak attack. He twisted his wrist and the scabbard flew from his hand like a short rod, shooting straight at Lin Chen's chest. Lin Chen sidestepped, but the scabbard curved midair and returned to Tai Chi's hand. A throwing technique that needs practice. Master it and you can land a blow when your enemy least expects it. Tai Chi rehung the scabbard. Third, a scabbard can hide the sword. He suddenly drew a blade, not his own but Lin Chen's wooden sword. His movement was as swift as lightning. Lin Chen didn't even see how he did it before the wooden sword was in Tai Chi's hand. Then Tai Chi sheathed the wooden sword back into the scabbard and tossed it to Lin Chen. The speed of your draw decides life or death, he said. Many hang their scabbard at the waist and draw upward, a wide motion full of openings. In a duel between masters, that flaw can kill you 10 times over. He pointed at the scabbard in Lin Chen's hand. So you must train. Train until the scabbard is in your hand and drawing the sword is as natural as breathing, until your opponent can't see when you drew and the blade is already in his throat. Lin Chen gripped the scabbard tightly and nodded firmly. No sparring today, Tai Chi said, turning back into the shed and dragging out a wooden chest from under the table, opening it. The chest was filled with sand. Not ordinary sand but black fine-grained particles that glinted with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. This is iron sand, 3 times heavier than regular sand. Tai Chi scooped up a handful, letting it trickle through his fingers. Starting today you'll scoop iron sand with the scabbard 1,000 times each day. Keep your wrist steady, move fast and don't spill a grain. When you can do 1,000 without a single spill, come find me. He paused, then added, remember, use only one hand. Keep the other behind your back. Lin Chen looked at the chest of iron sand, said nothing, stepped forward, took the scabbard from Tai Chi and began scooping. The first time his wrist jerked, spilling over half the sand. The second time too slow, sand leaked from the scabbard's mouth. The third, fourth, fifth times. He scooped and spilled over and over. Sweat poured down his forehead, dripping into the sand and vanishing instantly. His wrist ached as if it might snap, but he gritted his teeth and continued. Tai Chi didn't watch him anymore, returning to the shed to polish the unfinished sword. The yard was filled only with the rustling sound of scooping sand and the hiss of the whetstone against the blade. 1 incense stick, 2, 3. The sun rose to its zenith and gradually slanted westward. Lin Chen lost count of how many times had scooped. 500. 800. He only remembered that his wrist was numb, his arms felt like lead, each lift a tremendous burden. But he didn't stop. Because Tai Chi had said 1,000 times, not a single spill. He hadn't achieved it yet. Night fell. The market's lamps lit up one by one. Tai Chi finally set down his sword, walked into the yard, glanced at Lin Chen still scooping, then at the spilled iron sand on the ground. 997 times, he suddenly said. Lin Chen froze, stopping his motion. You counted. No need, Tai Chi replied. He pointed at the sand on the ground. The spilled sand forms a specific pattern. From that I can tell how many times you scooped and spilled. He bent down, picked up a particularly fine black grain from the pile and held it in his palm. This is dark iron sand 10 times heavier than regular iron sand, hard to spot when mixed in. You spilled 3 grains of dark iron sand, the first at the 321st scoop, the second at the 557th, the third at the 890th. He tossed the grain back into the pile and looked at Lin Chen. Unsteady wrist, habitual movements. Not enough practice. Lin Chen was silent. He thought he had tried his hardest, but in Tai Chi's eyes it was still not enough practice. Continue tomorrow, Tai Chi said, turning back into the house. Sweep the yard clean before you leave. Lin Chen set down the scabbard, picked up a broom from the corner and began sweeping the yard. The sand was fine and hard to sweep, especially the grains lodged in the stone cracks which he had to dig out with his fingers. By the time he finished it was completely dark. He cupped his hands toward the shed in salute and turned to leave. As he walked out of the alley, a thought struck him. Today was the 15th. According to the parchment left by the black-robed one, on the 15th of each month at midnight it was time to meet at the old place. Though the black-robed one was dead and the blood sacrifice ruined, the old place might still hold other clues. He looked up at the sky. There was still an hour until midnight. He needed to eat first, regain his strength, and then. Just as he was thinking, a commotion erupted from the street corner ahead. Stop him. Don't let him get away. How dare you steal in the black market? You're asking for death. Break his legs. Lin Chen paused and turned to look. A small thin figure burst from the corner, running frantically in his direction. The person wore tattered gray clothes, face smeared with dirt, features unidentifiable, but moved with the agility of a loach weaving through the crowd. Behind him 3 burly men in matching black outfits, each with the character gold embroidered on the chest, gave chase, clearly guards of some faction. As the small figure was about to reach Lin Chen, he tripped and fell forward, scattering the contents of his arms all over the ground. Several spirit stones, a few medicinal herbs, and a palm-sized dark red iron shard. The shard was inconspicuous, nearly invisible among the stones and herbs. But Lin Chen's gaze was instantly drawn to it. On that iron shard he sensed a familiar, icy, soul-piercing sword intent. The same sword intent as his rusted sword. The small figure struggled to get up, but the 3 men had already caught up, one raising his foot to kick the boy's head. Stop. Lin Chen spoke, his voice soft, yet it made the man's action freeze. The man turned, looked at Lin Chen, a youth in coarse clothes with a battered sword on his back, and sneered, "Kid, mind your own business. Get lost." Lin Chen didn't move. He just stared at the iron shard on the ground for 3 breaths, then bent down and picked it up. The shard was cold to the touch, rough textured with small odd-looking notches along its edges. But most captivating were the dark red, seemingly natural patterns on its surface. Those patterns were almost identical to the rust on his sword. "What are you doing?" Another man barked. "That's stolen goods. Put it down." Lin Chen looked up at the 3 men. "This iron shard, I want it," he said. The men were stunned, then erupted in fury. "Kid, you're asking for death." All 3 lunged at him. Their cultivation levels were low, 2 at the 3rd layer of chi refining, 1 at the 4th, but they moved in perfect coordination, attacking high, mid and low simultaneously, clearly used to fighting together. Lin Chen didn't draw his sword. He just stood there holding the iron shard. When the 3 were almost upon him, he moved. Not backward or sideways, but a step forward. As he stepped, the iron shard in his hand flickered faintly, a spark in the dark, here and gone in an instant. But the leading man at the 4th layer of chi refining was struck as if by an invisible force, sent flying backward into the wall with a loud thud, spitting blood and sliding limply to the ground. The other 2 paled, quickly retreating. Lin Chen didn't pursue. He just looked at the shard in his hand, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. In that instant he had felt a faint yet pure sword intent surge from the shard through his arm and strike the man. That wasn't his power, it was the shard's own. What was this iron shard? Who are you?" the remaining 2 men stammered, trembling. Lin Chen ignored them, bending to pick up the scattered spirit stones and herbs, stuffing them back into the small figure's arms, then helping him up. "Can you walk?" he asked. The small figure looked up, revealing a face smeared with grime but with bright eyes. He seemed young, at most 15 or 16, a boy. I can walk," the boy said, voice trembling but eyes stubborn. Thank you, senior, for saving my life." No, senior." Lin Chen shook his head, holding out the iron shard. "Where did this come from?" The boy looked at the shard, hesitation flickering in his eyes, but finally bit his lip and whispered, I stole it from the secret market." Secret market. It's an underground black market, the boy said even more quietly. It opens at midnight on the 1st and 15th of each month. They sell shady goods. This shard was on a stall as a freebie. I thought it seemed special, so I took it. Lin Chen's heart stirred. The 1st and 15th at midnight. Exactly as recorded on the black-robed one's parchment. Take me there, he said. The boy froze. 2. Where? The secret market. The boy's face shifted, but seeing the iron shard in Lin Chen's hand and the unconscious man on the ground, he finally nodded. Okay. I'll take you. But you need a token to get in. I only have one and it's stolen. I have one, Lin Chen said, pulling a black wooden token engraved with flowing clouds and a number from his pocket. The boy glanced at it, surprise flashing in his eyes, but asked no questions, turning and heading deeper into the alley. This way. The two walked through several narrow alleys, finally stopping before an abandoned courtyard. 2 white lanterns hung at the gate, candles burning inside, casting a pale flickering light on the broken plaque above the door. The plaque bore the faint words "Funeral Hall." Another funeral hall. Lin Chen sneered inwardly. These shady dealings always seem to use funeral halls as a front. The boy approached the gate, pulled a black wooden token from his pocket and handed it to a masked figure guarding the entrance. The masked figure examined it, then looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen offered his own token. The figure checked it, nodded and stepped aside. Go on in. You know the rules. Yes, the boy quickly replied. No fighting, no killing, no. Enough, get in, the masked figure waved dismissively. They entered the courtyard. It was empty, with only a dry well. Another masked figure stood by the well and pointed at it. Go down. Lin Chen glanced at the well, then at the boy beside him, said nothing and jumped in first. The well was deep, but this time it wasn't vertical, it slanted into a tunnel. The tunnel was pitch black, lit only by torches every 10 paces, their ghostly green flames casting an eerie, sinister glow. Almost identical to the underground black market in Greenstone Town. Lin Chen understood. These secret markets were all cut from the same cloth. After about half an incense stick's walk, the space opened up. Another vast underground chamber, its high ceiling embedded with glowing stones that shed a cold white light. Stalls filled the space with cultivators moving among them, haggling, clashing artifacts, whispering, a stifling cacophony. The air was thick with the bitter scent of herbs, the rust of metal, the smell of blood, and a faint stench of decay like rotting corpses. Lin Chen's gaze swept over the stalls. Pills, talismans, artifacts, beast materials, and even slaves. In a corner, several iron cages held a dozen ragged people, men, women, old, young, all with hollow eyes and expressionless faces like walking corpses. Lin Chen stopped. He saw them. On a stall selling antiques, several fragments lay. Those fragments were identical to the iron shard in his hand. Dark red with gnawed notches at the edges and natural patterns on the surface. 3 pieces in total. Lin Chen's heartbeat quickened. He walked over, crouched, picked up one fragment and examined it closely. The feel, the patterns, the aura, all the same. The same sword intent as his rusted sword. Friend, you have good eyes, the stall owner, a wiry old man with a black cloth over his face showing only shrewd eyes, said. These are treasures, fragments of an ancient sword, cultivator's blade still retaining a trace of sword intent. Buy them, meditate on them, and you might gain some insight. Lin Chen set the fragment down and asked, where did these fragments come from? The old man chuckled. Friend, that breaks the rules. In the secret market we don't ask about origins. Lin Chen said nothing, pulling 10 low-grade spirit stones from his pocket and placing them on the stall. Enough. The old man's eyes lit up and he quickly pocketed the stones, lowering his voice. Your generous friend. These fragments were picked up by someone in the Blackwater swamp recently. The exact spot. That'll cost extra. Lin Chen placed another 10 spirit stones. Satisfied, the old man pulled a crumpled map from his pocket and circled a spot. Deep in the Blackwater swamp there's a place called Sword Grave. Many ancient sword cultivators' broken swords and fragments are buried there. These came from that spot. Blackwater Swamp, Sword Grave. Lin Chen committed the names to memory. He glanced at the 3 fragments on the stall. How much for these? 50 spirit stones each, or 120 for all 3. The old man rubbed his hands. If you take all, I'll throw in a freebie. He pulled a thin worn booklet from under the stall, its cover damaged with crooked characters, miscellaneous notes on the sword grave. Without hesitation Lin Chen took out all his remaining spirit stones, 80 in total, and placed them on the stall. This is all I have. The old man looked at the stones, then at Lin Chen, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes, but finally nodded. Fine, since you're a connoisseur, let's be friends. 80 it is, 3 fragments and this booklet all yours. Lin Chen gathered the fragments and booklet, then turned to leave. The boy followed, whispering, Senior, are those fragments important? Lin Chen didn't answer, instead asking, do you know about the sword grave in the Blackwater swamp? The boy shook his head. Never heard of it. But I know the Blackwater swamp is dangerous. It's shrouded in toxic miasma, crawling with beasts, and they say there are ghosts. Ghosts? Yes, the boy's voice trembled. People say deep in the swamp you can see sword-wielding figures in ancient robes wandering in the mist with broken swords. Those swordsmen have no heads. Lin Chen paused but said nothing, continuing toward the exit. He needed to leave quickly. Because just now he felt the 3 fragments in his pocket, the iron shard in his hand and the rusted sword on his back resonate. Faint but unmistakable. Like long-lost kin calling to each other. He needed a quiet place to study these fragments. And to prepare more thoroughly for the coming secret realm. Exiting the secret market, it was already 1:15 midnight. The marketplace had fallen completely silent, the streets deserted, with only the distant sound of the watchman's clapper echoing through the night, dull and monotonous. Lin Chen did not return to the inn. He took the boy named Xiao Lu and crossed several secluded alleys, finally stopping in front of an abandoned city god temple. The temple door had rotted, half of the door panel lying on the ground, revealing the dark main hall inside. The statue within had long since disappeared, leaving only an empty shrine thick with dust and cobwebs filling the corners. We will rest here for the night, Lin Chen said as he stepped into the temple and found a relatively clean corner to sit down. Tomorrow morning you will go to the Ping'an Inn at the east end of the marketplace and look for an old man surnamed Wang. Just tell him I sent you. He will arrange for you. Xiao Lu stood at the door, nervously rubbing his hands. Senior. Can I follow you? Lin Chen glanced at him. Following me will lead to death. I'm not afraid of death. My parents are dead and my sister is also dead. I have no meaning in living alone. You saved me, so this life belongs to you. Whatever you ask me to do I will do it. His voice was soft but resolute. Lin Chen remained silent for a moment and asked, what is your name? Xiao Lu. My surname is Zhou and I am the 6th child in my family, so I am called Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu, Lin Chen repeated, then said, I do not need you to risk your life for me. But if you truly wish to follow me, wait for me at the inn. When I return from the secret realm, if you are still alive, we can talk again. Xiao Liu's eyes lit up and he nodded eagerly, okay. I will wait for you, senior. Lin Chen said no more. He took out a low-grade spirit stone from his pocket and tossed it to him. Take this, buy some food and supplies. Don't starve to death. Xiao Lu caught the spirit stone, his eyes reddening, but he said nothing. He bowed deeply and turned to run out of the temple, quickly disappearing into the night. Lin Chen watched the direction where he disappeared for a long time before retracting his gaze and taking out the 4 shards from his pocket. 1 shard was obtained from Xiao Lu and the other 3 were purchased from the secret market. The 4 shards varied in size and shape, but their material patterns and aura were identical. He placed the 4 shards side by side on the ground and drew out the rusty sword from his back, setting it next to the shards. With the 5 items together, the sense of resonance grew even stronger. It was not sound nor vibration, but a mysterious pull. As if they were originally one entity, forcefully shattered and scattered, now reunited, naturally wanting to merge again. Lin Chen picked up 1 shard and pressed it against the blade of the rusty sword. The shard did not stick, nor did it change in any way. However, he could feel the sword intent within the shard slowly flowing toward the rusty sword like a small stream joining a river. It was slow and faint, but it was indeed flowing. He picked up another shard and pressed it against another part of the sword blade. This time the flow quickened a bit. With the 4 shards pressed against different positions on the sword blade, the rusty sword began to tremble slightly. The dark red rust on the blade seemed to come alive, slowly writhing, spreading from where the shards were attached. The once dull blade gradually emanated a faint dark red glow. Lin Chen sat cross-legged, closed his eyes and began to operate the sword prison alchemy technique. The sword essence within his dantian spun faster and faster. The sword intent flowing from the shards surged into his palm, coursed through his meridians and finally gathered in his dantian, being devoured and refined by the sword essence. With each strand of sword intent refined, the sword essence grew stronger. Although the increase was slight, it accumulated over time. After a stick of incense, the sword intent from the first shard was completely absorbed. The shard lost its luster, turning dull and gray, resembling an ordinary stone. After 2 sticks of incense, the second shard also dimmed. After 3 sticks of incense, the fourth shard. When the last strand of sword intent was refined, the sky was nearly bright. Lin Chen opened his eyes and looked at the 4 shards on the ground. The shards had turned into 4 lifeless pieces of scrap iron, crumbling to dust with a light touch. Meanwhile, the rusty sword. The dark red rust on the blade was even more vivid than before, as if it had been dyed anew with blood. At the cutting edge, a faintly visible, extremely minute black glimmer flashed in the morning light. He gripped the sword hilt tightly and gave it a gentle swing. Swoosh, the sword's edge sliced through the air, producing an extremely faint sound akin to fabric being torn. Without using any killing intent or spiritual power, it was simply a light swing. Yet where the sword passed, a faint, nearly invisible black mark was left in the air. That was the mark of space being cut. Although it was as fine as a hair, existing only for a moment, it was indeed a rift in space. Lin Chen's heart trembled. This sword was growing stronger. Or rather, it was recovering. Recovering its original sharpness. He sheathed the sword and took out the sword tomb miscellaneous records from his pocket and opened it. The booklet was thin, with only a dozen pages, the handwriting messy as if hastily written. The content was also chaotic, containing maps, annotations, and some scattered records. The Blackwater Marsh is located 300 miles south of the Luoyuan marketplace, covering an area of 100 miles perpetually shrouded in poisonous miasma. In the depths of the marsh lies the sword tomb, rumored to be the burial ground of ancient sword cultivators, containing countless broken swords and shards as well as remnants of sword intent. However, it is exceedingly dangerous, with those who enter facing certain death. There are 3 entrances to the sword tomb. The eastern entrance is located by the poison dragon pool, where one must avoid the poison-spitting crocodile. The western entrance is in the bone forest, where there are man-eating demon vines, and the northern entrance is in the fog canyon, which is perpetually shrouded in thick fog, making it easy to lose one's way. Inside the sword tomb there are 3 levels. The outer layer contains many broken sword shards with weak sword intent. The middle layer has complete ancient swords with powerful sword intent. The inner layer has never been reached by anyone, and it is said that there exists a sword soul that kills upon contact. Within the sword tomb, aside from sword intent, there are other dangers. One is wraiths formed from the remnants of sword cultivators who died in battle, specifically preying on living souls. The second is killing chi, which ancient swords, having soaked in blood, retain for a millennium, condensing into malevolent energy that invades meridians and corrupts the soul. The third is living swords. Living swords. Lin Chen frowned upon reading this. Can swords be alive? He continued reading. Living swords are ancient swords that have become sentient, with souls within them that can choose their own masters and can kill independently. They occasionally appear in the middle layer of the sword tomb, possessing strength comparable to Foundation establishment cultivators, making them extremely dangerous. If encountered, retreat quickly and do not be greedy. Living swords, sword souls, sword intent, killing chi wraiths. This sword tomb is simply a graveyard for sword cultivators. But it is also a land of opportunity. Lin Chen closed the booklet and fell into deep thought. The secret realm will open in 20 days. He needs to quickly increase his strength during these 20 days. The killing sword of Iron 7 requires time to hone. The cultivation of the sword prison alchemy technique requires a large amount of killing chi. The sword tomb has ancient sword shards that can help the rusty sword recover, as well as sword intent and killing chi that can assist his training. Though dangerous, it is worth a visit. He stood up and walked out of the city god temple. The sky was already brightening and the marketplace was becoming lively once again. He first went to the Ping Inn and found Manager Wang and briefly explained Xiao Liu's situation. Manager Wang did not ask much, just nodded and said, "Understood." Then he went to the blacksmith shop. Iron 7 was still sharpening a sword. Upon seeing him enter, he did not look up. "Not practicing sword today, we are going to the Blackwater Marsh." Lin Chen was taken aback. Blackwater Marsh. "Yes," Iron 7 replied, putting down the whetstone and standing up. He dragged out a bundle from the shed and tossed it to Lin Chen. Inside are rations, water, detoxification pills and miasma dispelling talismans. The poisonous miasma in the Blackwater Marsh is severe. These supplies will ensure you do not die for 3 days. Lin Chen received the bundle and asked, what are we going there for? To kill. Iron 7 said bluntly, there are many who deserve to die in the Blackwater Marsh, evil cultivators, demonic sects, and also some self-proclaimed righteous sects engaging in sordid activities under the guise of propriety. He looked at Lin Chen. Your sword needs to drink blood. Your killing chi needs to accumulate. The Blackwater Marsh is the most suitable place for that. Lin Chen fell silent for a moment and asked, who do I kill? You will know when you go, Iron 7 said, turning and walking into the shed. Moments later he emerged carrying a long sword wrapped in black cloth. Let's go, time is short. The two left the blacksmith shop, one in front and the other behind, exiting the marketplace and heading south. The Blackwater Marsh is 300 miles south of Luoyuan Marketplace, and at their pace it would take a full day and night to arrive. On the way, Iron 7 spoke little. He just walked silently, his pace quick and steady, each step seemingly measured with precision. Lin Chen followed behind, striving to keep pace while also observing. He watched Iron 7's breathing, his steps, and the way he held the sword. Iron 7's breathing was even and prolonged, like a certain rhythm. His steps seemed casual, but each footfall landed perfectly on the rhythm of his breath, as if he had merged with the earth, seamless and natural. His hand that held the sword was very steady. Steady as a stone, as a mountain. Lin Chen silently noted these details. As dusk approached, the two stopped to rest in a mountain hollow. Iron 7 lit a fire, took out rations and water from the bundle and shared them with Lin Chen. Eat quickly, once you finish we will continue our journey. The miasma will be denser at night and we need to pass through the miasma forest before dark. Lin Chen took the rations, which were tough and chewy like wood but quite filling. He nibbled and suddenly asked, why are you helping me? Iron 7 glanced at him. I told you your sword deserves my sword technique. Is that all? What else would it be? Iron 7 took a sip of water. In this world there is no such thing as a free lunch or gratuitous malice. I teach you sword techniques because you are ruthless enough and do not care about your life, making you suitable for practicing the killing sword. I am taking you to the Blackwater Marsh because there are people I want to kill and you need to hone your skills. It was very straightforward and realistic. Lin Chen nodded, no longer asking further questions. After finishing the rations, the two continued their journey as the sky grew darker. A faint grayish mist began to appear in the mountains ahead. The mist was thin but emitted a pungent fishy odor. Inhaling it stung the throat. The miasma is coming. Iron 7 pulled out 2 talismans from his pocket, stuck one on his chest and handed the other to Lin Chen. Miasma dispelling talisman. It lasts for 3 hours. Within 3 hours we must pass through this forest. Lin Chen took the talisman and affixed it to his chest. The talisman melted upon contact, transforming into a faint, nearly invisible membrane that covered his whole body. The inhaled miasma was filtered through the membrane, significantly reducing the foul taste and alleviating the discomfort in his throat. The two quickened their pace and dashed into the miasma forest. The forest was very dark. The miasma was as thick as milk, with visibility less than 3 zhang. The ground was muddy and made a squelching sound when stepped on, unsure if it was mud or something else. The surroundings were eerily silent, void of insect chirping or bird calls, only the sound of their footsteps on the muddy ground and the rustling of leaves from the miasma flowing by. Iron 7 moved steadily. He seemed very familiar with this place. Even in the thick miasma where the road was invisible, he could accurately avoid the traps, poisonous insects and bones hidden in the mud. Yes, bones. Lin Chen saw several. Some were half buried in the mud, revealing only a skull, others were hanging in trees enwrapped by vines, and some lay scattered on the ground, gnawed down to the bone. These people all died in the miasma forest. Watch your step, Iron 7 suddenly said. 3 steps to the left there's a mud pit, bottomless. 5 steps to the right there's a nest of poison arrow frogs. If disturbed they will spray venom, getting hit will rot you. Lin Chen's heart tightened and he quickly followed his directions to avoid the dangers. After walking for half an hour the miasma gradually thinned. Ahead a vast black water area was faintly visible. They had arrived at the Blackwater Marsh. Iron 7 stopped and pointed to the water area. That is the Blackwater Marsh. The outer perimeter has thin miasma and few demonic beasts suitable for you to hone your skills. As you venture deeper the miasma will grow thicker and the demonic beasts will become stronger. The sword tomb is at the deepest part of the marsh, and with your current cultivation entering would be a death sentence. He paused before continuing, I will give you 7 days. Within 7 days you must kill 10 cultivators around the marsh perimeter, all at least at the 5th level of chi refining. If you meet the quota, come find me. If not, you may die in there. With that he turned and walked in another direction. Where are you going? Lin Chen asked. I am going to kill those who deserve death, Iron 7 replied without looking back. We will meet here in 7 days. His figure quickly vanished into the miasma. Lin Chen stood in place staring at the black lifeless marsh before him for a long time. Then he drew his sword and stepped inside. The ground was soft like mud that could collapse at any moment. The air was thick with a strong mixed odor of rot and blood. The surroundings were utterly silent. Only his own breathing and the swish of the sword slicing through the air could be heard. He walked about a mile before stopping. Because ahead lay a corpse. Not bones but a fresh body. Dressed in a grey robe, there was a large hole in the chest as if something had hollowed it out. The blood had drained and the edges of the wound were tinged with an eerie black. Next to the corpse were scattered a few spirit stones and a broken long sword. Lin Chen crouched down to examine the wound. It was not made by a demonic beast. It was human-made. The edges of the wound were clean as if pierced by a sharp slender object from the front, then twisted, hollowing out the innards. The technique was very professional and cruel. Lin Chen stood up and looked deeper into the marsh. There the miasma was thicker. So thick it resembled blood. Time in the swamp flows particularly slowly. The rising and setting of the sun and moon have lost their significance here. Only the eternally grey sky, the ever-present miasma, and the perpetually muddy ground that seems ready to swallow everything. Lin Chen had been wandering the outskirts of the swamp for 3 days. During these 3 days he encountered 7 attacks. 2 were from beasts, a black water python lurking in the mire and a venomous sting beehive hidden in a dead tree. The beasts were easy to deal with as long as one was careful, quick and ruthless enough. But the other 5 were humans. 5 cultivators. There were solitary rogue cultivators and small teams. The weakest among them was at the 5th level of chi refinement, while the strongest was at the 7th. They lurked in the miasma like venomous snakes waiting for prey, then sprang into action with lethal strikes. Lin Chen killed 4 of them. The 5th one escaped. That was a body cultivator at the 7th level of chi refinement with robust skills and tough skin. When Lin Chen's rusty sword struck him, it could only leave shallow wounds. Sensing danger, the body cultivator turned to flee, moving at great speed. Lin Chen chased him for half an hour but ultimately lost him in a thick fog. This was the first time someone had escaped from under his sword. Lin Chen felt no regret. He merely sat on a stone exposed above the water, wiped the blood from his sword and began to reflect. That strike was off by 3 inches. If it had been 3 inches more, he could have pierced the opponent's heart instead of merely grazing the flesh. The force was also insufficient. The opponent's body cultivation made his sword feel like it was striking iron, sending a numbing shock through his hands. If he could have infused an additional 30% of killing intent at the moment of the strike, perhaps he could have broken through the opponent's defenses. And then, timing. He hesitated for a moment when the opponent fled. That moment of hesitation turned the prey into the hunter. Not fast enough, not accurate enough, not ruthless enough. He murmured to himself as if speaking to himself, yet also to the sword. The rusty sword trembled slightly in his hand. As if in response. Lin Chen stood up and continued forward. On the 4th day he encountered his 6th target. It was a cultivator in a black robe crouching by a puddle, carefully extracting the venom glands from a venomous crocodile with a small knife. His movements were focused and cautious, not even noticing Lin Chen's approach. Lin Chen did not strike immediately. He hid in the miasma and observed. The opponent's cultivation was at the 6th level of chi refinement. His aura was somewhat unstable, suggesting a recent breakthrough. The knife he was using glimmered with a blue light, clearly poisoned. A poison cultivator. The most troublesome kind. Because you cannot be certain of the potency of their poison or whether you can withstand it. But Lin Chen still decided to act. Because poison cultivators often possess the most treasures. He slowly drew out his rusty sword, infusing it with killing intent. The dark red rust on the sword glowed with an eerie light in the miasma. Then he moved. Like a shadow, silently approaching. 10 steps, 5 steps, 3 steps. The black-robed cultivator seemed to sense something and suddenly turned his head. But it was too late. The edge of the rusty sword had already pierced his throat. The black-robed cultivator's pupils constricted. Without thinking he opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of black mist. The mist was foul and acrid, corroding even the miasma with a hissing sound as it passed. But Lin Chen did not retreat, he advanced instead. Holding his breath, his sword's momentum unchanged, even quicker than before. Puff! The sword pierced through the throat, emerging from the back of the neck. The black-robed cultivator's body stiffened, his eyes still filled with terror as life slipped away. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but only blood foam surged from his throat. Lin Chen withdrew his sword and stepped back. The black mist lost control, slowly dissipating to reveal the black-robed cultivator's corpse, his eyes wide open in death. Lin Chen did not immediately search the body. He took out a detoxification talisman from his pocket, one of 3 given to him by Tai Chi, having already used one, and pressed it against himself. The talisman transformed into a faint blue light, enveloping his entire body and isolating any remaining toxic mist. Only then did he approach and begin to search the corpse. The black-robed cultivator's storage bag contained quite a few items. Over 30 lower-grade spirit stones, several bottles of pills, one of which was a detoxification pill, just what he needed, 2 books of techniques, one was the poison classic, the other was breath concealment technique, and several miscellaneous magical tools, mostly poison, flying needles and flying daggers. Lin Chen gathered the items and glanced at the corpse again. The body had begun to darken, with strange patterns appearing on the skin, resembling symptoms of poisoning, yet also resembling some kind of curse. He did not linger, turning to leave. The 6th. For more to go. On the 5th day he encountered his 7th target. This time it was a small team of 3. 2 were at the 5th level of Qi refinement and 1 at the 6th. All 3 wore matching blue outfits with a character Li embroidered on their chests, likely descendants of a small family. They were besieging an ironback crocodile. The ironback crocodile is a common beast in the swamp with tough skin and strong defenses, but slow-moving. The 3 worked well together, one drew attention while the other 2 harassed from the sides, quickly injuring the ironback crocodile, and it seemed they were about to succeed. Lin Chen did not strike immediately. He hid in the shadows, observing the trio's cooperation, their weaknesses and their habitual moves. Then he chose the youth at the 6th level of Qi refinement, who appeared to be the leader. When the ironback crocodile let out a dying roar and lunged at the cultivator, drawing attention, Lin Chen moved. He shot out like a ghost from the miasma, thrusting the rusty sword directly at the leader's back. Quick, accurate, ruthless. Not a single unnecessary movement, not a moment of hesitation. The leader didn't even have time to react before the sword's edge pierced his heart. He looked down at the rusty tip protruding from his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. Then he fell. The remaining 2 were taken aback, hurriedly turning around, but Lin Chen had already retracted his sword and thrust it toward the second person. The second person hastily tried to block, but his long sword was as fragile as paper against the rusty sword. With a crack, the long sword shattered. Unyielding, the rusty sword pierced into his throat. The third person finally reacted, letting out an angry roar and swinging a knife at Lin Chen's back. But Lin Chen did not turn back. He merely swung his sword backward. The sword light flashed like lightning, slicing through the third person's neck. A head flew off, rolling into the mud. The 3 corpses fell almost simultaneously. The ironback crocodile stood frozen, its simple mind struggling to comprehend what had just happened. Instinctively sensing that the danger had passed, it turned to flee. But Lin Chen's sword had already pierced its eye, penetrating the eye socket and shattering its brain. The massive body of the ironback crocodile collapsed with a thunderous crash, splashing mud everywhere. Lin Chen sheathed his sword and began to search the corpses. There were more than 50 spirit stones in the 3 storage bags, along with some pills, talismans, and a token engraved with the character Li. Lin Chen tossed the token into the swamp, gathered the other items and turned to leave. The 9th, the 10th. Only 1 left. On the 6th day he encountered his 8th target. This was a lone female cultivator dressed in red with a longbow on her back and a quiver of arrows at her waist. She was resting under a dead tree, nibbling on a piece of jerky. Lin Chen did not strike immediately. He sensed that this female cultivator was very strong. Not in cultivation strength, she was at the 6th level of Qi refinement, similar to those he had killed before. But it was an intuition. A sense of danger honed on the edge of life and death. This female cultivator had blood on her hands, and a lot of it. Lin Chen hid in the miasma, observing her for a while. The female cultivator finished her jerky, stood up, brushed off the dust from her clothes, and then turned her head, looking in Lin Chen's hiding direction. "Come out," she said, her voice cold as ice. "Are you not tired after following me for half an hour?" Lin Chen's heart tightened. But he did not move. The female cultivator waited for a moment, saw no response, and with a cold smile drew her longbow, knocking an arrow, and pulled the string back. If you don't come out, this arrow will take your life. Lin Chen knew he could no longer hide. He slowly stepped out from the miasma, rusty sword in hand, the tip tilted toward the ground. The female cultivator's eyes lit up with surprise as she saw him. Early stage of chi refinement, she raised an eyebrow. To make it this far and evade me for half an hour, interesting. You have the scent of blood on you. The female cultivator sniffed, very fresh, more than one person's blood. Did you kill those who died around the swamp these days? Why? Lin Chen remained silent. The female cultivator smiled, a cold and enchanting smile like a flower blooming on ice. Killing is not done like this. You are too hasty, too impatient. Killing should be like hunting. It requires patience, waiting for the prey to show a flaw, then a lethal strike. She released the bowstring. The arrow did not shoot out. But Lin Chen felt a cold, soul-piercing, murderous intent had locked onto him. I'll give you a chance, the female cultivator said. If you can withstand 3 arrows without dying, I will let you go. Lin Chen tightened his grip on the sword. He knew he could not avoid this battle. So he moved. Not to retreat, not to evade, but to charge forward. Charging towards that invisible arrow. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in the female cultivator's eyes, but her movements quickened. She released the bowstring. Buzz, the sound of the bowstring vibrating was especially clear in the silent swamp. An arrow vanished from the bowstring. No, it didn't disappear. It was too fast, faster than the eyes could capture. Lin Chen could only feel a cold breath approaching him. He raised his sword to block. Clang! The arrowhead struck the sword, sending sparks flying. A tremendous force hit him, causing Lin Chen's arms to go numb as he staggered back 3 steps. But he had blocked it. The female cultivator's surprise deepened. First arrow, she said. Then came the second arrow. This one was faster and more cunning than the first. It was not a straight line but an arc, bypassing Lin Chen's sword and shooting towards his back. Lin Chen did not turn back. He merely sidestepped, twisting his wrist. The rusty sword traced a semicircle behind him. Clang! The second arrow was swept away by the sword's spine. The expression on the female cultivator's face finally changed. Second arrow, she slowly spoke, her tone now serious. There's only 1 arrow left. She drew the longbow to its full length. This time there were not 1 but 3 arrows nocked. The 3 arrows formed a triangle, their tips shimmering with a ghostly blue light, clearly poisoned. This arrow is called 3 stars linked. The female cultivator said, if you can withstand it, I will keep my word and let you go. Lin Chen took a deep breath, channeling all the killing intent within him into the sword. The rusty sword began to tremble. The dark red rust on the blade seemed to come alive, slowly writhing, exuding a cold, violent aura that seemed to devour everything. The female cultivator's pupils constricted. A killing sword, she whispered, but her movements did not stop. The bowstring released. The 3 arrows transformed into 3 streaks of ghostly blue light, shooting towards Lin Chen in a triangular formation. The upper, middle and lower paths sealed off all escape routes. Lin Chen did not evade. He simply raised his sword and sliced down. The simplest, most direct strike. But this strike was 3 times faster and 3 times heavier than before. As the sword passed, the air produced a ripping sound, a black crack as fine as a hair flashed in front of the sword tip. The first arrow collided with the sword tip, instantly shattering. The second arrow grazed the sword and shot into Lin Chen's left shoulder. The third arrow was devoured by that black crack, vanishing without a trace. The female cultivator was stunned. She watched as the arrow in Lin Chen's left shoulder visibly turned black, decaying into ashes, while the deep wound on his shoulder visibly healed, scabbing over and falling away. In the end, only a faint red mark remained. Killing intent. Can still be used like this, she murmured. Lin Chen sheathed his sword and looked at her. 3 arrows have been loosed, he said. The female cultivator was silent for a moment, then put away her longbow and cupped her hands towards him. I keep my word, you may leave. You haven't moved, she raised an eyebrow. Is there something else? You have killed before, Lin Chen stated. Many, the female cultivator admitted. Why? Why? The female cultivator laughed, a hint of mockery in her smile. In this world does one need a reason to kill? There are those who kill for wealth, those who kill for revenge, those who kill for fame, and some simply enjoy it. She looked at Lin Chen. Why did you kill those people? Because they deserve to die, Lin Chen replied after some thought. Deserve to die. The female cultivator laughed even harder. In this world, who does not deserve to die? You. Me. Or those high and mighty golden core and nascent soul cultivators? In the end, it's just the survival of the fittest, isn't it? She paused for a moment and continued, however, you are quite interesting. Early stage of chi refinement, yet possessing such battle strength and pure killing intent. I will remember you. Next time we meet, perhaps I will want to kill you. With that, she turned and with a few leaps vanished into the miasma. Lin Chen stood in place, watching the direction she had disappeared for a long time. Then he looked down at the rusty sword in his hand. The dark red rust on the blade was even more vivid than before. And near the hilt an almost imperceptible shallow mark had appeared, though he did not know when. The mark was fine like a scratch, yet also resembled a character. An ancient character that Lin Chen did not recognize, but exuded an endless aura of slaughter. He reached out to touch that mark. At the moment his fingertip made contact, a cold violent sword intent surged into his sea of consciousness as if it could sever anything. That was not the sword intent of the ancient clan. It was the sword intent of this very blade. Or rather, it was the first glimmer of sharpness that this sword awakened after drinking enough blood and devouring sufficient killing intent. Lin Chen closed his eyes, feeling the sword intent roiling and roaring within his sea of consciousness before slowly calming down, merging with his sword essence. Then he heard a voice. A cold ancient voice that seemed to come from 1,000 years of frozen ice. The sword's name is Slaughter. Slashing Karma. Lin Chen softly repeated the name, his fingers gently tracing the newly emerged scar. The touch was cold, like brushing against millennia-old cold iron. The scar was shallow, yet it radiated a sharpness that seemed to pierce the very soul, as if looking at it too long could cause injury to the eyes. Karma, the karma of causation, the karma of sin. To slash karma, to sever causation, to cut off sins, to sever. All that should be severed. What a grand ambition. And such heavy karma. Lin Chen could sense that the moment this name surfaced in his heart, the cold and violent sword intent within the blade seemed to find its home, slowly settling down, merging more deeply with his killing intent, his sword essence and his soul. It was not about devouring nor about suppression, but rather resonance. Like this slumbering weapon of slaughter finally recognizing its wielder and willing to reveal a glimpse of its true edge. Slashing Karma. Lin Chen recited once more before sheathing the sword. The sheath was the worn one given to him by Tai Chi with frayed leather and a rusted lining, yet at this moment it felt exceptionally fitting in his grasp. Perhaps it was because this sheath had also soaked in enough blood and experienced sufficient slaughter, thus it could match this sword that had just awakened. He raised his head, looking deep into the swamp. 7 days had passed with only 1 day left. He had already killed 8 people, only 2 remained. Yet after the recent battle he suddenly felt that killing 10 people was no longer so important. What mattered was that this sword had awakened. What mattered was that he had found his own path. Killing intent into the sword, the path of slaughter as the heart. This path was narrow, perilous, destined for a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, certain to face enemies everywhere. But he had no choice. Nor did he wish to choose. He gripped the sword sheath tightly and stepped into the depths of the swamp, not to seek the last 2 targets, but rather to the sword grave. He wanted to see what the place where those ancient sword fragments gathered was like, where sword intents intertwined, where even Tai Chi had said there's no way to survive. He also wanted to see how the slashing Karma sword would react upon arriving there. In the depths of the swamp the miasma grew denser, thick as unbreakable ink, with visibility less than a yard. The mud beneath his feet was deeper, each step sinking to his calves, pulling out with a muffled plop accompanied by a pungent stench of decay. The air was thick with a fishy smell mingled with a rusty odor, as if the scent of dried blood lingered. Lin Chen walked slowly and cautiously. He activated the sword prison refining killing method, spreading killing intent around his body to form a thin invisible shield. As the miasma touched this shield, it was immediately devoured and obliterated by the killing intent, producing a soft hiss. This was a new method he had devised during his days wandering the swamp. Since killing intent could devour vitality, it could naturally consume toxic miasma. Although it was taxing, it was better than using talismans. Talismans were limited, while killing intent could be replenished as long as he killed. After walking for about an hour, a grove of dead trees appeared ahead. These were not ordinary dead trees, but a grove of iron bone wood. Iron bone wood was a unique species in the black water swamp, with trunk as black as iron and incredibly hard, even difficult for flying swords to cut. Yet all these trees were dead, utterly devoid of leaves, without a trace of life, only bare twisted branches reaching like ghostly hands toward the sky. Deep in the grove an open space could be vaguely seen. In the clearing numerous swords were stuck into the ground. Broken swords. Some had only handles left, some were snapped in half, some were rusted down to a layer of iron skin, while others still gleamed coldly as if they had just been broken. They were densely packed, thousands upon thousands. Like a graveyard of swords. Lin Chen stood at the edge of the grove staring at that sword grave for a long time. He could feel the countless chaotic and violent sword intents emanating from there. These sword intents were diverse and chaotic, some sharp, some heavy, some cold, some blazing, like the final obsessions and madness left by countless deceased sword cultivators. Amid this chaotic sword intent, three stood out distinctly. One on the east side of the sword grave, sharp as lightning as if to split the heavens, that was the sword intent of Heaven's Cry fragments. One on the west side of the sword grave, heavy as a mountain as if capable of suppressing all, that was the sword intent of some defensive ancient sword. And one deep within the sword grave, cold, violent, filled with the aura of destruction, that was the sword intent of the killing sword, sharing the same origin as the slashing karma sword but older, more frenzied. The slashing karma sword on Lin Chen's back began to tremble violently. It was not fear but excitement. Like a hungry wolf smelling blood, like a fierce tiger spotting prey. It wanted to move forward to devour those sword intents, to become more complete, more powerful. Lin Chen took a deep breath and stepped into the dead grove. As his foot landed on the dry branches, they cracked loudly, the sound piercing in the dead silence of the grove. He did not immediately approach the sword grave but instead walked slowly around the edge of the grove, observing. Around the sword grave there were restrictions. Not artificially arranged restrictions but chaotic fragmented sword formations formed spontaneously by those ancient sword fragments. The sword formation was very incomplete, full of loopholes, but precisely because of its incompleteness it was even more dangerous, because one could not know which sword intent would be triggered by the next step or which ancient sword's remnant soul would be awakened. Lin Chen turned halfway around the grove and finally found a weak point in the sword formation. The sword intent there was relatively sparse and most of it was weak fragmented sword intent posing little threat. He drew the slashing karma sword, held it in his hand and then stepped in. As his first step landed, a faint white light suddenly illuminated beneath his feet. In the white light a vague figure appeared holding a long sword thrusting toward him. It was slow, insubstantial, as if separated by a layer of mist. But Lin Chen did not dare to be careless, raising his sword to block. Clang! The slashing karma sword collided with the sword of that silhouette, producing a sound of metal clashing. The silhouette dissipated, the white light extinguished. But Lin Chen felt a faint sword intent surge into his body through the slashing karma sword, devoured by the sword essence. It was very weak but very pure. Indeed it was sword intent. He continued forward. Second step, third step, fourth step. With every step a sword intent silhouette was triggered. Some wielded their swords to chop, some thrust straight, some swept horizontally, each with different moves but all exuding an ancient swordsmanship flavor as if from another era. Lin Chen received them one by one and devoured them one by one. His sword essence began to slowly grow stronger. His swordsmanship under the tempering of these ancient sword intents became increasingly refined, increasingly ruthless. Upon reaching the 10th step he encountered a different kind of sword intent. It was a silhouette clad in black robes holding a pitch-black long sword with a thick aura of killing intent swirling around it. The killing sword silhouette. Sharing the same origin of Lin Chen's slashing karma sword. The silhouette did not attack immediately, merely standing there watching Lin Chen, observing the slashing karma sword in his hand for a long time. Then it spoke. Its voice was vague as if transmitted through countless epochs of time, but Lin Chen heard clearly. Later Comer. The silhouette said, its voice filled with weariness, reluctance and a trace of liberation. The slashing karma sword has finally awaited. Lin Chen tightened his grip on the sword handle and asked, "Who are you?" "I am the previous sword wielder," the silhouette slowly said, "and also the last failure." It raised the killing sword in its hand, pointing toward the depths of the sword grave. "There is karmic fire. That can refine the killing sword. That can slash causation. That can attain the true slashing karma." It paused, then added, "But be careful. The karmic fire burns the body, leading to eternal damnation." As its voice fell, the silhouette slowly dissipated, transforming into a pure strand of killing intent that fused into the slashing karma sword. The slashing karma sword trembled even more violently. The dark red rust on the blade began to flake off in large patches, revealing the pitch-black blade underneath. The blade was smooth as a mirror reflecting Lin Chen's face as well as the silent sword grave. And near the hilt of the blade the slashing karma scar became even clearer and deeper. Lin Chen could feel the slashing karma sword undergoing transformation. After absorbing enough killing intent and sword intent it finally began to shed its surface rust revealing its true edge. He raised his head looking toward the depths of the sword grave. There a dark red flame could be vaguely seen slowly burning among the countless broken swords. The flame was weak dim but in that silent sword grave it appeared as the only light. Karmic fire. Burning through causation, burning through sins, burning through all that should be burned. It was also the fire for refining the killing sword. Lin Chen tightened his grip on the sword and continued forward. The deeper he went the stronger the sword intent became and the denser the silhouettes grew. He no longer received each attack one by one but began to evade, to block, to start slaughtering. The slashing karma sword in his hand became faster and fiercer. With every swing of the sword a silhouette shattered and a strand of sword intent was devoured. His sword essence was growing at a visible speed. His cultivation also slowly improved under the nourishment of sword intent. Refining cheese 3rd layer, refining cheese 4th layer, refining cheese 5th layer. When he shattered the 72nd silhouette with one sword his cultivation had already broken through to the 6th layer of refining chi. The sword essence in his dantian expanded from the size of a grain of rice to that of a soybean, emitting a low hum as it spun each rotation, bringing forth a cold soul-freezing killing intent. And the slashing karma sword in his hand had completely shed all rust. The blade was as black as ink, smooth as a mirror, reflecting the chaotic sword intents in the grave as well as Lin Chen's eyes. That were gradually turning red. That was the sign of killing intent entering the eye, the killing aura attacking the heart. But he did not care. He simply gazed at the dark red flame in the depths of the sword grave, step by step resolutely advancing. The last 10 steps. Sword intent surged like a tide, silhouettes dense as a forest. Each silhouette possessed the strength of latest refining chi. Each sword intent was sharp enough to seem capable of slicing through mountains and rivers. Lin Chen began to sustain injuries. His left shoulder was pierced, his right leg was slashed, and 3 deep sword marks were etched across his chest, revealing the bone beneath. But he did not stop. The slashing karma sword in his hand transformed into a black lightning bolt, weaving through the silhouettes and slicing through the sword intents. With one sword he shattered a silhouette. With another sword he devoured a strand of sword intent. As he took the final step, standing before the karmic fire behind him lay a path paved with shattered silhouettes. The karmic fire was small, only the size of a fist. The flame was dark red, devoid of heat, even unfeeling, but Lin Chen could sense the kind of destruction contained within it, as if it could burn away everything in the world. That was the fire of causation, the fire of sin, and also the fire of purification. The slashing karma sword began to tremble violently. It wanted to leap into the fire, to be forged by the karmic fire, to become purer and sharper. Lin Chen tightened his grip on the sword, gazing at that karmic fire for a long time. Then he raised his hand and slowly plunged the slashing karma sword into the fire. Hiss! At the moment the blade touched the flame, a piercing sound erupted as if metal was being corroded. The slashing karma sword began to tremble violently and countless fine spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the blade. Within the cracks flowed dark red light like blood and also like karmic fire. Lin Chen could feel the sword was in agony. It was as if it were being cut to pieces, as if it were being burned in fierce flames. But he did not release his grip. He simply tightened his hold on the sword handle, injecting more killing intent into the sword to help it resist the burning of the karmic fire and also to assist it in absorbing the power of the karmic fire. Time seemed to stand still. Only the karmic fire burned, only the sword trembled. Not knowing how long had passed, perhaps a stick of incense, perhaps an hour. The cracks on the slashing karma sword began to slowly heal. This was not simple healing but rather transformation. Where the cracks disappeared the blade became even darker, even smoother, as if it could swallow all light. At the edge of the blade that black edge which had been the width of a hair expanded to the size of a grain of rice, flickering and emitting a chilling aura. And near the hilt of the blade beside the slashing karma scar another scar emerged. A dark red scar as if written in blood. The scar was a single character burn. Slashing karma burn. Sever causation, burn through sins. When the last crack disappeared the karmic fire was extinguished. It was not extinguished but rather devoured. The slashing karma sword became quiet, lying still in Lin Chen's hand, the blade as black as ink, the edge gleaming coldly. And deep within the blade there was a new dark red flame seemingly never to extinguish. The karmic fire had been forged into the sword. From then on every strike executed by this sword would carry the power of karmic fire capable of burning causation, capable of burning sins, capable of burning all that should be burned. Lin Chen gripped the sword tightly, feeling the cold yet blazing power transmitted from the blade, sensing that force capable of severing and incinerating all. Then he turned and looked back the way he came. On the path behind him the shattered silhouettes had all dissipated. Only countless broken swords remained silently narrating the glory and death of 1,000 years ago. When Lin Chen arrived at the appointed place, Tai Chi was already there. He still wore that washed-out black robe and a bamboo hat, his back to the swamp, sitting on a rock protruding from the water. In his hand he held a sword, not the unfinished one but an ordinary-looking iron sword, pitch black and slender. Hearing the footsteps, Tai Chi did not turn around, only spoke indifferently, "Had your fill of killing?" "Yes," Lin Chen replied, stopping 3 paces behind him. 10 of them all above the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Tai Chi finally turned. From under his bamboo hat his eyes swept over Lin Chen, over the sin-severing sword in his hand, over the wounds that had begun to scab on his body, and finally rested on his eyes. In those eyes where there had only been calm and indifference there now appeared a trace of dark red lines like flickering flames. Killing intent entering the eyes, murderous aura assaulting the heart. This was a sign of having cultivated the baleful sword to a certain stage, and also a precursor to Qi deviation. "You went to the sword grave," Tai Chi stated, not a question. "I did." "What did you see?" "I saw the shadow of the baleful sword, saw the karmic fire, and also the transformation of the sin-severing sword." Tai Chi was silent for a moment, then slowly stood up and sheathed the iron sword at his waist. "Draw your sword," he said. Lin Chen was taken aback. "I said draw your sword," Tai Chi repeated, his voice calm but carrying an undeniable force. "Let me see the level your sin-severing sword has reached." Lin Chen did not hesitate. He drew the sin-severing sword. The blade was pitch black, its edge gleaming with a cold light as if it could devour all radiance in the dim twilight of the swamp. The 2 engravings on the blade, "Sever Sin" and "Burn," faintly glowed within the metal, radiating an aura both icy and scorching. Tai Chi stared at the sword for a long time. Then he too drew his sword. Not the iron one but another, a short sword only a foot long that slid from his sleeve. The short sword was silver white all over, its blade thin as a cicada's wing, emitting a faint cold light like moonlight in the dusk. "This sword is called Cicada Wing," Tai Chi said. "It was the first sword I used in my youth, and also the one that killed the most." He held the short sword level, its tip pointing at Lin Chen. "I will strike only once. If you can withstand it, you pass. If you cannot." He didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. Lin Chen gripped the sin-severing sword tightly, took a deep breath, and poured all the baleful energy within him into the blade. The sin-severing sword began to tremble. The dark red lines on the blade lit up, and the engraving of "Burn" blazed with a blinding red light as if a flame were burning deep within the sword. Tai Chi moved. Not a charge, not a thrust, but a single step forward, and the short sword traced a gentle arc. The motion was slow, light, as if he were casually drawing a line in the air. But Lin Chen's face changed instantly. Because he saw that where the arc passed, space itself was cut open. It was not the hair-thin fleeting crack left by the sin-severing sword, but a clear, stable, ruler-straight black fissure about 3 feet long. Within the fissure was endless nothingness. Tai Chi's short sword rested at the starting point of the crack, its tip drooping slightly as if it might fall at any moment. "This strike is called Void Severance," Tai Chi said slowly. "I comprehended it 30 years ago when I killed my 100th person. Since then no one has been able to withstand this strike." He looked at Lin Chen. "Can you?" Lin Chen did not answer. He merely gripped his sword, focusing all his attention, all his will, all his baleful energy into a single point at the sword's tip. Then he moved. Not to block, not to dodge, but to thrust his sword straight into the fissure. The tip of the sin-severing sword pierced the crack. There was no sound, no clash. Only a strange tearing sizzle, as if the entire world were being ripped apart. The fissure began to twist, to tremble, to contract. It was not severed by the sin-severing sword, but burned, annihilated, and reduced to nothingness by the power of karmic fire within the blade. For the first time surprise flickered in Tai Chi's eyes. He watched the fissure slowly vanish in the karmic fire, watched Lin Chen's sword tip inch closer, watched the dark red flames burning on the black sin-severing sword for 3 breaths. Then he sheathed his sword. The short sword slid back into his sleeve and the fissure disappeared completely as if it had never been. Enough, he said. Lin Chen sheathed his sword, panting heavily. That single strike had drained all his baleful energy and all his strength. He could barely stand, using his sword as a crutch to keep from falling. But Tai Chi gave him no time to rest. Your sword has taken initial form, he said, walking up to Lin Chen and removing his bamboo hat to reveal a face covered in scars but with eyes as sharp as knives. But your swordsmanship is still too crude. You have baleful energy and karmic fire, but you don't know how to use them. He paused and asked, do you know what the highest realm of swordsmanship is? Lin Chen shook his head. It is nothingness, Tai Chi said. No moves, no forms, no self, no sword. With no sword in the heart and no sword in the hand, yet everything can become a sword. At that realm, plucking a flower or a leaf can kill, and a breath can form a sword to slay immortals. He looked at Lin Chen. You are still far from it. Right now you are still in the stage of having baleful energy, having karmic fire, having killing intent. But these are all external things. The true sword is not in the hand but in the heart. Lin Chen was silent for a moment, then asked, how does one train to reach nothingness? Kill, Tai Chi replied bluntly. Kill enough people, see enough blood, experience enough life and death struggles. Kill until you are numb, kill until you forget you are killing, until the sword becomes a part of your body, a part of your breath. Then you will naturally understand. He took a thin booklet from his bosom and tossed it to Lin Chen. The cover was blank, the contents handwritten in a scrawling script, each stroke exuding a sharp, piercing aura. These are my insights from years of killing, including 7 sword techniques like void severance. Take it and study it. How much you comprehend is up to you. Lin Chen took the booklet and opened the first page. It contained only one line: the sword is a weapon of slaughter. He who wields it must possess a killing heart, but also a heart that knows when to stop killing. He looked up at Tai Chi. Tai Chi put his bamboo hat back on, turned and walked out of the swamp. The 7 days are up. Time to go back. The secret realm opens in 10 days. For these 10 days you will go nowhere. Stay in the inn and thoroughly study this booklet. In the secret realm these things will save your life. Lin Chen followed him a few steps, then suddenly asked, why are you helping me? This was the 3rd time he had asked this question. Tai Chi paused in his stride but did not turn around. I told you. Your sword is worthy of my swordsmanship. Is it only for that reason? Tai Chi was silent for a long time, so long that Lin Chen thought he wouldn't answer. Finally he spoke slowly. 30 years ago I was just like you, holding a baleful sword, hands covered in blood, thinking I was walking the path of slaughter, the path of severing all ties. Later I killed someone I shouldn't have killed and lost someone I shouldn't have lost. His voice was calm, but Lin Chen could hear the suppressed pain within it, a pain that seemed to have settled for 30 years. From then on I understood. The sword is a weapon of slaughter, but the one who wields it is not. Killing is easy. The hard part is knowing who to kill and knowing when to sheath the sword. He turned his head and glanced at Lin Chen. Your eyes are already turning red. Killing intent entering the eyes, murderous aura assaulting the heart. This is a stage all baleful sword cultivators go through. But whether you can endure it depends on you. If you endure you will become the next Tai Chi. If you cannot. He didn't finish, but Lin Chen understood. If he couldn't endure he would become the next Gutsang, that sword cultivator who wielded the immortal slaying sword, who slew immortals and demons yet met an untimely end. I will endure, Lin Chen said, his voice calm but resolute. Tai Chi smiled faintly, a smile that quickly faded into the twilight. I hope so. The two said no more, walking one after the other in silence through the swamp, through the miasma forest, back to Luyan Market. When they returned to the peaceful inn it was already completely dark. The old innkeeper was still dozing on the counter. Hearing the noise he looked up at them, then lowered his head and continued sleeping. Tai Chi did not go upstairs. He merely nodded at Lin Chen, then turned and disappeared into the night. Lin Chen returned to his room, closed the door, lit the oil lamp, sat at the table and opened the booklet. The booklet was thin, only about 20 pages. The first 7 pages contained diagrams and formulas for 7 sword techniques. The first technique, void severance, severing space, ignoring defenses. The second technique, heart piercer, striking the vital point, killing with a single blow. The third technique, shadow splitter, one sword becomes 3, blurring reality and illusion. The fourth technique, returning wind, the sword traces an arc, striking where the enemy is unprepared. The fifth technique, moon shatterer, sword light like the moon shattering everything. The sixth technique Heaven Burner, sword chi transforms into fire burning the 8 wastelands. The seventh technique Selflessness, sacrificing the self severing the Tao with one sword. Each technique was simple with no flashy variations or complex spiritual energy circulation. Only the purest most direct killing skills. But Lin Chen knew that the simpler they were the harder they were to master. Especially the seventh technique Selflessness, which had only one line, with no self in the heart, no enemy in the eyes, no sword in the hand, all things can be severed. He stared at it for a long time, then closed the booklet, shut his eyes and began to practice in his mind. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. He used no baleful energy, no spiritual power, only pure mental rehearsal. Yet his body began to sweat slightly and his breathing grew rapid as if he were truly in a life-or-death struggle. After an incense stick's time he opened his eyes. A trace of fatigue flickered in them, but more than that there was understanding. These 7 techniques were not so much swordsmanship as they were 7 philosophies of killing. Void Severance was about cutting through all obstacles. Heart Piercer was about striking the vital point. Shadow Splitter was about confusing the opponent. Returning Wind was about catching them off guard. Moon Shatterer was about destroying everything. Heaven Burner was about incinerating everything. And Selflessness was about transcending everything. The concepts were simple, but truly mastering them required countless battles, countless life and death struggles, and countless drops of blood. Lin Chen stood up, drew the sin-severing sword and began to practice the first technique, Void Severance, in the room. Not truly severing space but simulating the feeling, gathering all his power and will into a single point at the sword's tip and then striking out. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Very slow, very clumsy. But he did not stop. He knew he needed time. And he needed more blood. Outside the window the moon had risen. Moonlight filtered through the paper window, casting its glow upon him and the pitch-black sin-severing sword. The engravings of Sever, Sin and Burn on the blade emitted a faint dark red light in the moonlight. As if breathing. As if waiting. Waiting for the next unsheathing. Waiting for the next taste of blood. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 10 days Lin Chen did not leave the inn even once. During the day he practiced swordsmanship in his room. He practiced the 7 killing sword techniques given by Tai Chi, as well as the simple and direct hacking and stabbing moves he had devised himself. With no opponents, only the air, he put his full effort into every strike as if an invisible enemy stood before him. If he did not kill the opponent he would perish himself. At night he meditated and adjusted his breath, operating the sword prison refining evil technique to refine the accumulated malevolent energy within his body, as well as the scattered sword intent absorbed from the sword tomb. The sword essence in his dantian grew from the size of a soybean to that of a walnut, and the malevolent energy it stirred up was already forming a thin visible layer of black mist on the surface of his body. His cultivation level had smoothly broken through to the 7th layer of chi refinement. Among the loose cultivators in the Luoyuan market the 7th layer was considered above average. But Lin Chen knew it was still not enough. Far from it. In the secret realm there were cultivators at the 9th layer of chi refinement, at the peak of chi refinement, and even foundation establishment cultivators. He needed to be faster, stronger and more ruthless. On the morning of the 10th day Lin Chen pushed open his door and walked down the stairs. The old innkeeper was still dozing on the counter. Hearing the footsteps he lifted his head to glance at Lin Chen, a hint of surprise flashing in his murky eyes. 7th layer of chi refinement. The old man asked, his voice raspy like a broken bellows. Lin Chen nodded. Not bad, the old man complimented for once, then fished out a bundle from under the counter and tossed it to him. Take it. Lin Chen caught the bundle, feeling its weight. Inside there's some dry food, water and a few talismans. The old man said they will come in handy in the secret realm. Also. He paused and lowered his voice, be careful of Zhou Long. That kid has already threatened to kill you in the secret realm. His brother Zhou Peng will also be going in. The two of them together will be hard to deal with. Lin Chen nodded. Thank you. The old man waved his hand and went back to dozing at the counter. Lin Chen slung the bundle over his shoulder and walked out of the inn. The streets had already become lively. Today was the day the secret realm opened, and the market was filled with cultivators gathering in small groups, whispering about the opportunities, dangers and possible killings for treasure in the secret realm. Lin Chen did not linger and headed straight for the Luoyuan pavilion. In front of the pavilion over 100 people had already gathered. All were cultivators who had obtained qualifications for the secret realm, including disciples of the Luyun sword sect, heirs of various great families, and loose cultivators like Lin Chen. The lowest cultivation level was the 5th layer of qi refinement and the highest. Lin Chen spotted 2 foundation establishment cultivators. One was Yun Su, still dressed in white with a long sword at her waist, standing at the entrance of Luyun Pavilion, her expression cold as if everything around her was irrelevant. The other was an old man in a black robe, his face wrinkled, hunched over, leaning on a pitch-black cane topped with a grotesque carving of a ghostly head. He had his eyes closed as if dozing, but Lin Chen could feel the chilling, decaying aura emanating from the old man, more discomforting than the toxic miasma of a swamp. That is the Ghost Hand Elder, a notorious figure among loose cultivators in the mid-stage of foundation establishments, skilled in ghost driving and spirit controlling with a death toll exceeding 3 figures. A voice spoke from beside him. Lin Chen turned to see Bai Ziyu. He was still clad in white, waving a folding fan with a gentle smile on his face, as if he were not going on a dangerous adventure but rather a leisurely outing. Daoist Bai Lin Chen greeted with cupped fists. Daoist Lin Bai Ziyu returned the gesture, his gaze sweeping over Lin Chen, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. You have made quite a bit of progress in cultivation these past few days. Just luck, Lin Chen replied casually. Bai Ziyu smiled and did not press further, instead pointing in another direction. Look over there. Lin Chen followed his gesture. It was Zhou Peng. Beside him stood another person around 30, wearing a brocade robe similar to Zhou Peng's, with facial features resembling Zhou Peng's, yet his brows held a sinister air. Cultivation level. Early foundation establishment. Zhou Long. Zhou Peng's elder brother and inner disciple of the Luyun sword sect, at the early stage of foundation establishment. The two also spotted Lin Chen, and Zhou Peng's eyes suddenly burst with venomous light, his lips moving as if saying something. Zhou Long merely gave Lin Chen a cold glance, his gaze as frigid as that of a corpse. Zhou Long is an inner disciple and according to the rules cannot participate in the secret realm trial. However, he is one of the proctors for this secret realm and has the authority to enter and patrol. Bai Ziyu lowered his voice. Proctors cannot act against the candidates within the secret realm. But the secret realm is vast. If a few people die, who would know how it happened? Lin Chen nodded silently. Bai Ziyu glanced at him and continued. Zhou Long is vengeful and ruthless. His brother Zhou Peng suffered a loss at the market and he will not let it go easily. Once you enter the secret realm, be careful, and it's best not to be alone. Thank you for the warning, Lin Chen replied. Bai Ziyu smiled and said no more, waving his fan as he walked toward another side. Lin Chen stood still, observing the Zhou brothers, the Ghost Hand Elder Yun Su, and the surrounding cultivators, who were either excited, anxious, or greedy, for a long time. Then he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, only calmness remained in his gaze. The door of Luyun Pavilion opened. Elder Chen stepped out, followed by several disciples dressed in the Luyun sword sect attire. The time has come. Elder Chen's voice was not loud but clearly reached everyone's ears. The entrance to the secret realm is behind Luyun Peak. We will set off now. Upon arrival, enter in order, no rushing, no noise. Once inside the secret realm, life and death are your own responsibility, relying on your own abilities. After 30 days the exit will open. If those who do not leave in time will be trapped forever. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, finally resting on Lin Chen for a moment before moving on. Now let's go. The crowd began to move like a long dragon heading out of the market. Lin Chen followed in the middle of the group, unhurried. Once out of the market, the path led uphill. The mountain road was steep, winding upwards, leading directly to Luyun Peak. Along the way, many disciples of the Luyun sword sect could be seen patrolling, each with a solemn expression and thick aura, with the lowest cultivation level being at the late stage of qi refinement. After about an hour's walk, the path suddenly opened up. It was a wide mountain cliff. At the edge of the cliff stood a white jade monument with 2 large characters carved on its sword tomb. Behind the monument was a massive pitch-black vortex. The vortex spun slowly, emanating an ancient, desolate aura that seemed to come from the primordial world. The space around the vortex slightly warped, with light being devoured as it passed through, making it look like a portal to another world. This is the entrance to the secret realm. Elder Chen stood before the vortex, proclaiming loudly, the entrance will open for the duration of an incense stick. After an incense stick, the entrance will close. Now enter in order. The crowd began to stir. A well-dressed young master from a noble family at the 8th layer of qi refinement stepped out first, cupping his hands toward Elder Chen, then took a step into the vortex. His figure twisted and elongated within the vortex before disappearing from sight. Next came the second, the third. When it was Zhou Peng's turn, he glanced back at Lin Chen, a trace of malice flashing in his eyes before stepping into the vortex. Zhou Long followed behind him, entering as well. Then came Yun Su, the ghost hand elder by Ziyu. Lin Chen trailed behind by Ziyu, reaching the front of the vortex. Elder Chen glanced at him, his lips moving as if to say something, but in the end he merely nodded. Lin Chen nodded back, then stepped forward. The moment he stepped into the vortex, the world spun violently. It felt as though he was thrown into a giant rolling barrel, his body uncontrollably spinning, falling and tumbling. Everything before him was pitch black, with the sound of howling winds in his ears and faintly a sound reminiscent of a sword's cry. He did not know how long had passed, perhaps just an instant, perhaps a long time. When his feet landed solidly, Lin Chen steadied himself. Before him was a desolate expanse of wilderness. The sky was gray and overcast, obscuring the sun and moon. Only a chaotic light remained. The ground was black and hard as iron, devoid of any vegetation. In the distance a continuous mountain range could be faintly seen, its shape strange, like countless swords plunged into the ground. The air was thick with a rusty scent, an sword intent. An omnipresent sword intent. Some were sharp, some heavy, some cold, and some blazing, all mixed together, forming a chaotic, violent aura that seemed capable of tearing everything apart. Lin Chen took a deep breath, feeling the sword intent in the air, sensing the excited tremor from the Xianxia sword on his back. He raised his head and looked toward the distant sword mountain. That was the sword tomb. It was also the goal of his journey. He began to walk toward the sword tomb. But after just a few steps, a cold voice came from behind him. Kid, why the rush? Are you eager to reincarnate? Lin Chen stopped in his tracks and slowly turned around. 3 figures stood behind him. 2 were at the 8th layer of qi refinement and 1 at the 9th layer. All wore brocade robes similar to Zhou Peng's, with a Zhou character embroidered on their chests. They were from the Zhou family. Young Master Zhou Peng has ordered your death. The middle-aged cultivator at the 9th layer of qi refinement sneered, drawing a long knife from his waist. Will you end it yourself, or shall we do it? Lin Chen said nothing, simply drawing the Xianxia sword. The blade was pitch black, its edge gleaming coldly. The 3 Zhou family cultivators exchanged glances and struck simultaneously. The middle-aged cultivator at the 9th layer of qi refinement slashed down with his long knife. The knife wind fierce, creating a brilliant arc of light. The other 2 struck from either side, their long swords darting like venomous snakes towards Lin Chen's ribs. They surrounded him on 3 sides, sealing off all retreat. Lin Chen did not back down. He simply tightened his grip on the sword and infused malevolent energy into the blade. The Xianxia sword began to tremble, the engraved characters Xianxia and Fen glowing with a dark red light. Then he moved. Not retreating, not dodging, but charging forward against the knife, light thrusting the sword out. The tip of the Xianxia sword met the blade. Clang! The blades clashed, sparks flying. The middle-aged cultivator felt a tremendous force surge through, numbing his grip, nearly causing him to lose his long knife. He was horrified. This kid was clearly only at the 7th layer of qi refinement. How could his strength be so great? But before he could think further, Lin Chen's sword had already changed. The sword twisted, sliding along the knife blade, then, with a reverse flick, shoo, the sword edge sliced upward, grazing the middle-aged cultivator's chest. There was no sound. Only a tiny, almost invisible black crack flashed across the middle-aged cultivator's chest. He looked down at the crack, his eyes filled with disbelief. Then his entire body began to slowly crack apart from the chest. Not cut open, but devoured by that black crack. Flesh, bones, organs, everything vanished into the crack, turning to nothingness. In just 3 breaths, a 9th layer qi refinement cultivator completely disappeared from the spot, not even leaving a speck of ash. The other 2 Zhou family cultivators' faces changed dramatically, and without thinking they turned to flee. But Lin Chen's sword was already in pursuit. One sword pierced through one person's back. A reverse stroke severed the neck of the other. Both fell to the ground lifeless. Lin Chen sheathed his sword, not even glancing at the corpses on the ground, merely shaking the blood off the blade before continuing toward the sword tomb. From start to finish he used only one move. The first of the 7 killing sword techniques taught by Tai Chi, break the void. Severing space, ignoring defenses, a single fatal strike. Although it was still far from Tai Chi's ability to cleave a 3-foot-long space crack, creating a 3-inch crack was already sufficient. Sufficient for killing. He walked slowly and steadily. The Xianxia sword on his back trembled slightly, as if yearning for more blood. The sword grave was farther than it appeared. Lin Chen walked an entire day before he finally reached the foot of the sword mountain. The closer he drew to the grave, the denser and more violent the sword intent in the air became. At the mountain's base, the sword intent had condensed into tangible forms like countless invisible blades slicing through the air with a hissing sound. The black rock beneath his feet was covered in crisscrossing sword scars some several feet deep, as if carved by a giant's blade. Lin Chen halted and pulled a talisman from his robes, one of 5 given to him by shopkeeper Wang Tu already used, and slapped it onto himself. The talisman transformed into a faint golden light that enveloped his body, sealing off the chaotic sword intent. Yet even so, he could feel the sword intent hammering against the golden barrier like mallets, producing a dull thudding echo. It wouldn't last long. He needed to enter the sword grave quickly, find the Xianxia fragment, and then leave. He raised his gaze to the sword mountain. The mountain was not tall but steep, its surface densely packed with swords, some intact, some broken, some rusted, others still gleaming with a cold light. From base to peak there were likely hundreds of thousands of blades, forming a forest of swords. Deep within the mountain a pillar of sword intent was faintly visible, sharp as lightning, as if it would cleave the grey sky apart. That was the sword intent of the Xianxia fragment. Lin Chen gripped the Xianxia sword and began his ascent. The moment his first step touched the mountain, a faint white light flickered beneath his foot. Within the light emerged a blurred phantom of a swordsman wielding a long sword and thrusting toward him. It was like the phantoms in the sword tomb, but stronger and more solid. Lin Chen raised his sword to block. Clang! The Xianxia sword met the phantom's blade with a metallic ring. The phantom dissipated and the white light extinguished. Yet he felt a strand of pure sword intent flow through the Xianxia sword into his body, devoured by his sword essence. It was purer and sharper than the intent in the sword tomb. He continued upward. Second step, third step, fourth step. Each step triggered a phantom of sword intent. The higher he climbed, the stronger the phantoms and the purer the intent. By the 10th step the phantom had reached the strength of the 7th layer of qi, refining its sword technique more exquisite, bearing an ancient charm from another era. Lin Chen parried each attack and devoured each strand. His sword essence grew slowly, nourished by the intent. His swordsmanship, honed through clashes with these ancient wills, became increasingly refined and ruthless. At the 30th step he encountered his first real challenge. A phantom clad in bronze battle armor wielding a massive sword. The phantom was towering over 10 feet tall, with archaic armor and a heavy blade that struck with the force to split mountains and shatter rocks. Its cultivation had reached the 8th layer of qi, refining. Lin Chen did not engage Hedon. He executed the third move of the Iron 7 teachings, Shadow Split. One sword became 3, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. 3 sword shadows struck the phantom from 3 directions. The phantom swept its great sword, shattering 2 shadows, but the third pierced its throat. The phantom dissolved into a strand of pure sword intent, merging into the Xianxia sword. Lin Chen sheathed his sword and pressed on. 40th step, 50th step, 60th step. The phantoms grew stronger, their techniques more exquisite. Some were light and agile like butterflies among flowers, others heavy as Mount Tai, some cold as a viper's strike, and some blazing like the sun at its zenith. Each phantom was a remnant left by an ancient sword cultivator. Each sword intent was a forgotten legacy. Lin Chen absorbed them greedily like a sponge. His sword essence swelled from the size of a walnut to that of a fist. His cultivation, nourished by the intent, broke through to the 8th layer of qi, refining. But the cost was heavy, his talismans were all used. The moment the golden barrier vanished, the chaotic sword intent surged in like a tide. Lin Chen grunted, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The intent infiltrated every pore, drilling into his meridians and dantian like tiny knives, cutting and churning within. Yet he did not stop. He only gripped the Xianxia sword tighter, spreading his baleful aura around his body to form a thin black shield. The baleful shield was more fragile than the golden one, but also more attuned. For the baleful aura itself bore the nature of devouring and annihilation. When the sword intent struck the baleful shield, it melted and scattered like snow under the sun. The drain was immense, but at least it held. Lin Chen continued upward. At the 100th step he stopped. Ahead stood a person, not a phantom but a real one. A youth in the attire of the flowing cloud sword sect sat cross-legged on a rock, eyes closed in meditation. Beside him lay a longsword, its blade gleaming, its hilt engraved with a drifting cloud. A disciple of the flowing cloud sword sect. Cultivation. The 9th layer of qi, refining. Sensing Lin Chen's approach, the youth opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. To reach this place at the 8th layer of chi refining is no small feat, the youth said, his voice calm. But this is as far as you go. Beyond here is not for you. Lin Chen said nothing, only tightening his grip on his sword. The youth smiled, rose and drew his blade. I am Chu Feng, an inner disciple of the Flowing Cloud Sword sect. By orders of Senior Sister Yun Su I am to intercept here. The depths of the sword grave are no place for a rogue cultivator. Turn back now and I will pretend I never saw you. Lin Chen shook his head. I must ascend. Chu Feng frowned. Why court death? The depths are a maze of sword intent, perilous even for Foundation establishment cultivators. A mere 8th layer chi refining cultivator entering would be suicide. That is my concern. Chu Feng stared at him for 3 breaths, then sighed. Since you insist on seeking death, do not blame me for being unmerciful. He raised his sword, pointing at Lin Chen. The 3rd move of the Flowing Cloud Sword art, clouds unfurling. En garde. Before the words faded he moved. His blade was like a cloud, its light like mist, seemingly soft and ethereal yet laden with hidden killing intent. Where the sword light passed, even the air seemed sliced into ribbons, emitting a soft hiss. Lin Chen did not meet it heeding. He executed the 4th move of the Iron 7 teachings, returning wind. His sword traced an arc, striking where the enemy was unprepared. The Xianxia sword carved a bizarre curve, bypassing Chu Feng's blade to stab at his ribs. Chu Feng's expression shifted slightly. He swiftly altered his stance, bringing his sword back to defend. Clang! Swords clashed, sparks flying. Both retreated 3 steps. Chu Feng's surprise deepened. Excellent swordsmanship, he said. Not the Flowing Cloud style nor any common rogue cultivator's technique. Who is your master? Lin Chen did not answer. He struck again, this time with the 5th move, Shattered Moon. His sword light blazed like the moon, breaking all in its path. The Xianxia sword erupted in blinding black radiance. Where its edge passed, even the chaotic sword intent was shattered and annihilated. Chu Feng's face finally changed. He dared not hold back any longer. With a tremor of his blade, phantom clouds materialized along its edge. The 7th move of the Flowing Cloud Sword art, Seas of Clouds in Chaos. Sword light surged like an ocean, clouds churning. Their swords collided. Boom! The shockwave blasted outward, causing the ancient swords embedded in the ground to hum with vibration. Lin Chen staggered back 5 steps, his chest tight. Blood surged in his throat, but he forced it down. Chu Feng also retreated 4 paces, his face paling slightly. He looked at Lin Chen, his eyes now devoid of contempt, filled only with gravity. Your sword is unusual, he said. Heavy with baleful aura and killing intent. Yet your technique carries an ancient charm, as if from another era. He paused, then asked, what connection do you have with the ancient sword cultivators? Ancient sword cultivators. Lin Chen's heart stirred, but his face remained impassive. I don't know what you mean. Chu Feng stared at him for a long moment, then slowly shook his head. Very well. If you won't speak, I won't press. But the depths of the sword grave are truly forbidden to you. There lies. Before he could finish, his expression changed abruptly. He whipped his head toward the mountain's depths. Lin Chen felt it too. A terrifying aura erupted from deep within the sword mountain. It was cold, savage and brimming with destruction, as if a slumbering beast was awakening. Then came a piercing shriek, like 10,000 swords crying in unison. The sound carried the wail's roars and despair of countless sword intents. No. Chu Feng's face turned ashen. It's a sword soul rampage. Retreat now. He grabbed Lin Chen, ready to flee downhill. But it was too late. Deep within the mountain, the pillar of sword light swelled violently. Countless beams of sword light shot into the sky, weaving into a colossal net that covered the entire mountain. The net descended slowly, warping space and shattering sword intent wherever it passed. The ancient swords embedded in the mountain quaked violently, issuing unwilling, furious screams. Then one by one the swords tore free from the mountain, soaring into the sky to merge with the net. The net grew denser and thicker. Its descent quickened. Chu Feng, pale as death, shoved Lin Chen behind him. He formed hand seals, chanting under his breath. Flowing Cloud Body Shield. Drifting clouds materialized around him, wrapping his form. Yet the moment the sword net pressed down, those clouds shredded like paper. Chu Feng grunted, spitting blood as the net forced him to one knee, pinning him in place. Lin Chen stood behind him watching the descending net, a gleam of resolve in his eyes. He drew the Xianxia sword, channeling every ounce of his baleful aura into the blade. The sword trembled violently and the engravings of Xianxia and burn blazed with a harsh dark red light. Then he raised his sword and struck at the net. It was not one of the 7 moves of the Iron 7 teachings nor any ordinary slash or thrust he had devised. Instead it was the purest, most primal and most savage strike he had learned from the baleful sword phantom in the sword tomb, the baleful sword strike. With one strike all baleful forces submitted. Sword light like ink tore the sky asunder. The Xianxia sword's edge met the net. There was no sound, no clash. Only a strange sizzling noise, as if the entire world were being torn apart. The net began to warp, tremble and shatter. It was not severed but burned and annihilated into nothingness by the karmic fire within the blade. Chu Feng's eyes went wide, disbelief etched on his face. The net crumbled faster and faster, vanishing completely within 3 breaths. But Lin Chen paid a price. The dark red glow of the Xianxia sword dimmed rapidly. The engravings of Xianxia and burn grew faint and indistinct. He himself was ashen-faced, barely able to stand, relying on the sword to keep from collapsing. You. Chu Feng struggled to his feet, staring at Lin Chen, his mouth opening and closing, words failing him. Lin Chen ignored him, lifting his gaze toward the mountain's depths. There the terrifying aura was slowly subsiding. But the screams of the ancient swords in the mountain grew even more piercing and frenzied. A sword soul rampage. Won't calm so easily. Chu Feng also looked toward the depths, his face grim. We must leave now. When the next wave comes, we'll both die. Lin Chen shook his head. I must ascend. Are you mad? Chu Feng's eyes widened. That outer net alone nearly killed you. Higher up the intent is stronger, the sword souls more numerous. You won't survive. Lin Chen said nothing, only gripping the Xianxia sword and stepping upward. Chu Feng watched his stubborn retreat, gritted his teeth and ultimately followed. I'll go with you, he said. Senior sister Yun Su told me to stop you, not to watch you die. Lin Chen paused briefly but said nothing, continuing upward. The two moved one after the other, surrounded by the screams of countless ancient swords, advancing step by step into the depths of the sword mountain. And deep within the mountain the pillar of sword intent still blazed. As if waiting. Waiting for the one who could grasp it. The higher one ascended, the more ferocious the sword intent became. The ancient swords embedded in the mountain seemed to come alive, their blades trembling and emitting shrill wails. Amidst the wailing, phantoms of sword intent emerged from the blades, densely packed like an ocean of swords. The strength of these phantoms surged from the 7th or 8th layer of chi refinement to the 9th layer and even to foundation establishment. Chu Feng's face grew increasingly pale. Though he was at the 9th layer of chi refinement, he could barely defend himself under the siege of these ancient sword intents. Each swing of his sword felt like battling the entire sword mountain, and every parry split his tiger's mouth and numbed his arm. Lin Chen meanwhile fared even worse. His baleful aura shield, battered by countless sword intents, was on the verge of collapse. Over a dozen wounds deep enough to reveal bones stained most of his robe with blood. Yet his hand gripping the sword remained steady, steady as a stone, as a mountain. We can't go on like this. Chu Feng shattered a phantom with a single sword stroke and roared, gasping, the sword spirit riot hasn't subsided. These phantoms will only multiply and grow stronger. We have to find a place to hide. Lin Chen ignored him. His gaze was fixed on the soaring sword intent deep within the sword mountain. He could sense karma-severing sword's excitement, its longing, its call. That sword intent belonged to the fragment of heaven's weep. It was also the missing part of karma-severing sword. He had to ascend. He had to obtain it. You. Chu Feng wanted to persuade him further, but the words died in his throat. For he saw that Lin Chen's eyes had begun to redden, not with bloodshot veins but with a dark crimson glow like flames burning. Baleful aura entering the eyes, killing intent assaulting the heart, these were the harbingers of a baleful sword cultivator's demonic possession. Yet Lin Chen's gaze remained clear. Clear as ice, cold enough to pierce bone. Stay close to me, Lin Chen said, his voice hoarse like sandpaper scraping. I'll clear the path, you guard the rear. With that he held nothing back. Karma-severing sword erupted with unprecedented black light, the engravings of karma severing and burning on the blade reignited, their dark red glow flowing like blood. He took a step forward, his sword light cascading like a waterfall, slashing at the dense phantoms ahead. He pushed the 7 killing sword techniques of Iron 7 sect to their limits. Sky-severing shattered all obstacles. Heart-piercing struck straight at the phantom's cores. Shadow-dividing confused their perceptions. Returning wind attacked their flaws. Moonbreaker shattered their forms. Heaven incinerator burned their sword intent. Finally there was no self in the heart, no enemy in the eyes, no sword in the hand cutting all things. With one sword stroke the phantoms within 10 zhang ahead all halted, then shattered and dissipated like bubbles. Chu Feng watched dumbfounded. He knew Lin Chen's swordsmanship was formidable, but he hadn't expected it to reach this level, surpassing the qi refinement stage, even exceeding foundation establishment. This was a sword for killing, born only to kill. Go! Lin Chen growled, his form like lightning charging toward the depths of Sword Mountain. Chu Feng dared not lag behind and quickly followed. The two, one ahead and one behind, carved a bloody path through the ocean of sword intent phantoms. The surging sword intent deep in the mountain drew ever nearer. Finally, after shattering the 108th phantom, they reached the core of Sword Mountain, a vast circular platform. At the platform's center stood a sword, a broken sword. Only half the blade remained, its fracture jagged as if smashed by something with brute force. The blade was pitch black, covered in dark red rust identical to the rust on Karma's severing sword. Surrounding the broken sword were 9 sword shadows. Each shadow was as solid as a physical entity, each radiating a terrifying sword intent comparable to the late foundation establishment stage. They revolved slowly around the broken sword as if guarding or suppressing it. Is that the fragment of heaven's weep? Chu Feng's voice trembled. Lin Chen nodded. He stared at the broken sword and the 9 shadows for a long time. Then, gripping Karma's severing sword, he stepped forward. What are you doing? Chu Feng grabbed him. Those are 9 sword spirits. Each at the late foundation establishment stage. You're walking to your death. Lin Chen shook off his hand. I must obtain it, he said. Karma's severing sword. Needs it. Chu Feng froze. He looked at Lin Chen, at those eyes glowing red, at that pitch-black sword that seemed to devour all light, and suddenly understood something. Your sword is also a fragment? He asked. Yes, Lin Chen nodded. So I must obtain it. Chu Feng fell silent. He gazed at the 9 sword shadows, at the broken sword, and then at Lin Chen's wounds deep enough to show bone. He gritted his teeth. I'll block 3 for you, he said. You handle the remaining 6 yourself. Lin Chen turned and looked at him. Why? Because senior sister Yun Su told me to protect you, Chu Feng said with a bitter smile. I don't know why she wants you protected, but since it's her order, I'll see it through. He paused, then added, besides, I want to see what happens when 2 fragments merge into one. Lin Chen said no more, only nodded. Then he moved. He charged not at the broken sword but at one of the 9 shadows. His sword light was like lightning, so fast that even an afterimage was indiscernible. Before the shadow could react, Karma's severing sword pierced its core. The shadow shattered, transforming into a wisp of pure sword intent that merged into the sword. But the other 8 shadows had already reacted. They turned in unison, locking onto Lin Chen with 8 terrifying sword intents. Chu Feng gritted his teeth, his long sword vibrating as drifting clouds emerged, meeting 3 of the shadows. 9th form of drifting cloud sword, boundless cloud sea. Sword light spread like an ocean, temporarily trapping the 3 shadows. But the other 5 had already reached Lin Chen, 5 shadows, 5 sword intents at the late foundation establishment stage. Lin Chen advanced instead of retreating. Karma's severing sword erupted with unprecedented black light, the engravings of Karma severing and burning on the blade blazed blindingly. He executed the 7th form of Iron 7 sect, no self. No self in the heart, no enemy in the eyes, no sword in the hand cutting all things. He struck with his sword. The 5 shadows halted. 2 of them were shattered, turning into sword intent that merged into Karma's severing sword. But the remaining 3 had already thrust toward Lin Chen. One aimed at his throat, one at his heart, and one at his dantian. A killing strike. Lin Chen didn't dodge, for he couldn't. He could only endure. Karma's severing sword moved to guard his throat and heart, but he couldn't block the strike aimed at his dantian. The moment the shadow pierced his dantian, Lin Chen felt a cold, violent sword intent, as if capable of tearing everything apart, surge into his body, into his dantian, into the sword essence within. The sword essence trembled violently, beginning to collapse. But at that moment the Karma flame power within Karma's severing sword erupted. Dark red flames surged from the blade flowing through his meridians into his dantian, enveloping, burning and refining the violent sword intent. Agony, as if his entire being were thrown into a furnace, every inch of flesh and bone scorched by flames. Lin Chen grunted, blood frothing at the corners of his mouth. But he didn't fall. He gripped his sword tightly, forcibly merging the refined sword intent into his sword essence. The essence began to reorganize, to transform. From the size of a fist it swelled to that of a melon. From black it turned dark red. From cold it became scorching hot. When the last wisp of sword intent was refined, Lin Chen's cultivation broke through. He reached the 9th layer of qi refinement, the peak of the 9th layer only a step away from foundation establishment. The 3 shadows under the karma flames burning began to crumble and dissipate. Lin Chen looked up at the remaining 3 shadows. Chu Feng had reached his limit, blood at the corners of his mouth, 7 or 8 wounds on his body, yet he still stubbornly entangled the 3 shadows, keeping them from approaching Lin Chen. "Hurry!" he roared hoarsely. "I can't hold on." Lin Chen said nothing, only gripped his sword and charged. This time his speed was faster, his strength greater, his swordsmanship more ruthless. One stroke shattered a shadow. Another stroke shattered the second. The final stroke shattered the third. All 9 shadows were annihilated. Chu Feng collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, staring at Lin Chen with eyes full of shock. Lin Chen had already walked to the broken sword. He reached out and grasped the hilt. The moment he touched it, a cold ancient sword intent, as if from a primordial era, surged into his sea of consciousness. Within his sea of consciousness an image emerged, a white-robed swordsman holding a pitch-black longsword, standing amidst a sea of corpses and blood. Beneath his feet lay countless cultivators' bodies, behind him a collapsed immortal palace and shattered heavenly gates. He cried out to the heavens, his roar filled with unwillingness, rage and despair. Then he raised his sword and slashed at the firmament. The sword light was like lightning, tearing the sky apart. But from the sky descended a giant hand, crushing the sword light and his sword alike. The sword broke, the man perished. The image shattered. Lin Chen opened his eyes, looking at the broken sword in his hand, at the dark red rust on the blade like dried bloodstains, and fell silent for a long time. Then he slowly pressed the broken sword against the fracture of karma severing sword. The 2 swords were originally one. The fracture fit perfectly. The next moment karma severing sword burst with blinding black light. Within the black light dark red karma flames blazed fiercely, enveloping, smelting and merging the 2 swords into one. The blade began to lengthen from 3 qi to 4 qi. The rust on the blade began to fall away, revealing a pitch-black mirror-smooth surface beneath. At the edge the black sharpness grew from a grain of rice to the size of a knuckle, flickering and emitting a chilling cold. And beside the engravings of karma severing and burning near the hilt, a new mark appeared, a silver-white mark like a bolt of lightning. The mark was a single character: weep. Karma severing, burn, weep. Severing karma, burning sin, weeping blood. Questioning the heavens. When the black light faded and the karma flames died, the sword in Lin Chen's hand had completely transformed. The sword was 4 qi long, pitch black all over, its surface smooth as a mirror reflecting Lin Chen's red-tinged eyes. At the edge a silver-white sharpness flickered, as if ready to tear the sky at any moment. And deep within the blade 3 light marks, karma severing, burn, weep, circulated slowly, exuding an ancient desolate aura as if from a primordial age. Heaven's weep sword. Or rather the complete version of karma severing sword. Lin Chen gripped the sword, feeling the vast ocean-like power emanating from it, feeling the sharpness that seemed capable of severing all, burning all and weeping blood, to question the heavens. Then he turned to look at Chu Feng, who was slumped on the ground. "Let's go," he said. "Time to leave." Chu Feng struggled to his feet, glanced at the sword in Lin Chen's hand with a complex expression, but asked no questions, only nodded. The 2 walked down the mountain, one ahead and one behind. This time no sword intent phantoms blocked their way. The ancient swords, as if sensing the presence of heaven's weep sword, fell silent in unison, no longer wailing or trembling. The entire sword mountain was deathly still. Only the sound of their footsteps echoed through the empty peak. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Lin Chen suddenly stopped and looked back into its depths. The soaring sword intent there had vanished. But the wails of the ancient swords within the mountain still echoed in his ears. As if weeping, or as if bidding farewell. He gripped his sword and turned away. Behind him, deep in Sword Mountain, the broken sword, now only half remaining, slowly turned to ash, scattering in the wind. As if having fulfilled its final mission, it could finally rest in peace. Emerging from the sword tomb, the sky remained shrouded in gray, making it difficult to distinguish between day and night. Chu Feng leaned against a rock, his face as pale as paper. Although his wounds had stopped bleeding, his breath still felt weak. He pulled a pill from his pocket and swallowed it, closing his eyes to meditate for a while, forcing himself to regain some strength. Your sword. He opened his eyes and looked at the Xianxia sword in Lin Chen's hand, hesitating to speak. Lin Chen lowered his head, gazing at the 3 flowing marks on the sword blade, Zhanyi Fen Qi. The sword was as black as ink and as smooth as a mirror, reflecting his blood-soaked face, yet his eyes remained unusually calm. It's called Xianxia, Lin Chen said, or rather Zhanyi. Xianxia. Chu Feng murmured, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. I think I've seen this name in the ancient texts of our sect. It is rumored that in ancient times a sword cultivator wielded the Xianxia sword, cutting through immortals and seeking the Tao, but ultimately perished. He looked at Lin Chen. That sword was shattered later. The fragments scattered across the lands, and some collected them to reforge, but the reforged swords carried the curse of their original master. Those who wielded the sword would not end well. I know, Lin Chen nodded. Knowing that still. I had no choice, Lin Chen interrupted him. This sword chose me and I chose it. As for whether I will end well or not, that is a matter for later. Chu Feng fell silent. He recalled Lin Chen's eyes glowing red in the sword tomb, the fierce and frenzied yet exceptionally calm sword techniques, the trembling of the sword when it tasted blood, and the sight of 9 sword shadows shattering. Indeed, there was no choice. Some things once touched can never be shaken off. Where do you plan to go next? Chu Feng asked. Back to the entrance of the secret realm, Lin Chen said. The 30-day limit is left with over 20 days. I need time to familiarize myself with this sword. Chu Feng nodded. That works. However, the Zhou brothers will not let you go. Zhou Long is the examiner, though he cannot act openly against you. The secret realm is vast, and killing a few people. I know. Lin Chen sheathed his sword. If they come, I will kill them. His tone was calm, as if discussing the most ordinary matter. Chu Feng looked at him for a long time before finally sighing. I will follow you, he said. Senior sister Yun Su asked me to protect you, although it seems you don't need protection now. I still have to stick with you. At least in the secret realm. Lin Chen made no objections. The two walked one after the other toward the entrance of the secret realm. The secret realm was vast, larger than they had imagined. On their way in, they were so focused on hurrying that they had hardly noticed the scenery along the way. Now as they walked back slowly, they discovered that besides the sword tomb there were many other areas in the secret realm. There was a medicinal garden filled with exotic flowers and herbs, a mine piled with ores, a forest inhabited by various demonic beasts, and some crumbling architectural ruins. Those ruins were ancient, mostly reduced to a few broken walls and stone pillars, but judging by the scale and style of the constructions, this place must have once been a significant sect. Tianjian sect. Chu Feng pointed at a plaque that had fallen to the ground, now shattered into pieces, saying, an ancient sword cultivator sect that was said to have a nascent soul ancestor presiding during its peak with over 10,000 disciples. Later, for unknown reasons, the mountain gate collapsed overnight and all disciples perished, leaving only this secret realm. He paused and added, the Tianjian secret realm is the ruin of the Tianjian sect. The sword tomb is where the Tianjian sect buried its swords. The medicinal garden and the mine are also remnants left by the sect. As for those demonic beasts, most are descendants of spiritual beasts raised by the sect, having evolved over thousands of years. Lin Chen listened silently. He recalled the image he saw in the sword tomb from the broken sword, a swordsman in white standing amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood striking at the heavens, and then the sword shattered and the person perished. Was that swordsman in white perhaps a member of the Tianjian sect? Could that shattered black sword be the Xianxia sword? If so, what was the colossal hand that crushed the sword? An immortal? A god? Or something else? He gripped the Xianxia sword tightly, feeling its cold touch along with a faint sorrow. As if the sword was weeping. For the deceased fellow disciples, for the fallen sect, and also for his own shattered fate. Be careful, Chu Feng suddenly whispered. Lin Chen looked up. Not far ahead was a dense forest. The forest was eerily quiet. There were no sounds of insects, no birdsong, and even the wind was absent. Only a faint, almost imperceptible smell of blood lingered. There's an ambush. Chu Feng tightened his grip on the sword, lowering his voice. At least 5 people, all at least at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Lin Chen nodded, his pace unbroken, continuing toward the forest. Chu Feng was taken aback and hurried after him. What are you doing? Killing people, Lin Chen replied simply. Chu Feng wanted to persuade him again, but Lin Chen had already stepped into the forest. He could only grit his teeth and follow. The forest was deep, the trees tall, their leaves dense and the light dim. The two walked about 100 steps when several flames suddenly ignited ahead. 5 black-clothed cultivators emerged from behind trees, bushes and shadows surrounding the two. Leading them was a one-eyed man with a gruesome scar running diagonally from his forehead to his chin. He carried a heavy blade the size of a door, grinning widely to reveal a mouthful of yellow teeth. I've been waiting for you for a long time, he said. Young Master Zhou Long has issued a decree. Anyone who brings Lin Chen's head will receive 500 spirit stones and a foundation establishment pill. He looked at Lin Chen. Kid, will you end this yourself or do we help you? Lin Chen said nothing, merely drew the Xianxia sword. The blade was as black as ink, its edge gleaming, seeming to swallow all light in the dim forest. The one-eyed man's expression changed slightly. He could sense that this sword was extraordinary. But he did not care too much. One at the 9th level of Qi refinement, one at the 8th level, facing their 5 cultivators above the 8th level of Qi refinement. What storm could they stir? Attack! He shouted in a low voice, swinging the heavy blade, creating a sharp sound of slicing air. The other 4 also attacked simultaneously. 2 wielded swords, their sword lights like venomous snakes striking. 1 wielded a whip, the long whip striking like a spiritual snake emerging from its hole. And another used talismans. 5 fire talismans transformed into 5 fireballs hurling toward Lin Chen. 5-pronged assault, a certain kill. Chu Feng's face changed dramatically, and with a tremor of his long sword, blooming clouds emerged to shield the two. Yet Lin Chen did not move. He merely watched those 5 people, their weapons and the 5 fireballs for 3 breaths. Then he moved. Not retreating or dodging, but charging forward. He rushed toward the one-eyed man's heavy blade. The Xianxia sword made a gentle slash. Sizzle, the heavy blade shattered. It was not cleaved but rather corroded and decayed at the point where the sword edge passed, as if accelerated by countless years, and then broke. The one-eyed man was momentarily stunned. Before he could react, the Xianxia sword had already pierced his throat. The blade withdrew, accompanied by a spray of blood. The one-eyed man widened his eyes, clutching his throat as he collapsed, unable to die with his eyes closed. The remaining 4 were taken aback, glancing back in panic, and fled without a second thought. But Lin Chen's sword had already caught up. One sword pierced the back of the one wielding the sword. With a reverse stroke, another sword severed the neck of the one wielding the whip. The third sword slashed toward the one using talismans. That person gritted his teeth and drew out 5 talismans, meeting the sword edge. The talismans exploded, transforming into a sea of flames. But within the sea of flames, a strand of pitch-black sword light broke through the fire and pierced his brow. The last person had already reached the edge of the forest. He glanced back, seeing that Lin Chen did not pursue, feeling somewhat relieved and ready to breathe a sigh of relief, when suddenly he felt a chill at his neck. Looking down, he saw a pitch-black sword resting against his throat. The sword edge felt icy, as cold as ice. Who sent you? Lin Chen's voice echoed in his ear. The man trembled all over, stammering, It's young Master Zhou Long. Who else? Also, there's the old man with ghostly hands. He said. He wants your sword. Old man with ghostly hands. Lin Chen frowned. He's a notorious figure among loose cultivators at the mid-foundation establishment stage, skilled in ghost control. He has already set up a net in the secret realm waiting for you to walk right into it. The man said, suddenly pulling out a talisman from his pocket and slapping it on the ground. The talisman exploded, transforming into a cloud of black mist that engulfed his figure. When the black mist dissipated, the man had vanished. A ground escape talisman. Chu Feng walked over, his expression grave. It seems Zhou Long and the old man with ghostly hands have teamed up. They've laid a trap waiting for us to walk into it. Lin Chen sheathed his sword, gazing at the spot where the man had vanished for a long time. Then he turned and continued toward the entrance of the secret realm. You. Chu Feng caught up to him. Aren't you worried? Worried about what? Lin Chen asked. The old man with ghostly hands is at the mid-foundation establishment stage, Zhou Long is at the early foundation establishment stage, and there's Zhou Ping and those lackeys from the Zhou family. We are only 2, how can we fight? If we can't win, we run, Lin Chen said. If we can't run, we kill. If we can't kill, we die. He spoke very calmly as if discussing someone else's affair. Chu Feng was stunned. He looked at Lin Chen's back, at the pitch-black Xianxia sword, and at those eyes glowing red, suddenly understanding. This person had long since grown indifferent to life and death. Or rather, he was already prepared to die under the sword. Such a person is the most terrifying. Because he is not afraid of death, he dares to fight desperately. The two continued forward. Along the way they encountered 3 more ambushes. All were sent by the Zhou family with cultivation levels ranging from the 7th to the 9th level of qi refinement. But without exception they were all killed by Lin Chen. Killed decisively and neatly, a single sword strike claiming their lives without any unnecessary movements. Chu Feng transitioned from shock to numbness and eventually was left with awe. He could see that Lin Chen's sword skills were rapidly improving through killing. Each sword strike was faster, more accurate and more ruthless than the last. The Xianxia sword, after drinking sufficient blood, became increasingly bright and sharper. The 3 flowing marks on the sword body also circulated faster, like 3 dragons coming to life, swimming and roaring within the sword. On the 5th day they finally saw the entrance of the secret realm. Many people had already gathered at the entrance. All were cultivators preparing to leave the secret realm early. Some were heavily injured, some sought to quickly digest their fortunes, and some were simply afraid. The secret realm was too dangerous. Demonic beasts soared, intent restrictions and other cultivators. In just over 10 days no less than 30 people had died. Half of them were killed by Lin Chen. Word had already spread within the secret realm. There was a calamity star wielding a black sword, killing anyone in sight, especially those from the Zhou family, leaving no one alive. So when Lin Chen and Chu Feng appeared, the cultivators at the entrance all stepped back, clearing a path. Their eyes were filled with fear, awe and gloating. For at the entrance stood 2 people. Zhou Long and Zhou Peng. Zhou Long still wore a brocade robe, standing with his hands behind his back, his expression cold. Zhou Peng wore a face full of resentment, glaring fiercely at Lin Chen as if he wanted to devour him alive. You finally came. Zhou Long spoke, his voice very calm, but beneath that calm lay a surging, killing intent. I thought you would hide in the sword tomb and never come out. Lin Chen ignored him, merely looking towards the entrance. The whirlpool at the entrance still spun slowly. But the surrounding space was already covered in restrictions. A faint, nearly invisible gray light shield enveloped the entire entrance. That was a trapping formation. No need to look. Zhou Long said lightly, this is the dragon trapping formation I set up. Without my permission no one can leave. Look at Lin Chen, hand over the sword and I can leave you with your whole corpse. Lin Chen finally turned his head to look at him. Those eyes glowing red were terrifyingly calm. You want this sword? He asked. Yes, Zhou Long nodded. The fragments of the Xianxia sword should not fall into the hands of a loose cultivator like you. Hand it over and perhaps I can. His words were left unfinished. Because Lin Chen's sword had already lunged forward. Very slowly, very steadily. But Zhou Long's expression changed drastically. Because he realized he couldn't dodge. The speed of that sword was not fast and its trajectory was clear, yet he could not evade it. It was as if the surrounding space had been locked by this sword, pinning him in place, and he could only watch as the sword edge stabbed toward his throat. He could only raise his sword to block. Clang! Zhou Long's sword was a high-grade magical artifact, the blade gleaming and sharp. But before the Xianxia sword it was as fragile as paper. At the moment of collision Zhou Long's sword shattered. The Xianxia sword remained relentless, piercing into his throat. Zhou Long widened his eyes, incredulously staring at Lin Chen, at the pitch-black sword and at the 3 flowing marks on the sword body. Then he collapsed. Even in death he could not understand why he had died at the hands of a loose cultivator at the 9th level of qi refinement. Brother! Zhou Peng let out a piercing scream, frantically lunging toward Lin Chen. But Lin Chen simply swung his sword back. The sword light was like lightning slicing through Zhou Peng's neck. Zhou Peng's body, still in a forward charge, had already lost its head, which fell to the ground. 2 corpses fell almost simultaneously at the entrance in a state of utter silence. All were dumbfounded, watching this scene, gazing at the sword-wielding youth, the pitch-black sword, and the 2 lifeless bodies on the ground. Zhou Long, a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, Zhou Peng, an 8th-level qi refinement cultivator. Just like that. They died. 1 sword per person. Lin Chen sheathed his sword, not even glancing at the corpses on the ground, merely stepping to the dragon trapping formation, raising his hand and striking with a sword. Sizzle, The light shield of the dragon-trapping formation was cut open like paper. The formation shattered and the entrance was once again clear. Lin Chen turned and looked at Chu Feng. "Shall we go?" Chu Feng nodded in a daze, following behind him as they stepped into the whirlpool. Their figures disappeared within it. At the entrance there remained an eerie silence. After a long time someone murmured, "What exactly is that sword? What is its origin?" "A calamity star. A true calamity star. The Zhou family is finished." The twisting sensation of the vortex faded and the feeling of solid ground beneath his feet returned. Lin Chen opened his eyes, finding himself back on the cliffside at the rear of Luoyuan Peak. Behind him was the slowly rotating entrance of the secret realm. Before him stood Elder Chen, his face shifting from bewilderment to shock and finally settling into gravity. "You." Elder Chen's lips moved, his gaze falling first on the Xianxia sword in Lin Chen's hand, then on the empty vortex behind him. "Where is Zhou Long?" "Dead." Lin Chen sheathed his sword, his voice as calm as if commenting on the fine weather. The cultivators waiting on the cliff collectively gasped. Some instinctively stepped back, others exchanged furtive glances, while many more displayed undisguised fear. Zhou Long, an inner disciple of Luoyuan sword sect at the Foundation establishment stage, dead just like that. Dead at the hands of this chi-refining 9th-layer rogue cultivator. Elder Chen's face shifted through several shades before darkening. "Lin Chen, the secret realm trial prohibits private conflicts, let alone killing fellow disciples. Do you know your crime?" Lin Chen met his eyes. "They wanted to kill me." "Do you have proof?" Lin Chen pointed to his own still unhealed wounds, then to the shaken Chu Feng nearby. "He can testify." Chu Feng quickly stepped forward, cupping his hands. "Elder Chen, disciple Chu Feng can bear witness." Within the secret realm, senior brother Zhou Long and his brother Zhou Peng repeatedly ambushed Lin Chen, seeking to seize his sword and silence him. Lin Chen acted in self-defense. Elder Chen's sharp gaze swept over Chu Feng before returning to Lin Chen. He paused for a moment, then spoke slowly. "Even if there were reasons, killing a fellow disciple is a grave offense. This matter must be reported to the sect and adjudicated by the law enforcement hall." He added, "Until the sect's decision, you are not to leave Luoyuan Market Town. You will return with me to the steward hall to await judgment." As his words fell, several disciples clad in Luoyuan sword sect attire subtly closed in their auras, locking onto Lin Chen. Lin Chen did not move, only tightening his grip on the scabbard. The atmosphere instantly solidified. "Elder Chen." A clear, cool voice rang out. Yun Su stepped out from the crowd, still in her white robes, immaculate and untainted. She approached Elder Chen and gave a slight nod. "There may be more to this matter. Zhou Long abused his authority as an examiner within the secret realm, setting up a trapping formation with intent to kill and seize treasure which violates sect rules. In my view, Lin Chen's actions may not be without justification." Elder Chen frowned deeply. "Niece Yun Su, that may be true, but the sect's rules are strict. The rules should also discern right from wrong." Yun Su interrupted, her voice soft yet carrying an undeniable weight. "If Zhou Long's status as an inner disciple leads us to overlook his initial aggression, it will only chill the hearts of others. Moreover." Her gaze swept over the Xianxia sword in Lin Chen's hand before returning to Elder Chen. "This sword carries great significance far beyond a mere secret realm dispute. The steward hall may find it difficult to decide. It would be better to seek the sect leader's judgment." Elder Chen's expression shifted. He was well aware of the rumor surrounding the Xianxia sword and the entanglements it entailed. By invoking the sect leader, Yun Su was clearly escalating the matter, but it also meant that he, a mere outer steward, could no longer suppress it. He glanced at Lin Chen, then at the resolute Yun Su and Chu Feng, and finally let out a sigh, waving his hand. "Enough. Lin Chen, you will stay in the market town and not leave. I will report to the sect and a decision will be made. Niece Yun Su, Chu Feng, you will also return to the mountain with me and give a full account of what you witnessed in the secret realm." "Yes," Yun Su and Chu Feng replied in unison. Elder Chen turned to the other cultivators. "The secret realm trial is ended early. Everyone must leave the rear mountain immediately and not linger." After a brief stir, the crowd dispersed rapidly. The glances cast at Lin Chen held fear, curiosity and veiled greed. The news of the reforged Xianxia sword fragment was clearly impossible to conceal. Lin Chen ignored the surrounding gazes. He followed Elder Chen and the others down the mountain, returning to Luoyuan Market Town and once again taking up residence at the familiar, safe Journey Inn. But this time several subtle auras lurked around the inn, clearly sent by the Luoyuan sword sect to monitor, or perhaps protect, him. Inside the room, Lin Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, the Xianxia sword resting horizontally across his knees. The blade was pitch black, its luster subdued with 3 carvings, sever karma, burn and weep, flowing silently upon it. Compared to the sky-piercing sword intent within the sword tomb, the Xianxia sword now resembled a sleeping piece of ink jade, its immense power and faint sorrowful resonance only perceptible when touched by a fingertip. He sank his mind into the sword. The images from deep within the sword tomb surfaced again: the white-robed swordsman, mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the shattered celestial palace, the giant hand that crushed the black sword, and the despairing prolonged cry. These were not merely fragments of the Xianxia sword's memory but a sealed ancient secret. Who was that white-robed swordsman? Why did the heavenly sword sect fall? And who was the master of that giant hand? He vaguely felt that what he held was not just a sword but a heavy burden of karma. And this karma was dragging him into an unknown vortex. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. He opened it to find Yun Su standing outside. "Want you invite me in?" Yun Su's gaze was calm. Lin Chen stepped aside. Yun Su entered the room, her eyes first lingering on the Xianxia sword before turning to Lin Chen. "Your eyes are redder." Lin Chen remained silent. Killing aura attacks the heart, murderous intent invades the soul. "Gutsong was like this back then," Yun Su said softly as if stating a fact. "You are walking faster and more dangerously than he did." "You know Gutsong?" Lin Chen looked up. At the top of the Luyun Sword Sect Scripture Pavilion there is a tattered volume titled Anecdotal Records of Ancient Sword Cultivators, which mentions that name and his sword, Yun Su said, walking to the window and gazing at the market town's lanterns below. "Gutsong, the immortal slaying sword. 1,000 years ago he with one man and one sword struck fear into both immortals and demons, only to vanish without a trace. Some say he died, some say he shattered the void and ascended, and others say he was devoured by his sword, becoming a demon of slaughter." She turned to face Lin Chen directly. "The path you tread now is his." "So what?" Lin Chen asked. "Will you act in the name of justice to slay a demon?" Yun Su shook her head. "Swords have no inherent right or wrong, only humans have good and evil. Gutsong was Gutsong and you are you. I only wish to warn you that this sword's power is far more dangerous than you imagine. It not only devours the life force of your enemies but also subtly changes you. Your calmness, your decisiveness, even your ruthlessness are all being influenced by it. When the day comes that you can no longer tell whether you wield the sword or the sword wields you, it will be too late." Lin Chen looked down at the sword on his knee. He knew Yun Su spoke the truth. With every swing, every devouring of sword intent, every surge of killing aura, he could feel something within him growing colder and harder. A disregard for life, a growing familiarity with killing, and an increasingly uncontrollable urge to cut through everything. "Do I have a choice?" he asked. Yun Su was silent for a long moment before answering, "Yes. Abandon this sword and I can plead for you to join the Luyun Sword Sect to cultivate orthodox swordsmanship. You may not reach the pinnacle, but at least you can live like a normal person." A normal person? Lin Chen thought of the funeral parlor outside Xianxia town, the black-robed heretic, the mountains of corpses in the sword tomb, and the wide dying eyes of Zhou Long and Zhou Peng. On this path bones had already piled high. Could he simply put down the sword and return to the past? He slowly shook his head. "There's no going back." Yun Su looked at the resolve in his eyes and finally let out a soft sigh. "Then take care of yourself. I will do my best to mediate with the sect. But the Zhou family will not let this go, and neither will those who covet the Xianxia sword. Be careful." She left a small jade bottle. "Inside are 3 heart-cleansing pills which can temporarily suppress the killing aura and ease the erosion of your mind. Use them sparingly." With that she left without lingering. The door closed and the room fell silent. Lin Chen picked up the jade bottle and poured out a pale green pill. The pill exuded a refreshing fragrance that cleared the mind. He gazed at it for a moment but did not take it, instead putting it away. Relying on external aids to suppress the problem was ultimately a lesser strategy. He needed to completely master this power, not be mastered by it. Over the next few days Lin Chen did not leave his room. He stayed inside, regulating his breathing and healing his injuries, consolidating his qi, refining 9th layer cultivation, while also contemplating the new sword intent he had gained from the Xianxia sword, one imbued with sorrow and destruction. "Weep." This sword intent differed from the decisiveness of sever karma and the violence of burn. It was more restrained and heavier. It felt like accumulated grief and resentment from 10,000 years exploding upon the blade's contact with its target, striking directly at the soul. Those with weak resolve might have their defenses shattered by this sorrowful sword intent before even receiving the strike. Meanwhile, rumors about him in the market town grew increasingly intense. Titles like Baleful Star Lin Chen, Swordslayer of Foundation Establishment and Master of the Xianxia Sword were pinned on him. True to form, the Zhou family did not let the matter rest. It was said that even the Zhou family's Foundation Establishment latest ancestor, who had been in seclusion for years, was stirred, vowing to seek justice. Meanwhile, more undercurrents surged. Intelligence on the Xianxia sword fragments at the 100 News Tower saw its price skyrocket, and many hidden factions began to turn their attention to this frontier market town. On the morning of the 7th day, Elder Chen paid another visit. This time he was accompanied by 2 elderly men with profound auras and sharp eyes, both clad in the robes of Luyun Sword Sect elders. Lin Chen, Elder Chen said solemnly, "These 2 are Elder Sun and Elderly from the sect's law enforcement hall. The sect has reached a decision regarding the Secret Realm incident." The 2 elders scrutinized Lin Chen with piercing gazes, a flicker of surprise crossing their eyes when they saw the Xianxia sword on his knee. Elder Sun with white hair and a stern face spoke first. "Lin Chen, you killed fellow disciples Zhou Long and Zhou Peng in the Secret Realm. Although it was in self-defense, your methods were harsh and violated sect rules. After deliberation by the sect leader and elders, you are sentenced to 3 years of reflection at the Sword Prison Cliff as a warning. Do you accept?" The Sword Prison Cliff was where the Luyun Sword Sect confined disciples who had committed offenses known for its crisscrossing sword chi and harsh environment. But compared to execution or crippling cultivation, it was a relatively light punishment. Before Lin Chen could respond, Elderly, a gaunt man with sharp eyes, snorted, "Elder Sun, is this judgment too lenient? This boy is steeped in killing aura and wields a baleful weapon. He is clearly a seed of demonic path. In my view, we should cripple his cultivation, confiscate the evil sword, banish him from the sect's territory, and forbid him from ever returning." Elder Sun frowned. "Elderly, the sect leader has already decided." The sect leader was swayed by that girl Yun Su. Elderly interrupted bluntly. "Keeping this boy will surely bring disaster. The 1,000-year reputation of our Luyun sword sect cannot be tarnished by such a baleful star." Elder Chen, standing by, had a faint sheen of sweat on his forehead. Lin Chen slowly rose, gripping the hilt of the Xianxia sword. The blade was slightly cool, and the quiet, sorrowful intent traveled through his palm, calming his restless heart stirred by the elder's pressure. "Elders," he spoke, his voice not loud but clear, "Zhou Long tried to kill me first and I merely retaliated. If the Luyun sword sect believes my retaliation is a crime, I have nothing to say. As for this sword..." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the 2 elders. "The sword is in my hand, so it is mine. If anyone wants to take it, let them try." "Insolent!" Elderly erupted in fury, releasing the full pressure of his Foundation Establishment latest age cultivation. The air in the room seemed to solidify. "A mere chi refining junior dares to act fierce before me. Let me teach you a lesson on behalf of your master." He took a step forward, his withered hand glowing with a jade luster, reaching through the air toward Lin Chen. Before the palm wind even arrived, a heavy pressure made Lin Chen's breath catch. Elder Chen's face changed dramatically, but it was too late to intervene. Lin Chen's pupils contracted. The sword prison demon refining art within him spun wildly, the dark red sword essence in his dantian rotating violently, and the surging killing aura merged with the newly acquired weep sword intent exploding forth. His sword drawing was not fast, even somewhat heavy, but as the blade rose, it brought with it a chilling sobbing sound, as if 10,000 swords mourned together. The Xianxia sword left its scabbard. There was no earth-shattering light, only a deep darkness that seemed to absorb even the light itself, spreading outward. Within the darkness, a condensed jet-black sword, light carrying the decisiveness to sever karma, the blazing heat to incinerate sin, and the sorrow of weeping to the heavens, met that jade palm straight on. Blood-weeping strike. The sword light and the palm print collided silently. The expected thunderous sound never came. Elder Li's palm, capable of splitting mountains, melted away like ice and snow upon contact with the black sword light, disintegrating layer by layer. Moreover, an indescribably sorrowful sword intent surged back along the dissolving palm, force striking directly at Elder Li's mind. Elder Li grunted, his face paling, and involuntarily stepped back half a pace, a look of shock appearing in his eyes for the first time. He stared fixedly at the pitch-black longsword in Lin Chen's hand, which seemed to devour everything, and at Lin Chen's pupils, now completely dark red from the boiling killing aura and sword intent, and cried out, "It is indeed a demon sword. This boy cannot be kept." Elder Sun's expression was equally grave. He saw more clearly. The level of sword intent contained in that strike was extremely high, far beyond what a chi-refining cultivator could master. Even more bizarre was that the sword intent could stir the opponent's mind, unraveling their battle will and spiritual energy flow. This was no simple cross-realm challenge, it touched upon some forbidden power. "Stop!" Elder Sun shouted, stepping in front of Elder Li, his gaze complex as he looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, sheath your sword. The sect's judgment has been passed. 3 years of reflection at the sword prison cliff to be executed immediately. If you resist further, do not blame me for personally suppressing you. Lin Chen slowly sheathed his sword. That single strike, seemingly equal, had nearly drained all his newly accumulated sword intent and killing aura, and had also aggravated his old heart injury, sending a coppery taste to his throat. He forcibly suppressed it, his dark red eyes coldly sweeping over the two elders before finally settling on Elder Chen. Elder Chen, unnerved by his gaze, quickly stepped forward. Lin Chen, although the sword prison cliff is harsh, it is also a place to temper one's will and solidify cultivation. 3 years will pass in a flash. The sect has already shown leniency. Lin Chen was silent for a moment, then sheathed the Xianxia sword. The darkness and sorrowful intent that had filled the room receded. Lead the way, he said, only 2 words. Elder Chen breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the 2 elders. Elder Sun gave Lin Chen a deep look and said to Elder Chen, you personally escort him to the sword prison cliff. Do not fail. Elder Li, though displeased, saw Elder Sun's firm stance and could only snort coldly before sweeping away. Moments later, under the escort of several law enforcement disciples, Lin Chen walked out of the safe journey inn and headed toward the depths of the Luyan mountain range, toward that solitary cliff where sword chi was said to howl year-round. On both sides of the market town streets a crowd of cultivators had gathered to watch, pointing and murmuring. Look, that's Lin Chen. I heard he killed Foundation Establishment Zhou Long with a single sword strike. His killing aura is so heavy. His eyes are red, truly a demon. Sure. Keep your voice down. Do you want to die? What a pity about that sword. The Xianxia sword. If only it were mine. Dream on. Haven't you seen the Luyan sword sect has gotten involved? This sword is too hot to handle. Lin Chen paid no heed to the surrounding chatter, only tightening his grip on the sword. 3 years at the sword prison cliff. Perfect. He needed time to fully digest the gains from the sword tomb, to master the power of the Xianxia sword and to uncover the secrets hidden within this sword Gutsong and the fallen heavenly sword sect. And where lay the next sword mark that called to him from the void? The road was long. And he had only just begun. And where lay the next sword mark that called to him from the void? The road was long. And he had only just begun. And where lay the next sword mark that called to him from the void? The road was long. And he had only just begun. And where lay the next sword mark that called to him from the void? The road was long. And he had only just begun. And where lay the next sword mark that called to him from the void? The road was long. And he had only just begun. And where lay the next sword mark that called to him from the void? The road was long. And he had only just begun. And where lay the next sword mark that called to him from the void? The road was long. And he had only just begun. And where lay the next sword mark that called to him from the void? The road was long. And he had only just begun. And where lay the next sword mark that called to him from the void? The road was long. And he had only just begun. And where lay the next sword mark that called to him from the void? The road was long. And he had only just begun. And where lay the next sword mark that called to him from the void? The road was long. And he had only just begun. And where lay the next sword mark that called to him from the void? The road was long. And he had only just begun. And where lay the next sword mark that called to him from the void? The road was long. And he had only just begun. The sword prison cliff lies deep within the Luyan mountain range. Departing from the market, it takes only half an hour to fly there on a sword, but Lin Chen, being a convicted man, can only walk. The mountain path is rugged and steep. It would take an ordinary person a full day and night to traverse. However, the law enforcement disciples escorting him are all at the late stage of chi refinement, moving swiftly. Though Lin Chen is still heavily injured, his foundation at the 9th level of chi refinement allows him to barely keep up. The deeper they go, the colder the air becomes. It is not the chill of the weather, but rather a bone-piercing cold, as if countless tiny ice needles are stabbing at his skin. That is the sword energy condensed, a near substance permeating the air, omnipresent. After walking for another 2 hours, a solitary peak appears ahead. The peak rises 1,000 feet straight as a sword, entirely black with no vegetation growing. Its surface is covered in intersecting sword marks, deep and shallow, dense and numerous, as if it has been hacked at by millions of sharp swords. The summit is shrouded in lead-gray clouds and mist obscuring its full appearance. Only faintly can he hear a mournful howling in the wind, as if countless swords are lamenting simultaneously. We've arrived. The leading law enforcement disciple stops, pointing to a protruding platform halfway up the solitary peak that is the entrance to the sword prison cliff. You go up by yourself, we won't escort you any further. Another disciple removes the restrictive token symbolizing prisoner from Lin Chen's waist and tosses it to him. The token contains a formation. It can only be used to ascend, not descend. After 3 years the formation will dissolve. If you attempt to descend the mountain during this period, the token will trigger the sword murderous intent within the mountain, shattering your soul. Lin Chen catches the token, feeling its icy chill in his hand. The token is forged from mysterious iron with the character sword engraved on the front and prison on the back, its edges inscribed with intricate flowing runes. He can sense that the token is vaguely connected to the aura of the entire solitary peak. He said nothing, merely clenched the token tightly and walked towards the mountain path. The path is a narrow stone staircase carved by human hands. It can only accommodate one person at a time. On one side is a steep mountain wall and on the other a bottomless cliff. The stone steps are also covered in sword marks, some of which are still fresh, evidently left not long ago. The higher he ascends, the denser the sword energy becomes and the greater the pressure. Those invisible sword energies seem to come alive, swirling around him, cutting, trying to penetrate his skin and invade his meridians. Lin Chen has no choice but to activate the sword prison refining evil technique, causing a faint layer of black murderous energy to emerge on his surface, isolating most of the sword energy outside. Yet still a small portion of the sword energy penetrates the murderous energy, striking him and leaving numerous fine wounds. They are not deep, but they are densely packed, like being pricked by countless fine needles. Lin Chen remains expressionless and continues upward. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, he reaches the platform. The platform is not large, roughly 10 zhang square, with a simple stone house in the center. In front of the stone house stands a stone tablet with 3 blood-red characters engraved: sword prison cliff. Next to the stone tablet sits an old man. He wears a tattered gray Taoist robe with hair and beard disheveled, covering most of his face. Leaning against the stone tablet he holds a wine gourd and tilts his head, pouring wine into his mouth. The liquid flows down the corner of his mouth, soaking his chest, but he remains oblivious. Lin Chen approaches the stone tablet and stops. The old man puts down the wine gourd, brushes aside his messy hair, revealing a pair of murky eyes. He looks Lin Chen up and down and then glances at the Xianxia sword in his hand, grinning to reveal a mouthful of yellow teeth. Newcomer. His voice is hoarse like a broken gong. Yes, Lin Chen nods. What crime did you commit? Murder. Who did you kill? Zhou Long and Zhou Peng. A flicker of surprise flashes in the old man's eyes, but it quickly returns to murkiness. Those 2 boys from the Zhou family. Well done. Lin Chen does not respond. The old man is unconcerned, taking a swig of wine and pointing to the stone house. There are 3 stone rooms inside. Choose one for yourself. The left room is occupied, the middle and right ones are empty. Once you choose, go in. Don't come out unless necessary, and if you do, don't disturb my drinking. Lin Chen glances at the stone house and then at the old man. May I ask who you are? Me. The old man laughs heartily, coughing for a long while before catching his breath. I am the keeper here and also a prisoner here. You can call me the old drunkard or the sword madman, it's up to you. He pauses and adds, however, I advise you not to call me senior. In this damned place there are no seniors or juniors, only the living and the dead. Lin Chen nods, no longer asking questions, and walks towards the stone house. The stone house is very simple, with only a stone bed, a stone table and a stone stool. The walls are also covered in sword marks, some of them deep enough to almost break through. He chooses the right room and pushes the door open. The stone chamber is small, only allowing one person to turn around. The stone bed is covered with a thin layer of dry hay emitting a musty odor. A lantern sits on the stone table, its oil already depleted. Lin Chen sets down his bundle, sits on the stone bed and begins to adjust his breathing. The sword energy in the sword prison cliff is more violent and chaotic than he imagined. This sword energy relentlessly attempts to invade his body, tearing at his meridians, disrupting his spiritual power. If he were not cultivating the sword prison refining evil technique, which has the innate property of devouring and annihilating, he would likely be torn to pieces by the sword energy before reaching halfway up the mountain. Even so, he still feels quite uncomfortable. It feels as though countless tiny knives are scraping inside him, painful but not lethal. He needs to adapt quickly. Activating the sword prison refining evil technique, the murderous energy flows through his meridians, slowly devouring and refining the invading sword energy. This process is slow and painful, but with each strand of sword energy refined, his murderous energy condenses a little more and his sword essence grows stronger. He does not know how long has passed when footsteps are heard outside the stone chamber. They are very light but steady. Lin Chen opens his eyes and looks towards the door. The door is pushed open and a middle-aged man in white prison clothes walks in. The middle-aged man is thin with a pale complexion and deep-set eyes, but his eyes are bright like two cold stars. He holds a wooden sword which is covered in numerous fine scratches as if it has been hacked at repeatedly. Newcomer. The middle-aged man speaks, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. Yes. What is your name? Lin Chen. I'm Qin Chuan, he says, also here for murder. Lin Chen remains silent. Qin Chuan seems unfazed, continuing, I killed 3 inner disciples because they wanted to take my sword. My sword isn't as good as yours, but it's also ancestral and cannot be lost. He pauses and asks, did you kill Zhou Long and Zhou Peng for a sword? Yes. Then you are stronger than me, Qin Chuan says. I used 3 strokes to kill those 3 waste, you only used 1 stroke for Zhou Long. Can you see? Lin Chen glances at him. I can't see, Qin Chuan shakes his head. But I can hear. The sound of sword energy breaking through the air, the sound of corpses hitting the ground, and the sound of blood spraying out. The rules of the sword prison cliff state that newcomers must treat the old residents to a drink. Do you have any wine? Lin Chen shakes his head. Qin Chuan is not surprised, pulling out a wineskin from his bosom and tossing it to Lin Chen. Drink up, it's my own brew. The taste is average, but it's strong enough. Lin Chen catches the wineskin, uncorks it, and a strong smell of wine assaults his senses. He tilts his head back and takes a swig. The liquor flows down his throat like fire, burning all the way to his stomach. Good wine, he says. Qin Chuan smiles a faint smile, but there is a hint of warmth in his eyes. Not many can drink my wine. In the left room resides a strange person who practices sword against the wall all day without speaking or drinking. The old drunkard only drinks his own wine, saying mine tastes like horse urine. He pauses, looking at Lin Chen. You are not bad. At least you dare to kill and drink. Lin Chen takes another swig of the wine, remaining silent. Qin Chuan is not concerned, picking up the wooden sword and gently stroking the scratches on its blade. Do you know why the sword prison cliff is called the sword prison cliff? Why? Because this place holds sword cultivators, Qin Chuan says, or rather sword cultivators with issues. Those who have fallen into madness, those who are bloodthirsty, those who have betrayed their sect. In short, they are all deemed dangerous by the Luyun sword sect but are not executed, so they are locked here, allowing the sword energy to grind away their sharp edges, their murderous intent, and their swords. These sword marks, some are left by the sword cultivators who were locked here in the past, while others are naturally formed by the sword murderous intent within the mountain. Each sword mark contains different sword intents. Some are sharp, some are heavy, some are bizarre, and some are violent. If you can penetrate these sword marks, your sword path cultivation will surely advance significantly. But if you can't penetrate. He pauses, his voice growing colder. You will be eroded by these sword intents, becoming a madman or dead. Lin Chen remains silent for a moment and asks, have you penetrated them? Qin Chuan shakes his head. I have penetrated a part, but not enough. My sword intent is ice. Most of the sword marks here are of fire, thunder, or wind attributes which do not suit me. Thus I can only grind but not comprehend. Looking at Lin Chen, he says, your sword intent is very mixed. Murderous energy, karmic fire, and a trace of sorrowful intent. Perhaps some of the sword marks here will suit you. I will give it a try. Lin Chen nods. Qin Chuan says no more, picking up the wooden sword and walking towards the door. By the way, he reaches the door and turns back. Don't go out at night. After the hour of the rat, the sword murderous intent in the mountain will go berserk. The sword energy then will be 10 times stronger than during the day. The old drunkard can withstand it, but you and I cannot. After saying this, he pushes the door open and leaves. The stone chamber returns to silence. Lin Chen places down the wineskin and walks to the wall, reaching out to touch the sword marks. The moment his fingertip touches a scorching sword intent that seems to want to burn everything surges in. He grunts and quickly retracts his hand. His fingertip is already charred black, sending a stinging pain. Such a domineering sword intent. He sits cross-legged and activates the sword prison refining evil technique, slowly refining and absorbing the scorching sword intent. It is slow and painful, but with each strand refined, his understanding of the fire attribute sword intent deepens. Time passes slowly. The oil lamp has long since extinguished, leaving the stone chamber in complete darkness. Only the sword marks on the wall emit faint varied lights in the dark. Red like fire, blue like ice, purple like thunder, green like wind. Lin Chen immerses himself in the ocean of sword intent, forgetting the time, the pain, and even himself. He seems to see countless sword cultivators in this stone chamber repeatedly swinging their swords against the wall, leaving behind their sword intents their insights there. Unwillingness. Some sword intents are as fierce as fire, wanting to burn down the entire world. Some are as cold as snow, wishing to freeze everything. Some are swift as the wind, aiming to cut through time. Some sword intents are heavy as mountains, wanting to suppress all. Thousands of sword intents' myriad insights ultimately transform into the traces left on the wall for future generations to comprehend. Lin Chen greedily absorbs and refines them. His sword essence, nurtured by the sword intent, slowly strengthens. His sword path gradually takes shape amidst the collision of countless sword intents. He does not know how long has passed when a piercing sword howl echoes outside the stone chamber. The howl is sharp, piercing through the eardrums. Lin Chen suddenly opens his eyes. The hour of the rat has arrived. The sword murderous intent in the mountain has begun to stir. He walks to the door, cracks it open, and looks outside. On the platform, the old drunkard is still leaning against the stone tablet, drinking, oblivious to the earth-shattering sword howl. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan is sitting cross-legged at the door of the stone house, holding the wooden sword, which is covered in a thin layer of frost, freezing and shattering all incoming sword energy. Further out, countless beams of sword light shoot into the sky, interweaving in the night, emitting piercing shrieks. These beams of sword light vary in color and energy. Some are fiery, some frigid, some violent, and some sinister, mixed together, forming a chaotic and violent storm of sword intent that seems poised to destroy everything. In the storm, vague figures can be seen. These figures are hazy, resembling sword light condensed into form, or perhaps remnants of souls. They wield glowing swords, battling, roaring and wailing in the storm, as if reenacting the battles of their former lives or venting endless resentment. Lin Chen only glances at them before feeling a sharp pain in his eyes and a shock to his soul, quickly withdrawing his gaze and closing the door. Yet within his heart a strong desire surges. A desire to rush into that storm of sword intent, to battle with those sword shadows, absorb their sword intent, refine their remnants, and strengthen his own sword path. He knows that it is the Xianxia sword influencing him. This sword craves battle, craves slaughter, craves to grow stronger. He takes a deep breath, suppressing the restlessness in his heart, sits cross-legged, and continues to refine the sword marks on the wall. Now is not the time. He must grow stronger and stronger. He closes his eyes, immersing himself in the ocean of sword intent. Outside the stone chamber, the sword howls like a tide, uninterrupted throughout the night. The days at Sword Prison Cliff were as monotonous as iron being ground on a whetstone. Day after day there were only three things: refining sword energy, comprehending sword scars, and enduring pain. Lin Chen quickly grasped the patterns here. During the day the sword energy in the mountain was relatively gentle, like a slumbering giant beast breathing slowly. This was the time suitable for refining the invading sword energy within his body, as well as comprehending the relatively peaceful sword scars on the walls. At night, especially after the hour of the rat, the sword aura surged violently like a tide. At this time he could only tightly shut the doors, circulate his techniques to protect his heart veins, and endure. Occasionally a few particularly domineering strands of sword energy would penetrate the stone walls and invade like burning iron nails, stabbing into his bones, causing unbearable pain. Qin Chuan was right, the sword scars here were bizarre and varied in attributes. The fire attribute sword scar that Lin Chen initially attempted was just the most ordinary type. There were also the Xianbing scars that could freeze blood to the core, the Jinglei scars as swift as lightning that seemed capable of slicing through time, the Xianxia scars as heavy as mountains that could suppress all things, and many more strange sword intents that he could not comprehend or even approach. Some sword scars appeared faint yet concealed violent killing intent within, others were deep enough to see bone yet their aura was rather balanced and peaceful. He had to carefully touch them with his divine sense, testing bit by bit, as a slight misstep could lead to being backfired by the sword intent. 3 months later Lin Chen refined his first complete sword scar, the scorching Fenchen scar. When the sword intent entered his body it felt as if a flame was burning in his meridians, causing him to convulse in pain, drenched in sweat. But he gritted his teeth and held on, wrapping and refining it with the evil energy from the sword prison, refining evil technique, ultimately merging it into his sword essence. Within his dantian a hint of blazing red light appeared amidst the dark red sword essence. The benefits were evident. His understanding of fire attribute sword intent deepened, and the evil energy gained a scorching aura, increasing the power when unleashing the burn sword intent. The cost was that his body temperature remained high throughout the year, his palms scorching, and in his eyes that hint of dark red occasionally flickered with sparks. Half a year later he refined the second sword scar, the chilling Sherbone scar. This sword intent originated from a sword cultivator who practiced poison techniques carrying corrosive qualities. Refining it felt like being gnawed by 1,000 ants, more painful than the Fenchen scar. However, after successfully refining it, his evil energy became more refined and corrosive, easily shattering ordinary protective spiritual light. A year passed and Lin Chen had already refined 7 sword scars of different attributes. Under the nourishment of countless sword intents, his cultivation smoothly broke through to the 10th layer of qi refining, marking the peak of the qi refining stage, just a step away from foundation establishment. The sword essence in his dantian was already the size of a fist, swirling with various glimmers of red, blue, green and purple, resembling an enigmatic and exquisite gem. But the most significant progress was in his sword path. The uneven sword scars on the walls no longer appeared as disordered engravings in his eyes, but as living sword manuals, each a debate across time and space. He observed, dissected, absorbed and fused, melting thousands of sword intents into a single cauldron, gradually sketching out the embryonic form of his own sword path based on the sword prison refining evil technique framed by the core sword intents of Zhan Yi Fun and Qi from the Xianxia sword. It was no longer the pure killing sword of the Iron Seven sect, nor the cold heavenly sword of the Flowing Cloud sword sect, but a more complex and contradictory sword path that resonated deeply with both himself and the Xianxia sword, drawing upon evil as its bone, using killing as its edge, refining myriad intents and severing shackles. He began to attempt integrating different sword intents into his sword techniques. The Duankong move, which originally only severed space decisively, now incorporated the swiftness of Jinglei's scar, making his strikes faster. It also absorbed the weight of Jinyue's scar, making the sword's momentum heavier. The Fenchen move, which mainly burned with infernal flames, now added the fieriness of Fenchen's scar, intensifying the flames. It also incorporated the insidiousness of Shirbone's scar, adding corrosive power to the fire. He even began to experiment with fusing opposing sword intents. For example, forcing the extreme cold of Xianbing's scar to merge with the scorching heat of Fenchen's scar. Although the process was excruciating and nearly caused his sword essence to collapse multiple times, once successful, the destructive power of the intertwined ice and fire sword energy far exceeded that of a single attribute. Qin Chuan would occasionally come over to sit watching him stare blankly at the wall or practice those peculiar sword techniques in the narrow stone chamber. At first he would comment nonsense or seeking death, but gradually fell silent, merely observing with a complicated gaze. The old drunkard still spent his days in a stupor, either drinking or sleeping, as if everything outside the mountain had nothing to do with him. Only once, when Lin Chen attempted to fuse the 7th sword scar and ran into trouble, the violent sword intent rampaged within him, seemingly on the verge of exploding his body. It was the old drunkard who casually flicked a drop of liquor toward him, which landed on his forehead and instantly extinguished the rampaging sword intent, helping him stabilize. Lin Chen stood up to express his gratitude, but the old drunkard merely waved his hand, mumbling, "Don't die here, it's a hassle to clean up," before drifting back to sleep. As for the freak in the stone chamber on the left, Lin Chen had never seen him. He only knew that he practiced swordsmanship every day, and the rhythmic sound of his sword striking the stone wall was almost non-stop from morning till night. Qin Chuan said that the person had been inside for 5 years, never uttering a word or stepping outside the stone chamber. Food and water were regularly stuffed through the door crack by the old drunkard. No one knew who he was or what he had done. Time quietly passed amidst the howling sword energy and the comprehension of sword scars. In the 2nd year, Lin Chen refined the 12th sword scar. His aura became more restrained, the hint of dark red in his eyes deepened significantly and no longer easily revealed. The Xianxia sword also seemed to grow alongside him, the 3 scars on its blade flowing with an increasingly natural brilliance. The sword body remained pitch black but subtly possessed a captivating charm. He began to cautiously extend his divine sense outside the stone chamber during the night, when the sword aura surged, trying to feel and analyze the chaotic storms of sword intent. This was extremely dangerous. A slight misstep could shatter his divine sense, leaving him a fool. But the rewards were immense. If those fragments of sword intent colliding, annihilating and rebirthing in the storm, were living textbooks that the fixed sword scars on the wall could not provide. His understanding of the sword path rapidly advanced in such extreme conditions. In the 3rd year, on a rainy night, the sword aura in the mountains surged exceptionally violently. It was not the usual tide of sword energy, but rather akin to something slumbering being awakened. The sword light outside the cliff no longer danced chaotically but subtly converged, forming a vague towering sword shadow. That sword shadow was not a solid entity, but was composed of countless broken sword intense remnants of souls and the accumulated evil energy from who knows how many years. Just the pressure it emitted made the stone walls of the sword prison cliff tremble, causing stones to fall. For the first time the old drunkard set down his wine gourd, his murky eyes gazing out at the cliff, his brow slightly furrowed. Qin Chuan also emerged from the stone chamber, looking serious as he stared at the enormous sword shadow gripping his wooden sword tightly. Even the sound of sword practice from the left stone chamber which had persisted for 5 years ceased for the first time. Lin Chen pushed open the stone door, stepping to the edge of the platform. The fierce wind whipped cold raindrops and violent sword energy against him, leaving fine bloodstains, but he seemed oblivious. He looked up at that colossal sword shadow which seemed ready to cleave heaven and earth, his heart pounding violently in his chest, not from fear but from resonance. The Xianxia sword emitted a low excited hum from its sheath, and the 3 scars on its blade, Xianxia and Qi, all lit up simultaneously. That massive sword shadow seemed to sense something slowly turning toward him, its invisible gaze locking onto Lin Chen, or more precisely locking onto the sword in his hand. In the next moment an extremely condensed gray sword energy separated from the massive sword shadow, transforming into a colossal sword phantom 100 feet long, carrying a terrifying will to obliterate everything, and ruthlessly slashed down toward the platform where Lin Chen stood. The might of this sword far exceeded Foundation establishment, even faintly touching the threshold of golden core. Before the sword even arrived, the stone slabs of the platform began to crack inch by inch, and Qin Chuan let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he staggered back several steps. The old drunkard's eyes sparkled with a flash of brilliance as if he wanted to intervene, but he hesitated. Lin Chen stood his ground, facing the descending colossal sword phantom. 3 years of refining, 13 sword scars, countless days and nights spent with sword energy and sword intent, observing storms fusing myriad intents. All his accumulation, all his insights, all the pain and perseverance collided, fused and transcended within his heart at that moment. The deep dark red in his eyes suddenly ignited, transforming into 2 clusters of flickering flames. Without retreating or blocking, he drew his sword. The instant the Xianxia sword was drawn from its sheath, it seemed as if all the light on the platform was absorbed into the sword body, plunging everything into a moment of absolute darkness. In that darkness only a single sword light illuminated. That was neither pure black nor blazing red, nor was it a sorrowful silver. It was a chaotic gray, as if containing countless colors yet reverting to nothingness. This gray sword light was not grand, even less than 1% of the colossal sword phantom condensed to the thickness of an arm. But within it the sword intent was incredibly complex, decisive in severing all, blazing in burning away sin, sorrowful in asking the heavens with blood, freezing all things in its coldness, poisonous in eroding souls, swift as lightning and heavy as a mountain. All the sword intents Lin Chen had refined, comprehended and fused over these 3 years were all contained within this one sword. 3 years to forge a sword. The frost blade had never been tested. Today the sword is complete. Break. Lin Chen uttered a single word. The gray sword light shot upwards against the heavens, silently colliding with the 100-foot giant sword phantom. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no scattered sword energy. At the moment of contact the giant sword phantom collapsed and dissolved as if it had met its nemesis, disintegrating inch by inch from the sword tip, turning into the most primitive chaotic sword intent, which was then devoured by the gray sword light as if a great whale was drinking water. The gray sword light did not stop after devouring the giant sword phantom, instead it shot towards the towering giant sword shadow outside the cliff with even greater speed, following some invisible connection. The giant sword shadow seemed to emit a silent roar, violently trembling, attempting to escape, but the gray sword light swiftly entered its body like a parasite. In the next moment, amidst the shocked gazes of Qin Chuan and the old drunkard, that giant sword shadow, composed of countless sword intense remnants of souls and evil energy which had exuded a terrifying might, began to collapse and disintegrate from within as if it had been punctured. Countless shattered light points surged toward the platform like a reverse-flowing river of stars, ultimately all merging into the seemingly unremarkable Xianxia sword in Lin Chen's hand. Above Sword Prison Cliff, the lead gray clouds that had lingered for who knows how many years were disturbed by the aftermath of this power, creating a large hole. A beam of cool moonlight after many years finally illuminated this solitary cliff top, shining upon Lin Chen, who stood holding his sword. He stood silently with his sword eyes slightly closed, his aura surging continuously. After devouring that giant sword shadow, vast amounts of pure sword intent and evil energy were frantically circulating, fusing and settling within him and the Xianxia sword. After a long while he opened his eyes. The burning dark red flames in his eyes had extinguished, returning to a deep tranquility, but in the depths of that tranquility there seemed to be a hint of indescribable gray radiance that appeared to pierce through the void. The wounds on his body were visibly healing under the moonlight, and his aura had completely stabilized, even faintly possessing a sense of rounded and transparent meaning. Peak of the 10th layer of Qi refining. Just one opportunity away from opening the door to Foundation establishment. More importantly, his sword path had been formed. That gray sword light which fused myriad intents was the manifestation of his sword path. He named it Guesu. Guesu, the place where all streams converge, is also the point of all endings and rebirths. It perfectly aligned with his sword path's true meaning of refining myriad intent, severing shackles and seeking transcendence amidst destruction. Qin Chuan looked at Lin Chen, who was bathed in moonlight, then glanced at the wooden sword in his hand covered in scars. His expression was complicated, ultimately turning into a light sigh as he silently returned to the stone chamber. The old drunkard picked up the wine gourd again, took a big gulp, smacked his lips and mumbled, "The wine is almost finished. I need to find a way to get some more." As if the earth-shattering scene from earlier had never happened. Lin Chen sheathed his sword and looked up at the cool bright moon. The 3-year period was nearly over. What kind of storms awaited in the world outside the mountain? He gripped the sword hilt, feeling the surging power within the sword, as vast as the sea yet harmonious and fulfilling. It was time to venture out.